Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Nicholas Callis here with your fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open. The Pittsburgh Pirates, they lost yesterday to the Chicago Cubs, and they've lost the first 2 games of 3 in the series. Third and final game will be this afternoon. If you want to listen to that game, you can go over to 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDK. Brian De La Cruz, he had his first home run, though, in the majors, and not in the majors, I'm sorry. For the Pittsburgh Pirates, he had his first home run, and O'Neal Cruz had a 4-hit night. Also, the Pittsburgh Steelers, they made their final cuts yesterday. The deadline, of course, yesterday afternoon, 4 p.m., and those cuts have been announced. We'll talk a little bit about those coming up later in the show. Headlines powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. For more fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com. And the Fan Early Morning Show with me, Nicholas Harry Callis. That's coming up next, right here on Sports Radio, 93.7 The Fan.
Welcome to Nada Yada Island.
This season on Nada Yada Island.
You were charging your phone? I waited hours for you.
That's how long it takes.
Join Metro and get a free Motorola Edge that'll charge for the day in 15 minutes. At Metro, there's no activation fees. Only at Metro by T-Mobile.
Bring your number ID and sign up for Metro Flex Plus plan. Offer not available if at T-Mobile or have been with Metro in the past 180 days. Requires 68-watt charger, sold separately. Actual performance will vary.
As a contractor, you need a brand you trust to bring homeowners the quality they deserve when building or remodeling. 84 Lumber carries hardy exterior products that are built to last in the Pittsburgh climate. They can withstand harsh weather conditions and resist damage from moisture, fire, pests, and more. James Hardy and 84 Lumber also offer support and education for pros, providing you with a service like no other. Hardy products are available at your local 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com to find your nearest location and learn how it's possible to build your business with James Hardy.
Direct auto insurance is for uncompromisers. Like Matt. When his old car insurance got so expensive, do you think he walked until his sneakers wore out? No, because he found savings with Direct Auto so he could drive instead of compromise. With savings of up to 25% on state minimum coverage, you too can stop compromising and keep driving. Get a free quote at directauto.com or a store near you. Savings vary, terms apply. National General Group, Winston-Salem.
Oh, I hate to be the bearer of bad news, or just reality, really, but you know what's going to be here before you know it? Four-wheel drive season. Yep, Colin Dunlap here. And I got to tell you, Schultz Ford's got everything you need, because that weather will turn at some point. Grab that Explorer, grab an Expedition. How about an F-150? Something where you can trudge through that foul weather. Well, they've got great locations. Schultz Ford Wexford, Schultz Ford Harmer, Schultz Ford South in West Mifflin. How about Wheeling? That store is humming. It really is. And SchultzFord.com, always online. Go check it out. There's a great selection. You can drive up to one of the dealers and go in person, or all the time, 24/7, 365, SchultzFord.com. They have a gigantic selection of inventory for everything that you need. And like I said, that weather will be here soon enough. Get into something that'll get you around through that foul weather. So again, all those locations and always SchultzFord.com.
As a roofer, I'm always on the go. So I need to be able to get things done from anywhere. That's why I partner with Beacon. With their unique Beacon Pro Plus app, I've got the brands I depend on, like GAF, right at my fingertips 24/7. I rely on Beacon because I never stop building, and neither do they. Now through September 15th, purchase GAF through Beacon Pro Plus and earn up to $1,500. Go to BECN.com or download the Beacon Pro Plus app today. Beacon, always building.
Total Wireless is made to totally keep up with you. We now have unlimited data that never slows you down. Covered by the Verizon 5G network. And for less than $30 a month, we make your phone your ride or die. Switch now and pick a free 5G phone with qualified plan purchase. And your fourth line at no additional cost. Visit your local Total Wireless store today. Total Wireless, we're totally with you. Actual speeds may vary by location. For data management practices, see TotalWireless.com.
Pony and Muller here. Mike and Mike's Beer Bar is a big fan of us. In fact, he gave us our own beer. Okay, well, kind of. Each month, Mike picks a local beer that we call the Fan Beer of the Month. August beer of the month is Alter Genius Rescue Kolsch, and the charity is Crisis Center North, a charity that helps victims of domestic abuse in Allegheny County.
And if you don't like the fan beer of the month, or you just don't like us, Mike has 4 other beers on tap that you can select, and he will make a donation to the charity. Check out the fan beer of the month at Mike's Beer Bar.
Meet me at Mike's.
Good morning. Good morning. Good morning.
It's time to wake up.
It's early, and if you're up, so are we. It's the early morning show. Think of it as a pre-show to the pre-show kind of thing.
Hell of a way to begin a day.
Tuck in Pittsburgh sports before the sun comes up. The Fan Early Morning Show is on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan. It's Wednesday. We're in the middle of the week. Halfway there. My name is Nicholas Harry Callis. This is the Fan Early Morning Show. The Fan Early Morning Show presented by CGR Wholesale, where the average Joe buys like a pro. Still a lot going on. Early, the news not ceasing. Big news yesterday from the Pirates is that O'Neal Cruz is being moved out to center field. It was announced on Tuesday officially. It was before the Cubs series began. But you get the point. It's rather recent. Still something new. Still something to discuss. Pirates lost 2 in a row now to the Cubs. Third and final game of the series is this afternoon. It's a game you can listen to on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. So, I mean, I wanted to believe, I was like, all right, I hope they're better than the Cubs and the Reds at least, because they've been playing like it, and they beat the Reds, and I'm like, all right, they're better than the Reds. Feels like that's established, and now they've run into the Cubs, and the Cubs just have given it to them twice. So, yeah, not great. I mean, fans chanting for Rowdy Tellez to pitch yesterday when the Pirates were down 7. So that'll just tell you, I mean, that's where the headspace is at. It seems like everybody's just in that consciousness now. Let's have fun with it. So if you're one of those fans that's, embracing a little bit of fun with this team that's been struggling here, hey, I'm with you. Chant for Rowdy to pitch. He pitched 2 out of the last 3 games. I don't know if Shelton or the Pirates thought that it would have been embarrassing to do that for a 3rd time in a 4-game span. And I agree with it. So that 7 runs isn't the 10 or 14 they were down by at certain points in the loss to the Reds or that first loss to the Cubs. So yeah, I understand. I also saw just now an update, and I forgot I saw this on my phone yesterday, and it came up on one of these television programs here in the studio. Rich Hill has been selected by the Red Sox to come up and play in the majors again. So, familiar face from the Pirates last season. But I just saw that, and I giggled a little bit. I'm like, oh, this guy's still doing it. He's still finding a way to get into the majors. So, that's interesting. Also, deadline was yesterday for 53-man roster selection for all the teams in the NFL. Steelers had a few notables that I saw in here. Des Fitzpatrick was one of them, so they cut a wide receiver. Interesting. I'm not overly surprised, but it is interesting nonetheless. Plumlee, quarterback, he's out. I'm sad, kind of. Not really. I mean, he was 3rd string, or 4th string, even. That's fine. So, Steelers at quarterback riding with Russell Wilson, Justin Fields, and Kyle Allen, it seems, for the moment, though Mike Tomlin will not announce a starter until we anticipate to be the end of this week. Matthew Wright, too. One of the several cuts announced. So, that was back on Monday, but yeah. Yeah, a lot of cuts. That's what we expect here. But Des Fitzpatrick surprised me a bit. I mean, I thought they would have wanted to keep as many receivers as they possibly could, and he seemed like somebody that would be part of that depth. But he's gone. So, Yeah, plenty to talk about this morning. So if you want to get a phone line, you can, 412-928-9370. You can talk to me there. You can also talk to me on X at Callis_33. That's CALLAS_33. And we'll talk. Pirates or Steelers, that's really what I'm focused on this morning, and probably will be every morning for the next few weeks. Yeah, so let's do it. I already got some callers on the line, so let's talk. Will and Apollo's on the line. He wants to talk. Hello.
Hello.
Good. What's on your mind?
I wanted to know if they kept Beanie Bishop, and why do you think they kept 6 defensive linemen? Like, you think there's a reason for that, or because that seems kind of a lot?
Yeah, it looks like they didn't cut Beanie Bishop, and thank you for the call, Will. It looks like they kept him. I didn't see him on a list of cuts here that I have in my notes. Now, defense doesn't surprise me. I mean, Mike Tomlin, I don't know, likes to keep his defense strong, and I guess linemen may have helped with that. I don't know. I don't have a good explanation for you. That is an interesting note there, though. So thanks for the call on that one. Yeah, it's an interesting detail, keeping a bunch of defensive linemen and not keeping Quez Watkins or Des Fitzpatrick. I don't know what they're doing. That is something that's interesting. I don't know what they're doing. Like, I'm totally with Crowley from yesterday where he was talking. I mean, he went on a little bit of a rant toward the end of the show, the later hours, the second half of the show, just saying it would be a failure if this Steelers team did not get Brandon Ayuk, because they really did put all their chips in to Brandon Ayuk, and they traded Deontay Johnson without seemingly having any backup plans for the event that they don't get Brandon Ayuk. Now, apparently there are still the believers that are out there, and I'm one of them, that something will get done, but also it's harder to swallow that when the rosters are set. So I'm frustrated too, and I understand the frustration. It was comforting to know that they banished Deontay Johnson to the Panthers just because, you know, he felt like he deserved it in some ways, and it felt like, okay, you know, this guy, not a team player, so send him to a team that's been struggling over the last couple seasons. But you also felt good about that move because you figure, okay, well, they're going to have a plan. If they're going to get rid of one of their more impactful receivers and an undeniable leader in their core, right? Just no matter how poorly he played as a teammate at times, he's still, you know, one of the top guys there, one of the highest paid, and one of the better receivers that you have, veteran receivers that you have, with quarterbacks who are likely to play better than the quarterbacks they've had over the last couple seasons. You know, if you trade him away, you got to have a backup plan. And I think we all took comfort in the fact, like, oh, yeah, they wouldn't trade Deontay without a plan. And then they traded Deontay without a plan. I mean, they're outwardly saying, coaches are saying that they trust the receivers that they have on the roster right now, but okay, that's great and all, and that's fine, but now you cut. It's just confusing to me that they cut Quay Watkins and Des Fitzpatrick, and now you really need to preserve your receivers. Roman Wilson must be both cared for thoroughly and also maybe rushed back, maybe hastily brought back onto the active roster with the injury he's been dealing with. There's no indication that he'll miss week 1, it seems, but, I mean, you're walking on thin ice now with the guys that you have. If you're not going to focus on preserving or retaining receivers, it's going to be kind of scary. It's going to be kind of rough. 412-928-9370, another caller on the line that wants to talk. Good morning. What's your name?
This is Anthony here in Oakland, young man.
All right, Anthony, go ahead.
You know, the fact that the fans were screaming for Tellez just shows you how much of a joke this organization is. It's starting with the owner. When are they going to stop rewarding mediocrity around here? I mean, for goodness sakes, they've turned the Chicago Cubs into the 1927 Yankees. Have you noticed how many runs they give up to the Cubs every time they play them? It's embarrassing.
Yeah.
I mean, it just seems to be no accountability. They decided now the guy they invested all in to play shortstop can't play shortstop. So they're going to, in the middle, now at the end of the season, they're going to throw him out in the outfield. You know, folks like myself is screaming for Trevor Bauer to be brought on this team a long time. He's not anywhere in sight. But it's just, and here we are now, a new football season where baseball's irrelevant. I mean, when is the league or this town going to finally get up in arms and say, hey, we built you that beautiful stadium down there, and we're getting no results at all for going on 30 years. It's an embarrassment. Thanks, man.
Yeah, thanks for the call. It's always nice to hear from you, Anthony. Yeah, I get the frustration. I think that while there is no choice this season, there are little things that we could try to, have fun with, and Rowdy to less pitching is one of them. I mean, that's what we're going to do as fans. I don't think it's complacency with the organization is why they were chanting for Rowdy. I think it was just one of those, this is the reality we're in, so let's make the most of it kind of things. But that just speaks more to, where fans' heads are at, which is, okay, what are we going to do? What are we supposed to do? Like, we can't, it's almost a helpless feeling from fans because we can talk about it and it's fine. We can talk about why we're frustrated. We can talk about, how we feel about this team, but ultimately right now, like, that frustration that we express is not going to change the reality right now. And I'll point back to this. I don't think that they're that much of a joke. They've been pretty legit all season, but I'll just go back to the same refrain. Like, I was complaining a while back that they were not winning at what I thought was a sustainable pace. Like, I wanted to have blind optimism that they would eventually figure it out and go on a little run. But I was saying that for a little while. I'm like, they got to go on a streak, and they've had a couple losing streaks. They need to counter that and get back toward 500. And they did. And that's the thing. They were getting there. They had two big losing streaks at the beginning of the year. They countered that with a couple healthy-sized winning streaks. And they were a little bit above 500, and they were right around that third wild card spot. They were getting there. So I don't want to say that they've been a joke. I mean, they've had some rough losses this season, but they were staying around the median. The big issue, is that they lost 10 in a row. Which, I mean, you can call that a joke in itself. You can say that should never happen, and that's unacceptable, and that's fine. You're allowed to think that, but also, I'm not going to reflect on this season based on just that one stretch of games. It's a pivotal point, and it's something that you bring up, but, like, it's not like this team hasn't been playing well. It's that they played very, very poorly in that one stretch, and you cannot lose 10 games in a row. I don't think it's fair to only summarize this season based on those 10 games. If we're talking about how this team is developed and if we're talking about the legitimacy of this team, if they don't lose those 10 games, even if they split, they go 5-5, they're in a much different position now. They would be in a much different position now than they are, but you can't lose 10 games in a row in a season. You just can't. And not counter that with some big winning streak, and they're just not built to have large winning streaks. And so if you're going to play with fire in that sense, if you're going to just hang around and not sweep series, but win a couple here, lose a couple there, you cannot let it go and drop 10 games in a row. And that's what they did. So that really, that 10-game losing streak is going to be the tale of this season, unfortunately, despite how well they've done. But I don't want to sit here and act like there's some giant organizational thing wrong. I mean, I think Derek Shelton needs to be scrutinized for his managing, for sure, in that 10-game losing streak, because he made some very poor decisions, and he was visibly frustrated through that. And I think part of that was the fact that he may have known that he messed up in a few instances, and he feels it. And I'm glad that he feels it. I'm glad that he showed some emotion. I think that some of his anger was directed toward the wrong people and the wrong groups. But nonetheless, he's frustrated. He cares, and you can see that. He just hasn't been managing like this team is or was a playoff contender. So that's really it. So I'm not going to go too deep into the foundation of like, okay, this team's a joke. This team's not trying. I'm not going to go that far. This season was a season where there was some hope and that they had some legitimacy to them, and they were hanging around. It's just they lost 10 in a row, and that can't happen. They lost 10 in a row, and they have not countered it yet. And I'm not even surprised that they're losing this series to the Cubs right now. If they get swept, that'll be a different story, and I think that now they're definitely in a different mentality. But the series against the Reds was on par from what they've done for the rest of the season. They took 3 of 4. They won a series. They didn't sweep it, but they won it. I wouldn't be surprised if they win today, and that would be on par for them, too, for this season. You know, you win a series here, and then you lose a series there. They lose 2 of 3 to the Cubs, but don't get swept. It wouldn't surprise me if that were the case today. You know, if they're able to pull out a win. I expect them to pull out a win based on how they've been all season. I feel like that 10-game losing streak, though, that was I won't go as far to say a fluke, maybe, because 10 in a row is 10 in a row. That's all telling. But it was one instance, it was one stretch of games that dragged them down out of playoff contention. But if you look at the rest of the season, I don't think joke is the right word. I don't think we've been cheated out of anything. I think that this team is what it is and didn't hang on. Now maybe you're saying that there haven't been results because it's been years and years and years since they've made the playoffs even. So I understand that from that perspective. But if I'm looking at this season individually, they are what they are, and they lost 10 in a row one time. And that can't happen. Another caller on the line, 412-928-9370. Good morning. What's your name?
Hey, good morning, Harry. This is Dan from Imperial.
Hello.
Hey, I just wanted to say, you know, typically I like Anthony from Oakland. I typically agree with his statements, but I gotta disagree with him and agree with you here. You know, when you're losing series, not only losing but getting swept by teams that you're directly competing with, such as the Padres and the Diamondbacks, you know, you're just proving to the league and to yourselves that you're not good enough to be in the playoffs in this particular year. Okay, so, but this team is close. And I'm not going to blame Nutting on this. I really think that Nutting is I think he's putting his best foot forward here. You know, so like I said the other day, you know, I was the first one to predict a good season next year, and I do think they make the playoffs next year. They're very close.
Yes, thank you for the call. Yeah, I remember. You called the show earlier either last week or earlier this week. Can't remember. The days are blurring together. But, yeah, no, I remember you definitely saying that. You having the faith. Yeah, I mean, I'm not totally disagreeing with Anthony, because if we're looking at this in a giant perspective, like a bigger perspective, yeah, they haven't made the playoffs in over 10 seasons. That's rough. You know, we don't want that. Of course, we want them to make the playoffs a little more consistently. I understand that, but there are just so many factors that went into it that I can't solely blame one person or one group of people for how they performed. Like, it has been a collective just collapse from multiple standpoints, from players not performing to some managerial. Let me not try to get too fancy with the vocabulary. Some mismanaging, we'll call it that. Some mismanaging from Derek Shelton in certain instances. A lot of factors. Injuries. I mean, they lost Jared Jones and Nick Gonzalez at inopportune times when they were hot. And that very well played a factor into it. Just some misfortune, too. So I struggled to get overly angry because they're out of the 10-game losing streak now. I was mad when it was going on, but it ended, and they came back and they won some games. And that's just kind of what it reveals now, is that this is who they are. Unfortunately, they're a team that's good, and they're a team that's built well, but not built well enough to avoid losing a giant stretch of games. So I can't blame ownership for that, and I struggle to put any blame on Ben Cherington because he acquired guys that you expected him to acquire, some talented guys at the deadline. And even some of his offseason moves have been pretty legit. If they don't add this offseason drastically, now I'm going to be upset because this team's proven that it's played well enough to earn some extra help. But for where they are right now, if fans want to chant for Rowdy Tellez to pitch, let the fans have fun with something. Let them find something to let them find some joy in some of these games at this point, because the reality is set in. I'm due for a break. My name is Nicholas Harry Callis. Spend whatever time I have left coming up after the break taking your phone calls, 412-928-9370. Pirates and Steelers, that's what's on my mind this morning. So if you have any thoughts on those two teams, you may call and express those feelings. Nicholas Harry Callis here, Fan Early Morning Show. We'll be back next right here on The Fan.
The Fan Early Morning Show for the Average Joe, presented by CGR Wholesale, where the average Joe can buy like a pro. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
No major problems or accidents to report as we begin the Wednesday morning rush. Traffic on all three parkways as well as Route 28 up to speed. In fact, the Cordell and Cordell traffic cam took a look at the Parkway North. The main line is up to speed in both directions, and the HOV lane's now open alongside that roadway. Meanwhile, Cruz working on the Pennsylvania Turnpike. Watch for a westbound right lane restriction between the Allegheny Valley and Butler Valley interchanges. That's between mile markers 42.8 and 41.8. From the Kenny Ross Auto Group, find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at KennyRoss.com. I'm Greg McAtee.
Whether you're tinkering in your garage or tackling big projects, if you know the value of working with your hands, you know Harbor Freight. And you can be confident knowing that at Harbor Freight, you can get quality tools at prices that work just as hard as you do. Because the only thing more satisfying than a job well done is a job well done, well under budget. Whatever you do it for less at Harbor Freight.
Mommy, want to play a game with me and Dad?
Mommy's not feeling good.
You need to vaporize that cold.
Vaporize?
Yeah, with DayQuil VapoCool. It's DayQuil plus a rush of Vicks vapors.
Whoa.
Come on, honey. Let's let Mommy rest.
You guys are amazing. And so is DayQuil VapoCool.
DayQuil VapoCool, the vaporizing daytime coughing, aching, fever, power through your day medicine. And to vaporize sore throat pain, try Vicks VapoCool drops. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
We buy any car. Why sell your car at WeBuyAnyCar.com? Because selling it yourself can be, well, you know.
Okay, I'll give you half now.
And?
No, and just half.
What? Avoid the hassle. Come to We Buy Any Car instead. Get in, get out, and get paid at a fair price. Yeah, I can't do half.
I could probably bump it up to like 50%.
Just go.
Okay.
Get your free online valuation now at WeBuyAnyCar.com.
Head to Redbeard Sports Bar and Grill and enjoy Over the Moon Mondays. Enjoy $1 off Blue Moon Pints. 2 great locations, Mount Washington and Cultural District downtown. That's Redbeard Sports Bar and Grill.
Reason number 52 to choose Diamonds Direct over any other jeweler. Only Diamonds Direct gives you a 110% diamond upgrade guarantee. Let us explain. If you buy a diamond at Diamonds Direct today and decide in the future you want to upgrade to a larger diamond, Diamonds Direct will give you 110% of your original purchase price toward the new stone. For example, let's say you bought her a $5,000 diamond last year, but now she wants to upgrade to a $6,000 diamond. Diamonds Direct will give you $5,500 toward the new one. That's 10% more than you paid the first time. Guaranteed appreciation. Whether that first diamond was $3,000 or $30,000, you get 10% more. Who else does this? And unlike other stores who claim to offer diamond upgrades, at Diamonds Direct, there's no fine print and no minimum purchase requirement. It's 10% more, period. Come and discover real value and buy with confidence. Diamonds Direct. Your love, our passion. Proud partner of the University of Pittsburgh Panthers.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-700-6898. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898 or biglou.com.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. My name is Nicholas Harry Callis, and this is the Fan Early Morning Show, the pre-show to the Fan Morning Show pre-show, which is a preview to the regular show. So, yeah, this is the pre-show's pre-show. Where we talk about sports on this show. So call in, 412-928-9370. I got a couple minutes left. Really focusing on the Steelers. They made some cuts. They cut Quay Watkins and Des Fitzpatrick. So it's two wide receivers that you may have expected them to keep because they need some depth at that position, and they are cutting a lot of receivers. So they're scarce on receivers. They've kept a lot of defensive players, and so that really screams Mike Tomlin's strategy for how he constructs the team, but it may not be best for the team. We'll see how that unfolds. Pirates also lost yesterday by a whole bunch again to the Chicago Cubs. Rowdy Tellez did not pitch in that game, though fans clamored for him to pitch. There was chance being heard around PNC Park for him to pitch because they were out by a good chunk of runs in yesterday's game as well, and they've lost the first two games of three in the series. Brian De La Cruz hit a home run, his first as a Pirate, so that was nice to see. And O'Neal Cruz went 4 for 4, so that was also nice to see. 412-928-9370. You can give me a call. You can talk to me. We got a couple more minutes left. Still supportive of the O'Neal Cruz position change. And Anthony from Oakland called earlier. I also heard from Dan and Imperial, two regular callers and two great guys. I understand where the frustration comes from if fans are upset that now they've decided to move O'Neal Cruz. I think before, with his injury, though, putting it into perspective, he's coming off of an injury, and I think the Pirates really wanted to try to settle him into that shortstop position and give him some time to adjust and figure it out with his injury the way it was. I mean, it's not easy to play shortstop at his height, let alone play with an ankle that was hurt and was broken before. So I can understand now, after hearing those explanations from Derek Shelton and Ben Cherington when they announced the move, okay, that's why you're being stubborn on it a little bit, because it makes sense. He was injured, and he's tall, and the recovery period you understood was going to take a little bit. It just took, quite a lot longer than they expected, and finally now they're like, you know what, maybe outfield will be a better position suited for this guy based on where he is right now with, an injury. You won't have to bend down as much as an outfielder. I mean, I know there's still injury possibilities if he, dives, he could get hurt, but for right now, it's overall less bending, less ground balls to field in theory. And he's got a lot of range, and he's tall. And He's got a strong arm, and it's exciting to see. So I definitely understand why they didn't do this earlier on. Like, I buy the explanation. That's rare for me to say because I'm usually very skeptical about what coaches or any front office says. But I buy this one. I understand why they did what they did. It just became, I guess, too much of a glaring issue, and O'Neal Cruz willing to try going out to center field and management on board with it too. So the way I look at it is that they have gotten what they want. That's really it. I'm sorry. Let me try that again. They have given us what we want as fans. We got what we want as fans. I think a lot of people were clamoring for him to play the outfield. Well, it's happening. We can sit here and we can long for the idea that it should have been done sooner. I'm not there. I think that it's okay. You can be frustrated about the past. I'm going to look toward the future, though, and say, at least they did it, because this idea didn't seem real even a month ago, that O'Neal Cruz would be an outfielder or would be willing to play the outfield. And now apparently he is. He's willing enough to give it a shot. In a season where, it's perfect to do it now, too, anyway, because they're out of the postseason push. So you're not putting him in a potentially uncomfortable situation while there are games that matter on the line. The experiments now should start to get any of the players familiar with where you want them for next season, because these games right now, they're not mattering. Get regular reps doing the uncomfortable things now, so by the time spring training comes around next season, you've already got a pretty solid plan on how you want to construct this team to win more and be a consistent team and be in the playoff race next season. Because if they struggle next season too, the complaints are gonna get even worse. This is a good team now that just went on one bad run and pushed themselves out of the playoffs with those losses. A lot of bright things to look forward to, and that O'Neal Cruz move is one of those things. I really can't wait to see what that looks like. We'll just see where they go from here, but they're doing things now to experiment, and they're doing it at the right time, when games are not important anymore, or games don't contain those playoff implications. Fan weather, it's brought to you by Sun Chevrolet. The Chevy Summer Drive continues at Sun Chevrolet, up to $7,500 in rebates. Terms and conditions at sunchevy.com. Today, high of 94, low of 71. Mostly clear skies expected tomorrow. High of 88, low of 71. Overcast skies expected. Fall weather and early projections here. Looks like it's going to be present next week. We're going to start getting that chill in the temperature and maybe highs in the mid to low 80s next week. So look out. Enjoy this summer's last stand this week while the temperatures are still in the mid-90s, the high temperatures, and we'll go from there as we transition into fall. My name is Nicholas Harry Callis. This has been the Fan Early Morning Show, Fan Morning Show pre-show. That comes up next right here on The Fan.
Here's Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan's Fan About Town. You've seen Inside Camp Aliquippa on the KDKA High School Sports YouTube channel. Now catch behind the scenes with the Quips football team on Saloni's Italian Bread Social. Check out Q&A with the Quips, available only on the Instagram page of Saloni's Italian Bread. Inside Camp Aliquippa is presented by Saloni's Italian Bread, serving Pittsburgh for over 100 years. Book your stay at the Landing Hotel at Rivers Casino. Enjoy free valet parking and breakfast while being right in the heart of all the action. Whether it's a weekend getaway or a staycation, they have you covered. Book today at thelandinghotelpgh.com. Celebrate the start of the football season at the Kickoff and Rib Festival at Acris Shore Stadium, presented by Icy Light, August 29th through September 2nd. Admission is free. There's something for everyone. Enjoy national rib vendors, football, music, activities, and much more. For more information, visit 937thefan.com.
Hey, we're back with Taylor Fournier at Three Rivers Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram. Taylor, how about this month's leases? Like this 2024 Jeep Wrangler Sport 4XE from $569 a month.
Bob, we're going to go a little off script this month because we want Pittsburgh to ultimately know that of course we sell cars, but we're really here to help our customers buy one. Working with everyone at Three Rivers is truly like talking to a friend, to help guide and advise, and that's why we remain Pittsburgh's lease leader. And that's why we are Pittsburgh's one and only, truly family-owned and operated Jeep store.
Taylor, you've been here for over 30 years at one location, and that's why I know what you're saying is the truth. and why you deliver the best possible price and focused service customer after customer, year after year, every time.
Bob, that's absolutely right.
Get to the corner of West Liberty Avenue and Brookline Boulevard and look for the humongous yellow Jeep in the sky for our Labor Day sales event, or visit jeepofpittsburgh.com for all the details.
We truly are Pittsburgh's Jeep store.
I'm Rick Julius, a partner at Cordell and Cordell. As a business owner in these uncertain economic times, you struggle to guard your life's work against unexpected challenges. But can it withstand the sudden disruption of a divorce? In divorce, financials are scrutinized and the company itself could be in jeopardy. When your hard-earned work is at risk, count on our experience and advocacy in handling these matters at Cordell and Cordell.
Offices in downtown Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Schedule an appointment with one of our Pittsburgh or Cranberry area attorneys. Rick Julius, licensed in Pennsylvania only. CordellCordell.com.
Hi, I'm Dr. Rafferty from the Disc Institute of Pittsburgh. We are here to help. At the Disc Institute, our treatment, intradisc arthrosis, is non-surgical, safe and gentle, and highly effective. 412-906-9600.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Cordell and Cordell traffic cam taking a look at an accident now blocking the left lane of the inbound Parkway West. This is just past the Green Tree on-ramp. Traffic getting by in that right lane is already stacking back toward the top of Green Tree Hill. Inbound Parkway East, you're heavy between Edgewood, Swissvale, and the Squirrel Hill tunnels. HOV lanes are open alongside the Parkway North. And right now, Route 28 is up to speed. So is I-79 through the construction zone. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Show brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Reserve your consultation today at awaken180weightloss.com. It is a Wednesday. We are chipper. Doran Dickerson sitting across from me. I'm Adam Crowley. Nicholas Harry Callis behind the glass. And gentlemen, I say good morning.
Good morning. Happy hump day. Callis, how you doing, man?
I don't think I've ever been more tired in my life.
Really? Your entire life?
No, that's not true.
Oh. So the first thing out of his mouth is a bold-faced lie.
Why?
Well, I tell you, I didn't get much sleep yesterday, and that's by choice too. So we did this show and then the SPAC Invitational.
Little mini golf excursion yesterday. Yeah,
I participated and shot one over par, so I was proud of that. That was golf during what was supposed to be my nap time during the day, right?
I see.
So, yeah, so that was rough. And then, job number 2, stayed late talking to the sports guys over there because we had our sports show, our weekly sports show. And then, and by the time I got home, it was like 11 o'clock. And then I stayed up even longer. And then 1 o'clock rolled around, and I said, you know what? I'm just going to go to the studio because if I fall asleep now, I'm not getting out of bed.
You know how you could have put yourself to sleep? Tell yourself that little tale.
You're not very kind. Why don't you tell
I yawned.
Why don't you tell the story then of what woke me up this morning?
Yeah, we had a lot going on this morning. Doran, you want to tell it or you want me to tell it?
Good, you can tell it. Good.
I traipsed on in here. I usually don't come right into the studio. I usually just turn on all the lights in here.
Hello? What?
Turnabout fair play will allow it. So I turn on all the lights. Go get myself my coffee. Check my mailbox. No one sent me anything, which is good. Come back into the studio with my hot cup of coffee. And Doran from within the shadows jumps out, scares me, and I fling my coffee everywhere. Everywhere. What was the sound I made? Oh! Oh!
You know what's funny about that, too? It's not even the first time that's ever happened.
No, you guys scare me all the time. Particularly Doran, and it works every single time.
I think around this time last year you did that though, because I made a video with when the recording was still on, when it was dark, of you just losing your coffee.
Yeah. Was it the coffee?
It was,
Spilled coffee everywhere. None got on me. None.
No, he spilled it the one time just by flinging his arms.
That'll
being
happen.
Animated. But I mean, he literally he had to hold his coffee. I remember he lifted it over his head and then.
No, this time he flung the coffee
Coffee went flying.
Oh,
yeah.
That's even worse than the first time then. But yeah.
Yeah, there's
about a year ago, I think you tried to scare him too. It's interesting. Yeah.
Big coffee stain on the carpet here.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
But none got on me, and none got on today's West Virginia jersey that I am sporting, which is one of my favorites. Not because it looks good, because these jerseys are ugly, but because it has a cigarette burn on it from one time when I fell asleep with a cigarette in my hand in Morgantown.
Yeah, there's a big hole.
Just burnt right through it.
Who is that?
Three layers. David Sills.
Oh.
Which, ironically, yesterday I wore the Will Greer. Will Greer had been cut the day before. Yesterday, David Sills cut.
Your bad luck?
Well, no, I just support my guys after they get cut, is what happens. So Greer gets cut, then I wear the jersey. Sills gets cut, then I wear the jersey. All roster cuts done. 15 Penn State guys got cut yesterday.
So what's going to happen to Garrett Green then? You wore his jersey.
Yes, but that was before. And actually, I don't know if this is public knowledge. It's a pre-show. We're not supposed to talk about sports. I got other non-sports stuff real quick.
Mm-hmm.
I heard 2 weeks ago practice, Green, concussion. He's back. He's fine. He's okay. But I don't know if that's public. I don't know that ever got out there. Yeah.
Better hope he's back.
He's back. He's fine. He talked to the media. Looked good.
All right.
Looked good. He was wearing sunglasses, and they turned all the lights off, though, so that could be something could be going on there. Texter, Crowley screamed like King Tut. I'll remember that. Oh! I wonder if I still have that in here.
Oh! That's funny.
That's an all-timer.
Oh, that or the goat.
Goat's good. All right, real quick, just for context.
Scientists were able to mimic Nessie Amun's voice by recreating his mouth and vocal cords with a 3D printer. It allowed them to produce a single sound.
Oh, my goodness.
Was it similar to that?
Yes.
Jeez.
Oh, man. Man, you're jumping.
It wasn't quite like that one. It's not my favorite that, I don't know how long we've been doing the show. Almost a couple of years?
Yeah, 2 years.
And I'm most known for being a big old baby?
Yep.
Outstanding.
That's funny.
Speaking of which, I brought this up yesterday, and I wanted to talk about this in depth because there's a topic I think we can attach to this. I got the shampoo in my eye yesterday, and we're talking about mentholated shampoo. So that bleep was burning. And it was burning. I couldn't open my eye, and then my ear kept popping. It was a weird thing because my eye won't open, and it's scrunched shut. I'm trying to open it. It won't open up. My ear's going nuts. And it made me think about what are the worst minor pains, like the worst insignificant pains.
I had one today.
What happened to you
this
today?
Morning already. I was drying off, and I went to go put my foot up on the side of my bed and just absolutely stubbed my toe on the side of the bed. That's a minor pain that is just so annoying. And it's like one of those pains where it didn't hurt at first, but I knew it was going to hurt. Like it had to kick in. Like I hit, and I was like, oh. And then, oh my gosh. And then I'm all hunched over. It's one of those pains. It's like whenever you would spank a small kid. You know how you spank it? They go, and then they pause and cry.
You feel the pain after you know you should feel the pain.
Yes.
You stub the toe, your body hasn't acknowledged that it's supposed to hurt.
Yes.
And it sucks.
It's like when I got hit in the nuts that one time at that baseball game.
See?
I made the play because of my adrenaline, but after the adrenaline wore off,
Didn't they hospital you out of there? Didn't they put you in an ambulance?
No, they didn't put me in an ambulance. I think I had like a little panic attack because all my teammates were like, "How didn't that hurt?" And I'm like, "No, it hurt. I'm fine." And yeah, and then I'm like, "Okay, I'll go to the hospital because."
A lot of bruising in the area?
No, the ultrasound came back clean. I can still have children. So
no ruptured testicle?
No.
Good.
Okay.
Good.
All right. That one to me, getting hit in the nuts.
Yes.
I don't know that can fit minor pain.
I don't think so.
I think that's in a category in and of itself.
Mm-hmm.
And when you have kids, you get hit in the nuts all the time.
All the time.
All the time. We used to change my firstborn on our bed, which was perfect nut length for me. And so you're changing her diaper, she starts flailing her legs, bang, kick me a bunch.
All the time.
So now we don't change the younger baby, Fiona, we don't change her on the bed. We change her in a different place.
Mm-hmm.
And that's so I don't get hit in the nuts. People texting in. 2 people at once text paper cut.
Absolutely. That was my second.
Especially if you get it in between, in the weenus area, isn't that what that's called?
The web.
The webbing there. For lack of a better way of describing it, the taint of your hand.
Yes.
Right in between your pointer finger and your thumb.
Mm-hmm.
I thought your weenus was on your elbow.
Could be. Look it up.
No, it is.
You mind doing a little Google on that? I always heard that the weenus was the skin between your fingers. I thought that was the weenus. I have heard people describe the weenus as the skin on your elbow.
Yes.
Cardboard cut is awful. You know what also stinks? Getting a zit on the outside or inside of your nose.
Yes.
I got one of those going right now. It's a tweener.
Yes.
It's on the inside and the outside, this thing. Might be an ingrown hair.
Mm-hmm.
Sexy. Did you look up weenus? Be
weenus,
careful.
Slang term for the loose skin at the elbow joint.
My apologies, people. I'm sorry about that.
The webbing.
I did not mean to confuse people about the weenus.
Getting hit on the bridge of the nose.
You're going to cry no matter what.
Yep. Eyes just water.
Yes. Yes.
Oh.
You get hit in the teeth. That'll make you tear up a little bit too.
Mm-hmm.
Especially if you had like braces or something back in the day.
Mm-hmm.
Thorn in your hand, someone texts.
Biting your tongue.
Biting your tongue.
Or cheek.
Or lip.
Yes.
And when you do that, you're going to do it again. Especially the cheek. You bite it, it swells a little bit, and you know you're going to bite the damn cheek 3 or 4 times in the next week or 2.
Hangnail.
Hangnail sucks.
Those are the worst. How could something like that, so little, just be so nagging and so painful?
You got to bite it. Do everything you can to get rid of that.
Gosh.
It's such an inconvenience. If you get it on, again, like your pointer or your thumb on your primary hand, your skin around it gets sensitive.
Mm-hmm.
It gets all red.
Oh.
No good.
You ever be crouching somewhere and then you hit your head on something when you stand back up?
Yes.
Makes me so mad.
I was just going to say that. That and the stubbing of a toe, sometimes you get hurt and you're sad. Those 2 in particular, you stand up and you do something stupid and you hit your head, you're pissed.
So
you
bad.
stub your toe. Every time I stub my toe, an expletive follows.
I was
so mad at myself.
I was so mad at myself. Like, what are you doing?
Texter, Charlie Horse. I might put that closer to getting kicked in the balls.
With like a cramp?
Yeah.
Yeah, those are tough.
Like middle of the night?
Yeah, hamstring or calf.
Middle of sex? You ever get that one?
I have before.
In the calf or the hammy?
Mm-hmm.
No good.
That's bad.
You need someone to like bend your toes back?
Oh.
It's no good.
Cramping.
Kicks to the shin, bicycle pedals to the shin, anything with the shin. No good.
A real bad like stomach ache too, like where you eat something and you're like, and then it's just, you know that it's going to be a long process. Not like one where you just get it all out, but one where it's like, I'm going to have to come back to this toilet about 3 times.
Yes.
And it's just, and it's in the middle of the night and you just want to sleep and you can't sleep and you're tossing and turning and it just won't go away. It is the worst. Or even heartburn, acid reflux, like that bothers me real bad.
That's annoying. I think that fits on the list.
Yeah.
Is the acid reflux?
Oh, I hate it.
The foodborne illness, food poisoning, that is a different kind of pain than even if you just get like the stomach flu.
Yes.
Stomach flu, you know you're going to have to go to the toilet, you're nauseous, and that sucks. When you have food poisoning, it feels like the movie Alien.
Yes.
Like there's a different pain there.
Oh.
Jogging or running and getting the stitch in the side's quite annoying.
Getting the what?
Getting like a stitch in your side. See, this is a different kind of athlete.
What's
over
a
here.
stitch in your side?
Do you know what I mean by that, Callis? Text me if you've heard of that, 412-928-9370. You've never gone on like a long run and you get that like
that burning sensation?
That pain in like your side?
I've heard of the expression thorn in the side, but
could be that. Could be that.
Like the cramping type feeling?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We always just called that a stitch back when I was on the 7th grade Mount Lebanon cross-country team, Dory.
Stitch.
Bringing down my mile time from 15.5 to 8.5. Texter, sore throat, yeah. A sore throat is a massive inconvenience. I hate sore throats. I will act like the biggest baby in the world when I get a sore throat.
Itchy eyes.
Yes.
It's not really pain, but it's just like it's annoying because once you itch the first time, you're done, and you have to itch. Like with allergies, anybody who has allergies out there can relate. Like whenever my allergies are so bad, I just want to itch my eyes so bad, and then I do the one time, and then my eyes are just swollen.
Yeah.
And I can't stop itching.
Oh, your eyes, they get puffy?
Yep.
And then you just can't stop. Once you start, you can't stop.
Mm-hmm.
You ever have shin splints?
No, I actually didn't. I knew people who did, and I heard they were rough.
7th grade cross country. I had the shin splints.
I had them once in baseball.
I had Osgood Slaughter.
Yeah.
Come again?
Osgood Slaughter.
Well, now you've said it differently 2 ways.
Osgood Slaughter.
What the hell is that?
It's like that ball that is on your, like, below your kneecap whenever you're in, like, 6th, 7th grade because you're growing, and then it's just so painful, and I just had it my whole life.
Osgood Schlatter disease is a painful knee condition that affects adolescents, especially during growth spurts.
Yep.
All right, well, I can look forward to that when I go through puberty.
Yes.
That's a bummer.
That crushed my knees for, like, my whole life.
Osgood Schlatter.
Yes.
Never heard of that in my entire life.
Really?
You learn something old every day is what Mr. Rogers would say.
Uh-huh.
R.I.P.
Uh-huh.
Osgood Schlatter. I never heard of that.
Yeah. I still have the ball in my knee. Still have it.
Still have it? You didn't outgrow it?
No. And still sore.
Really? Like when you poke it?
Yeah, when I like press it real hard.
See, it's interesting having these conversations with you because you've experienced real pain.
Yeah.
Legitimate pain. We were talking about blowing out Achilles before the show today. Like, that's different than a stitch in your side during the 7th grade cross-country meets.
Yes. I'm trying to think about my worst painful experience. Like, my back was bad, but, like, my worst pain that I think I ever had, probably knocking out my teeth.
Yeah, that'll do it.
Yeah. Yeah.
I've told this story before. We had a kid run right into a wall playing football in recess at St. Bernard's in, like, 5th grade, and his teeth came out.
Yeah.
Like, they weren't loose. They just came out, and they put it in milk.
Why?
You're supposed to do that, I guess. Try to protect the teeth with calcium.
Oh.
I don't know if that's an old people's tale or what.
I
don't remember if they ever put it.
Put the teeth back in?
I don't know if they put the teeth back in. Osgood Schlatter.
Yes. Yes. Most awful.
That sounds like a guy that led the Detroit Red Wings to the 1945 Stanley Cup. Yeah. Like, boy, Osgood Schlatter was great between the pipes.
He had to have been I believe that he was an athlete. I mean, I would assume that he was because it's like an athletic condition.
Oh, that's a good point. Yeah, it was probably named after Osgood Schlatter.
Yeah.
After the 45 championship, he had to
Probably.
retire because he had a knee bump. Just like Tommy John. It wasn't some great coincidence that Tommy John had to get Tommy John surgery. No, they just named it after the guy. Same thing, Lou Gehrig. Oh, well, what are the odds? Lou Gehrig got Lou Gehrig's disease. No, they named it after him. Terrible thing, that. Swimmer's ear hurts like hell, someone texts.
Mm-hmm.
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 Mm-hmm. Bending back a fingernail. You ever have a nail come off?
Yes.
Yeah, it's no good.
Yeah. Getting stepped on by linemen, my big toenails have come off a couple times.
They come back?
Yep.
That's good.
Yeah. It's rough, though.
How about stoving your finger?
Oh, yeah. Mine are all jacked up.
Oh, I would imagine. That people don't think about that, but that probably happens to NFL guys all the time.
Oh, yeah. Especially blocking. Like, my fingers have got caught in helmets and just ripped. Bad.
I would think that, like, in the cold.
It's the worst. Worst pain. That is the single worst pain. That or getting stepped on. In the cold, it's the worst pain ever.
I scraped my finger off of a football helmet in a game one time, and I think the mark is still there.
Cold?
Yeah.
Tough.
I still have the scar. I don't know that this fits, but I'm trying to fit in because you guys had really tough football injuries. I was dancing to Adele in my living room at college. We were having a big party, and I threw my arms in the air for a dance move and broke the light bulb, which sliced my finger, and it just bled and bled and bled and bled.
Did it hurt? Probably not.
No, I was hammered.
Yeah.
Hammered. Didn't care about it till the next morning. My big fat roommate, that probably wasn't fair, put one of those butterfly strips on it.
Uh-huh.
I don't need stitches. Could kind of like see the bone. Not good. Not good. All right, we all talked out on this. I think that was a good pre-show.
Can I tell you how I broke my finger real quick?
Of course.
There was a line drive hit at me at first base when I was 12 in a fall league, and I cupped my hands together to try to stop it, and it hit off my thumb, and that was my first fractured bone ever.
Did they even do anything for that?
No, well, my dad told me to just pick it up, walk it off, I guess, and I couldn't pick up my bat bag. It was so weak.
Walk off the thumb injury.
Walk it off.
And they put a cast on it 4 weeks. Yeah.
Oh, they did.
I still played though. It was great.
Wow.
Yeah, I swung with virtually one hand.
That's like our guy Paul, news guy down here.
Mm-hmm.
Did you hear about? He had a silent heart attack.
No. What is that? Silent. Like it just.
He goes to the doctor. He's feeling weird. Guess he had a heart attack, and they checked him out. No blockage, anything like that. But they said, "Why don't you take some more time off work?" He said, "No, I'm bored. I'm coming back into work."
What?
So those things are the same. Just coming back to work early after a heart attack and playing through a fractured thumb. Those are right there on the same length there, same level. By the way, your heart care matters. Trust the experts at UPMC and get your heart screened so you don't have silent killer. All right, coming up next, and by next I mean in 15 seconds, the Steelers have their 53-man. Now, subject to change. They will still add. They will still subtract. There's a lot of players out there, but let's evaluate the roster that they've got right now going into the 2024 season. How's that sound? I was expecting rousing excitement.
Yay!
We'll do it in 15 seconds, bang.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7, the fan.
Good morning, everybody. The Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. It is Wednesday. It's a hump day. Thank you for starting your morning with us. And you can always get involved in the show. We'd love to have you on the Fan Hotline, presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. You can tweet us at _Adam Crowley, at Score and Door, and at Callis _33. That's on the Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. And the pre-show wouldn't have been what the pre-show was without you texting in. Brought to you by Egger, Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. People texting in brain freeze. Never a big brain freeze fan.
No, that's rough.
You ever have something go down the wrong pipe, too, while you're eating or drinking? That stinks.
Mm-hmm.
Especially if it's water or a beverage and it takes forever to go down.
Right.
I hate that.
You're coughing.
Oh, it sucks.
Terrible.
So you can keep texting in minor pains that can become big inconveniences. And, hey, I would imagine for a general manager, it's quite the inconvenience trying to cut that roster down and trying to keep track of all the players around the NFL that suddenly, bang, the market floods with a bunch of talent. And here we have the Steelers' 53-man roster on August 28th, Doran Dickerson, and I'd like to evaluate it with you.
Let's go.
Because I think there are a couple of potentially massive holes. Holes that we have talked about ad nauseum for a long time. Since after the draft, we have looked at this Steelers roster and said, okay, probably pretty thin at slot corner, definitely thin at wide receiver. However, and maybe going through this will change my mind, I still think from top to bottom, the Steelers have a pretty good roster. I think from top to bottom, this is probably the Steelers' best roster in a long time. Now, you got a tough schedule. It doesn't guarantee you anything, but let's go over this thing. Quarterback. Didn't cut anybody. Shocker, shocker. Russ Wilson, Justin Fields, Kyle Allen. I don't know how you can look at it and say it's not significantly better than what it was last year. Starter should be better, backup should be better, and I actually have been impressed by Kyle Allen.
Absolutely. I think that is an upgraded room. But if you do want to say that somebody did get cut, I believe Reese Plumlee did get cut.
Oh, that's true.
But I think he'll be put on the practice squad. I think that he's a nice little player that they're going to want to use eventually in the future, maybe at the end of the season or at one point. I mean, with the kickoff return and everything, he was working at receiver. He was obviously a quarterback in college, worked with the quarterbacks. But I think that this is an upgraded room. And are we the only ones that thought that Kyle Allen did pretty decent this preseason? Because I felt like he did all right. And people were like, oh, Kyle, get him out of there. What is he doing? He's not making – I was like, this guy came in here, and he has no pressure. He's the third quarterback. He's played in the league a few years. I think that he did a pretty decent job.
He's got a career passer rating of 82.2, and I'm just guessing at this, and we don't have to spend too much time on it, but I bet you that's higher than Charlie Batch's career passer rating with the Pittsburgh Steelers. I'm just guessing. But I think it's probably higher than Batch's with the Steelers. So Batch, he played 8 years as backup quarterback, 79 quarterback rating. So Kyle Allen, we've fallen in love or hate, but we've been familiar with the Steelers' backups for years because it was Trubisky, it was Mason Rudolph. Before that, it's Batch, it's Gronkowski. It's a bunch of guys you're familiar with. Kyle Allen, I think, is a good QB3 in this league with a quarterback rating of 82.2. With the Panthers in 2018, 2 touchdowns, no picks, quarterback rating of 113. In 2019, he threw 17 tutties and 16 interceptions.
Oh, I didn't know that.
I didn't know that until just now either. Wow. QB rating of 80 that year, then 99. The following year, the 98, had a not-so-great season in 2022 with the Texans in backup role with 2 touchdowns, 4 picks, and a quarterback rating of 60.6. But if that's your QB3, I think you're okay.
So he's in the 7th year?
Been around, man.
Wow, okay. Yeah, see, like that's I think that's fine. I like that room. I do.
And John Reese Plumlee, to your point, look, you don't need a mobile quarterback for your practice squad because you do have Justin Fields. So when you play Lamar Jackson, who better to get you ready than Justin Fields? But I've always liked kind of having a mobile quarterback on the practice squad.
Yes.
And like you said, he's multi-position flexible. And I got to think that them using him repeatedly on the kickoff return might mean they got something up their sleeve for this year.
No doubt.
So there's QB. Running back, no shocks there. Najee Harris, Jaylen Warren, Cordell Patterson. I like it better. As we compare it to last year, I like it better than last year because you got your 2 principal players back, and Cordell Patterson, they're going to want to use a lot. And I didn't know what they were getting in him because last season wasn't his best year. The 2 prior seasons, he was really good. But he showed he's got that burst on that 30-plus yard touchdown run. They're going to use him a lot. And the way that this roster is designed, you've been big on this guy, high on this guy. The way their roster is designed, I think you can make a reasonable argument that he's one of their better eligible offensive threats going into the year.
Yeah, they're not going to just use him. He's going to be an OW offensive weapon. They're going to use him in multiple areas. I mean, he came into the league as a receiver. So I think people forget that. He was a receiver when he came in, then he got moved to running back. He could play receiver, he could play running back. So if you are looking for another receiver, like the guy can run routes, the guy can get open, he has caught a lot of passes in this league, he's going to be used a lot. And I love that room. They also just added Boston Scott to the practice squad.
Good point.
Who is he's played a lot of years in this league. I do believe he was, and I don't know if he's still with the Eagles, but he did play for the Eagles for a while and has some yards and some stats that you could look up. But that running back room is shaped up pretty nicely. So we're 2 for 2 right now where I'm like, yeah, I really like what's going on with the quarterback and the running back position.
Yeah, and I do think the appropriate way to do it is to compare it to last year. I mean, it's hard to overhaul your roster in one off season, but they totally overhauled their quarterback room, which rarely, if ever, happens in the NFL, where you got 3 new dudes in there. And you're not going to go from a marginal playoff team and the next year your whole roster is going to be different. And so I think you need to compare it year to year and say, where are they better, where are they worse? And so that's what we're doing. Boston Scott last year, yeah. I mean, he played in 15 games for the Philadelphia Eagles. 15 the year before that, 16, just added more running back depth.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think it means that Jaylen Warren is hurt or anything like that, but it can never hurt to have more depth at the running back position.
And who was the third guy last year? Anthony McFarland for a little bit. And then they tried, I think, for as a reserve, Connor Hayward was getting some reps at running back. I don't even know if he ever touched the ball, though, running the ball. But this running back room is definitely shaped up, and you got veterans in there, too. So it's and that's what they're going to want to do. You know, and guys are going to get banged up. Like, it'd be ignorant for us to say that Najee, Jaylen, or even Cordell Patterson won't be banged up at some point this year. So I love the Boston Scott add to the practice squad and maybe elevate him at some point.
Yeah, you got 4 legitimate running backs now.
Guys that can run the ball, that have run the ball a lot in this league.
All right, we've put it off for too long. Wide receiver. They kept 5. George Pickens, Van Jefferson, Calvin Austin the third, Roman Wilson. We knew they'd keep those guys. Scotty Miller, the fifth wide receiver. And it's just not good enough. It's not close to good enough. And I want to get more into that coming up in the next segment. We can spend some time on that because it was a sore spot for the last 4 months. I saw Alan Saunders from Pittsburgh Sports Now, Pittsburgh Steelers Now, who does the final word. A very nice man. I like Alan. I like his work.
Yeah.
He tweeted out yesterday, why are people so enraged by the wide receiver depth chart? We knew what it was going to look like. Well, yeah, that's why we're enraged, because we've known for a long time that it was going to be bad. And now it's not cemented as bad, but this is as close to cementing it as bad as you can get because guess what? You just made your roster cuts. You're 2 weeks out of the season. Like what you have right now, it's not going to get much better than this unless there's an Ayuk trade, which we'll get to in the next segment because there is some Adam Schefter reporting on Brandon Ayuk.
Isn't it, and I know we'll dive deeper, like you just said, next, but isn't it wild how if you just transform that room with one guy, how much better that room would look?
Sure.
Like, it doesn't look great right now, but one guy can really transfer that room where you could be like, okay, now this is a room.
Yes.
If you just slide a slot down, everybody slides one slot down, everybody outside of 14, George Pickens, slide the slot down, and you insert right behind or alongside of George Pickens, a significant player, that room is really good.
Yeah. Van Jefferson is my 3. Roman Wilson, a rookie who you have high hopes for if and when he's healthy, as your 4 or your slot guy at some point. Scotty Miller, who, if he's in the appropriate role, he's got a ton of speed, played well with Brady a couple of years ago with 500 yards. Yeah, I agree with that. But they haven't done it.
Yep.
Tight end, Freiermuth, Washington, Michael Pruitt, Connor Hayward. I like the room.
Yes. They're going to use all of them significantly.
Offensive line. Not a lot of shocks here. Dan Moore Jr., Broderick Jones, Troy Faltanu, Isaac Sayamalu, James Daniels, Mason McCormick, Spencer Anderson, Zach Frazier, Ryan McCollum. Really no shocks there at all. Though Jerry Dulac in his chat yesterday said that he would expect Dan Moore Jr. to be left tackle and Broderick Jones to be right tackle when the season starts because Faltanu's just going to take some time working his way back, and you kind of throw him into the fire baptism by fire in game 1. Said that when Faltanu comes back, the line is going to be Faltanu at right and then Dan Moore Jr. or Broderick Jones at left.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't love that. You're 2 weeks out, and you are talking about potentially a first-round pick that you traded up for last year, not starting, even though he started a bulk of the games down the stretch last season? That's got disaster written all over it. All right, defensive line. They kept pretty much everybody.
Hold up. I love how you just skip over the tight ends. Tight ends there, here's the room. All right, let's go down to the offensive line. Like we couldn't talk about the tight ends at all and what they could bring to the table. I feel like you did that on purpose. We just totally skipped over the tight ends. Just said their names. Okay, this is what we got. All right, offensive line. Look. Listen to this. Broderick could not start.
I love the makeup of the tight end room, Doran. Pat Freiermuth, I think, is going to have a breakout season. Darnell Washington, the people mover. Michael Pruitt. Okay, and then Connor Hayward. They got different shapes and sizes. They got a flavor for everybody.
Baskin Robbins.
What are they, 31 flavors?
Something like that.
How many flavors are in Dr. Pepper? They used to brag about that all the time.
6.
They said we're not doing that marketing campaign anymore. We're just going to
23, right?
It might be 23 flavors. They said, screw it, we're going with the Fansville deal. We'll do that. We don't need to tell people what's in it. We're just going to tell people, please drink it and look at our town. Look at what happens when you take Dr. Pepper out of our town. Defensive line. Hayward, Ogunjobi, Benton. Montravius Adams, Dean Lowry, DeMarvin Leal, Isaiah Loudermilk, Logan Lee. Really no shockers there.
Nope.
Only 3 backers, edge rushers, TJ Watt, Alex Highsmith, Nick Herbig, but you can really count DeMarvin Leal in that group. Kabali thinks they're going to add an outside linebacker. They did keep Mark Robinson, who by all accounts had a great training camp, and I thought looked really good in the final preseason game. I thought there might be a chance they didn't keep him because they had Tyler Matakevich, but I have no problem keeping Mark Robinson around. He could be a special teams demon for you, and if he's learning the position, great. Safety, Minka, Deshaun Elliott, KZ, Killebrew. Jalen Elliott was kind of the surprise.
Yes.
A guy that's bounced around the league, good size, okay? And then corners, they cut one slot guy and they kept Beanie Bishop, but I would not be shocked if they added there. So there's your roster overview.
The Averett,
he got cut last week.
Oh, wow, I missed that.
Yeah, he got cut last week. So they cut a couple of slot guys. They keep Beanie Bishop. I would feel pretty good if I'm Beanie about starting week 1 and probably week 2. Beyond that, though, I'd still think they're trying to upgrade at that position.
Mm-hmm.
But on the whole, I think it's a better roster than last year. I think inarguably a better roster than last year, with one significant exception. And we'll get into that coming up next. First, though, we've got a Nicholas Harry-Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates lost yesterday to the Cubs by a 9-5 final score. O'Neal Cruz had 4 hits in that game, though, and Brian De La Cruz had his first Pirate home run. Pirates have lost the first 2 games of the series. Third and final game, that's today at 12:35. You can listen to the game over on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, and also on the free Odyssey app. That's AUDACY, Odyssey. For more fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
He won the first Royal Rumble. He's in the WWE Hall of Fame. He's one of the great wrestlers of all time. Hacksaw Jim Duggan. Can I get one more USA chant on the way out?
Well, we got to do a hole, brother. That's what we're going to do. And if you guys are going to hole like you mean it. So 1, 2, 3, ho!
Say Hacksaw.
That's some good hoeing.
The PM team at 2 p.m. Live and local, just like Mike's.
Return to the magic and mystique of the Renaissance. The Pittsburgh Renaissance Festival. This weekend, August 31st through September 2nd, is Kids Free Weekend. Kids 12 and under are free. Filled with royalty, pageantry, jugglers, and musicians. Comedy, games, fine arts, and crafts. Eat, drink, and be merry at the Pittsburgh Renaissance Festival. And kids are free. Discount tickets available at PittsburghRenFest.com.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for Circa Resort and Casino. Headed to Vegas for the game? Join us at Circa Resort and Casino this October for the ultimate game day getaway. Huddle up at the overhang bar with the fan for our pregame tailgate on Friday with drink specials and giveaways, including tickets. Then catch all the action at the world's largest sports book or relax in the center of it all, America's favorite place to watch football, the Circa Stadium Swim, featuring 6 pools and a massive 143-foot screen. To book your huddle up experience, visit CircaLasVegas.com today.
Come in and try the Good Feet feeling today. Comfort, energy, performance, and pain relief at the Good Feet store. Visit the store for a free test walk. Visit us in Robinson Town Center, in Cranberry Township, and now open in Morgantown. Good Feet arch supports are proudly made in the USA.
It's the end of summer sale with Zero Res. Whether you're looking to clean up after a long summer of barbecues, get-togethers, and graduation parties, or just want to get ready for the new school year, Zero Res has you covered. Carpets, tile, rugs, upholstery, basically every surface in your home can be Zero Resified, so now's the time to call my cleaning pros at Zero Res. Their friendly technicians always walk you through their entire cleaning process and make sure that you're completely satisfied with the cleaning before they leave. I've even had to call them because we forgot to tell them about one room. Guy turned around, came all the way back, got it done. It really is amazing with Zero Res. If you haven't tried them out or it's been months since your last deep clean, now's the time. Get your entire home Zero Resified. 3 rooms of carpet clean starting at just $119. Also, perfect time of year to get your air ducts taken care of. 20% off your air duct cleaning this month. Don't forget about those dryer vents as well. Schedule your appointment today. ZeroResPGH.com or give them a call. 412-701-1188. Ask for the 93.7 The Fan special. You spell it backward or forward, it spells the same. Zero Res.
Our Labor Day savings start now at Lowe's. Right now, buy one, get one free on Valspar Reserve or HGTV Home by Sherwin-Williams Infinity or Showcase Interior Paint via Lowe's gift card rebate. Whether you're painting one accent wall or want to freshen up a whole room, we've got you covered. Because Lowe's knows savings. Lowe's knows home improvement. More terms and restrictions apply. See Lowe's.com/rebates for details. Valid through 9/4.
Presenting a Gain Flings love story. Dear love of my life, we were on the 12B bus this morning when I caught a whiff. A scent so fresh, so life-changing, I had to find its source. Alas, I didn't know if you were the woman in the pink freshly washed cardigan or the retired mailman next to me, but I knew one of you was my soulmate. Ah, the scent of Gain Flings. Try Gain Flings with OxyBoost and Febreze.
When people have a craving to explore new and traditional Asian cuisines, they head to P.F. Chang's, where scratch-made dishes come from the 2,000-year-old tradition of wok cooking. P.F. Chang's wanted to explore new possibilities for their website. They turned to AmericanEagle.com. AmericanEagle.com re-architected P.F. Chang's website, integrating multiple third-party systems to create a unified digital experience. The results? Improved page speed and performance, personalized content based on users' location, intuitive online ordering, an increase in organic search visibility, and a 40% increase in new users. For scratch-made Asian cuisine, visit your local P.F. Chang's or go to pfchangs.com for website design, development, digital marketing, and hosting that produce efficiency, revenue, and results. Visit AmericanEagle.com. P.F. Chang's and AmericanEagle.com. Another example of the best businesses in the world, turning to the best in the business for websites. Go to AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW1. That's 877-WEB-NOW1.
Sun and clouds with a thunderstorm today, the high 94.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Your local Staples store has hot deals and super low prices on everything for back to school, even technology. Save even more with the Easy Rewards program at Staples.
Thanks for calling Discover. This is Diego.
Hi, Diego. It's Jennifer Coolidge. You know, I just want to say your cashback match makes me feel so special. It really inspired me.
That's great. Doubling the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year is what we do.
Well, I'm doubling everything now. Double dating, double dipping, double feature, double header, double whammy. You know, basically double or nothing.
You earn, we match. Discover Cashback Match. See terms at discover.com/creditcard.
Some people just know the best rate for you is a rate based on you with Allstate. Not a rate based on Terry who keeps and makes the car behind them.
Oh no, they're about to.
Save with DriveWise and the Allstate app and only pay a rate based on you.
Not available in every state, subject to terms and conditions. Rating factors and savings vary, and in some states your rate could increase with high-risk driving. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Cordell and Cordell traffic cam keeping an eye on that earlier accident which had blocked the left lane of the inbound Parkway West between Green Tree and Parkway Center. It's since been moved off to the right shoulder. Traffic, however, is slow getting by and stacking back between Carnegie and Green Tree and past the scene. Travel lanes currently are open. Meanwhile, we do have an accident. Crews on the scene at the intersection of Sawmill Run Boulevard and Bellsmith Street. Also one in Plum Borough being cleared on Balkan Drive at Old Frankstown Road. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Someone texted in at 412-928-9370 about Callis's headline and said, "Hey, Donnie, how about telling us Skeens is pitching today?" First of all, Harry did the headline.
Yes.
Second of all, it seems like you already know.
Right, yeah.
Seems like you've been informed. Plus, the earlier headlines, I'm just guessing here, Cal's earlier headlines, you would do the review of the night before, and then as we get later on, then you start previewing today's action.
Right, I like to give a little flavor. I only have 30 seconds, so.
Yeah. You get 30?
Yeah, Craig said no longer than 30. I mean, some of us like to go longer than 30, but I try to stay as close to 30 as I can.
Who, some of us?
Hold up. Was that a shot across the bow?
I don't know.
Who likes to go longer?
Bechtold.
Yeah. Yeah, he does. The first headline of the Starkey show is like 4.5 minutes.
Right.
He will tell us, Bechtold will, who drove in, what runs, in what inning. He'll basically tell you the whole game again.
He'll tell you who drove there, when they got to the garage.
What kind of car they had?
O'Neill Cruz arrived in a Chevy Impala and then went 3 for 4, hitting a ball 118.9 miles per hour.
He had ranch sunflower seeds as well, and then he threw in a little bit of double bubble.
There was a wry smile in the dugout as O'Neill Cruz realized there was a throw IKF made that he would have made even better.
Now open.
I don't want to kill Becty too much for the long headline at the start of the show because he could just be covering for his guys not being here on time.
That is very, very true.
He might be extending that thing as long as he can because he knows Zeiss is going to be there at 10:08.
That's very true.
So, shade, yes, perhaps, but also, hey, he could just be covering for his dudes. All right. Adam Schefter yesterday reports that there's no deal close for Brandon Ayuk, that there's been no movement with the 49ers, and that there's been no chatter about moving him to the Steelers or the Commanders. And there are reports that the Commanders have been involved more of late, but nothing imminent. And now we're past roster cutdown day. So it's tough to be super optimistic about that. And the Steelers may well be going into the 2024 season with Pickens, Jefferson, Wilson, Austin III, and Miller. And it's really frustrating, man. It's really frustrating. I think you can make a legitimate argument that the Steelers are better, if not the same, at every position on their roster, except for wide receiver. Like, even corner, I think you can weave an argument where Dante Jackson can be better on the outside than Patrick Peterson was last year. Like, I think you can make that argument, especially with the way Dante Jackson reportedly performed in camp. Slot leaves a lot to be desired, but at some point you're going to get Cameron Sutton back, and we've seen unheralded players have success in the slot for the Steelers in the past. Mike Hilton comes immediately to mind. But at wide receiver, they were better last year. George Pickens, Deontay Johnson, better, obviously, than George Pickens and Van Jefferson. And that this has been going on for 6 months, and they have not addressed it, is, I think, a dereliction of duty by Omar Khan and the Steelers front office.
Well, I mean, they thought they had a plan, and the plan didn't take place. And maybe they didn't think that they had a plan, and they thought that something was going to fall in their lap whenever they traded Deontay Johnson. I mean, we've said this 1,000 times. I think they might have messed up in that situation by not waiting and seeing it out, seeing Deontay Johnson with a new quarterback, seeing him with a new receivers coach, seeing him with a new offensive coordinator. You created a hole and didn't fill it. And you thought you were going to fill it, but you thought you were going to fill it alongside of filling another hole with Dante Jackson, getting him back. You put yourself in this situation, and there's nobody else to blame. Like if they go through this season and the receivers can't get open and it looks rough, and George Pickens is upset because he's getting double covered. I mean, they have nobody else to blame but themselves. They really don't. And you're like, you could win with those guys, as we were saying earlier, if those guys are slotted down one slot. If the guys that are on this roster are slotted down one slot, obviously outside of Pickens. If you move everybody down to, if you move Van Jefferson to 3, if you move Scotty Miller to, 5, if you Calvin Austin at 5, and then, you've really created this hole, and it's looking like dire straits. It's drying up the potential of you filling that hole.
To the point where I think it's time to panic now.
A little bit.
I think it's time to panic now. When we're talking about on social media yesterday, the discourse being, oh my God, the Steelers missed out on Tim Patrick, who got cut free by the Broncos and signed with the Lions on their practice squad, and people were having a conniption about that, you might not be in a good place with your wide receiver core.
No.
When people are talking about Noah Brown as a potential fix and banging the table for Noah Brown to be in here, you might have a problem at wide receiver. I think Noah Brown's a fine player in this league. He had 500-some yards last year. Yeah, he can be part of your team, and he would probably be an upgrade. He would be an upgrade to this current roster. But when you're talking about Noah Brown and Tim Patrick and Kadarius Toney and Juju Smith-Schuster and Martavis Bryant, who did get cut loose, and you're thinking any and all of those guys would be legitimate upgrades, you might have walked the tightrope too far. I think it affected their draft plans. When you consider that Alex Highsmith had his contract renegotiated just before the draft, I thought that meant they had something in place. Yeah. I think they thought that they were going to pull the trigger on a deal. And so you go from the draft to now, and you're still waiting on Ayuk, we've talked about a staring contest. If it pays off, you win. If not, you missed out on a ton of opportunities, and you screwed the pooch. And I think legitimate quarterback play can lift a wide receiver core, but only so much. You can only do what you can do. Like Russ Wilson 5-10 years ago, okay, give me Van Jefferson.
Yeah.
He'll make something out of him. Now, he'll make him better than Kenny Pickett or Mason Rudolph or Mitch Trubisky would have made him, but you can only polish the you-know-what so much. So they're in a very bad spot here. Oh, no, Tim Patrick.
Like, what have we done?
Oh, give me Noah Brown.
What have we done?
Where's Kadarius Toney? Give him a ring. A malcontent that can't catch the football. You said something about Deontay, too, that we really haven't discussed. Even if you always were going to trade him, you didn't need to trade him when you did.
Yeah, you could have waited.
Yeah. Be patient. There's no need to say, first available moment, let's trade this guy. I have to look at roster bonus, things of that nature, but like, you had to do it then. You had to panic trade him. You had to do that. Didn't make much sense at the time. Doesn't make much sense now. Especially when you look back, hindsight being 2020. All right, at 6:50, big-time rumors swirling about a very important person in Pittsburgh sports. We'll get to that. Up next, O'Neal Cruz, not playing the field, but has he turned a corner as a hitter? We'll talk about that first, a Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
I'm Nicholas Callis with your fan headlines powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Pittsburgh Pirates, they lost 9-5 yesterday. Jared Jones, he pitched 4 innings, gave up 5 earned runs on 5 hits. Jalen Beeks, Ben Heller, Carbon Leginski, Dennis Santana, David Bednar came out of the bullpen. Pirates also had 11 former first-round picks in attendance of yesterday's game. The Pirates and Cubs are going to play again in the third and final game of the series, coming up today at 12:35. Paul Skeens against Kyle Hendricks on the mound. You can listen to that game over on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com. And now, Doran.
Nearly everyone would need a lawyer at some point in life, but how do you find the right lawyer for your specific situation? The Allegheny County Bar Association Lawyer Referral Service is your trusted source for finding the right attorney for your specific case. It can be an employment situation, a tax issue, a real estate dispute, a DUI, you name it. The Bar Association will help you find the right lawyer. There's no fee to use the service, and you get a free 30-minute consultation with your lawyer. Check out the website. Get a PittsburghLawyer.com or give them a call, 412-261-5555, and explain your situation. That's 412-261-5555 or get a PittsburghLawyer.com.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by UPMC Heart and Vascular Institute.
This is JR with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by Wrangler. It's Wrangler season out there. Open roads, endless horizons. Shop Wrangler.com for new denim styles. Here's some JR wisdom. Date and marry a step up. Want a test case? Look at Travis Kelce. The guy's already a winner, a future Hall of Famer, and he hit the jackpot with a $100 million podcast deal with his brother. I guess dating a billionaire singer has its perks. Reach for the stars. I'm JR.
It's Wrangler season out there. Warmer days, cooler nights. Open roads, endless horizons. And you need to be ready in jeans made for the unpredictable. Wrangler, for the ride of life. Shop our newest styles today at Wrangler.com.
eBay Motors is here for the ride. Go ahead, feel your engine. Admire that perfectly installed exhaust. Your vehicle's moving along this freeway like it was made from fresh installs and a whole lot of love. With eBay Motors, you get over 122 million parts to keep it running. And with eBay Guaranteed Fit, they'll be the perfect fit every time. Plus, at these prices, well, we're burning rubber, not cash. Keep your ride or die alive at ebaymotors.com. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
For Phi, winning the fight against vision loss means seeing new ways to push himself. The Foundation Fighting Blindness is committed to funding research to end blinding retinal diseases. The Foundation Fighting Blindness. Together, we're winning. Learn more at fightingblindness.org.
It's Wrangler season out there. Warmer days, cooler nights. Open roads, endless horizons. And you need to be ready in jeans made for the unpredictable. Wrangler, for the ride of life. Shop our newest styles today at Wrangler.com.
eBay Motors is here for the ride. Go ahead, feel your engine. Admire that perfectly installed exhaust. Your vehicle's moving along this freeway like it was made from fresh installs and a whole lot of love. With eBay Motors, you get over 122 million parts to keep it running. And with eBay Guaranteed Fit, they'll be the perfect fit every time. Plus, at these prices, well, we're burning rubber, not cash. Keep your ride or die alive at ebaymotors.com. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Fall's coming. You have a lot to prepare for. Back to school, family gatherings, and staying on top of your health. The virus that causes COVID-19 continues to evolve, so this fall make a plan for COVID-19 vaccination. Ask your doctor to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
You've got a Pepto predicament, Beach Bum.
Hey, we're heading down to the beach. You coming?
Yeah, Dad. You coming?
I had a little too much to eat at the resort buffet. I need a minute. Oh, you overdid it. And now your beach vacation is giving you belly waves. Undo it with Pepto.
When you have nausea, heartburn, indigestion, upset stomach, diarrhea.
Pepto chewables provide fast 5-symptom relief so you can get back to making memories.
Let's go, Dad!
When you overdo it, undo it with Pepto. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Sorry, but we actually have a wait list for our Monstera.
Shaw's greenhouse is really bringing in the green.
We can't keep snake plants in stock.
She needs a construction manager to build on her roots and grow.
We could add a whole section for ferns, and here we'd have dahlias, dahlias, and more dahlias.
Indeed can help her hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. You can schedule and conduct virtual interviews all from your employer dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Breaking news coming in from Bet365, where every nail-biting overtime win, breakaway, pick six, three-point shot, underdog win, buzzer beater, shootout, walk-off, and absolutely every play in between is amazing. From football to basketball and hockey to baseball, whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania.
Athletic Brewing non-alcoholic family of beers get you from tailgate to final down this season and are on special at the Black Sheep and Penn Trafford. $4 cans all day, every day.
Got a pesky drain? Galease Service's $93 Clog Crusher will clear your main drain or it's free. If Galease can't clear your clogged drain, it's free. Call 412-831-6199. 5-year warranty. Return visit included. PA 10887.
Call Galease.
When something happens to your kitchen, you might say,
This is ludicrous.
but that won't fix your home. That will only get you the rapper, Ludacris.
Having trouble? Don't panic. Don't be alarmed. You need to file a claim? Holla at State Farm. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
That's right. You can file a claim on the app or call us.
Thanks, Mr. Chris.
No matter how ludicrous the situation, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
State Farm, Bloomington, Illinois.
Wow, honey, have you seen the electric bill?
Yeah, it's out of control. But have you heard of Navien tankless water heaters?
Tankless? How does that even work?
Well, instead of constantly heating and storing water, it only heats water when we need it. So much more efficient than our giant tank heater.
That sounds great. Let's look into Navien.
Already on it.
Imagine all the hot water you need only when you need it. Bulky tanks are history. Navien high-efficiency tankless is the future. Compact, wall-hung units free up floor space, lower energy bills, longer life than tanks, and a 15-year warranty. Find out more at tanklessmadesimple.com.
Nachos!
Hey, I'll take some.
And some Frank's Red Hot.
Nah.
You're just gonna eat these boring nachos with no flavor. Frank it up! Frank it up! This guy finally gets it.
It's the perfect blend of flavor and heat. Frank's Red Hot. I put that on everything.
Look at your cup holder. It's empty. And you're feeling thirsty. Head to a nearby convenience store and fill it with a Pepsi Zero Sugar, Mountain Dew, or Starry. Grab a delicious, refreshing Pepsi for the road.
Back to more of the Fan Morning Show.
And the morning, y'all.
With Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley.
So let's get rolling.
Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Swinging a hard ground ball through the right side, base hit. 4-hit night for O'Neal Cruz. He'll drive in Nick Gonzalez, and now it's 9-5.
We'll talk about Cruz in a second. Here's a text. The same people saying we were going to be awesome after seeing Kenny do great in the preseason are the same that are saying they're going to suck this year because of a bad preseason. Re-bleeping lax. Look it. That's not what we're doing here.
I don't think we've ever said that they had a bad preseason. Like, there were things that didn't go right. We didn't talk about the preseason games at all, really.
No. No, I think we've been very clear about the things that are worth worrying about from the preseason games and the things not worth worrying about from the preseason games.
And we admitted about last year, too, a bunch of times.
Yes.
So we're not going to get fooled.
Right. This was a problem in OTAs. The wide receiver core, I'm saying. Minicamp. Training camp. And the Steelers have acknowledged that by waiting around for Brandon Ayuk.
Correct.
So we're not panicking any more than the Steelers are panicking about what is not a great wide receiver core. Hope that helps. Now to O'Neal Cruz, who will be the Pirates center fielder in the not-so-distant future. We'll see when that happens. Neil Walker said yesterday on the broadcast, maybe it happens on their road trip. Maybe it happens today. I think it's going to take some time. Yesterday was the first day that they had O'Neal Cruz working out in center field, and they actually had to give him a different glove, which we know a shortstop and infielder is going to need a different glove than an outfielder. I would have thought that they would have one for him.
Already, right?
It looked like he ran out there, and then they had to run him out one. So that's going to take some time to get him comfortable. Tarek Brock, who is in charge of getting these fielders ready, said that he looks fluid out there, that he doesn't look like he's thinking too much out there, that day one, early returns, pretty good. They mentioned that on the broadcast yesterday. That's great. Now, a bunch of people breaking down his body language in his interview yesterday. Look, maybe he is annoyed. Maybe he's not. If he is, I think, and this is not a word I used yesterday, he might be embarrassed a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
It's the middle of the season. You've been a shortstop your whole life. You've been the best player on your baseball team probably your entire life. And now, for everyone to see publicly the last 30 or so games, you're going to go out there and for the world to watch play a different position? Yeah, that's tough. You're probably not going to take that totally in stride. But he's laughing in the dugout. It hasn't affected him at the plate, where he went 4 for 4 yesterday.
That's exactly what I was going to say.
Right?
I mean, if you really want to get a barometer on his mentality, I mean, he could have easily just went up there and just swung at dirt. Could have swung it, just kind of had that lackadaisical attitude that sometimes Rowdy Tellez has, where it's just like, all right, I struck out. Like, no, he didn't. He had four hits last night, and significant hits and hard hits, and I think one was 113. Like he's locked in for as good as it will be right now. It's going to suck. It would suck. I mean, anybody that has change.
Human nature, man.
Yes, it's going to suck, but he'll get over it, I believe, and he'll figure it out because he could be a star at a different position.
And I think he will be, because at the plate, I think he's rounding into the guy we all expected him to be.
Yes.
So last night, 4 for 4, they lose 9-5 after they lose 18-8. And we could sit here and rake this franchise over the coals for being on pace to probably have a worse record than they did last year. There's a time and a place for that. I'd rather focus on Cruz because I don't want to get too depressed. Since July 1st, he's got an OPS up over 900. He's hitting 271 now on the season. He's been crushing lefties, which to me has been the biggest difference in his game.
Yes.
He has a higher OPS now on the season than Brian Reynolds. His OPS plus is 121. Reynolds is 122. Total bases, O'Neal Cruz has 233. Brian Reynolds is 211. He's quietly become their best hitter.
Mm-hmm.
And if he, going forward, is going to be this 900-plus OPS guy and hit lefties as well as he had the last 2+ months, he is that superstar now.
Yeah.
And I think when we give the obituary on this season, a lot of people might look and say O'Neal Cruz failed because they had to move him off a shortstop. Even if he plays well in center field, you're going to have people who say, well, he didn't play well enough at his position. This is a successful season, I think, for O'Neal Cruz, even though you move him, because he played 9 games last year, and now he's turned himself into probably the best hitter on the team. You really can't ask for more than that at the plate. It would have been a probably not a fair expectation for anybody to say, come in, be a 50 home run guy or something like that in really what amounts to be his first full season in Major League Baseball. He's been very good at the plate. Very good.
I totally agree. And that could have went away because of so many of the errors and the things that happened, but he stayed consistent. Like baseball is it's a two sport game. And the complete ones are the good ones. Sotos, the judges at times. I mean, you look around. I mean, the Alec Bohms, guys of that nature, the Brian Reynolds. Can you play both? And I do believe, I really do. And we'll see how the communication and the learning process goes. That's the one thing that's kind of set to the side. But I do believe for his athletic raw ability that he can be a really good center fielder with the range he has, with the range of running, with the range of catching, and with the range of throwing. Like, everything to me, in my mind, computes to him, yes, that fits a guy like him better than being in a confined space and having to work in that area.
I agree with all of that, man. If he's going to keep hitting this way, and even if he's a league average center fielder, and there's potential for him to be way better than that, but even if he's a league average or slightly below average center fielder, he's going to screw games up less than at shortstop while still hitting the cover off the baseball. You now have a better overall baseball player and a better baseball team.
Right.
So I can't even say it's a failure that you move him off a shortstop. I mean, it fits a massive hole. They were going to have to go out and spend money on center field. You've got a shortstop now in IKF. I think it's the best thing for this baseball team.
I agree.
And you can't minimize how well he's hit lefties of late too. Lefty relievers, lefty starters. He was terrible against them for a large stretch of this year. Now he's killing them. Still strikes out a lot. He's really turning into the complete package at the plate. All right, coming up next, a really important figure in Pittsburgh sports could be leaving. Who? What's the latest rumor? We get into it when we come back, but first, a Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates, they lost yesterday to the Chicago Cubs, and the Pirates have lost the first two games of the series. Third and final games today at 12:35. It's Paul Skeens Day. He's pitching against Kyle Hendricks. You can listen to the game over on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
The Cordell and Cordell traffic cam with a look at the Parkway West, where crews have cleared that earlier accident. It was off to the side between Greentree and Parkway Center. Leftover delays, though, back between Carnegie and Greentree, down past the scene. And once you're past it again, you'll be in line near the runaway truck sand pile. Meanwhile, an accident cleared on Route 51, Sawmill Run Boulevard on the northbound side at Bousman Street. Leftover delays back to Nobles Lane. And some fire department activity in Westmoreland County, tying up Route 356 near Tree Line Drive. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Protect your car from bugs, UV rays, and rain, and keep it shining all summer with savings on unlimited washes. New members who sign up for Wet Go Unlimited today get their second month free. Wash your car as much as you want at 45-plus convenient Wet Go locations. Sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Every Wednesday at 9 a.m., The Fan Morning Show learns a little bit more about football with Doug Whaley. Wednesdays with Whaley is brought to you by CGR Wholesale Roofing and Siding Supply Center, Tri-State Office Furniture, Saloni's Italian Bakery, Morgan & Morgan Injury Law Firm, and St. Barnabas Health System.
Hey, let's talk about hair. Whether you're losing it or trying to keep what you have, we all worry about our hair. Now, have you tried curing your hair loss with pills and lotions? Do you worry about how your hair is going to look in the wind and rain? Well, worry no more. Here's Cookie Harris, president of New Image Hair Clinic.
Men and women now have options like the new Hair RX restoration procedure. Hair RX combines the best of human hair duplication and artistry to recreate the hair you once had. Call 1-800-942-8302 or go to newimagehairclinic.com for a free hair and scalp health checkup and get the answers you need about hair loss and thinning hair.
Let's face it, we spend time and money on preserving our teeth, car, and home. Why not our hair? Call 1-800-942-8302. Mention Hair RX to receive $250 off your procedure. That's 1-800-942-8302 or newimagehairclinic.com. Don't waste your time and money. Call New Image first.
Shopping for a new or certified pre-owned car? Think South. South Hills Kia on Route 19 in Peters Township has your deal.
deal. Brand new 2024 Kia Telluride LX all-wheel drive as low as $299 for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. 2024 Kia Sportage LX all-wheel drive for $181 a month for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires September 3rd, 2024. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
Rick Springfield, live in concert. 17 top 40 hits. Saturday, October 19th, the Event Center at Rivers Casino. Buy your tickets now at riverscasino.com. Rick Springfield, live in concert.
It's back to school time. That means it's time to start saving with Deals for School Days at Giant Eagle and Market District. Deals for Days means tons of discounts on all your favorite lunch items, snacks, and everyday essentials so your students can be ready to take on the day. Featured items will only be available at these amazing prices for a limited time. So don't miss out on Giant Eagle and Market District's Deals for Days for all the best back-to-school deals. Visit your local Giant Eagle or Market District today.
Hey Pittsburgh homeowners, to build for looks and durability, side your home with LP SmartSide Expert Finish Trim and Siding, now available in brushed smooth texture. Available in 16 versatile colors, Expert Finish products will help you create a gorgeous, longer-lasting dream home. That's the beauty of brushed smooth. Learn more about LP SmartSide Expert Finish products in brushed smooth texture at lpcorp.com/Steel City. That's lpcorp.com/Steel City.
The final weekend before the playoffs at Wild Things Park, August 30th through September 1st, features fireworks presented by Slinger's Signature Cocktails, Faith and Family Night presented by Pennsylvania Wick, and it's Halloween Night presented by Moe's on a Blueprints Kids Eat Free Sunday.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
This is the Fan Morning Show.
Did you hear that?
Yeah. Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Oh, the 50-minute mark on The Fan is brought to you by, I don't know why I did that. I went all like Brian McDonough.
Oh, yeah.
That was really odd.
50-minute mark on The Fan.
I feel like I got possessed or something.
Uh-oh.
50-minute mark on The Fan brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 in Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. Some local reporting on Heather Lyke here. Jason Mackey wrote a story in the Post-Gazette. I saw Pittsburgh Sports Now. I think Mike Vukovic covers Pitt for that outlet. Wrote that Northwestern is really interested in Heather Lyke. And then nationally, Matt Fortuna, who is a really well-known national expert who I believe lives in Chicago, he wrote this last night. So this came out last night. I had not seen this until this morning. Northwestern's 3 athletic director finalists are indeed Villanova AD Mark Jackson, Pitt athletic director Heather Lyke, and Washington Commanders senior advisor Jason Wright. You also had a writer for the Sun-Times confirm that. So a bunch of reports saying that Heather Lyke has had some serious conversations with Northwestern. People probably don't give a rip what I have to say about that. I'm sure people care about your thoughts on that.
Well, this is all stemming from, I guess, her not signing a contract extension, and it's not being done, right? I mean, in these situations, you have a newish chancellor, who I think is just embarked on her first year of being at the University of Pittsburgh, Joan Gable. Look, I think that people that know business, that understand business, know that whenever there's a new regime and there's a new person that is in control of that regime, they want their own people. I'm not saying anything. I'm not saying that this is Heather Lyke's fault. I'm not saying it's Joan Gable's fault. But we just know business. Whenever there's a new head person in football, they want to bring in their coaches. They want to bring in their staff. I don't know if that's the situation going on right now, but usually from what I've been told that these things do get done fairly quick, fairly insignificantly, earlier before the contract is actually up. On the flip side of this, obviously, Heather Lyke has done a fantastic job here at the University of Pittsburgh. She's raised the level of play on different programs outside of football and basketball. She's brought back the script, the colors, everything, and people love her. But if she is the finalist for Northwestern, I ask you, what would you do in a situation like this? Because right now, with the landscape of college football and college sports and college athletics, you look at Northwestern, obviously the education is top-notch. You're about to build, I think, a $800 million, it'll be done by next year, new stadium for the football team. You're in the Big Ten. You don't have to worry about the super conferences being left out.
You ain't getting kicked.
You ain't getting kicked out. That's a significant opportunity that I think that if you are a Pitt fan or you are a Pitt alum or whatever, that to monitor, because that would be entertaining. If I were Heather, that would be entertaining. That would be a very entertaining situation for me if I was the finalist for Northwestern, because not saying that they have much to offer more than Pitt does, but I've done a lot here at the University of Pittsburgh. I don't know what else there is to accomplish. There probably is a lot of things that she does want to accomplish here. I'm talking about myself. I'm not talking about what she's saying. But you have an opportunity at Northwestern, and you don't have to worry about the whole realignment thing and NIL, and you do have money and the education. It does make some sense.
It's a totally different world than when she took the job.
Yes,
it is a different job now, and so I would frame it this way: if Heather sticks around, good.
Yes,
good athletic director, great athletic director, has really helped with the Olympic sports too. We know about volleyball. Coach there is going to be around, though. And so here's what I'll say. If she stays, great. If not, football's in great hands with a head coach that won an ACC championship a couple of years ago and has brought great stability and success to the program. Men's basketball should have made the tournament each of the last 2 years. Really should have been a tournament team last year. A lot of Pitt fans probably view it as a very good basketball team in a program whose arrow's pointed up.
On the rise.
On the rise. He's sticking around. So your foundation is still in place at the two primary sports. And then volleyball with Dan Fisher, that has been a big deal, and they're a national title contender now. He's hanging around. So the two major sports, and then the one that's had the most success, even if she goes, you're still in a good spot. And I think you're in a better spot as an athletic department than you were when she got here.
Yes.
Because she brought stability, and there was some tumult before then. So you hope she stays. If not, you wish her well. And the program's in a really good place, I think. But the landscape of college athletics is just shifting under everybody's feet right now.
Everybody's feet. And, you want to find some type of stability. I would think, if you are a decision maker, I would want to find some type of stability. And that's why, whenever Northwestern, I saw that yesterday, I was like, wow, that does make some sense. If I were Heather, that would make a lot of sense to me, because there is a lot of stability there just because they're in the Big Ten and they don't have to worry about getting booted out, or they don't have to worry about, hey, knocking on the door, can I come in? They're there.
Think about all the lobbying you probably have to do as an athletic director now with all these tectonic plates shifting and not knowing what the state of your conference is going to be. You just don't know. And the unknown to me is the scariest thing.
Yes.
I want to know what the hell's going on. I want to know what I'm in for as I make 5-year, 10-year plans in my life, and you can't really do that at a lot of institutions right now. But if you are even Vanderbilt, for God's sake, you're not getting booted. That's not the way this is going. Schools aren't getting kicked out. They're just getting added.
Right.
So Northwestern, weirdly, they shouldn't, but Northwestern in a much better spot from a conference realignment standpoint than a whole bunch of schools out there.
And we talk about, she came from compliance, and that's what, she hangs her hat on. Northwestern is a school that, had a bunch of situations with Fitzgerald, who was their former head coach, that they could probably use some compliance in their athletic department. I don't know how that is now. They probably have patchworked it and tried to make it work thus far, but from somebody that came from Ohio State that, hung their hat on compliance and really harps on that here at the University of Pittsburgh, and things have been very smooth. Yeah, if I was Northwestern, that would be a person that I'd be very interested in.
Yeah, and I think that's also a good sign for Pitt that their athletic director is sought after. There's no doubt about that. And I do want to underscore these are just reports.
Right.
A lot of reports. from people I trust, but they are, at this point, just reports. All right, coming up next, Bill Cowher gave a reason why he thinks Mike Tomlin did not yet name a starting quarterback. We kicked that around on Monday. We threw some theories out there. Bill Cowher throws a theory at the wall, and we'll let you hear it. We'll react to it when we come back. First, though, fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevrolet. The Chevy Summer Drive continues at Sun Chevrolet, up to $7,500 in rebates. Terms, conditions at sunchevy.com.
Good morning. Yeah, I'm going to do it. I'm forecasting temperatures today to hit 95 degrees. That would make it the hottest day of the year so far. Morning temperatures are near 70 degrees, and while there's a chance for morning rain, it looks like we're going to stay dry. Severe weather is going to be possible late this afternoon into the evening hours with the large hail and gusty winds possible with any thunderstorms that develop. I'm First Alert Meteorologist Ron Smiley in the KDK Weather Center.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7, the man.
What's wrong with Rick? He's kind of spacey. That's Rick's identical twin, Scott. He's not used to answering to Rick. What's going on? Rick asked me to keep it secret, but he asked his twin to cover his shift so he could go to Diamonds Direct to shop. But this is a jewelry store. Exactly. But the prices and selection are so much better at Diamonds Direct. Rick doesn't want the boss to get suspicious, so Scott's here in case the boss sees Rick at Diamonds Direct. But that would mean that the boss is at Diamonds Direct too. Yeah, we have a lot of secrets.
You never know who you'll run into at Diamonds Direct with unbeatable direct importer prices, the highest quality diamonds, the most sought-after designer rings, the best customer service, the strongest guarantees in the industry. It's just a no-brainer.
You think if Scott had a mustache, he'd look like me?
Go where everyone goes. Diamonds Direct. Your love, our passion. Learn more at diamondsdirect.com. Proud partner of the University of Pittsburgh Panthers.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for Circa Resort and Casino. Headed to Vegas for the game? Join us at Circa Resort and Casino this October for the ultimate game day getaway. Huddle up at the overhang bar with the fan for our pregame tailgate on Friday with drink specials and giveaways, including tickets. Then catch all the action at the world's largest sports book or relax in the center of it all, America's favorite place to watch football, the Circa Stadium Swim, featuring 6 pools and a massive 143-foot screen. To book your huddle up experience, visit circalasvegas.com today.
It's the end of summer sale with Zero Res. Whether you're looking to clean up after a long summer of barbecues, get-togethers, and graduation parties, or just want to get ready for the new school year, Zero Res has you covered. Carpets, tile, rugs, upholstery, basically every surface in your home can be Zero Resified. So now's the time to call my cleaning pros at Zero Res. Their friendly technicians always walk you through their entire cleaning process and make sure that you're completely satisfied with the cleaning before they leave. I've even had to call them because we forgot to tell them about one room. Guy turned around, came all the way back, got it done. It really is amazing with Zero Res. If you haven't tried them out or it's been months since your last deep clean, now's the time. Get your entire home Zero Resified. 3 rooms of carpet clean starting at just $119. Also, perfect time of year to get your air ducts taken care of. 20% off your air duct cleaning this month. Don't forget about those dryer vents as well. Schedule your appointment today. ZeroResPGH.com or give them a call. 412-701-1188. Ask for the 93.7 The Fan special. You spell it backward or forward, it spells the same. Zero Res.
At Uline, they know going the extra mile takes hard work. For companies pushing to go further, Uline will go the distance with you. 24/7, they answer the phone to get you the shipping and industrial supplies you need. Business can move fast. Unexpected large orders, adverse weather, new safety guidelines, and changing economic trends. Uline works hard keeping 41,000 items ready to ship, minimizing detours on your way to the extra mile. Visit uline.com.
That backyard swing set brought you so much joy, and now it's a rusted-out old death trap. We can help. 2menandajunktruck.com. 2 men and a junk truck.
One person dies from heart disease every 33 seconds. Do everything you can not to be the one. Understanding your risk factors, like your cholesterol, blood pressure, and BMI, could save your life. Our experts at the nationally recognized UPMC Heart and Vascular Institute are here to help you get your heart health on track. Your heart care matters. Visit upmc.com/heart to schedule an appointment.
Bored with the same old night out? Get ready to have a ball at Pins Mechanical Company. Pins is not just old school games. They're a playground for grown-ups. Sip on craft cocktails or beer while you challenge your friends to pinball, arcade games, bocce, and signature duck pin bowling. Pins is located in Southside Works, 407 Cinema Drive. Drinks, games, fun. That's how we roll.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Cordell and Cordell traffic cam now on the Parkway East with solid delays from the Wilkinsburg Forest Hills on-ramp down to the Squirrel Hill tunnels. The earlier accident gone from the inbound Parkway West, but the delays remain stacked solid from the top of Green Tree Hill down to the Fort Pitt tunnels. Also, that earlier accident cleared from inbound Route 51 Sawmill Run Boulevard at Bowsman Street. Leftover delays as far back as Nobles Lane. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Taking you back to the Fan Morning Show. Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley. Come on now, wake up. Presented by Guardian Protection. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Callis, I'm going to ask you to fade the music down real quick, and then you can fade it back up in a second, all right? We did a bad job with the clock right there. We did a bad job with the clock right there. Oh, yeah. All right, you can fade the music back up. Bill Cowher was on the Dan Patrick Show, and we were talking about this on Monday. Why would Mike Tomlin not name a starting quarterback after the preseason finale? Everybody else is doing it. If your friend jumps off a bridge, would you do it too? I don't know. Everyone else is doing it. You know the answer is Russ Wilson. Why didn't you announce it? Well, Bill Cowher has a theory.
Because there's two different styles of quarterback. Why give someone a little extra time to prepare? I think you're preparing for Russell Wilson. There's you can see that he's going to stay in the pocket. He's not looking to run. He's looking to throw down the field. Justin Fields is an element in the running game. He's another guy that he's an option. So I think it's just doing it from a strategical standpoint. And obviously you're going down with Arthur Smith, his first game at Atlanta, where he just came from. And so I think Russell will be the starter, and I think it'll be a package of plays that you'll have for Justin Fields. And you see how that evolves through the course of the season.
You buy that?
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. As soon as I heard that, it's the first time I've heard that, that made a lot of sense. From a coach's mentality, yes, you strategically in not showing your cards, that makes a whole heck of a lot of sense. But I think people understand that, and other teams are smart, that it's going to be Russell Wilson. So, and you're going to prepare for packages of Justin Fields, but that does make some sense.
It would make more sense to me. It does make sense. Mm-hmm. It would make more sense to me if it's week 3. And both guys played in week 2.
Mm-hmm.
And this would fit more in college because you don't really see a lot of this in the NFL. But after the game week 2, you don't announce who your quarterback's going to be because you only have a week to prepare. And you're going to get the game plans in on Tuesday. You're going to give it to your players on Wednesday. And now you don't know which quarterback it's going to be. But you've got, from the end of that final preseason game, all the way up to September 8th now, which we're talking about, 11 days? Where you've got time to prepare for both guys. Now, you have time to prepare for both quarterbacks, and I think you were probably, like you said, going to prepare for both quarterbacks either way. That might be something that Mike Tomlin thinks about. You're always looking for a competitive advantage. And we see this in college all the time. It drives me nuts, but it is perfect for the pettiness of college football. Like last year, James Franklin wouldn't release a depth chart.
Right.
We see it all the time. No depth charts, things like that, because, we want to keep them guessing who's playing where. Even Pat Narduzzi with the or at quarterback. You want to keep them guessing. You want that little extra edge. So I do understand it. I know that Justin Fields and Russell Wilson are different players too, and the offense would be different with each guy. But how much different could it really be? Like, you still got your offense. Like, you might do some more read option stuff with Justin Fields. How much would it really change between the quarterbacks, do you think?
You would just have to prepare more for the run.
Just an extra guy to account for.
Guy to account for. But you're already going to do that if you do see him in the game. But if he's in the game, the whole entire time and he's the starting guy, like your game plans and your thought process, your base defense will be different than what it would be against Russ. So it would change a lot. Doing a package and seeing him run on the field or seeing some signals where he's going to go into the game, and then you kind of replicate that with your defense. All right, we're sending in this package, the Fields package, to stop him on defense, is different than our whole game plan is surrounded around Justin Fields, and he could throw. It's not like he's like just a runner back there, a wildcat quarterback, like he could throw. Like that would change a lot. It would.
I don't want to see a package for Justin Fields. I don't want to flirt with any quarterback controversy. I want Justin Fields to be in a position to succeed when he is the Steelers starting quarterback, if and when he ever becomes the Steelers starting quarterback. I want the line to have gelled. I want him to land in a place where it's never easy, but it's easier to play quarterback. And I don't want there to be, when I play my first home game in Acrisure Stadium, boos raining down on Russell Wilson. And I think you invite that with Justin Fields. However, if they're going to do that, against my judgment, I'd like to see sometimes both quarterbacks on the field at the same time. If they're going to do it. Again, I wouldn't do it. But if you are going to do it, get as cutesy and weird with it as possible.
Yeah.
Like, why not have Justin Fields in motion? Why not have Justin Fields in the backfield? You can be creative. I'm not talking about 5, 6, 7, 8 plays a game once or twice. Give them something to think about.
Yeah.
Why not? Mm-hmm. If you're going to do it, that makes some sense to me.
Yes.
Because 3rd and 1, 4th and 1, red zone, those seem to be the situations that people are calling for it in. I want Russ out there setting up the blocking schemes on a short yardage situation, maybe audibling to a pass if he needs to because they're stacking the line, something like that. In the red zone, Russ was very good last year, 20 touchdowns, 1 interception. Unless you're going to get super weird and freaky with it, I don't know that there'd be a situation that I would prefer Justin Fields to be on the field over Russell Wilson right now. I really don't.
I wonder how much he is willing to do, though. Like, I would love to know that question. Like, are you willing to be a running back, a sidecar next to Russell Wilson? Are you willing to play receiver? Like, I don't know. He might be like, yeah.
Yeah,
like,
for a player too.
Yeah, let me get in there. Let me get a part of the mix. I don't know, or because there's quarterbacks who are like, I'm just a quarterback. Like, like even Lamar Jackson did that when he was coming out of college. Like, I am not running a 40 because I know you're thinking about moving me into receiver. I am a quarterback. I don't know how Justin Fields thinks at this point in his career. Does he want to show all his dynamic ability and his athletic ability, or is he like, I'm a quarterback and I just want to go in there and be a quarterback whenever my chance comes?
Well, we know what Cowher would do. Cowher would have him all over the place.
Yeah, he'd slash.
He'd be slash.
2.0.
I'm not even talking like that, like, oh, you're a wide receiver. I'm talking like, and I'm happy you bring up Lamar Jackson, because the first year where Lamar Jackson was there, it was only 9 games in before they finally turned the offense over to Lamar Jackson. Before that, he would be on the field with Joe Flacco.
Yeah.
And then they'd have Flacco run out, and I always kind of hated that with Flacco because he's an athlete. He's an NFL player, but he's not a threat. I just saw someone post, one of these football accounts post yesterday, a hilarious moment where Mark Sanchez was split out wide. Did you see that one? Yeah, and the corner goes, bang, and he freaks out. I think the Jets were up 16 points or something like that. You're just putting something on film, and Mark Sanchez about pooped his pants. Russ, I think if you had both guys, and we're just having fun with this, if Russ is your quarterback, but you also have Justin Fields on the field in the huddle, now the defense is going, all right, what in the sweet hell's going on?
What's going on?
And if Justin Fields splits out wide, you're really thinking he's much more than just a decoy. But he could be a decoy,
right?
Because you're thinking, all right,
you're playing full speed. Like
you have.
You're not just kind of glancing over, like, okay, like I'm gonna just move in a little bit and just let him, just be out there by himself. Like I'm thinking I'm going to cover him.
Yeah, he could run. He could run a stutter and go.
Yep.
Like he's the best athlete on the field. So you have to account for that, and then. If you do a little switch-em-a-doodle there, and you got Justin Fields taking the snap, and Russ Wilson has to run out wide, you still have to think about that.
Mm-hmm.
Like, what's Joe Flacco going to do?
Nothing.
If Joe Flacco motions into the backfield, you have a defensive lineman run with his ass.
Right.
But Russ, still a good athlete, not what he was, but still a good athlete, and Justin Fields. I'm saying I wouldn't do it, But if you are going to do it, you might as well trick it out, man, and make it as goofy as possible.
And I honestly think that they will. I think that, why not? I really do think that they will explore that and go down that route and let him do some different things. And, I said that even like last week, 3rd and 1, I was on that kind of, but now it's like, Cordell, you have so many guys that can do so many different things, and then you don't have a receiver room that you feel comfortable about. And I'm putting words in their mouth, but I'm sure that they feel the same way. We have what we have. We got to utilize everything. I mean, that's what I would do if I was Arthur Smith. I'm like, look, okay, I got all these guys that can do different things. There's only 11 positions. We're going to use these guys and the athletes to their best ability, and I'm going to get really creative and have some damn fun with it.
I'm with you. Cause, think about this, man. Like the last 2 years, the offense has been putrid. Worst in the NFL, or at least among the worst in the NFL. This year, I'm expecting, hopefully, an offense that's flirting with average. But can you throw Justin Fields out there for a couple of snaps? Again, I wouldn't do it. But can you throw Justin Fields out there for a couple of snaps and steal a first down here and there? Because the defense that is prepared for a traditional offense and is cramming just to learn what's going on. And you're trying to think about, if you're Atlanta, you're looking at tape from last year.
Yes.
You're looking at tape from 2020. And then you're looking at Steelers tape from last year because you're trying to get with the personnel. You're already thinking about all that, and now you throw this other wrinkle out there. Can you buy a first down or two? So, yeah, there is some value there. I wouldn't do it. You risk injury to Justin Fields too, but I can see the merit. And when a guy like Bill Cowher, when a guy like you say you could see it, then I think I have to take it seriously. All right, coming up next, ESPN interviewed 103 NFL players about quarterbacks. Did you see this?
I just did.
It's really good. Who's the most overrated quarterback according to players? Who's the best quarterback according to players? Where's Russell Wilson and Justin Fields fall in all this? We'll let you hear about it when we come back, and we'll react to it when we return. Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. You could text us, brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And you could tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Right now, it's a Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates, they lost yesterday 9-5 to the Chicago Cubs. And the Pirates have lost the series. They lost the first two games. The third and final game of the series is today at 12:35. You can listen over on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 Kitty K. So Paul Skeens Day, he's pitching up against Kyle Hendricks of the Cubs. For more fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. This Tuesday and every Tuesday at noon, tune in for the Derek Shelton Show as he talks all things Buccos live all season long.
I think we're on the way up. There's a lot of young talent.
The Derek Shelton Show is brought to you by Goodrich & Geist and Pennsylvania One Call System. The Derek Shelton Show every Tuesday at noon on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
At Uline, the prevailing opinion is, if you don't live it, you don't believe it. The people at Uline believe in hard work, and they live it by being there 24/7 to answer your call, having 41,000 items in stock, and offering same-day shipping from 12 locations across North America. Business owners, sellers, buyers, shippers, and packers believe it. Uline is the hard-working, dependable source for your shipping and industrial supplies. Visit uline.com.
You okay?
Sorry, I can't sleep with this cough.
Sounds like you need to vaporize that cold.
Vaporize?
Yeah, with DayQuil VapoCool. It's NyQuil plus a rush of Vicks vapors.
Whoa.
So you ready to get some sleep? Thank you, DayQuil VapoCool.
DayQuil VapoCool, the vaporizing nighttime coughing, aching, fever, best sleep with a cold medicine. And to vaporize sore throat pain, try Vicks VapoCool drops. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Weekends are for the warriors of home projects. 84 Lumber has 14 Pittsburgh locations that are open on Saturdays to keep you on track and get you the supplies you need. Each member of 84 Lumber's expert team is experienced in building materials of all kinds, and they are ready to answer your home improvement questions to get the job done right. If you're looking for the hometown personalized service of a family-owned company, 84 Lumber is your go-to supplier. Visit 84lumber.com to find your nearest store and get started on your project today.
Athletic Brewing non-alcoholic family of beers. Get you from tailgate to final down this season. and are on special at Tessero's in Bloomfield all day, every day. Please enjoy responsibly.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. For over 35 years, we've grown by offering our clients more offices, more lawyers, and recovering more than $20 billion. Injured? The choice is easy. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
This is the story of the one. As a warehouse manager, her job is to transform chaos into clarity and to see patterns where others see problems. Luckily, she's got a partner who shares her perspective. Grainger offers over 1 million industrial-grade products, backed by real-person support and in-depth online resources, so she can tackle every task with precision and turn potential setbacks into streamlined success. Call clickgrainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Thanks for calling Discover. This is Diego.
Hi, Diego. It's Jennifer Coolidge. I just want to say your cashback match makes me feel so special. It really inspired me.
That's great. Doubling the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year is what we do.
Well, I'm doubling everything now. Double dating, double dipping, double feature, double header, double whammy. Basically double or nothing.
You earn, we match. Discover Cashback Match. See terms at discover.com/creditcard.
What's better than one win? 3 wins. With Straight Savings, you keep your own phone, get one line for only $25 a month with real unlimited data, and get rewarded with a $200 phone credit after 12 months. It's a win-win-win. Head to Walmart or visit straighttalk.com today. Switch to Straight Talk. Less dollars, more sense. Straight Savings Plan enrollment requires compatible unlocked device and new line of service. Bonus device credit requires 12 months of active service. Offer ends if eligibility requirements are no longer met. Taxes and fees apply. For network management practices, see Straight Talk's terms and conditions.
Hey everyone, it's Ted from Consumer Cellular, the guy in the orange sweater, and this is your wake-up call. If you're paying too much for wireless service, you don't have to keep having that nightmare. Consumer Cellular has the same fast, reliable coverage as the leading carriers for up to half the cost. So why keep spending more than you have to? Seriously, wake up and call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com.
Savings based on cost of Consumer Cellular single line 1, 5, and 10 gig data plans with unlimited talk and text compared to lowest cost single line postpaid unlimited talk, text, and data plans offered by T-Mobile and Verizon January 2024.
Hi, welcome to Staples.
Hi, my son's teacher emailed his back-to-school list. He needs crayons and a notebook for every subject.
Okay, no problem. With Staples Hot Deals, you'll find super low prices on hundreds of items for back to school.
Oh, now they're saying he needs folders and glue.
You got it.
And markers?
Of course.
Oh, geez.
Might I suggest 2 carts?
Save big on back to school with Staples Hot Deals. Right now, 24-pack Crayola crayons and 2-pocket poly folders are only 50 cents each at Staples. NC31 in-store only, limit 10 while supplies last. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
The Cordell and Cordell traffic cam with a look at the Parkway West. Inbound delays now between the top of the hill and Parkway Center down to the Fort Pitt tunnels. Meanwhile, Sawmill Run Boulevard still stacking between Edgebrook Avenue and Boundsman Street down to the Liberty Tubes. Also West Liberty Avenue stacking from Cape May down to the Tubes intersection. Parkway East, you're jammed at Wilkinsburg. Route 28 just heavy past the Route 8 at the bypass, and then again from Millvale to the north side. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Ray Fittipaldo going to join us at 8 o'clock, Steelers Insider. He'll be on the fan hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. It is list season as we approach the NFL season. Not much going on between yesterday at 4 when all the rosters got cut down through next Thursday when the season is going to kick off between the Ravens and the Kansas City Chiefs. So you're going to have lists come out, and ESPN pulled 103 players in the NFL and asked them a series of quarterback questions. And I found this fascinating. I don't know that all these players are always going to take it seriously, but I would rather it be players who are pulled on these kind of things than analysts, scouts, things of that nature. So 103 players, and the first question was, who's the GOAT, Brady or Mahomes? 85 dudes said Brady, 7 said Mahomes. That makes sense to me.
Yes.
I think you can squint, and maybe not even squint, and see Mahomes one day maybe being the best.
Yes.
but you got to knock Brady off that pedestal.
And Mahomes wasn't able to do that.
That could be
Literally.
the ultimate tiebreaker, man.
Yes. And Brady was with a different team.
And Brady did it. How about Rodgers? He's in the NFC. Things are good. Not the same quarterback depth over there as in the AFC. And then all of a sudden, bang, Tom Brady comes over, beats your ass in the championship game, and then goes and beats Mahomes.
Mm-hmm.
Mahomes, the most talented quarterback of all time, and he's a winner. He's got a good case to be number 2 probably already. If his career ended today, if he just said, you know what, I got enough money, I'm just done, he's a Hall of Famer. Like, there's no doubt about that. But Brady beating Mahomes, how can I ever go against a guy that won 7 if the other guy doesn't win more? And if he wins the same, even if he looks better doing it, the old dude beat you when he wasn't in his prime.
Right.
You're in your prime. And he's 40 years old? Ultimate tiebreaker, I think.
Yep.
It'd be like if Michael
Jordan
beat LeBron James. Yeah. Here are the quarterbacks, how they ranked them as the top 3 in the league, these 103 players. This, of course, ESPN.com. Mahomes, the best quarterback in football. Number 2, Lamar Jackson. Number 3 stuns me. Because my vote would have been different, though I don't play. They put Burrow.
I was going to say that.
Josh Allen 4th. And then Aaron Rodgers 5th. I'm not surprised Mahomes is 1. Duh. I'm not surprised Jackson is 2 because you've said it a million times. Even though the guy won a Super Bowl, he's won 2 MVPs, he's the hardest probably quarterback to prepare for in the NFL. And I always love when, and I know the Steelers have had their success against him, but after the first couple of years, the league's starting to figure out Lamar. You can't figure out speed.
No.
You might know what they're going to do. Doesn't mean you can stop it.
Exactly.
He's the fastest quarterback of all time. Burrow at 3 is stunning to me. I thought the Bills last year, particularly with how injured they were down the stretch, Josh Allen was their football team. Josh Allen's going to be their football team this year.
But he doesn't have that ultimate clutch gene, I think, that people have seen with Burrow to get them there only in, 2-3 years of being in the league.
A good point by you, and Burrow has had success against Kansas City.
Yes.
Whereas Josh Allen came up short. And see, that's the thing, though, the 13 seconds game in the divisional round, I put that way more on McDermott than I do on Josh Allen.
Yeah, but at the end of the day.
At the end of the day, they count dubs and L's.
Yep.
Which rookie quarterback will have the most successful career?
Man. Trying to think. I don't know. Who do you have on the Jaden Daniels?
Jaden Daniels finished 2nd, but only 4 votes away from Williams, who got 34.
Okay.
So Williams was number 1. Caleb Williams, of course, for Chicago. Daniels 2. Daniels is my pick. I think Daniels going to have a really good career.
So do I.
I do think Caleb Williams is in a position to succeed, though. A big position to succeed. They got all kind of weapons in Chicago real quick. Poor Justin Fields, though he had his chance. Most overrated quarterback.
This is the one I saw.
Number 1, Josh Allen.
Yeah.
I know he turns the football over a ton, but the MVP season that Cam Newton had, he's done it for a few years. He runs like Cam Newton. He punishes people. There's not a throw on the field he can't make. He does turn the football over, but he's also going to make your jaw drop a bunch of times. I don't know how Josh Allen could be overrated at all.
Well, players measure one thing, and we just talked about it. It's W's and L's. And if you want your quarterback to be able to elevate you to at least get a chance, an opportunity to play in the Super Bowl, and the quarterbacks that you've named have done that for their teams. Cam Newton did that for his team.
Good point.
Josh Allen, hasn't, really come close. Joe Burrow has done it. Lamar Jackson hasn't, but he does. He has a different element of a game that he brings to the table. But whenever players look around and you're judging the quarterback position, it is always wins and losses. As a player, can that quarterback get me to the dance, or can you not? And then if you can't, then, yeah, you are overrated.
That makes it weird then that Hurts is second for most overrated quarterback because they did go to the Super Bowl. Now, great line, great skill position guys. The tush push, incredibly difficult to defend. He was the second most overrated according to NFL players.
But he wasn't the first because he did go to the Super Bowl.
Right. So that breaks the tie in your opinion. Tua Tagovailoa tied for second, which makes a ton of sense to me. He didn't take off until you give him Tyreek Hill. Other top vote getters, Justin Herbert, Trevor Lawrence, Deshaun Watson, Kyler Murray, Brock Purdy. Nobody has mentioned Russ Wilson or Justin Fields in any of these lists. And I actually think that's not a great sign because I think the Steelers quarterbacks are just total afterthoughts in the league.
Yeah, they're not the top tier guys.
Right. They're not even being mentioned as overrated, meaning that they've had some sort of like recent success. Top vote getters for most underrated: Purdy, Stafford, Kirk Cousins. Get the hell out of here. My man's made $1 bajillion. Jared Goff, Jordan Love, Bryce Young. Bryce, you can't say Bryce Young's underrated. He did nothing last year. Not all his fault, but come on. Especially when you got C.J. Stroud walk up in there and do what he did last season.
Yeah.
Who was an MVP candidate for a large portion of the year.
I think, like, all time, like, Matt Stafford might go down as the most underrated quarterback.
I can buy that.
All time. Like, he never gets his flowers. I mean, he did obviously win a Super Bowl, but, like, for what he had to endure in Detroit and still stay somewhat healthy, and, I mean, he was getting mauled. And throw and put up the stats and put up numbers and then goes to a different team and then wins the Super Bowl. Like, he will always go down as the most underrated quarterback. And people don't know how significant he is at playing that position. Because there's so many other guys that actually just do it.
Right.
And people love.
They played big games in Detroit with him at quarterback for the first time in a really long time. And then obviously the roster, the coaching staff got better once he left. So Jared Goff gets to have the fruit of all that labor.
He might be number 2.
He's tied for third, Jared Goff.
Yeah.
I do think he's underrated.
Yep.
I do think Stafford's the better player. And you saw what Goff did in a great quarterback-friendly system with Sean McVay, but then Stafford goes in there and takes that thing up to a different level. And I thought last year they were going to be horrific, and they weren't. And I think a lot of credit needs to go to McVay, but obviously a lot of that credit needs to go to Stafford. All right, we've gone very long on this, but here are the top vote getters for the biggest trash-talking quarterback. Josh Allen 1, Baker Mayfield 2, Aaron Rodgers 3, Mahomes, Burrow, and C.J. Stroud all got votes.
I'm him. I'm him. Remember that clip of Mahomes? I'm him. I'm him.
I think that might be a secret to his success, is you can't take him seriously because you figure someone's got their hand up his rear end and operating him as a Muppet. Oh, yeah, guys. Go Chiefs. I can't do it. I tried my best. Baker Mayfield once grabbed his crotch walking out onto the field for a coin toss against then, I think, winless Kansas.
Yeah.
I don't think Kansas had won a game. He walks out there, he's grabbing his crotch. All-time great trash talk. It's one of the reasons I wanted him to stick in Cleveland for a while, because I thought if he had success there, he'd be a perfect villain for Steelers fans to hate.
Yes.
But now I find myself rooting for Baker Mayfield because they really screwed him over there, and Deshaun Watson's a piece of trash human being. This quarterback coverage on The Fan presented by T-Mobile. Switch to T-Mobile. You can get tons of benefits, still save on every plan versus AT&T and Verizon. Use their savings calculator to find out how at T-Mobile.com/switch. So we all believe here in the Pittsburgh local media that Russell Wilson will be the Steelers' starting quarterback. How short is the leash? Adam Schefter may have been told something. We'll let you hear from Shefty. We'll react when we come back, but first, a Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates lost 9-5 yesterday to the Chicago Cubs, though Neil Cruz had 4 hits in the game, and Brian De La Cruz hit his first home run with the Pirates this season. Pirates-Cubs are going to play again today at PNC Park, 12:35 start for today's game. You can listen by going to 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. For more fun headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Gutter Helmet. Protect your home now and avoid costly damage with Gutter Helmet. Call 888-5HELMET.
This is JR from the JR Sport Brief with an Odyssey Sports Minute. NFL cut day has come and gone. Kadarius Toney got cut. Bailey Zappi gone. No huge names, but can we talk about some guys who still haven't shown up to work? Hassan Reddick with the Jets, Trent Williams with the Niners, and Odell Beckham Jr., he's not even healthy enough to go to work. Some things never change. Sorry, Odell. I'm JR.
At Uline, the prevailing opinion is, if you don't live it, you don't believe it. The people at Uline believe in hard work, and they live it by being there 24/7 to answer your call, having 41,000 items in stock, and offering same-day shipping from 12 locations across North America. Business owners, sellers, buyers, shippers, and packers believe it. Uline is the hard-working, dependable source for your shipping and industrial supplies. Visit uline.com.
For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers. So we build specially adapted homes at Homes for Our Troops. And thanks to our donors and supporters, this life-changing gift of freedom is provided mortgage-free to these veterans. But we need you to join us too in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes and rebuild lives.
Welcome to Nada Yada Island. This season on Nada Yada Island.
You were charging your phone? I waited hours for you.
That's how long it takes.
Join Metro and get a free Motorola Edge that'll charge for the day in 15 minutes. At Metro, there's no activation fees. Only at Metro by T-Mobile.
Bring your number ID and sign up for Metro Flex Plus plan. Offer not available if at T-Mobile or have been with Metro in the past 180 days. Requires 68-watt charger, sold separately. Actual performance will vary.
Flat tire, low tread. The best way to save money on tires is with Champ Tires. My tires were bare, and one new Bridgestone cost more than $400. At Champ Tires, a like-new Bridgestone in the exact same model cost only $81, saving me $320 on 4 tires. Champ Tires' inventory is huge. They carry all brands and sizes. They have 2 Pittsburgh locations and offer free shipping. Head to champtires.com/thefan for a special coupon to save even more.
Transform your business internet with Armstrong Business Solutions. Our advanced 10G fiber optic network gives you the ability to experience lightning-fast upload and download speeds with unlimited data. But that's not all. Wireless internet backup combats network disruptions, and Business Pro Wi-Fi helps monitor and manage your network from anywhere. Get your business up to speed with connectivity that works for you from Armstrong Business Solutions. Go to armstrong1wire.com/business.
Chestnut Ridge Golf Resort in Blairsville has 2 18-hole golf courses, driving range, and a full pro shop with a variety of golf equipment and apparel. Chestnut Ridge also offers stay-and-play packages with on-site hotel, easy-to-book golf outings, 4 event spaces that are indoor and outdoor, and the famous Spike Bar for food and drinks. Chestnut Ridge Resort also is equipped for banquets and catering for weddings and events. To book a tee time, call 724-459-7191.
Summer is winding down. Time to shop the summer finale at Shorkey Mitsubishi with 2 convenient locations, North Huntington and in the North Hills.
You'll grab some incredible deals this week, including the new 24 Outlander. Take $5,500 off or choose low 2.99% financing for 60 months.
There's $5,000 off or 1.99% for 60 months on the new 24 Eclipse Cross, or save up to $3,500 on the new 24 Outlander Sport.
Mitsubishi gives you the style, safety, all-wheel drive, and a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty.
Shorkey Mitsubishi gives you the highest trade values and 2 years of complimentary prepaid maintenance.
Our summer finale is your final chance to save. Don't miss out.
Visit us in North Huntington or at Mitsu by the Mall in the North Hills. Western PA's best inventory, ShorkeyMitsubishi.com. See dealer for complete details on all offers.
Your coworkers might annoy you, but we promise we won't. Download the free Odyssey app and you can listen to us at work while you tackle your inbox or get ready for another meeting that probably could have been an email. Tune in late? You can rewind your favorite live shows to catch what you missed. And with Chapters, easily jump to the topics that you care about most, like the latest updates from your team. Your sports talk, your way. The Odyssey app. Download it today.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Don't touch that dial.
It's the Fan Morning Show, presented by Guardian Protection. Let's do this. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Before we hear what Adam Schefter has heard about Russell Wilson, we got a text. If the Steelers want to run the ball, they should be signing Michael Burton today, fullback who's been top-rated blocking fullback last few seasons via PFF, won a Super Bowl with KC, plus a special teams guy. Never underestimate a Steelers fan's want for a nice fullback, Doran.
Correct.
Always going back to the future for Steelers fans.
Yep.
Get me Dan Kreider.
Yes.
You want to run the ball, you get me Dan Kreider.
Mm-hmm. John Whitman.
Oh, good pull. Give me an all-star.
Tim Lester.
Timmy Lester. It's a really good
R.I.P.
one. What?
Yeah.
When?
I don't know, like 10 years ago.
Oh.
Yeah.
R.I.P.
Mm-hmm.
I love that. What? Not that. I'm sorry.
I know.
I don't mean that. I do not obviously love that Tim Lester's passed away. I love that Steelers fans are like, okay, you don't have Brandon Ayuk. Our wide receiver core is awful. Cornerback, thin there. Probably need another outside linebacker. All legitimate worries, legitimate issues. But you know what's going to fix everything? You know what's going to get the Steelers back to their glory days of the 1970s and the 2000s? We got to get ourselves a fullback.
Yes.
That PFF says is the best blocking fullback in the NFL. But we don't trust PFF because they say Myles Garrett's better than TJ Watt. So what is it? Can you just do the rest of this segment? I got to find a way to get my foot out of my mouth here, Doran.
I love that.
Oh, Tim Lester died? Love that. What tremendous news that is. Dear God. Adam Schefter on Russ.
All right, Adam, with the preseason now complete, is there any reason to think that Russ won't be the starter week 1?
That continues to be the popular thinking, Laura, until we're told otherwise. And again, we heard Mike Tomlin say at the beginning of the preseason, right before training camp, that Russell Wilson was in the pole position. He did have the setback during the summer, did have the cap injury, but he did start one series this past week and was taken out right after. It was a productive series, and you would think that there was nothing in there that would make you think that he's lost that job now to Justin Fields. The key is going forward. If, in fact, it is Russell Wilson, as many people expect it to be, then he has to play well enough and win often enough to be able to hold that job, to not have this whole conversation come up on a regular weekly basis. But again, I think he's excited about the challenge ahead. He feels re-energized in a new city with a new franchise, and he's looking forward to seeing what he can do against the Atlanta Falcons, assuming he is named the starting quarterback of the
Just
series.
so many qualifiers in there from Schefter. What we've heard, what we think, assuming, yada, yada. Look, I don't think Russ is going to be named the starting quarterback only then for us to continue to revisit that week in and week out. Like Schefter says he needs to play well enough, win enough, that we're not going to say every week that it's still a quarterback competition. I would imagine, knowing what we know, which is Russ is going to be the guy, they're going to give him some rope, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, they're going to give him a long leash. It's not going to be 2 games. It's not going to be 3 games. I know that Tomlin did that game 3 with Mitch Trubisky and Kenny Pickett. Totally different situation. Now, it's different in a couple of different ways. Justin Fields got a lot more work with the ones than Kenny Pickett ever did. But mostly because of the injury to Russ Wilson. So that changes things. Also, when you're not playing well and you got a rookie quarterback that you just invested in sitting on the bench, there's going to be some pressure there. Russ Wilson was the first quarterback they acquired this offseason. They didn't really have plans to have Justin Fields be even on this roster until they felt like Kenny Pickett wanted to get out of here. Russ is going to get at least until the bye week, I think.
Yes.
Unless it's like crazy bad. Unless they start out 1-7 or something like that. It would not make sense to, after 2 games, to pull the plug on Russ when he was the guy that you had earmarked to be your quarterback pretty much the entire offseason.
And, I mean, he protects the football, so, like, if there was a chance, it would be because he turns the football over, and that's what Russ doesn't do. So, like, he's going to be the guy. He's going to be the guy until dire, like, at the last second of, all right, we're hanging on for hope here with Russ. then maybe. But, I don't even see it getting to that point.
You know that nationally, if Steelers go out, they lose 21-20 and the offense doesn't look great, that'll be the national talking point. But I don't think internally Mike Tomlin will be thinking, okay, we lost to Atlanta, offense didn't look good. Oh, my gosh, we got to weigh our options here. I don't think it'll be like that. I don't think it'll be 2 weeks and like that. I don't think it'll be 3 weeks and like that, 4 weeks and like that. I don't see that. That'll be the national talking point. It will not be the talking point within the Steelers facility, right or wrong. It just won't be. Tim Lester, by the way, passed away January 12th, 2021. And I'm very sorry to hear that. Just want to make that clear.
So it wasn't 10 years ago. It was 3 or 4.
Yeah, Doran, you really look silly.
Well,
you are the one in this segment that absolutely looks silly. You thought it was a decade ago.
You liked it.
Boy, that's an all-timer. That's an.
I love that.
That's an absolute all-timer, non sequitur there from me. Just Hall of Fame of that guy sounds like a complete jackass idiot. All right, coming up next, let's take our first look at college football, at Pitt, at the local teams. When we come back, Ray Fittipaldo talking all things Steelers at 8 o'clock. Right now, a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates play today at 12:35 against the Chicago Cubs in the third and final game of the series, which can be heard over on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. Can also be heard on the free Odyssey app. That's AUDACY. Odyssey. It's going to be Paul Skeens pitching for the Pirates, Kyle Hendricks pitching for the Cubs. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Wednesday morning rush still not looking promising. This report brought to you by Scandinavian Design. In Westier Township, Middle Road tied up by a multi-vehicle accident with crews on the scene. This is between Lawrence Court and Lager Drive. Meanwhile, we do have an earlier vehicle fire in McKeesport, tying up Lyle Boulevard near Joe Bendel Way. And watch for delays on the Parkway West now near the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt Tunnels. Parkway East exit Wilkinsburg. Heading for the Liberty Tubes, Sawmill Run Boulevard, jam back to Edgebrook Avenue, West Liberty Avenue, backed at Cape May. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This traffic report brought to you by Scandinavian Designs. Shop incredible end-of-summer savings at the Scandinavian Designs Labor Day sale. For a limited time, take up to 70% off select modern furniture and decor for every room in your home. Shop their Cranberry location or shop online at ScandinavianDesigns.com.
Hey everyone, this is Bob Pompiani. Tune in every Saturday. Be part of my program. We want your opinions.
Protected by Shederovich and Fishman. Ireland Contracting, PNC Bank. See how PNC Bank can make a difference for you. And driven by number one Cochran. Go one better. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Have you ever thought about joining a credit union? There are plenty of great benefits and perks. Hi, it's Dan Zangrilli. Unlock the great rewards of a credit union. Shape your future with Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. Federally insured by the NCUA. Visit AllegiantFCU.org to get started today.
Long live the king. Return to the magic and mystique of the Renaissance. The Pittsburgh Renaissance Festival is back.
6 magical weekends through September 29th.
It's entertainment. It's fantasy.
It's an adventure. To the past.
Filled with royalty, pageantry, jugglers, and musicians. Comedy, games, fine arts, and crafts. Eat, drink, and be merry at the Pittsburgh Renaissance Festival. Discount tickets available at PittsburghRenFest.com.
You can only help someone who has been injured in an accident if you have a relationship with them. Hi, I'm Joe George.
I'm Larry Kelly. That's what we do at the injury firm of LGKG. Clients quickly become friends and some become family.
It's part of the home team advantage with LGKG.
Visit LGKG.com. LGKG, your home team.
Everyone, Boomer Esiason here. Superchargers, headlights, and more. With over 122 million parts, eBay Motors has everything you need to maintain your vehicle and level it up to peak performance. And with eBay Guaranteed Fit, your part is guaranteed to fit your ride every time or your money back. Stay on your A game with all the parts you need at the prices you want. It's easy to bring home huge wins. Keep your ride or die alive at ebaymotors.com. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Wake up. Breakfast. And Nature Made vitamins. Whatever your morning sounds like, Nature Made fits right in. Whether you're looking for vitamin C or a multivitamin to get key nutrients, we've got you covered. Now that's a good morning. We take care of you so you can take on your day. Start your day with Nature Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand. Based on a survey of pharmacists who recommend branded vitamins and supplements.
The final weekend before the playoffs at Wild Things Park, August 30th through September 1st, features fireworks presented by Slinger's Signature Cocktails, Faith and Family Night presented by Pennsylvania Wick, and it's Halloween Night presented by Moe's on a Blueprints Kids Eat Free Sunday.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
We got a real good show for you. This is the Fan Morning Show. Listen, please. Presented by Guardian Protection. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
50-minute mark on The Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. Ray Fittipaldo going to join us coming up in 10 minutes. Any surprising cuts Steelers made? What are they going to do with wide receiver? Is the Ayuk thing dead? All right, if so, who are they going to turn to? We'll get to all of it with Ray coming up at 8 o'clock. But as we get closer to the weekend and closer to real local college football, we've spent very little time on that on our show. And I feel like we're going to ramp it up tomorrow, and then we're going to have Bostic in for 2 hours on Friday to get into it in all its glory. But how about a little early peek, Doran?
Yes.
The Pittsburgh Panthers have 2 quarterbacks listed as their starter. You got the or in between. And I'm not, clearly, as close to the program as you are. Your read, is this, we don't know who's our quarterback, or both guys have performed well enough that they both merit consideration to be the starting quarterback?
I think it's the second option. They really like Nate Yarnell, and they like what he did at the end of the season and taking control of this team throughout the offseason while you were getting a new offensive coordinator in Cade Bell. And then you have the transfer and Eli Holstein come in and perform just as well. So I think this is a good situation going into this year, not like last year where you had Veyer, you had Phil, and you just didn't know, and both guys weren't really impressing as much and didn't know where to go. This is a situation where they will find out who the guy will be after Saturday. Saturday is the true, legit evaluation of who will be the starting quarterback for the rest of the season. They won't flirt with going back and forth. They will pick one guy, and I don't know how the rep count will be on Saturday, but I would assume that both guys will get equal amount of reps being the starting quarterback or the guy that goes in second on Saturday, and that's where they'll use their true evaluation of who will be the guy this year.
A lot of times when teams open with a MAC school, and I think Pitt's a 24.5-point favorite, you're not going to show a lot. I wonder if that'll be the same here. I mean, you got Cade Bell, first game he's calling the offense. It is a massive change to the offense that they ran the last couple of years with Cignetti. You think they're going to show a lot? I mean, you don't want to show everything. You got a big game against Cincinnati, then a big game against West Virginia the following 2 weeks. But I think you need that to be another opportunity to sort of perfect the craft.
Yeah, you need to show enough. You need to show enough and get that true evaluation within yourself and then your true evaluation going against somebody else. So I think that Cade Bell has a lot of plays and a lot of designs and a lot of ways that he wants to run his offense. So with the question of will they show a lot? Yes, because there is even more. There's more to be had. So I think that they'll show enough that they're satisfied internally, but it'll be very satisfying for the fans because they will show a different dynamic each time that they do have the ball that will show a lot. But to Cade Bell, that's not his whole entire landscape of college plays, if that makes sense.
It makes a ton of sense. And I think the biggest question for me this year is just how quickly can that offense get up to speed? Because, and I've said this before, the back half of Pitt's schedule, really the final 8 games of Pitt's schedule, there are wins to be had. Mm-hmm. If the offense can be playing at a fairly high level early or as close to its ceiling as possible early, that's how you can have a really good season, I think. If the offense is going to take time coming along, I still think Pitt can be a bowl-eligible team, but that to me is the biggest question. Just how fast can that offense click? To me, that's my biggest wonder going into the season for Pitt. Because I think the defense, Pat Narduzzi is going to figure out the defense. I know you lose Charlie Partridge, And that's a big loss. Like, I don't think there's any way around that. But that's a loss that you have over the course of the offseason where I think it makes its biggest mark. And then in recruiting, stuff like that, I think Pat Narduzzi is going to find a way to have a competitive, good defense on the field this year.
Yes.
So what can the offense do? And if the offense is average to above average with what Pat Narduzzi can do with defense, I think that's how you wind up having a good year.
Yeah, they'll have a chance. It's going to come down to the quarterbacks, though, as we wrap this up and kind of come full circle, like which quarterback can operate the offense the best.
Yeah.
And we'll see that Saturday.
I'm excited to watch. I'm going to have to watch on delay.
Yep.
Because I'll be in Morgantown, where yesterday that line in that game came all the way down to Penn State minus 7.5.
Mm-hmm.
It opened up around 12. It ballooned to 15 this offseason. Drops yesterday to 7.5. Now it's at 8. It's going to be a close game, I think.
Yeah.
I do.
I believe you. I mean, I'm anxious to see Drew Aller. I talked to Coach Palco the other day and asked him about him, and he possesses, and this is what he's telling me, he possesses all the traits to be an NFL quarterback. Just needs to, fine-tune some things, and has been looking good from what he says throughout this off-season and training camp. So I'm anxious to see if Drew Aller has that gene that we were talking about, overrated, underrated NFL quarterbacks. Does he have that gene to win those big games, to vault Penn State to being actually legit?
Man, and I'm totally serious on it. People think I'm going to come on here and torch Penn State, something like that. Drew Aller did not play well, and their offense didn't play well against Michigan and Ohio State. Okay. A lot of teams didn't play well against Michigan and Ohio State last year. Michigan, by the way, cheating a little bit, and they won the national championship. Pretty good football team. A lot of players go to the NFL, including the head coach. Did such a good job and wanted to get out of Dodge. He goes to the NFL. I don't think it's some great sin that Drew Aller struggled the most against those teams. He had his first starting experience last year, throws 25 touchdowns, 2 interceptions. Now, yards per attempt, wasn't throwing the ball down the field, I understand that. Protected the football and threw 25 touchdowns, rushed for a few more. In his first real starting experience, I know he was the highest-rated quarterback recruit in the country. And so the expectations are through the roof. But for his first year to do that,
pretty good.
I think that's pretty good. I think Drew Aller's got a chance to be really good. I think they hired a great offensive coordinator. I think Penn State, it'll be a massive disappointment for their fan base if they're not in the college football playoff this year. And you don't have to play, I forget which one. They're not playing either Ohio State or Michigan.
Right. I think it might be Michigan.
I think you're right, and I think they have Ohio State at home. I think that's the case. And even if you don't win the Big Ten, you find a way to win 10 games, you're going to the college football playoff. I think the Drew Aller stinks narrative has kind of gotten out of the barn and gone too far. He needs to improve, but I think Drew Aller had a great year in basically what amounts to being a freshman.
They don't play Michigan.
Okay, so they play Ohio State.
At home.
At home. So, hey, future's now. You better get it done, James Franklin. All these 3 programs have pressure on them this year. Pitt wants to bounce back from 3-9. West Virginia feels like they could take a step into conference title consideration. And Penn State, frankly, if they don't make the college football playoff, it's a failure. Tons of pressure on these coaches.
Hardest schedule is obviously West Virginia.
It's brutal, man.
To start the season here on Saturday, you've got Penn State, and then we went through a little bit yesterday where you have like almost back-to-backs of top 25 opponents. You got back-to-back, and then you have, I don't even know who you have. You have a non-ranked team, then you have back-to-back ranked teams, then you have a non-ranked team. Like, that's a gauntlet to go through.
With the exception being Pitt, all their toughest games are at home, though, which I think helps.
Oklahoma State.
Oklahoma State's on the road, yeah. And they're going to lose that game. They always do. So, tough schedule. All teams got pressure. We'll get more into it over the next couple of days, and we'll have a big college football day, I think, on Friday with Pat Bostic coming in here for a couple of hours. Back to the Stillers when we come back. Ray Fittipaldo, our Steelers insider, going to join us after roster cutdown day yesterday. Any big surprises for Ray? We'll talk to him about that. But first, fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevrolet. The Chevy Summer Drive continues at Sun Chevrolet up to $7,500 in rebates, terms, conditions at sunchevy.com. Today, high 94.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
High five. Up top. Heck
yeah!
Dave's company just got the first ever 5-year price lock guarantee from Comcast Business.
Yeah, 5 years!
It's 5 years of gig speed internet.
High five for gig speed.
5 years of advanced security.
Security win.
And 5 years of a great rate that won't change.
Our rate ain't changing.
All from the company with 99.9% network reliability.
There it is.
He hasn't given this many high fives since Deborah brought in her famous banana bread.
Woohoo!
Now he's got savings.
I'm so excited.
Yep, Dave's feeling it. But it's only for a limited time, so don't wait. Switch today and ask how to get the first ever 5-year price lock guarantee from Comcast Business. Powering 5 years of savings. Powering possibilities. Comcast Business.
And it's hurting, but I am not stopping.
Ends 9/22/24. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge for new customers on qualifying internet bundle, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
Uline is here for the hard workers. For the ones rolling up their sleeves, working round the clock, and getting the job done. You're dedicated to doing what it takes to keep a business growing. Uline is dedicated to helping you make that happen. Working 7 days a week, staying fully stocked and ready to ship any of our 41,000 items the same day. Uline, your shipping and industrial supply specialists. Visit uline.com.
Chris Muller here. Let me give it to you straight. Here's what happened. One day at the station, big shout out to Anthony, our sales guy, by the way. He tells me about his new weight loss client entering Pittsburgh. And he knew I had been griping about my weight, and he thought it would be perfect for me. My response was, yes, please. I ended up on a call with Paige, the owner of Awaken 180 Weight Loss. And by the end of that call, my only question was, what's the catch? Awaken 180 sounded too good to be true. Eat to lose weight? No meds? No workouts? Really? Paige just smiled through the phone and said, there's no catch, Chris. Awaken 180 works. I was skeptical, but intrigued. After the first week, I was sold. I dropped 10 pounds. A total of 35 pounds later, and I reached my goal. The amazing part, and the main reason I chose Awaken 180, the weight has stayed off. If losing weight is your goal, I suggest having the same conversation I had with Awaken 180. Schedule yours today at awaken180weightloss.com.
Are you having a hard time making it through a day of work without foot pain? Or with things that used to be simple like walking the dog? You may be thinking there's no way that something as simple as the Good Feet store can help you, like Bill.
My feet would just ache, my back would hurt, my ankles, everything just hurt. And I'd seen the commercial several times before I finally said, I'm going to do this. And I'll be darned if it didn't work. I feel a million times better than I ever did.
Another satisfied customer of the Good Feet store is Wendy.
Since wearing my arch supports from the Good Feet store, my back pain is gone and my feet don't hurt as much. And as I look into the future without pain, I see myself being even more adventurous, joyful, and full of possibility.
Come to the Good Feet store today. Visit us in Robinson Town Center, in Cranberry Township, in Morgantown at Suncrest Town Center, or book your free fitting at goodfeet.com. You deserve a better life, too. Come in and take a free test walk today.
By the time you're finished listening to this Pepsi Zero Sugar, you'll be 15 seconds closer to kickoff. Stock up now. Steelers game day is so close, you can almost taste it. Steelers watching. Better with Pepsi.
Download the Par-Mar Rewards app today for some big gas and grocery savings. Dan Zang really here to tell you that loyalty has its rewards at Par-Mar stores. Remember, if there's not a Par-Mar store near you now, there will be soon.
Bare Naked Ladies and Flight Tour 2024 live Friday, September 27th, the Event Center at Rivers Casino. Bare Naked Ladies with special guest Toe the Wet Sprocket. Tickets on sale now. Visit riverscasino.com or inside Rivers Casino. Bare Naked Ladies in concert.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Morning Rush, still rough in spots. This report brought to you by Gutter Helmet. Say goodbye to all your gutter problems with Gutter Helmet. Book a free estimate at gutterhelmet.com. West Deer Township, crews clearing an earlier accident on Middle Road just off East Hardee's Road. Also the Parkway West. You are jammed inbound between Carnegie and Greentree to the Fort Pitt tunnels, while the Parkway East acts at Wilkinsburg. Route 28 delays at the Route 8 at the bypass down toward the north side. Parkway North heavy at Bellevue, Westview, then again past McKnight Road toward Venture Street. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Homeowners, don't let faulty gutters ruin your day. Protect your home from costly damages with Gutter Helmet. Call 888-5HELMET or visit gutterhelmet.com for a free gutter assessment and estimate. Beat the fall rush and save. Get 35% off plus no money down and no interest for 1 year.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7,
Welcome to our special show. Let's go get him.
This is the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley.
Yeah.
Presented by Guardian Protection. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
The Steelers have a 53-man roster for now, and Ray Fittipaldo joining us now to get into it. He, of course, from the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette, and he's on the Fan Hotline, presented by Sullivan Super Service, providing trusted plumbing and HVAC service for over 50 years. Ray is brought to us by Western PA Injury Attorneys of LGKG. Build on relationships, credibility, and integrity. LGKG.com. Good morning to you, Ray. How you doing?
Good morning, guys. How are you?
We're very good.
We're
very good. There's some guy out there window washing, and it has delighted Callis in a way that I don't think window washing should ever delight anybody. But
it's making a big boom sound.
to each their own. Yep. Ray, any surprises yesterday? Any surprising cuts? Any surprising keeps in your mind?
Yeah, I mean, guys, I think we do have to keep in mind that this is the initial 53-man roster. I think anyone who has followed this team this summer knows probably at least a few moves are coming. But I'll tell you, one surprise keep for me is Jalen Elliott, the safety out of Notre Dame. He's been around for like 2 or 3 years now. He was added, I think, 2 weeks into camp. I mean, he wasn't even on the 93-man roster, obviously a guy who performed well on special teams. We'll see if he sticks around, but that's the one guy that surprised me a little bit yesterday.
Ray, you said that you expect some moves to be made to add to this roster as these days do go on. What are those moves, and who are some of the names out there that we could pay attention to?
Yeah, I mean, it depends, Doran. Are you going to look at the waiver wire, or are you maybe going to make a deal with another team? I'm still looking at slot corner. I don't know that they're going to go into the season with Beanie Bishop. We'll see about that. I think they could use some depth on the outside as well. They kept Darius Rush and Corey Trice. Between those two guys, there's 33 snaps of NFL experience between them. Obviously receiver is another position there. We can go down the list of receivers, guys who were cut yesterday. Kadarius Toney, Tim Patrick was let go. A bunch of guys.
Noah Brown.
Martavis
Bryant.
Yeah, I don't know about Martavis, but hey, if it was Martavis 4 or 5 years ago, I'd say yeah. But listen, I think, at this point now, I think we're going to find out if the Steelers really do think if they're going to get Ayuk. If they don't think so, they're probably going to sign one of these guys or claim one of these guys. And, if they don't, it probably means they still think they're in the Ayuk sweepstakes.
Great. Ray, you brought up in our last conversation that you thought there was a possibility of Roman Wilson potentially starting the season on IR. He didn't yesterday, so do you still think that's a possibility?
No, I think they would have done it yesterday.
Okay.
They had 2 IR, basically 2 free IR designated 2 returns, and they used one on Jeremiah Moon and they used the other on Dylan Cook. So, to me, Roman Wilson hasn't practiced in a month. He's probably going to be inactive for the first few games of the season until he gets his legs under him. That's another reason, guys, where I think a receiver has to be added. I mean, you're looking at basically having 4 receivers at your disposal for the opener. So I think a move is definitely coming there.
Ray, with Fautanu possibly being healthy to start the opener against Atlanta at right tackle, could Broderick Jones really be in jeopardy of not starting at left tackle and Dan Moore Jr. being the left tackle?
I think that could be a possibility at some point, Doran, but I think with Fautanu not practicing this week, I don't think they're going to throw him back in there and have him start the opener after having missed 3 weeks and only practice him for like 3 or 4 days next week. I don't think they would do that. But if you're looking at Fautanu getting healthy, say by week 2 or week 3, then yeah, I think we're definitely going to have that conversation. We talked to Broderick Jones yesterday. He hasn't repped at all on the left side in practices since Fautanu was injured. He's been all on the right side. Now, he said a few pre-snap, a few post-snaps, doing his sets at left tackle, but nothing in team period. So, that tells me that they think he's going to be on the right side, for a while. And, I know he's a good athlete. I know he's versatile. But when he does make that move, I think he's going to need a week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks just to get the footwork down.
Are they screwing him up, man?
It's hard for me to sit here and say that, Adam, just because of the injuries that they've had. I do think his versatility works against him a little bit. You look at Dan Moore is sitting pretty being the left tackle because he can't play on the right side. So they know they can't move him. And I don't want to disparage Dan Moore, but he's had a good camp, but he can only play one side. And by Broderick Jones being able to, do both sides, his versatility, unfortunately for him, is kind of, put him in this position. So I don't want to say they're screwing him over, but I'm anxious to see how this plays out because I don't think it's going to be a great deal for Broderick once Fautanu is healthy.
Ray, do you think there's a possibility that we'll see Justin Fields outside of the role of quarterback, like with the packages, not just 3rd and 1, not just gadget quarterback plays where he's, read optioning or just running the football, but maybe as a running back or a wide receiver, the true slash role?
Yeah, we haven't seen that at all, Doran, but, obviously that doesn't mean anything. They can install that this week or next week, and, they could be off and running with that. I think the more likely scenario would be for Justin to have a package as a quarterback, put some read option in there, maybe do some design runs with him, things like that. So I think that's where you take advantage of his skill set the most. But, I think that's coming. Not necessarily as a running back or a receiver, but I do think they will do certain things to get him in the football game as a weapon for their offense.
Ray, I think we agree that the roster is better than last year. They've overhauled the quarterback room. I just like this roster better. Patrick Queen comes in. I think he got a better safety tandem than last year. But not comparing it to last year, just comparing it to the rest of the league, do you think the Steelers have a good roster, great roster, mid roster, bad roster? How do you evaluate it?
I think they have very strong position groups at outside linebacker. The defensive line has been a pleasant surprise for me. I think the running back room is in really good shape. But then I look at these other positions, the secondary. I already detailed how thin they are there. The offensive line being in flux and being so young is worrisome to me. So if I look at it overall in the totality of the entire roster, I would say it's average, maybe a little bit above average. And you know how it goes. If your quarterback plays well, that probably means you're going to make the playoffs. But listen, if they get hit by injuries in the secondary, if they get hit by injuries in the receiver room, it's going to be hard for them to compete. So that's why I think moves are coming here in the next couple of days.
Any reason to be worried about JPJ dealing with an injury?
I haven't had a chance to talk to Joey since his injury. We'll see if he talks today or next week. We've been led to believe that it is minor. They're resting a lot of guys this week. Corey Trice is being rested. He's on the 53. So this is kind of like a get right week where it's low intensity practices. A lot of guys being held out. So right now it doesn't seem like it's anything major.
Ray, when Caboli wasn't around, did you cry?
A little bit. I did shed a tear, but hey, it was 1 week and he's back on his feet. So
That's right. You got anything else for Ray,
I'm
Mr.
good.
Dickerson?
I'm good.
Ray, this was wonderful. Next week, guess what? We'll be previewing a game with you, buddy, and we cannot wait for that.
Let's go.
Mountaineers. Thank you, Ray.
All right, see you guys.
See you, Ray.
Ray Fittipaldo of the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette. That's a reflex. There's nothing I can do about
I
that.
can tell.
That's like when doctor hits you with that rubber little mallet thing.
Yeah, or you say that Tim Lester died, and you're like, "Love that."
Yeah, bad non sequitur by me.
Love
I'll have to own that. I'll have to own that. And if they fire me for it, I understand. Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. We're old guys now. You know, we're young old. We're getting to middle age.
Yep.
There are things that amuse Callis that we just aren't amused by at all. He was delighted, titillated, excited about this window washer during the break. It made a big boom. Did you guys see the window washer?
Then he
Look at
called
the
you
window
mean.
washer. Yeah, he called me mean for not being as excited about him.
You know what's going to make me even more excited? When I make the social media video you celebrating someone's passing.
That's not what I did. It just sounds like that's what I did. John Wayner at the bottom of the hour. Couple of weeks ago, John kind of went viral for being critical of guys not busting their hump. Well, now I'm very excited about this segment because we're going to get to talk to him about O'Neal Cruz. What does Wayner think about the Pirates' potential superstar shortstop switching positions? We'll talk to him at 8:35. You can tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. You can text us, brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm. They always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Up next, though, we'll react to Ray. We'll evaluate the Steelers roster ourselves, but first, a Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Yeah, that's just it. I think the window washers are done, so boo. The Pirates, they lost yesterday 9-5 to the Chicago Cubs. They've lost the series so far. They have an opportunity not to get swept, though. They're going to play the Cubs in the third and final game of the series today at 12:35. If you want to listen to that game, you can go over to 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDK. It's Paul Skeen's day. He'll pitch against Kyle Hendricks. For more fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan with our fan trading camp profiles. Presented by Smale Kia, Guardian Caps, and Armstrong Business Solutions. Patrick Queen. Is it the Steeler defense needed any more star power? After 3 years at LSU, which culminated with a national championship in 2019, Queen was selected in the first round of the 2020 draft by the Ravens. After 3 steady seasons, Queen got even better in 2023, making the first Pro Bowl of his career. He signed this past offseason to the Ravens' arch rival, the Steelers, and is ready to show everyone that Queen is the king.
Our daughter Jessie loves playing detective.
But since we discovered she has sensitive skin, we've been playing detective too.
We thought the problem was our puppy.
But it was actually our old detergent. So we switched to Tide Free and Gentle.
Tide Free and Gentle has no dyes or perfumes, so it's gentle on her skin.
If it's gotta be clean, it's gotta be Tide Free and Gentle. This back-to-school season, Tide and Downey are giving back with $1.5 million in scholarships. Enter to win. No purchase necessary. US/DC 17+. End September 30th. Rules. Tide.com/scholarship/official rules.
After 30 years of doing knee and hip replacements, Dr. Mitchell Scheinkup thought there had to be a better way, and that led him to regenerative medicine.
I was one of the first orthopedic surgeons to do it.
Now, after 20 years of successful orthobiologic treatments, lots of clinical data, research, and teaching, Dr. Scheinkup is National Medical Director at QC Kinetics.
They've done an amazing job of becoming the most significant orthobiologic and regenerative medicine practice in the United States. QC is so far ahead of the game in its science, its protocols, its people, its facilities.
So if you have chronic pain from arthritis and you want to avoid drugs and surgery, call the experts in this revolutionary field, QC Kinetics.
To give patients real lasting relief from pain, that's what I live for. That's my mission.
Get your free consultation now. Call QC Kinetics.
Call QC Kinetics, 412-228-3584. That's 412-228-3584. Located in Robinson, 412-228-3584.
Nachos!
Hey, I'll take some.
And some Frank's Red Hot.
Nah.
You're just gonna eat these boring nachos with no flavor. Frank it up! Crank it up! This guy finally gets it.
It's the perfect blend of flavor and heat. Frank's Red Hot. I put that on everything.
With Staples Hot Deals, you'll find super low prices on hundreds of items for back to school. Right now, 24-pack Crayola crayons and comp books are just 50 cents each at Staples. Plus, save even more with the Easy Rewards program. In-store only. Offer ends 8/24. Limit 20. Save big on back to school at Staples.
I went hands-free.
I went hands-free.
I went hands-free.
I went hands-free with Skechers Slip-ins.
Join the millions of people who are celebrating going hands-free with Skechers Slip-ins. Footwear you just step into and they're on.
It's crazy how something as simple as a pair of shoes have made my life better.
After trying Skechers Slip-ins, I want all my shoes to have this technology.
See what everybody can't stop talking about. Go hands-free with Skechers Slip-ins at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
Oh, I can't believe tax season is here already. Look at all this info I have to enter.
Phil's small accounting firm is growing in numbers.
Why didn't I take that typing class in high school?
A data entry specialist could really help him in a crunch.
I got blisters on my fingers.
Indeed can help him hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. You can schedule and conduct virtual interviews all from your employer dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Timmy, everybody. Great job. Next up for our 5th grade class recital, we have Samantha.
10 times better performance can make a big difference. Castrol Edge Motor Oil gives your engine 10 times better high-stress performance. Castrol Edge, better oil for maximum performance. Now through December 28th, Castrol Edge and Edge High Mileage Motor Oil are on rollback at Walmart.
Claim based on sequence 9 test under high-load conditions versus API-SP test limits.
Presenting a Gain Flings love story. Dear love of my life, we were on the 12B bus this morning when I caught a whiff. A scent so fresh, so life-changing, I had to find its source. Alas, I didn't know if you were the woman in the pink freshly washed cardigan or the retired mailman next to me, but I knew one of you was my soulmate. Ah, the scent of Gain Flings. Try Gain Flings with OxyBoost and Febreze.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Galease Services. Call Galease.
Call Galease.
This is Bart Winkler with an Odyssey Sports Minute. How about the years that Aaron Judge and Shohei Ohtani are having in their respective leagues? 2 guys on clear paths to the MVP award, which is kind of dumb. The American League and National League no longer have rule differentials, and every team in Major League Baseball now plays each other. So why do we still have separate awards? Other than tradition, there is no longer any reason for it. It is time to combine the awards and give the MVP to Ohtani. I'm Bart Winkler.
Kick off fall with Labor Day deals at Lowe's. Right now, buy one, get one free on select interior paint via Lowe's gift card rebate for your next paint project. Plus, My Lowe's Rewards members save more on select 1.5 pint or 1 quart mums. Get 5 for just $10. Shop these can't-miss deals today before they're gone. Lowe's knows home improvement. Valid through 9/4 while supplies last. More terms and restrictions apply. Program subject to terms and conditions. Details at lowes.com/terms. Subject to change. See lowes.com/rebates for details.
Are you the parent of a 2 to 7-year-old? Listen closely for an exciting free radio offer. By now, you've probably heard of ABC Mouse, the Parents' Choice Award-winning online learning program that's actually changing the lives of early learners everywhere.
ABC Mouse is like a little one-on-one teacher. It has helped her so much.
Right now, we're offering a special radio promo to try it free for a month, but you have to go to abcmouse.com/radio to claim your free month. That's abcmouse.com/radio.
Sponsored by Age of Learning.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Cruz on the scene of an accident off to the side on southbound I-79 just before the Parkway North split, and it's causing solid delays pretty much back to Warrendale and past the scene. Once you do get by it, you're fairly steady on the Parkway North all the way down to the north side. Parkway West, you are jammed right at the bend at Carnegie down to the Ford Pit Tunnels. Parkway East stacking at Wilkinsburg. Route 28 delays at the Route 8 at the bypass. Heavy from there to the north side. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
John Wayne are going to join us in 13 minutes talking about Cruz's transition to center field. Cruz, who went 4 for 4 last night and has an OPS over 900 since July. Cal is still in the other room excited about window washers. Buildings getting washed today, and someone texts in. Now, a topless window washer would be exciting. Agreed? Agreed. So I Googled that. Probably shouldn't be Googling topless window washers on a company server here. That's not a business that's been invented. I feel like we got to get in on the ground floor, pun intended on that one.
Mm-hmm.
Start a topless window washing company?
Not bad.
And it could be men and women. We're not sexist here. We could have hunky men do it too, depending on who's in your building, what you're looking for. I think that's a hell of an idea.
Even though that these people were from the ground and they had just a long pole, you couldn't see them.
That's what made it impressive
long
to
poles? You could hire guys with long poles.
Oh, I get it because,
I want to be equal opportunity here.
Yes.
I don't only want it to be beautiful women topless washing the windows. You also got to have men involved too.
But would it be illegal if women did that?
That's probably why it hasn't happened. Yeah, that would be a public indecency, I think, would be the charge there. Yeah.
Yes.
You definitely have to get a permit first.
Yes.
All right. So those are the hoops that are unable to be jumped through. Okay, Callis makes a really good point there. This isn't Europe. In Europe, perhaps you could have topless window washers.
Correct.
But maybe not here in the United States. Still a great business idea nonetheless, I think. My old building, they'd come up there on those hanging things.
Yes.
What are those called? You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Scary as hell.
Bungee cords or whatever.
Yeah, it's a really scary job.
Yeah, I wouldn't do it. They probably get paid a lot.
I'm sure you do. You're risking life and limb. Imagine putting that harness on with no top on.
Seems safer the way they did it this morning.
Yeah, they just have the long pole. They just reach up. Squeak, 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 squeak. Enough on window washing. John Wayne are going to join us at 8:35. I was trying to keep Callis happy there.
He's happy. Look, he's giggling.
He's giggling.
he's literally
No,
giggling.
I love Doran because he's got this straight demeanor, and I feel like I have an uncanny ability to break him with simple stuff.
You do. We were talking during the break about you going through a car wash, and you're probably like, ooh, look at the suds.
Ooh, it smells good,
This is wonderful.
The pony goes through the wet go on X. I love that.
Do you like that?
I love it because I don't care what he says. I just watch the car wash.
Texter, okay, we're pivoting. Bikinis.
I was going to say that.
Bikinis and speedos, but you didn't want to go down the path anymore.
Exactly.
You wanted to be done with window washing talk. Apparently, there was a scantily clad haircut place downtown back in the day.
Oh.
Kind of like Hooters, but for getting your hair cut.
Okay.
So you're getting the shampoo, and they got the Hooters thing going on.
Yeah. Never mind.
You want to punt?
Sure.
It's fourth down. You just want to kick the ball off, get as far away from this as possible? Okay, fair enough. So Ray Fittipaldo, he says the Steelers roster, in his estimation, average to above average. Fair?
Yes.
I think they're a little better than that.
Average to above average, they're right there. I mean, if they'd be above average where you're probably going if they did have a significant. If they had Deontay Johnson, I think they'd be above average. Not even IU.
I just think about last year, and they're 10-7, and we know what quarterbacks they had. I think you get there on the strength more than anything else of the rest of your roster. And you do subtract Deontay Johnson, but you add a couple of high pedigree offensive linemen. You add, hopefully, a difference maker in the middle of the field in Patrick Queen. You add a safety that I think is pretty good and has gone under the radar all year. You're going into year 2 with Joey Porter Jr. Expectations that he's going to get better. You should be better at the other corner spot with Dante Jackson than with Patrick Peterson. I think they're better than last year, and last year they dragged that quarterback situation to the playoffs at 10-7.
Okay, but I feel like we were being fooled last year because everybody else is getting better this year. There was no Joe Burrow last year. You only faced Lamar Jackson once, and you faced Deshaun Watson once.
A valid retort by you.
And that's just in the division.
Yeah, you go 5-1 in the division. I would bet a lot of money that they're not going to go 5-1 in the division this year, even though they're a better team. You could be a better team and finish with a worse record this year based on your schedule. Absolutely, that could happen. They ran into an awful lot of luck last year. Yeah, Pirates, better team, better rotation, and they're probably going to finish with a worse record. Their schedule has been brutal. That is fair. You got one of the best players in the world on the edge in T.J. Watt. I think Nick Herbig's a better player now than he was last year. I look around and I think that they've upgraded in a lot of positions. And you're right. A lot of teams around the league are going to feel that way. That's what the offseason's for. Most teams don't come out of the offseason going, oh, darn it, we got worse. But you're going to find teams that do perform worse from one year to the next.
Okay, but they upgraded a lot of positions, but did they really upgrade, or they upgraded from what they had last year? That's the difference. Like, are they real upgrades, or is it just an upgrade from how bad the play was at the certain positions last year?
You're right. Better than last year doesn't mean that you've got an above-average roster.
Right.
It just means that you're better than last year. It's fair. I think they have an above-average roster. And we're splitting hairs here. I mean, no one's going to sit here and say they've got a good to great roster because of the holes they have. And even though they did upgrade at quarterback, when we went through that whole list earlier on in the show, ESPN had 103 NFL players pulled talking about quarterbacks, and neither of the Steelers' quarterbacks that could start games this year even got mentioned, which means they are largely afterthoughts, according to players in the NFL. We know all the talking heads on ESPN love to talk about the Steelers' quarterback situation, because the Steelers are always going to move the needle. But these QBs, afterthoughts. I just think you go 10-7 last year, and maybe it's fluky, like you're saying with the injury luck you got. But because they're better at the position this year, maybe you do get to around 10-7, and you legitimize your roster. And you battle through not getting that luck, but you're good enough to win some more games. People on the text line absolutely agree with you, saying that this is an average to maybe above average roster.
Yeah.
Agree with Ray Fittipaldo.
Yeah.
Texter, no, it's not against the law for women not to wear a shirt. Indecent exposure only involves south of the border. Is that true?
I don't know.
That's not true.
I don't think you can walk down the street topless. I think you can in New York.
I don't know.
Callis, Google it.
I don't know.
Do it on your account, not mine. I don't want to be Googling that stuff again here on the internet. All right, up next, John Wayne are going to join us. Maybe we'll see if he thinks topless window washing is a good idea. But first, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Don't miss the Panthers Insider Show every Saturday morning from 8. It's powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. Don't miss the Panthers Insider Show.
I am just a mess right now because I was looking this up. Let's try this again. So women now allowed to go topless in public in 6 states. Wyoming's one of them. Pennsylvania is not. Okay, great. All right, now I'm focused again. Let's try that again.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Nicholas Callis here with your fan headlines powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. The Pittsburgh Pirates, they lost yesterday against the Chicago Cubs by a final score of 9-5. Pirates lost the first 2 games in the series. Third and final game is today at 12:35. You can listen to that game if you go over to 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. Paul Skeens will be pitching for the Pirates today. Kyle Hendricks will be on the other side. They'll be pitching for the Cubs. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Don't miss the Panthers Insider Show every Saturday morning from 8 to 9 with Pat Bostic. The best insight with the top guests and everything you need to know about Pitt. The Panther Insider Show is presented by PGT Trucking and Macero Construction Group and brought to you by NSS Live, Ute Bebington and Nichols, Voss TV and Appliance, Come Ready Nutrition, Stoney's Brewing, and PJ Dick, Trumbull, and Lindy Group. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Kick off fall with Labor Day deals at Lowe's. Right now, buy one, get one free on select interior paint via Lowe's gift card rebate for your next paint project. Plus, My Lowe's Rewards members save more on select 1.5 pint or 1 quart mums. Get 5 for just $10. Shop these can't-miss deals today before they're gone. Lowe's knows home improvement. Valid through 9/4 while supplies last. More terms and restrictions apply. Program subject to terms and conditions. Details at lowes.com/terms. Subject to change. See lowes.com/rebates for details.
Mom, meet Sarah.
From first-time Nana moments.
Yeah, welcome to Flight 101.
To annual girls trip moments. Your can't-miss moments are worth protecting against RSV. If you're 75 or older or 60 plus with a chronic condition like asthma, COPD, heart disease, or severe diabetes, you're at higher risk of landing in the hospital from RSV. And there are no prescription RSV treatments. Check eligibility and schedule your RSV vaccine at vaxassist.com.
So where should we go next?
Sponsored by Pfizer.
The latest advancement for thinning hair and hair loss is now at New Image Hair Clinic. It's called laser hair therapy, and you can try it for free. Simply call us today at 1-800-942-8302 or visit newimagehairclinic.com to schedule your free evaluation. In as little as 1 hour, we can help determine the possible reasons for your hair loss and if laser hair therapy is for you. Call now, and KDK listeners can receive 2 weeks of laser treatments for free. Certain restrictions apply, so call 1-800-942-8302 or go to newimagehairclinic.com.
Oh, I hate to be the bearer of bad news, or just reality, really, but you know what's going to be here before you know it? Four-wheel drive season. Yep, Colin Dunlap here. And I got to tell you, Schultz Ford's got everything you need, because that weather will turn at some point. Grab that Explorer, grab an Expedition. How about an F-150? Something where you can trudge through that foul weather. Well, they've got great locations. Schultz Ford Wexford, Schultz Ford Harmer, Schultz Ford South and West Mifflin. How about Wheeling? That store is humming. It really is. And SchultzFord.com, always online. Go check it out. There's a great selection. You can drive up to one of the dealers and go in person, or all the time, 24/7, 365, SchultzFord.com. They have a gigantic selection of inventory for everything that you need. And like I said, that weather will be here soon enough. Get into something that'll get you around through that foul weather. So again, all those locations, and always SchultzFord.com.
Athletic Brewing non-alcoholic family of beers. Get you from tailgate to final down this season. And are on special at the Headkeeper in Greensburg. $4 cans all day Friday. Please enjoy responsibly.
Are you ready to take a walk on the wild side and have some family fun? Get to Living Treasures Animal Park in the Laurel Highlands. Living Treasures has animals from all over the world. With over 300 animals you and the family will love. Their concession stand is now open weekends, and they have a new playground for family fun.
Hey, Pittsburgh homeowners. To build for looks and durability, side your home with LP Smart Side Expert Finish Trim and Siding, now available in brushed smooth texture. Available in 16 versatile colors, Expert Finish products will help you create a gorgeous, longer-lasting dream home. That's the beauty of brushed smooth. Learn more about LP SmartSide Expert Finish products in brushed smooth texture at lpcorp.com/Steel City. That's lpcorp.com/Steel City.
Phones aren't wired to the wall anymore. We carry them in our pockets. Cars can even drive themselves, right? Technology advances have changed our lives.
That's football legend Emmitt Smith.
Some of the most fascinating advances are happening with the medical professionals at QC Kinetics. I'm talking about natural regenerative treatments for joint pain without surgery or harmful drugs.
Tens of thousands of patients have discovered these breakthroughs firsthand at QC Kinetics. With over 100 board-certified providers across the country, they're transforming the world of pain treatment using your body's own healing properties to help restore your aching joints.
Why would you keep going back to the old tired ways of treating chronic joint pain? Check out the latest advances at QC Kinetics. And here's an idea for you. You can call them on that smartphone right there in your pocket.
Call QC Kinetics, 412-228-3584. That's 412-228-3584. Located in Robinson, 412-228-3584.
Back to more of the Fan Morning Show.
And good morning, y'all.
With Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley.
So let's get rolling.
Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
If you smell what the Rock is cooking.
Waiter, deep left. Look at this. Steve. Oh, my goodness. He's done it. David Waiter. Unbelievable. It is unbelievable. He's done it in his home ballpark. John Waiter.
That's not the Rock stuff. That's Rocky stuff.
That is unbelievable.
One of our favorite dudes, John Wayner, on the line right now, brought to us by Gutter Helmet. Try the maintenance-free gutter solution from Gutter Helmet. Call 888-5-HELMET for a free estimate. Wayner also brought to us by Allegiant Federal Community Credit Union. Shape your future. Visit AllegiantFCU.org. Good morning to you, John. How you doing today?
I am super. How are you guys?
Outstanding?
Great.
Terrific?
Fantastic.
Wow.
Excellent.
You can hear it in your voices.
We have to amuse each other. All right, John. So, you know the big question here coming. O'Neal Cruz moving to center field. Why narrow it down? Just give us your thoughts.
It's funny because over the weekend, I don't know why, I saw Cincinnati hit a fly ball to left center in front of the track, and I actually said what I was thinking. I said I wish I would love to see O'Neal Cruz out there to see if they would tag from second to third. And it's the first time I've ever said anything about it. And then I hear the whispers that they might try him out in center field. I'm okay with it. I'm not, and I guess for more reasons than one. I know he has struggled at times at shortstop, obviously. I still thought that he could be a major league shortstop. I thought if he, kind of cleaned up some things, like I said before, a handful of his errors or throws from the outfield on relays. I thought he moved pretty well for a big man. There were times where you wondered if he had that internal clock to where he knew when to speed up, when to slow down, and so there were certain situations where I thought he needed to improve on situational stuff, knowing where the ball's going before it's hit the things like that. So there was things I thought he could work on to be a major league shortstop, and I thought he did okay. I mean, everybody wants to talk about the 24 errors or however many it was, but I still thought that he did okay at short. I love the fact I'm looking forward to seeing him in center field. He's athletic enough, he's fast enough, and certainly his arm could be a game changer. The reason why I'm okay with it, I guess, more than any other is because it seems like we don't have a lot of outfield depth, and it seems like we have a ton of infield depth. I mean, it's kind of been a problem getting offense from the center field position until we got De La Cruz. We struggled in right field as well. And then there's first base where Rowdy came on after a couple months. But to me, I thought you needed another outfielder. And it seems like we got guys like IKF and Nick Gonzalez and Triolo and when Hayes comes back or what have you, and then there's a bunch of guys it seems like in the minor leagues that could play in the middle and play short. And so for me, get him out there now, see what it looks like. Let him finish out the year. I think he's a good enough athlete where he'll be fine. It's just about reads. I think center is easier than the corners. You don't have to deal with the lights. You don't deal with as much slice or hook. The ball's pretty true out there, and he can use his speed and athleticism and roam around. But I'm okay with it. I really am. Hopefully he works hard at it and takes it seriously enough to go out there and do it. Because I think he could be a better defensive center fielder than he was a shortstop.
John, can you explain the dynamics of communication as a center fielder with the right fielder, the left fielder, and can O'Neal Cruz handle that? Can he develop that part of his game where he is the guy, he is the general out there calling guys off or saying me, the things of that nature that we've seen him not be able to really do at shortstop? What are the true dynamics out there?
Center fielder has priority over everybody, over the corners, over the infielders. So anytime he's going to be under the ball, and that's going to be the key, is he's going to have to realize that he can get everything that he can get to. Now, there's times where I've seen center fielders go and take balls from the left fielder to right fielder, but there's times where you're going to, with experience, I think he's going to realize how far he needs to go and what he should go get and what he should let go. But he's just got to be verbal. He's just got to be verbal, and when he can get to a ball, he's got to scream, I got it. And here's the other thing that kind of is a pet peeve of mine, especially at the major league level, when you have so many fans in the outfield. You don't have that in the minor leagues. You have it in the major leagues. You got to scream on the ball, like that whole Houston thing where he ran into Reynolds. They're right near the third base stands. Then there's the Crawford boxes behind them. If you're not screaming loud as the ball's coming down, you're not going to hear one another. So that's the other thing. The way you communicate, I think, is always key in the outfield, because you can't, as the ball's at the top of its flight, say, I got it, and then stop yelling. It's more important to call it on its way down, and you got to get louder the closer it gets to you, because especially on the road, the fans are pretty loud, and sometimes you can't hear your other outfielders or your infielders. So yeah, but that's the thing. What he got to go get, he got to call, and calling it late is better than calling it early, because a lot of times the other guys can't hear you, and especially coming in, that could be tough sometimes, because you running on a ball that's just outside the infield, and there might be an infielder camped. but you're running in and you think you can catch it, because you do have to peek down and look at the infielder to make sure he's camped. But if that infielder's moving, then you call him off. But there are some instances where, you know, it's kind of iffy as far as what you go for. You know, there's times you see infielders that are under the ball, they're camped and they're calling it, I got it, or waving their hands or whatever. Then you see the outfielder come barreling in and try to make a sliding play when it was a routine play. But again, with experience and reps, you're gonna be able to handle that a little bit better. But yeah, he has control over everybody. What he can get to, he can call everybody off. And then I think the more he experiences it, the better it'll be for it.
I think under-discussed now because of the position change, because of the errors for a while at shortstop, is just how well he's hitting, John. He goes 4 for 4 last night. He's all of a sudden hitting lefties really well, and you look at his numbers, it's his first full season in Major League Baseball. I think he's had a really good year at the plate.
He's had a great year. You know, there's times you're going to expect some more power, but we're seeing more contact recently, and I think that's the key. This guy hits the ball so hard. When he shortens up his swing and puts bat on ball, he's going to get more hits, plain and simple, because his ground ball to the right side is different than most ground balls to the right side. You hit a ground ball to the right side 95, there's a good chance somebody's going to catch it. He's hitting ground balls through at 113. You don't have time to get in front of it. It's ridiculous. So, yeah, very good, especially against lefties, because you had to wonder there for a while, you know, about halfway through the season, is he going to be a platoon guy, you know, and you don't want your everyday shortstop, you know, not facing lefties. And so he's proving he can hit lefties. Again, I think the consistency's there, and for me, the contact. You know, you don't see as much swing and miss, as much strikeout, and with that, the average is going to go up, and eventually the power is going to go up as well.
John, do you anticipate the Pirates making any other moves or position changes? Maybe Joey Bart, whenever he is healthy, playing some first base and seeing what that could look like for next year?
That's a good question, actually. I never even considered that.
The actually is a little rude there, John. Of course it's a great question from Doran.
Yeah, I didn't know. Does he played first before?
Catcher.
I mean, I'm just saying. I mean, I know he's a catcher, but I'm just sitting there thinking, like, I never thought of him as a first baseman. And I don't think it's that easy for a catcher. If you've never played first base before, just like if you're a catcher and you're playing right field, if you never played it before, it's not the same. It's not that it's not an easy transition going from behind the plate at first base. Obviously, you know, it's happened before, and some catchers have been pretty good over there. But that, yeah, if we get into a situation where Henry Davis is hitting, Andy Rodriguez is back, and you got two good catchers that are hitting and need to be in a lineup, you got to find somebody else a position if Joey Bart's going to continue to hit the way he is. Because right now, Joey Bart's our everyday catcher next year, as far as I'm concerned. Unless he can go play another position. And I never even considered that, because to me, that would be their biggest need going into next year. You got to go out and find a first baseman. And it might be in Joey Bart. I like that.
Yes.
John, you're a wonderful man. Thank you for joining us, and we will talk to you next week.
Always a pleasure, fellas. Take care.
Thank you, Rock.
Thank you, John.
John Wayner.
He liked that.
He did like that. He did. Has he played any first base? Catcher. Had me weak, man. I am going to here's a guarantee. I'm going to make Doran laugh in exactly 10 seconds.
No way.
I'm going to make you laugh in exactly 10 seconds. Some audio came out yesterday of O'Neal Cruz in center field practicing calling off his fielders. And we have that audio for you right now, Doran. Oh! I got him! Coming up next, it is our great sponsored football segment filled with knowledge and fun, brought to you by Champ Tires. First, though, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Oh! Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Oh, gosh. The Pirates lost yesterday. They're playing again today in the third game of a series against the Cubs. 12:35 is the start time. You can listen over on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. It's a Paul Skeens day. He'll be pitching against Kyle Hendricks. More fun headlines. Go to 937thefan.com. And now here's Doran.
Trust is key in my life. And let me tell you about something that I absolutely trust to sell my home, and that's Gina G and Petro. You'll have a 5-star experience when you sell your home with Gina, and she always delivers. Michael worked with Gina a few years ago to buy his home in Crafton, and now 3 years later, he was ready to sell that home, and he knew that he wanted to work with Gina again. He contacted Gina and once again was very impressed with the results, because with her expert marketing plans, Gina was able to sell Michael's home for over $450,000. Gina will sit down with you. You grant a price. You grant a deadline. If the deadline passes and the home isn't sold, she'll have it bought and turned into a rental. She also offers a no-obligation guarantee. If she doesn't do her job at any point, you're free to get out of the contract. You know what to do. Pull out your phone, give Gina a call, 724-602-9752, or Google Gina GMP over Remax Select Realty and look up GinaWillSellYourHome.com. That's Gina will sell your home.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Morning rush, still a bit rough in spots. This report brought to you by WetGo Go Unlimited. Sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited today. Cruz still on the scene of an earlier accident off to the side on southbound I-79 at the Parkway North Split. It's causing delays as you get by the scene. However, it is getting better. Also, an accident reported on Banksville Road on the inbound side just past the intersection with Wenzel Avenue. Watch for solid delays all the way back before McMonagle. Parkway West, you're jammed between Carnegie and Green Tree. Parkway East stacking before Wilkinsburg, just about to Greensburg Pike. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Protect your car from bugs, UV rays, and rain, and keep it shining all summer with savings on unlimited washes. New members who sign up for WetGo Unlimited today get their second month free. Wash your car as much as you want at 45-plus convenient WetGo locations. Sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You listen to them every day. Now you can watch them, too, on the Fan Video Stream, powered by Bowser. Catch your favorite 93.7 The Fan hosts live on the Fan Video Stream. Just hit up 937thefan.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 93.7 The Fan. And you've heard us talk a lot about FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. And I've got something a little different for you today. How about this? Now through September 22nd, all FanDuel customers can bet $5 and get a free 3-week trial of NFL Sunday Ticket from YouTube and YouTube TV. Then, with a YouTube base plan, you'll be able to watch every regular season Sunday afternoon out-of-market game. So if you're outside of Pittsburgh and listening to us, you can get the Steelers games. You're betting on a game and you don't get it. All you need is a Google account and a current form of payment, and you can cancel anytime. Just visit fanduel.com/Andrew to download America's #1 sportsbook today. 21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. Full price of NFL Sunday Ticket will be automatically charged seasonally after free trial, no refunds. Terms, restrictions, and embargoes apply. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Sharing with roommates is hard. Like sharing a thin wall with a wannabe music major. But you know what's easy to share? Xfinity Internet. Get fast, reliable internet that's powerful enough for all your roommates to be online at the same time. That means while your roommate streams trumpet tutorials, you can put your headphones on and play your favorite video games. With the volume turned up, of course. Like, way up. Get a special student offer on Xfinity Internet for just $25 a month for 1 year. Plus, there's no annual contract, which means you're not locked in if you move out next year. What's even better, you'll also get Wi-Fi equipment and a free self-install kit included. To learn more, go to Xfinity.com/student, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit an Xfinity store today. Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. New off-campus students with qualifying Xfinity Internet.
Plus finance HMF, low APR tier 1 through 2. Plus tax, acquisition fee, title, plates, and dealer dock fee. Select models and trims only. In stock units only. Offers end 9/3/24.
Get to Mike Hamlin Hyundai during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Drive the new 2024 Hyundai Elantra SEL or Tucson SE with 1.99% financing for up to 60 months, plus $500 bonus cash. MikeHamlinHyundai.com. All Mike Hamlin Hyundais are backed by Owner Assurance, America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000 miles. And the Mike Hamlin Advantage, oil changes for life.
Welcome to Nada Yada Island. This season on Nada Yada Island. You were charging your phone? I waited hours for you.
That's how long it takes.
Join Metro and get a free Motorola Edge that'll charge for the day in 15 minutes. At Metro, there's no activation fees. Only at Metro by T-Mobile.
Bring your number ID and sign up for Metro Flex Plus plan. Offer not available if at T-Mobile or have been with Metro in the past 180 days. Requires 68-watt charger, sold separately. Actual performance will vary.
Refresh, restore, and protect your employees and customers. Call Zero Res to clean your business the right way so your floors and surfaces stay cleaner longer without the harmful chemicals the other guys use. Call 412-701-1188 or book online at ZeroResPGH.com.
The final weekend before the playoffs at Wild Things Park, August 30th through September 1st, features fireworks presented by Slinger's Signature Cocktails, Faith and Family Night presented by Pennsylvania Wick, and it's Halloween Night presented by Moe's on a Blueprints Kids Eat Free Sunday.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
This is the Fan Morning Show.
Did you hear that?
Yeah. Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
This sponsored football segment filled with knowledge and fun is brought to you by Champ Tires, all brands in every size. And I remind you that the 50-minute mark on The Fan is brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. There's a guy that's been texting us every morning, and I haven't read the text. And he has gone full into this thing today. And I just can't believe that people obsess over things like this. Texter, I have texted you numerous times about Joey Porter Jr. not putting his mouthpiece in his mouth, and you refuse to comment on the air about it. It's an idiotic trend in the NFL to dangle a mouthpiece from a face mask. Mouthpieces prevent concussions. Joey Porter Jr. has suffered concussions. Why do the Steelers not insist that he puts the thing in his mouth? Why doesn't the NFL make it a rule? The NFL cares about safety, right? This needs to be discussed. It is a critical issue. I guarantee you if we rewind about 10, 12 years on the old text line, my man was mad that Pedro Alvarez was wearing a baseball cap that went over his ears.
Yes.
Just taking a guess on that.
Yes. I never wore a mouthpiece.
I mean, to each their own.
I mean, you don't have to.
If you don't wear a mouthpiece, you don't wear a mouthpiece. If you wear a mouthpiece, you wear a mouthpiece. What's the big deal? Relax.
But what about he's like, I've texted you
numerous times.
Like you have the answer for it. Like, what?
You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna write South Water Street, care of Joey Porter Jr. Mr. Porter Jr., please wear your mouthpiece. Sincerely, Steelers Nation. We wouldn't want you to get a concussion.
Yes.
I mean, get the heck out of here.
You know the guys wear 2 mouthpieces now.
You got dudes wearing 2? Who's wearing 2?
Some people.
You don't know.
Yeah. You know the pacifier mouthpiece that has like the rim around it?
Yeah.
I've seen guys that have a white one and maybe like a blue one just hanging there.
Really?
Uh-huh.
Double mouthpiece.
And they'll put one in and let one hang.
Well, maybe that's the real problem. Maybe there's not enough mouthpieces to go around.
Probably. He takes them all.
Yeah, Joey Porter Jr. doesn't have a mouthpiece because some dude you're talking about has them all.
Right.
My brother-in-law, when he was a baby, used to have 2 binkies in his mouth at all times.
How?
2. One on one side, one on the other. Just drooling everywhere like a monster. One Tata wasn't enough. He needed double Tatas up in there.
Does he chew?
Tobacco?
Yeah.
He zins.
Yeah.
But who doesn't?
Maybe a little fixation there. I don't know.
A little oral fixation, you're saying? He drooly kid.
You know? You remember? You remember him being drooly?
I saw all the videos. Just slobbery little kid. Just drool everywhere. Which, when it's your kid, it's not gross. Like, when my kids, they got all the crustacean stuff coming. Yeah. It's not that bad. If another kid has a nasty, runny, caked-on, boogery nose, I think it's the grossest thing in the world.
Yep.
And another kid's baby is slobbery, it's nasty to me. I did want to bring up Connor Stallion's documentary on Netflix. Did you see that?
No.
Connor Stallion's the guy who was camped out on other sidelines cheating for Michigan. They made a documentary on Netflix. I am going to watch it. What I have read in the reviews is that you learn nothing new. It actually humanizes Connor Stallion's a little bit. And this was authorized by Stallions. That to me is not a real documentary. That to me is public relations where Connor Stallion's trying to get on the right side of this and save his own face at the expense of Michigan football. I'll watch it. I'll give you a more thorough review, but I am looking forward to checking that out probably tonight on the Netflix storm.
Yeah, it'll probably be all positive things of making him look good and making it look like it wasn't his fault.
It wasn't my fault. It was all Harbaugh. which he absolutely knew as well. And some are suggesting they should have their national title vacated because, you could just take those things away. That's the unsponsored football segment that's actually sponsored by Champ Tires, all brands in every size. Coming up next, Doug Whaley joins us in studio for an hour. Doug brought to you by Tri-State Office Furniture, the best in the business. Right now, fan weather, it's brought to you by Sun Chevrolet. The Chevy Summer Drive continues at Sun Chevrolet, up to $7,500 in rebates. Terms, conditions at sunchevy.com. Today, high 94.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
You know 84 Lumber for their lumber yards, but did you know they have an in-house kitchen and bath design studio at their Bridgeville and Mars locations? At 84 Lumber's design studio, the goal is to bring your vision to life by crafting a design that integrates your home with your lifestyle. 84 Lumber is passionate about quality materials and outstanding customer service. Whether you're remodeling or starting fresh, trust 84 Lumber for expert guidance every step of the way for your project. Visit the Bridgeville or Mars locations to meet with an expert designer today or visit 84designstudios.com. Visit 84designstudios.com.
At Ron Lewis Automotive in Cranberry, Pleasant Hills, and Waynesburg, there's still time to make this the summer. Get 0% financing for 36 months on a new 2024 Jeep Grand Cherokee Ice Gas 4x4, over 60 in stock. Not all buyers will qualify for special Stellantis financial APR financing. See dealer for details. Must take delivery by 9/3/2024. Find your back-to-school SUV at ronlewisautomotive.com. We have your keys.
It's the end of summer sale with Zero Res. Whether you're looking to clean up after a long summer of barbecues, get-togethers, and graduation parties, or just want to get ready for the new school year, Zero Res has you covered. Carpets, tile, rugs, upholstery, basically every surface in your home can be Zero Resified. So now's the time to call my cleaning pros at Zero Res. Their friendly technicians always walk you through their entire cleaning process and make sure that you're completely satisfied with the cleaning before they leave. I've even had to call them because we forgot to tell them about one room. Guy turned around, came all the way back, got it done. It really is amazing with Zero Res. If you haven't tried them out or it's been months since your last deep clean, now's the time. Get your entire home Zero Resified. 3 rooms of carpet clean starting at just $119. Also, perfect time of year to get your air ducts taken care of. 20% off your air duct cleaning this month. Don't forget about those dryer vents as well. Schedule your appointment today. ZeroResPGH.com or give them a call. 412-701-1188. Ask for the 93.7 The Fan special. You spell it backward or forward, it spells the same. Zero Res.
Loose and cracked mortar, crumbling chimney, the cap was broken, bricks were all messed up. My house had all of those problems, and much like you, I'm a fan listener and picked up the phone and called Precision Pointing after hearing their ads. Glad I did. They came to my house, assessed the problem, clearly communicated a plan of action. Precision Pointing was in control from start to finish, and my 75-year-old home is good for at least another 75 years. The best part, no down payment required. So if you have an older home in need of brick repair or restoration, get it done by Precision Pointing.
Dog days of summer are here. South Hills Chrysler, Jeep, Dodge, Ram, and Peters Township are dealing with incredible specials. 2024 Jeep Wrangler, starting at $449 a month for 27 months. Or the 24 Jeep Compass Limited, starting at $199 a month for 27 months. The only choice for a new Chrysler, Jeep, Dodge, Ram is South Hills Chrysler, Jeep, Dodge, Ram. Family owned and celebrating 50 years. Visit them online at southhillschryslerjeep.net. See dealer for details.
At Uline, the prevailing opinion is, if you don't live it, you don't believe it. The people at Uline believe in hard work, and they live it by being there 24/7 to answer your call, having 41,000 items in stock, and offering same-day shipping from 12 locations across North America. Business owners, sellers, buyers, shippers, and packers believe it. Uline is the hard-working, dependable source for your shipping and industrial supplies. Visit uline.com.
Are clogged drains causing you headaches? Don't let plumbing problems ruin your day. Introducing a special offer from McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. For a limited time, get a professional drain cleaning for just $83. You heard it right. Only $83, but wait. If you need sewer line repairs, call the sewer line experts at McVeigh. McVeigh even provides free, no-obligation second opinions. Don't wait. Call the trusted plumbing professionals at McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling or visit McVeigh.com today. Some restrictions may apply. Call for details.
Are you suffering from neck or back pain caused by a bulging, herniated, or degenerative disc? Is the pain making your daily activities more difficult? Is the pain keeping you from doing the things that you enjoy most in your life? Hi, I'm Dr. Rafferty from the Disc Institute of Pittsburgh. Call our office today for a complimentary MRI evaluation or go to pittsburghdiscinstitute.com. That's 412 412-906-9600. 412-906-9600.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Morning run still a bit rough. This report brought to you by Gutter Helmet. Say goodbye to all your gutter problems with Gutter Helmet. Book a free estimate at gutterhelmet.com. Accident on West Carson Street at Station Square Drive. Also one in Point Breeze on Penn Avenue at South and North Braddock Avenues. And an earlier accident off to the side on southbound I-79 near the Parkway North Split. All the earlier delays have pretty much cleared out. Also an accident reported on Banksville Road near the intersection with Wenzel Avenue. That's causing delays back before McMonagle. Parkway West, you're jammed just about to the bend at Carnegie to the Fort Pitt Tunnels. Parkway East stacking at Greensburg Pike. Route 28 at the Route 8 at the bypass, and the Parkway North slow all the way back at Camp Horn Road. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Homeowners, don't let faulty gutters ruin your day. Protect your home from costly damages with Gutter Helmet. Call 888-5HELMET or visit gutterhelmet.com for a free gutter assessment and estimate. Beat the fall rush and save. Get 35% off plus no money down and no interest for 1 year.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
93.7 The Fan. Summer is winding down. Time to shop the summer finale at Shorkey Mitsubishi with 2 convenient locations, North Huntington and in the North Hills.
You'll grab some incredible deals this week, including the new 24 Outlander. Take $5,500 off or choose low 2.99% financing for 60 months.
There's $5,000 off or 1.99% for 60 months on the new 24 Eclipse Cross, or save up to $3,500 on the new 24 Outlander Sport.
Mitsubishi gives you the style, safety, all-wheel drive, and a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty.
Shorkey Mitsubishi gives you the highest trade values and 2 years of complimentary prepaid maintenance.
Our summer finale is your final chance to save. Don't miss out.
Visit us in North Huntington or at Mitsu by the Mall in the North Hills. Western PA's best inventory, ShorkeyMitsubishi.com. See dealer for complete details on all offers.
It's Wednesday with Whaley, brought to you by CGR Wholesale Roofing and Siding Supply Center, Tri-State Office Furniture, Saloni's Italian Bakery, Morgan & Morgan Injury Law Firm, and St. Barnabas Health System.
Doug Whaley in the flesh, and you can get involved. You can text us questions for our GM. On that text line, brought to you by Egger Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And you can tweet us. Brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Good morning, Doug. How you doing, buddy?
I actually feel younger. And you ask, why is that?
I haven't yet, but why?
Because I lost a literal day of my life. I didn't know this until I flew from LAX to New Zealand. And I left LAX Saturday at 10 p.m. I arrived in New Zealand on Monday at 8 a.m. So I lost a day of my life.
What are you
going to
do?
I'm younger. So I'm just saying.
Wait, you're younger.
Wouldn't that
make you older?
No, I've skipped a day. So I missed a day.
Won't we make up for that in a leap year?
Every 4 years. So I gotta wait 3 more years to get back to my right age.
Man.
Now I'm wondering though, think about this though. If you do that trip 365 days, can you claim that you're a year younger?
They did that in Dragon Ball Z. You would go into this.
Oh, man.
I know. I'm already going down Loserville, just spitting this out on the air.
Hot tub time machine or something.
They had this hyperbolic time chamber. You would go in there. You would exercise for a day, but it was like you were working out for a year. Same kind of deal.
Okay. All right.
So you went to New Zealand. Usually you come on here, you guys start spitting all this football jargon and my head hurts. Now I'm trying to do like life math. It's very hard. New Zealand good? You went skiing.
Went skiing. It is a beautiful country. It is all about, if you're an outdoorsy person like hiking, skiing, water sports, all of that stuff, that is the place to be. One of the most gorgeous places. The other thing, you don't have to worry about a language barrier. The one thing, though, I will caution everybody, they drive on the other side of the road. So I didn't drive, so that didn't bother me, but it's crossing the street. You got to go right, left, right. instead of left, right, left. And I'm telling you this much, it's a real deal. I took a couple steps once and was like, whoa. So
it is scary.
It is.
When we went over to Ireland and get off the plane, get the rental car, and immediately you're in Dublin.
Yes.
And there's a bajillion people, and you're on the wrong side of the road, and then you got to do the roundabouts, but going the opposite way.
Yes.
The roundabouts. There's no way I could do that.
It's scary, man, and the roads are so narrow. And,
Yes.
And the other thing, I don't know if you saw this, if you were taking a rental car or anything like that, Doug. You could tell when Americans had the rental car because the one side of the car was always banged up. Like our rear side mirror didn't have the backing on it, and there's all kind of scuffs and marks. Yeah, people don't know how to drive the opposite way. It's very challenging.
And you brought up the two most challenging things are the roundabouts and then how narrow the roads are. You'll have shrubs like right next to, and you're just hitting the mirror. It's crazy. Yeah,
no way.
Yeah, it's a life-changing experience. I didn't start enjoying the actual travel aspect of it until we were about to come home.
Mm-hmm.
You finally do get used to it, and then you come home and it's all screwy again.
Yeah.
All
right, back to sports.
You want to get to football? Mm-hmm. Let's get to the football. Fan Hotline is presented by Sullivan Super Service, providing trusted plumbing and HVAC service for over 50 years. Roster cut-down day yesterday for everyone in the NFL, and the Steelers have, at least for now, their 53-man roster. What's that process like, Doug? I mean, when you were the GM, it didn't go from 90 to 53, right? It went from 90 to 75 down to 53.
Right.
But, I mean, how much checking in before that are you doing with other GMs, trying to maybe make a trade? What is that whole process like?
So the whole process, and it's a little different with the way the preseason games are shortened to 3 and everything, but what you want to do is either right before that last preseason game or right after that last preseason game, you're going to have your pro personnel department, Sheldon White and his crew, contacting every team saying, where are you heavy, where are you light, who do you have out there that you'd be interested in maybe talking about, here are the positions that we have extras and we'd be willing to deal. Then you get a kind of consensus around the league of what positions and what teams that you should contact right before cuts. Call them cuts. Hey, let's make this trade, blah, blah, blah. I think there was 3 or 4 trades that were made. But what you're going to also do is last night they were waiting for that waiver wire to come out. And we used to sit in there with all our scouts, all our personnel guys, and then we'd talk to the coach before we'd go into this meeting and say, all right, here are the 2 or 3 positions that we want to really look to either upgrade or bring someone in that can help us right away immediately. And then that's when you start focusing on those teams that you called that have those positions available. Or people are calling you and saying, hey, you're heavy at defensive tackle. What's going to take to get rid of this guy if you're going to cut him? So that's what and then you just execute the deal. Now, afterwards, now you're looking at all these guys to get cut, and then you're calling those guys and saying either, hey, we want you to be on our practice squad, and you're trying to recruit them. Then it goes into similar to college recruiting. Hey, I know you were just there, and they know you, and they want to sign you to practice squad, but we have a better situation for you here. So it goes into the recruiting and stuff like that. And then there's the veterans that you may have not known were going to get cut, that are getting cut, that you're like, okay, let's put our board up for injury replacements, but this guy may be better than what we have now. Let's contact him.
Is there a universal position with general managers in the NFL that you want to have more depth at?
O-line.
O-line?
O-line.
Over any other position?
Oh, right now, O-line. Well, I'd say right now it's O-line and corner, just because of the way they go. As Coach Tomlin says, they just don't grow too many people like that for O-line. And since it's such a pass-happy league, I think, and I don't mean this in a derogatory way, wide receivers now have really become a dime a dozen. You can find wide receivers to produce at any level, anytime, and there's just so many of them. It's harder to find those DBs to be able to cover those guys. So those 2 positions, you always want to have an extra.
And so if you were in there evaluating the Steelers room, the Steelers roster right now, and you're talking about where are we light, where are we not, you still believing that the Steelers' cornerback situation is a bigger area of concern than wide receiver?
Yes, just because of the lack of experience, NFL experience. Now, I've been out didn't see the last preseason game, so I don't know how those guys
Did not
performed.
miss much.
Okay. Especially on the DBs, I don't know how they perform.
I would have rather lost a day in my life than have to watch that
So I
game.
did it the right time. Yeah. So I would say just because of the NFL experience. Now, if you're talking talent level, then I could see you're talking 1A and 1B. But they need somebody. The only other thing why I would, again, put DB is just if my feeling is correct, the way they're going to play offense, there's really only needs to be 2 type of options on the receiving, and you got Pickens, and then the best, especially with the quarterback, Russell Wilson, Freiermuth, and or one of the running backs is their second option. I just don't see a challenging vertically passing game coming from Arthur Smith this early in the season.
At corner, because last year the Steelers went out and they got Desmond King, and we thought that'd be a big deal. I mean, it was a place that they were weak. They get a guy who'd done it in the league before. He'd been an all-pro returner. It seemed like it made a ton of sense. He never played, never picked up the defense, and that was that. Let's say they do go out and find a good slot corner in the next couple of days. Can that guy play ahead of a Beanie Bishop that you have had who at least knows what's going on?
The only way he could come in and play right away is we're talking a veteran that has been in this system or a similar system. So he can feel very comfortable stepping off the bus and onto the field. You get a guy that's never played in the Mike Tomlin type defense, now, again, defense is a defense. It's really just picking up the terminology and knowing what is being asked of you to do. And that's why they say that Belichick saying, do your job. There's no more quintessential phrase in football than to do your job. But if you don't know how to do your job, then that exposes the defense, and that's the hole that most veteran quarterbacks like Aaron Rodgers will be like, check, that guy, let's go there.
Easier to pick up a defense as a nickel or a corner than is to pick up an offense as a receiver, right?
I would say so, yeah. Because a lot of times if you have a guy that's that talented, then you implore to the coach saying, until he gets up to speed, just give him the cat coverage. You got that cat.
I like when you say that. Just go get that dude over there.
That's it.
See him, he's fast, go run with him.
Yep.
All right, when we come back, Justin Fields also fast, but Russell Wilson, we all believe, is going to be the Steelers' starting quarterback. But is it the right call? We'll talk to Doug about that when we return. Some Pitt stuff to get into, some big news out there that we'll react to with Doug as well. Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. Right now, it's a Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates, they have a game today at 12:35. They've lost the first 2 games of this 3-game series. Third and final game is today at 12:35. If you want to listen to the game, you can over on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. Paul Skeens is pitching against Kyle Hendricks. This will be the last game at PNC Park in this homestand. The Pirates are going to go play the Cleveland Guardians in this next upcoming series. That'll be over the weekend. For more fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
I'll give you one that not only stacks up, is better. You want to talk about some HGQ. You want to talk about the horny guy quotient. I'm taking Sable as my female singles.
I don't know if I know her.
Sure you don't.
You don't know her? Should I?
Web browser probably does.
Your web browser does as an all-time. Sonny's a bad person. I'm glad Donnie didn't pick her.
The PM team at 2 p.m., live and local, just like Mike's.
Are you having a hard time making it through a day of work without foot pain? Or with things that used to be simple like walking the dog? You may be thinking there's no way that something as simple as the Good Feet store can help you, like Bill.
My feet would just ache, my back would hurt, my ankles, everything just hurt. And I'd seen the commercial several times before I finally said, I'm going to do this. And I'll be darned if it didn't work. I feel a million times better than I ever did.
Another satisfied customer of the Good Feet store is Wendy.
Since wearing my arch supports from the Good Feet store, my back pain is gone and my feet don't hurt as much. And as I look into the future without pain, I see myself being even more adventurous, joyful, and full of possibility.
Come to the Good Feet store today. Visit us in Robinson Town Center, in Cranberry Township, in Morgantown at Suncrest Town Center, or book your free fitting at goodfeet.com. you deserve a better life, too. Come in and take a free test walk today.
Pop quiz. What's the best way to go back to school? With Giant Eagle and Market District, of course. From lunchbox favorites to fun after-school snacks, shop deals for school days and save on thousands of items throughout the store. Visit your local Giant Eagle or Market District today.
That broken old piano that's been taking up space in your basement since who knows when. We can help with that. 2menandajunktruck.com.
2 men and a junk truck.
It's one thing falling in love with a house, picturing yourself moving in and calling it home, and quite another navigating the world of price negotiating, mortgage lenders, and finding the budget that works best for you. An agent who's a realtor can make understanding that world easier. Realtors have the expertise, access to proprietary data, and tools to help you get from imagining living somewhere to actually doing it. That's the kind of help we can provide. Because that's who we are. Realtors are members of the National Association of Realtors.
Meet Cheryl. Hey. She's on vacation and lost in the moment. Unfortunately, so is her Chase debit card.
It's gotta be somewhere.
Maybe she lost it at salsa night.
These skirts should have pockets.
Or maybe she lost it at Pilates.
3 and 2 and...
But she's not worried. With the Chase mobile app, she can lock her card till it turns up. Tools that help protect. One bank that puts you in control. Visit chase.com/checking. Chase, make more of what's yours.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
You're going to feel a puff of air.
Jong's Optometry has set their sights on staffing up.
Try the next line. Hey, Kim, can you tell our 2 o'clock we're running 15 behind? Sorry, we're a bit backed up today.
He needs an optometric technician to keep an eye on it all.
Where are the dilation drops?
Indeed can help him hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. You can schedule and conduct virtual interviews all from your employer dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online at hims.com/joy. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation to determine the ED medication that's best for you. Discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and a range of treatment options, including trusted generic alternatives to the name brands, at up to 95% off. ED is personal, and at Hims, so is treating it. Just go to hims.com/joy and get connected to a licensed medical provider online for free. With zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Gutter Helmet. Protect your home now and avoid costly damage with Gutter Helmet. Call 888-5HELMET.
This is Bart Winkler with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by Fisher Investments. One thing that Chad Ryland of the Patriots and Anders Carlson of the Packers have in common, they are both kickers that were taken in the draft last year. Another thing they have in common is that yesterday they were both cut. More examples for the never draft a kicker crowd. The position's too volatile, very few are able to separate from the rest, and they probably cost you games along the way as you're trying to develop. We'll see if either team learns their lesson in the future. I'm Bart Winkler.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
Are you really that different than the rest of us?
We are. As a fiduciary, we always focus on what's best for our clients.
What services do you offer besides investing?
We have a team of specialists in financial planning, estate planning, and more.
Your clients rely on you for all that?
Yes, we ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Okay, but you still sell commission-based products, right?
No, because we believe that's a conflict of interest. We prioritize service over sales goals.
So, then how do your fees work?
We have a simple and transparent fee that's a percentage of our clients' portfolios. So we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, we're more different than I thought.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Some good news news as we head toward the end of the morning rush. This report brought to you by Scandinavian Design. Crews have cleared that earlier accident from southbound I-79 near the Parkway North split. Traffic pretty much back to normal there. We do have an accident still being cleared in Point Breeze at the intersection of Penn and North and South Braddock Avenues. Meanwhile, the Parkway West, that is jammed just about to the Bandit Carnegie down to the Fort Pitt Tunnels. Parkway East stacking between Greensburg Pike and Wilkinsburg to the Squirrel Hill Tunnels. Route 28 jammed up around the Route 8 at the bypass. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This traffic report brought to you by Scandinavian Designs. Shop incredible end-of-summer savings at the Scandinavian Designs Labor Day sale. For a limited time, take up to 70% off select modern furniture and decor for every room in your home. Shop their Cranberry location or shop online at ScandinavianDesigns.com.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Because there's two different styles of quarterback. Why give someone a little extra time to prepare? I think you're preparing for Russell Wilson. There's you can see that he's going to stay in the pocket. He's not looking to run. He's looking to throw down the field. Justin Fields is an element in the running game. He's another guy that he's an option. So I think it's just doing it from a strategical standpoint. And obviously you're going down with Arthur Smith, his first game at Atlanta, where he just came from. And so I think Russell will be the starter, and I think it'll be a package of plays that you'll have for Justin Fields. And you see how that evolves through the course of the season.
Bill Cowher asked why Tomlin hasn't announced a starting quarterback. Now, we all believe it's going to be Russ Wilson. Good stuff there from Cowher. We'll react to more of what he had to say. But assuming it's Russ, Doug Whaley joins us until 10 o'clock. Right call, in your opinion?
I do think it's the right call, but I think a better call is not announcing the starter until the latest possible moment that you have to, in accordance to NFL rules, just to keep the Falcons in limbo. And Coach Cowher brought that up, to have them dedicate practice time to both those quarterbacks, because there's both different styles. So you're going to have, like Cowher said, a pocket guy in Russell Wilson that will every once in a while get chunk yards, or you have a prolific runner that can throw in Justin Fields. So totally different styles. Make them dedicate practice time, film time, study time to both different sets of quarterbacks and the challenges both of them have, and it just gives you any slight edge as possible, especially the first game of a new offense, new offensive coordinator, new offensive quarterbacks.
Do you think that they've asked Justin Fields if he'd be interested in the slash role, like outside of quarterback, receiver, or even running back, and just utilize him in that package? And if you were Justin Fields, do you think that you'd be okay with that? Or would you just want to be quarterback and packages for me playing quarterback?
I think I don't know Justin Fields, but as all quarterbacks, especially a guy that's been labeled an athletic quarterback, they want to be a quarterback. Give me special plays that accentuate my quarterback ability, but I can convert to my running ability if it's not there. I personally would be a little worried about having packages as a slash, because then what that's saying to Justin is, this is how we see you now. And if you're trying to sign him for future, he's going to say, wait a minute, you saw me as slash, not a quarterback. What are you going to sign me as? So I'm just thinking a step ahead. And that's why you always you're a quarterback. We're going to have quarterback packages for you. Now, if you like I said, if you end up breaking it and it's not there and you run, that's great. But we don't want you come in there thinking run first and then a play here or play there is a pass play.
Do you think they will do that? And do you think they should do that? Have quarterback packages in there for them?
I think so. I mean, when you're talking about red zone packages, 3rd and 1, all those type of things that you can throw the defense in flux, why not? Because it's all about winning. And you can also set to Justin saying, here's a taste of how we are going to use you next year. And it's not just running the ball. It's in special situations. But, again, in these special situations, the first option is passing, and then it's running. And then he can get a feel like, hey, these guys do believe in my quarterback ability, not my running ability.
How do you think Russ will handle that? Or how should he handle that? I think we kind of know how he should handle it. He should handle it as I got to be a team player. I got to have this perception of I want to revamp my career because there's a lot of stuff being said about me. And, my play the last couple of years haven't been great. But how do you think he would react to that?
That's a very good question. And not knowing him personally, I think that there's two ways he could go. He can say, hey, listen, this is all well and good the first 3 or 4 games of the year until I hit my stride. But once I start hitting my stride and I'm cooking, we don't need this guy. Now, but he's also got to understand I put myself in the situation to be here. I got a team paying me a bunch of money not to play for them, and I haven't performed at the best level or the highest level that people would want not to have a guy come in and take some reps away from me. So self-evaluation, I think, is the key to life. I just haven't been around Russ enough, except when he was coming out in college, to know where he is mentally as a person and say, I am here, and this is what I need to get to where I want to go or back to where everybody perceived me to be when I was a starting quarterback with the Seahawks.
Apart from those package plays that you would have Justin Fields running, I mean, how long of a leash would you give to Russell Wilson as the guy? Like, he's named starter. Would you cement him in that role for half the season, no matter what happens, 4 games, no matter what happens? How would you deal with that?
I think it's one of those, and it's similar to what they did with Trubisky. Everybody will know. Not only will the fans know, but more importantly, the people in that locker room will know. And Coach T has been around long enough, and he's very astute at his job. He doesn't want to lose that locker room. And, Doran, you can attest to this. The people that know better than anyone who should be starting and who's the best person for the job are the guys in the locker room.
Interesting.
And he was beloved in Chicago, Justin Fields.
Yeah. And I've said that. Think about this. When all of this was going down, there was no one that on Russell Wilson's team, Denver, like, oh, we're going to miss that guy. He was such a leader. To a man, there was everybody standing up in Chicago saying, I love that guy. He is a definite leader. We're going to miss him. Sorry to see him go. Wish him nothing but luck. So that just shows you a little bit. But again, though, when it comes down to it, production trumps all. So who's going to produce?
Well, that's why I don't think I'd do the package stuff with Justin Fields. He comes in, he busts off a 70-yarder because he's an athletic freak, and all of a sudden Russ throws an interception. All of a sudden, I don't want there to be a schism, Doug.
Right. Well, the only thing that holds that schism back is when you look at Justin Fields' preseason play. The same things that were brought up when he was a starting quarterback at the Bears, turnovers, sacks, are still perpetuating in his play now. So it's not the lack of talent. It's not bad coaching. Sometimes he is what he is, and he might just be a special situation quarterback. I don't know. We'll see. But this next year or two will define his career because the same things are popping up over and over in a different situation. So after a while, it's the gun, not the person pulling the trigger.
Point of no return for Brandon Ayuk? Question mark. We'll talk to Doug about that. Coming up, also a big bubbling football story here in the city of Pittsburgh. We absolutely have to talk about that again. Social media's biggest loser brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Reserve your consultation today at awaken180weightloss.com. Right now, a Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates, they play tonight, today, 12:35. Scheduled start time, third and final game of the series between the Pirates and the Chicago Cubs. That game can be heard live over on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. You can also listen on the free Odyssey app. That's AUDACY Odyssey. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
I'm Ryan Horvat with BetQL. Coming up on Saturday, Georgia takes on Clemson, and Clemson is a 14-point underdog. I actually kind of like the Tigers to cover in this game. Clemson was 3 one-possession games away from being 12-1 last season. It's year 2 for Garrett Riley calling the plays, and maybe Cade Klubnik will finally look like a 5-star quarterback. I'm Ryan Horvat. Bet smarter and beat the books with BetQL, and make sure to download the BetMGM app today.
Hi, I'm Angie Hicks, co-founder of Angie. When you use Angie for your home projects, you know all your jobs will be done well. Roof repair? Done well. Kitchen sink install? Done well. Deck upgrades? Done well. Electrical upgrade? Done well. Angie's been connecting homeowners with skilled pros for nearly 30 years, so we know the difference between done and done well. Hire high-quality, certified pros at Angie.com.
Your coworkers might annoy you, but we promise we won't. Download the free Odyssey app and you can listen to us at work while you tackle your inbox or get ready for another meeting that probably could have been an email. Tune in late? You can rewind your favorite live shows to catch what you missed. And with Chapters, easily jump to the topics that you care about most, like the latest updates from your team. Your sports talk, your way. The Odyssey app. Download it today.
Flat tire, low tread. The best way to save money on tires is with Champ Tires. My tires were bare, and one new Bridgestone cost more than $400. At Champ Tires, a like new Bridgestone in the exact same model cost only $81, saving me $320 on 4 tires. Champ Tires inventory is huge. They carry all brands and sizes. They have 2 Pittsburgh locations and offer free shipping. Head to champtires.com/thefan for a special coupon to save even more.
Have you ever thought about joining a credit union? There are plenty of great benefits and perks. Hi, it's Dan Zangrilli. Unlock the great rewards of a credit union. Shape your future with Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. Federally insured by the NCUA. Visit AllegiantFCU.org to get started today.
Summer is winding down. Time to shop the summer finale at Shorkey Mitsubishi with 2 convenient locations, North Huntington and in the North Hills.
You'll grab some incredible deals this week, including the new 24 Outlander. Take $5,500 off or choose low 2.99% financing for 60 months.
There's $5,000 off or 1.99% for 60 months on the new 24 Eclipse Cross, or save up to $3,500 on the new 24 Outlander Sport.
Mitsubishi gives you the style, safety, all-wheel drive, and a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty.
Shorkey Mitsubishi gives you the highest trade values and 2 years of complimentary prepaid maintenance.
Our summer finale is your final chance to save. Don't miss out.
Visit us in North Huntington or at Mitsu by the Mall in the North Hills. Western PA's best inventory, ShorkeyMitsubishi.com. See dealer for complete details on all offers.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all its dealers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
Athletic Brewing non-alcoholic family of beers get you from tailgate to final down this season, and are on special at Bottle Rocket Social in Allentown, $6 on Sunday game days.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
Are you really that different than the rest of us?
We are. As a fiduciary, we always focus on what's best for our clients.
What services do you offer besides investing?
We have a team of specialists in financial planning, estate planning, and more.
Your clients rely on you for all that?
Yes, we ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Okay, but you still sell commission-based products, right?
No, because we believe that's a conflict of interest. We prioritize service over sales goals.
So, then how do your fees work?
We have a simple and transparent fee that's a percentage of our clients' portfolios. So we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, we're more different than I thought.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Taking you back to the Fan Morning Show. Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley. Come on now, wake up. Presented by Guardian Protection. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
As someone just texted in, I'm not going to read this one, that Whaley's been in studio more lately than Starkey. I'm not going to read that. I'm not going to put that one out there. Schedule your heart screening today, by the way. Trust the nationally ranked experts at UPMC for your heart care. So Adam Schefter goes on the television yesterday, and he says that there's no deal close to being done with Brandon Ayuk, whether it be with the 49ers or for a trade partner. And Doug, now that the rosters were cut down yesterday, I'm just wondering from your standpoint, if you're Omar Khan, at what point do you just say, we can't continue to wait on something like this? Is there a point of no return, a drop-dead date, a deadline? Like, how do you proceed moving forward?
In my opinion, here's what you would say. Call up John Lynch. John, it's Omar. Listen, I don't know what you guys are doing. You have my number, and you have our offer. I won't call you. Call me if it ever comes back around. And then you just set it, park it, but you're starting to focus on other things. And when you call me, the offer might still be there. It might be less. It might be more. But right now, this back and forth, we need to move forward because we're about to play games, and we need to start focusing on winning and not building this roster.
Now, they have to sign a receiver, right? Or are you still okay with what they have? Like, I mean, like, it's tough to think about this receiving room and it being explosive and actually, approaching defenses and defensive coordinators staying up at night being like, we have to stop these guys.
I would say this. Whoever you sign, is it going to be a marketable upgrade from what you have now? They're on the street for a reason right now, especially right now. So unless you're going to go out and get a trade, and it may not even trade for Brandon Ayuk, it might be another receiver, someone that is a legitimate upgrade on what you have, then yes, do it. But if you're just trying to bring in another body, that's not going to excite me. It's somebody that's gotten cut that's out there. I mean, KJ Hamler. I mean, come on.
Yeah,
what are you going to do?
Yeah. There is not
Donovan Peoples-Jones. I mean, yeah, that's great, but it's not going to fire you up or put fear into Atlanta's defensive coordinators.
Right, like Noah Brown's out there, Kadarius Toney's out there. You just mentioned Donovan Peoples-Jones, and I think the best thing you could say about any of those guys coming in would be they're intriguing. And intriguing to me, that doesn't get you much. You need a known commodity.
Right. Now, if you want to bring them in, get them up to speed, and see how things shake out the first two games, and if those guys, Van Jefferson, all those guys don't work out, you have this guy slide in, but you're still not upgrading. You're really just spinning your wheels.
Are you worried about Broderick Jones? I mean, he hasn't had a good preseason, and he is going to probably start at right tackle. But if Faltanu is healthy, and when he does become healthy, Broderick's going to move to left, but he still has Dan Moore that he has to beat out. And there's a possibility that he could be beaten out by Dan Moore Jr. Like, should people be worried about Broderick Jones? I mean, they traded up to get him last year in the first round.
What worries me with the talent that you see and knowing he produced at a very significant level in the NFL as a rookie last year, what's going on off the field? That, to me, has to be investigated of why is he not taking that jump? As Coach always says, from year one to year two, you want to see a marketable jump. If he's where he is now and it seems like he's been stagnant and maybe regressed a little bit, it's obviously not for his ability. Seems like everybody else on the offensive line has developed under Pat Meyer. Is there something off the field that is keeping him from taking that step? I'm not saying there is, but that's something that I would look into as Mike T, Omar Khan, Pat Meyer. Is there anything else going on in your personal life that is hindering you from making this step? I don't know.
I asked Ray Fittipaldo earlier if they're screwing with him a little bit, like messing him up, the development here. Yeah, and he said injuries have a lot to do with this, and I get that. I mean, Broderick Jones himself is banged up. Troy Faltanu, who you wanted to be your right tackle, he's probably now not going to be ready to start on the opener on September 8th. What I don't understand is if Broderick Jones is earmarked as your left tackle of the future, which is something that Omar Khan said this year, why would you not just put Dan Moore Jr. at right tackle? They all announce he can't do it. He said he can't do it. So the hell what? We're your coaches. You're on our payroll. You're playing right tackle so that our left tackle of the future can get reps at that position now.
That's well, I would do it. It's not even like that. Like, all right, you don't want to play left, or you can't play right. And you say you can't play right. Guess what? Well, then you're backup left tackle. That's it. And as a team, at least you've got a starting tackle that's played and produced in this league. Obviously, not at the level that you wish, but if something goes wrong, like a Falatano getting hurt, you can move Brochk over, and then you can still have a complement of 5 offensive linemen that can produce. I've always been thought of in the process of get your best players on the field. Your 5 best offensive linemen, I don't care where they're playing, as a group, is this your best offensive line group that you can put on the field? And it seems like either they don't follow that philosophy, which that's fine, or they think that group is their 5 best offensive linemen.
I want to have enough time to talk about this big story, so I want to take a break now if that's okay with you guys.
Yep.
Massive football-related story here in Pittsburgh, and we're going to need some time to talk about it, to suss it all out when we come back. But first, it's a Nicholas Harry-Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pittsburgh Pirates, they play today, 12:35 this afternoon, against the Chicago Cubs. It's the third and final game of the 3-game series. You can listen to it live on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA this afternoon. Paul Skeens, he'll be pitching today against Kyle Hendricks of the Chicago Cubs. For more fan headlines, go to 93.7thefan.com.
Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Cruz in the final stages of clearing an earlier accident in Point Breeze from the intersection of Penn and North and South Braddock Avenues. Meanwhile, the Parkway West, you still have delays between Carnegie and Green Tree to the Fort Pitt Tunnels, Parkway East exit Wilkinsburg. Route 28 delays at the Route 8 at the bypass. Parkway North has cleared out, so has I-79. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Following every game.
Here's the 3-2. Called third strike.
Don't miss the Mount Pleasant Window and Remodeling Reaction Show. Post-game sound from the clubhouse. Our reaction and your calls after each game.
Swing and a miss. He struck him out. Raise the Jolly Roger.
Don't miss a second on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Last year, over 3 million people called Morgan & Morgan in their time of need. And with over 1 million of those calls coming from previous clients, friends, and family.
My name is Jason Williams. It was a rainy day, and I'd gotten hit from behind by a lady that was doing somewhere over 100 miles an hour is what they were saying. I've never dealt with anything like this before. Everybody that I talked to kept saying the same name, which was Morgan & Morgan. I was on hold for maybe 15 seconds when they come back and said, Jason, we will absolutely take your case. As a non-tech savvy guy, any question that I had, if I called, text, or emailed, they got right back to me. They made it as easy for me as it could have been.
Thank you for trusting us. We've become the largest injury firm in the world because we've won a lot. The word is out. Size matters. Reputation matters. We're America's largest injury law firm for a reason. With over 900 dedicated attorneys and climbing, we're ready wherever you are, whatever you need. The choice is easy. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you. Morgan & Morgan, official personal injury lawyers of the Pittsburgh Penguins.
Shopping for a new or certified pre-owned car? Think South. South Hills Kia on Route 19 in Peters Township has your deal. Brand new 2024 Kia Telluride LX all-wheel drive as low as $299 for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. 2024 Kia Sportage LX all-wheel drive for $181 a month for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires September 3rd, 2024. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
I've been playing sports all my life. Little football, basketball, pickleball, cross training, mud events, Spartan races and things like that.
For Dr. Eric Williams, a successful chiropractor, staying active means everything. So when nagging knee pain slowed him down, he didn't want drugs or invasive surgery. He found a natural way to get lasting relief. QC Kinetics Cellular Therapies.
We're using my body's natural abilities to get better. And that's huge. In time, that's going to be the way of the future. Using your own body's ability to heal. Now I can play day to day and not have that severe pain.
Now he's back out there doing what he loves, thanks to QC Kinetics.
Life is good. You're not going to slow me down.
Leave the pain behind and get moving. Book your free consultation today with QC Kinetics.
Call QC Kinetics, 412-228-3584. That's 412-228-3584. Located in Robinson, 412-228-3584.
At 1-800-GOT-JUNK, we believe.
We believe in repurposing the junk we make disappear.
We donate the donatables so that a new family can love them.
Those items get a new life.
We believe in recycling the recyclables.
Raw material for brand new products.
And we believe in returning natural resources to the earth. And we believe in you.
We know you want to make a difference.
Let us help you do that.
All you have to do is point.
Call 1-800-GOT-JUNK.
Or visit 1-800-GOT-JUNK.com.
Hey, everybody, it's Andrew Filipponi. Do you want to protect your car from bugs, UV rays, rain? Keep it shining all summer with savings on unlimited washes you need to get to WetGo. New members who sign up for WetGo Unlimited today get their second month free. Wash your car as much as you want at 45-plus convenient WetGo locations. Sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited for an even faster, higher quality wash. Find a WetGo Pro location and enjoy free high-powered vacuums and free use of microfiber towels.
Chris Muller here for Universal Windows Direct. With football season here, you know what comes next. Cooler temperatures. Get your home ready. Don't get caught off guard by the chill. My friends at Universal Windows Direct can upgrade your window game. All you have to do is call 412-545-6003. Schedule your free in-home estimate today. For every 2 windows you buy, you get the next 2 free, and there's no limit. Plus, 0% financing for 60 months. Restrictions apply. For the last windows you'll ever need, go to uwd.com.
Hey, let's talk about hair. Whether you're losing it or trying to keep what you have, we all worry about our hair. Now, have you tried curing your hair loss with pills and lotions? Do you worry about how your hair is going to look in the wind and rain? Well, worry no more. Here's Cookie Harris, president of New Image Hair Clinic.
Men and women now have options like the new Hair RX restoration procedure. Hair RX combines the best of human hair duplication and artistry to recreate the hair you once had. Call 1-800-942-8302 or go to newimagehairclinic.com for a free hair and scalp health checkup and get the answers you need about hair loss and thinning hair.
Let's face it, we spend time and money on preserving our teeth, car, and home. Why not our hair? Call 1-800-942-8302. Mention Hair RX to receive $250 off your procedure. That's 1-800-942-8302 or newimagehairclinic.com. Don't waste your time and money. Call New Image first.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Don't touch that dial.
It's the Fan Morning Show, presented by Guardian Protection. Let's do this. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
50-minute mark on The Fan is brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 in Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. Saw this on one of our favorite Twitter accounts, that Pittsburgh scanner account. Lawrenceville, Penn Ave. Caller says that a man wearing a Pirates jersey is just screaming. Do you think it's just O'Neal Cruz practicing calling off Brian De La Cruz, or Brian Reynolds? Could be. All right, the big story in Pittsburgh sports right now, I mean, you got O'Neal Cruz, you got the Steelers, obviously, you got the start of college football. Heather Lyke, reportedly a finalist for the Northwestern athletic director job. Jerry DiPaolo reported this locally. I saw Mike Vukovican reported this locally. Nationally, people are all over it. She's one of 3 finalists. And, I mean, Doug, if she leaves, you replacing her? What's going on? Is that fair? I probably shouldn't do that to Doug.
Well, I look at it this way. It shouldn't be a surprise to the Pitt contingents out there. Obviously, she was a finalist at the Ohio State AD job. She was the 2023 Cushman and Wakefield AD of the Year. If you look at the success of some of the programs, I mean, you look at women's volleyball, 3 straight Final Fours, women's soccer, baseball, all these other sports that have flourished, not to mention ACC title for the football team, the basketball team making strides. So, of course, she's going to be on that list of people that colleges are going to be interested in. You look at an institution like Northwestern, very highly academic-focused institution that kind of fits with her background in compliance. They're in the Big Ten where she cut her teeth. So I can connect a lot of dots. Now, she is going up against some strong competition with Jason Wright, a former Northwestern football player that was the first black president of any NFL team. So she has it, but it doesn't surprise me. If she gets it, it's going to be very imperative on the new chancellor to hire somebody that can perpetuate what she has started. So it's going to be very interesting. Am I in the mix? I'm not talking about anything like that because that is far from where I'm thinking right now. I have a beautiful job at 93.7 The Fan on Wednesdays from 9 to 10.
Yeah, you're here more than Starkey.
Yeah, exactly. But no, to get back to it, when you have successful people working in your institution, they are going to be targets to get pilfered. So that's a positive. And that's why I always say when you hire a coach and everybody's like, well, hopefully we can keep him. Well, if you can't keep them and you're not firing them, somebody's picking them, they put that program in a position that someone wants to come and pick somebody off of. So this is a positive for Pitt athletics. You don't want to lose her, but if you lose her, then she showed that you can take this university athletic programs and put it into an atmosphere that other people are coming saying, we want that person.
Yeah, she would leave Pitt in a good light. Like, she would leave Pitt in a good place. But as you were kind of alluding to, like, if you're Chancellor Gable, like, what type of person would be that next person? If this is obviously all hindsight, if that, that hiring process goes down, like, who would fit at Pitt? Like, I personally feel that being a Pittsburgh guy, coming from the University of Pittsburgh, only Pitt people understand Pitt. So, like, I just don't know what direction and thought process will go down for Chancellor Gable to get the right person to keep this level of production from the athletic department at the sky-high point of view.
I think that's why I say it's very important that Chancellor understands what Pitt is all about and what type of AD that can flourish in a situation that Pitt is in. City school, urban school, in the ACC. There's a lot of flux what's going on in college athletics, but more importantly, an AD that is in tune and embraces the new college athletic ecosystem, and that is NIL and collectives and then obviously the new mandate from the NCAA where you can pay up to $20 million to these players. You have to have somebody that is embracing that doesn't really say, oh yeah, that's what we have to do, but doesn't put policies and procedures in place to really exploit that part of the new college ecosystem in athletics.
Yeah, I think obviously if she stays, that's good for Pitt. I think if she were to take that job, then it's a fairly turnkey operation you're walking into. Not from that standpoint. I mean, I think Pitt's got a good infrastructure with all of what you just described there, Doug, in the ever-shifting landscape of collegiate athletics. But you got your basketball coach, and you're on an upward trajectory. Your football coach, not a great year last year. Okay, fair enough. You won 20 games the last 2 years. Prior to that, you won an ACC championship. So your new AD walks in not inheriting a mess. A lot of times new ADs go in, and they're inheriting a mess. That would not be the case here. Obviously, the volleyball coach, Fisher, he's going to be here. He's under contract. So a lot of the stuff she's built up, you're another AD, you walk in, and you're in a position to succeed. And, hey, I don't know if this guy would even want the job. I'd hire Pat Bostic. I'm not even kidding. Pat Bostic, Pitt man, like you said, Doran. Absolutely. And you're walking into a situation. He understands the landscape of college football. Again, if Heather were to leave. Yeah. That's who I would turn to.
And that's a great point. Two great points. One by Doran, now one by you.
That's outstanding.
Because the person walking in is now taking a very established athletic program and trying to take it to overdrive. Like, all right, let's take that next step up. Let's take that step to the next level of NCAA competitiveness across all sports. So, you're not trying to build a broken system like you got to hire this coach or that coach and everything. You got some things that are running on a nice clip. Now let's come in and energize them and take them to the next level, like I said.
We'll see where it goes. That we wouldn't be talking about it if there wasn't a ton of reporting around this thing at a local level and a national level. Doug, when we talk to you next week, we'll be previewing the Steelers. It's game week. We'll also have some college football to react to as well.
Yes, sir.
Can't wait.
And you're not going anywhere, are you? You're not flying to Australia or anything?
Nope. No trips until the end of September.
I mean, it's so long from now. Where are you going then?
Birthday going to Puerto Rico.
Oh, my God. I want to be Doug Whaley when I grow up.
So do I.
Doran, big show tomorrow. Looking
Yes.
forward to it.
Yes.
Get closer and closer to football. Right now, fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevrolet. The Chevy Summer Drive continues at Sun Chevrolet, up to $7,500 in rebates. Terms and conditions at sunchevy.com today. High 94.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
As a contractor, you need a brand you trust to bring homeowners the quality they deserve when building or remodeling. 84 Lumber carries hardy exterior products that are built to last in the Pittsburgh climate. They can withstand harsh weather conditions and resist damage from moisture, fire, pests, and more. James Hardy and 84 Lumber also offer support and education for pros, providing you with a service like no other. Hardy products are available at your local 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com to find your nearest location and learn how it's possible to build your business with James Hardy.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. If you own a timeshare, don't miss this public service announcement from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. If you really want out of your timeshare, hang the phone up immediately or throw that mail piece in the trash and contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance with your timeshare. As the only Inc. 500 timeshare cancellation company, our knowledge, experience, and results has made Wesley a trusted resource for over 40,000 families we've helped get out of their timeshare. Give us a call, and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about your timeshare and all of your options for cancellation.
Call for your free info kit. 800-786-9300. 800-786-9300. 800-786-9300.
I'm Rick Julius, a partner at Cordell and Cordell. For over 3 decades, Cordell and Cordell has been on the front lines of family law. Divorce is more than just a legal process. It's a life-changing event that can impact your future, finances, and your relationship with your children. You've worked hard to build a life that you're proud of, and you deserve a legal partner who will work just as hard to protect it.
Offices in downtown Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Schedule an appointment with one of our Pittsburgh or Cranberry area attorneys. Rick Julius, licensed in Pennsylvania only. CordellCordell.com.
We buy any car. Why sell your car at WeBuyAnyCar.com? Because when you trade in, you're dealing with a dealer. And sure, they're interested in a good deal. For them, not for you. Come to WeBuyAnyCar.com instead. All we do is buy cars. You get in, get out, and get paid at a fair price. So don't take chances with a trade-in. Go to WeBuyAnyCar.com for a free online valuation. Find out how much your car's worth at WeBuyAnyCar.com.
Evening, Frank. What's up?
Officer Lamo, hey, how do I know if I'm getting the best rate on my savings?
Really?
Navigating deposit rates is no joke.
Night-night, Frank.
You have savings account questions? We have the answers at clearviewfcu.org. Clearview, clearly different.
At Uline, they know firsthand the road to success is an uphill climb. Uline started in the family basement, and through hard work is now North America's most trusted shipping and industrial supplier. They get what it means to have the support of reliable, hard-working partners. So they keep 41,000 items ready to ship. Whether your company is still in a basement office or expanding cross-country, Uline will be there on your road to success. Visit uline.com.
The final weekend before the playoffs at Wild Things Park, August 30th through September 1st, features fireworks presented by Slinger's Signature Cocktails, Faith and Family Night presented by Pennsylvania Wick, and it's Halloween Night presented by Moe's on a Blueprints Kids Eat Free Sunday.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Very stubborn morning rush refuses to go away. This report brought to you by Willie's Ski Shop. Couple of accidents, one in Sharpsburg at the intersection of 23rd and Main Street. We also have one in the Lincoln-Leamington section of the city. Cruz on the scene here as well on Larimer Avenue at Apple Street. Parkway West are jammed between Carnegie and Green Tree to the Fort Pitt tunnels. Parkway East stacking at Wilkinsburg, approaching the Liberty Tubes. Delays between Edgebrook Avenue and Bounceman Street on Route 51. Approaching the Tubes off-ramp, West Liberty Avenue jams back to Brookside Avenue. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This traffic report brought to you by Willie's in-store preseason Labor Day ski and board sale. South Hills location this weekend through Labor Day.
It's here. The Labor Day tradition continues. Willie's preseason sale is happening in-store with great savings on ski and snowboard gear and clothing for the entire family. Exclusively at Willie's in South Hills this Friday through Labor Day.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7 The Fan has all your Pittsburgh sports breaking news. Keep it locked to The Fan as we keep you up to date on all your favorite teams. Breaking news is presented by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The Odyssey app lets you jump back in time to the moments you missed on The Fan. Whether it's the Fan Morning Show, the Joe Starkey Show, or the PM Team, you can get caught up on all of it. When you're listening to The Fan, it's as simple as one click to listen on demand. Miss a great moment, great guest? We've got you covered. Download the free Odyssey app, search 93.7 The Fan, and tap earlier today to get started. It's the perfect way to catch up on what's happening from Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
I'm Austin Bexel with your Fan Headlines. Pirates lost yesterday to the Chicago Cubs and have lost the first 2 games of a 3-game series against Chicago. 9-5 was the final score. The Pirates gave up 5 runs in the 4th, 4 runs in the 5th, and were down 9-2 at one point before scoring 1 in the 6th, 2 in the bottom half of the 9th inning. Jared Jones, in his return from the injured list, wasn't very sharp. 4 innings, 5 hits, 5 runs allowed, 3 walks, and 4 strikeouts. O'Neill Cruz, a sac fly in the bottom half of the 1st. Brian De La Cruz with his 23rd double of the season. He's starting to catch some fire. Scored Brian Reynolds to put the Pirates ahead in the bottom half of the 1st inning. But Seiya Suzuki, Dansby Swanson, homers in the top of the 4th, did the damage for Chicago. Final game of the series is today, 12:35 first pitch. Kyle Hendricks against Paul Skeens on the mound for the Pirates. Buccos 62-70, last place in the division. Chicago 1 game over 500. More at 937thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. Time for the Starkey Show with Joe and Paul.
Here we go. The Joe Starkey Show. The biggest in the game. On Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Starting the show at 10:02 and 38 seconds. How are you, City Limits?
I'm good, Joe. How are you? Welcome back. How was mini golf?
It was great. That place down on Forsyth Road has the best ice cream sandwiches in history. And I played with Christine Fallon, who's one of the big wigs around here, and she had an unbelievable round. I was horrible. Paul, we started the show at 10:02 and 38 seconds. How are you today? Didn't you used to start your afternoon show at 6:18 because of the afternoon guys?
Yeah, I mean, there was many a days when I would be standing outside there, just kind of standing and waiting.
Remember that, City Limits, or are you too young to remember such things?
No, I remember.
Travesties.
I played on a little nicer course than the miniature golf course that you played on yesterday.
Where'd you play?
So the guys from I'll give them a shout out. The guys from Tri-State Office Furniture, very, very good dudes.
Yeah.
Took me to Nevillewood.
Oh,
what a great course that is. Oof.
I just reunited with a guy the other night that I knew from years ago who belongs there and said, call me and play anytime.
It's a beautiful, oh my goodness. So Paul Nussbaum and I were there, and you know.
He always gets in on that stuff,
well,
doesn't he?
He's going low now. He's our going low guy now.
That's true. Little Paulie Pavilion. So, you and I are playing Chartiers with Landing for Terry after tomorrow's show.
Tomorrow we've got to win.
We're bringing money. He said to bring money.
We've got to win.
Who's his partner? It's me and you against him and somebody.
Ryan Recker.
Oh no, he's good.
Yeah,
the wrecking ball.
But we get our handicap. So
mine is significant right now.
Yeah.
It's going up by the day.
Yeah, mine is not very good either. But I'll tell you this much. So we decided to make it a little bit easier yesterday, so we played 2-man scramble. Paulie Nussbaum and I against the 2 guys from Tri-State Office Furniture.
Yeah.
And we were, Paulie Nussbaum and I shot 73, 1 over.
Ooh.
Yes. Really good. It was a great, what a beautiful course. What a great day.
He's a hell of a player.
Yeah. And we had a really good day. So there's that. I didn't get a chance. So there's been a lot of Were you planning on a six-pack this morning?
Yes, I am.
I was going to say, because there's a lot of things, little items to get to.
I'll tell you what.
We got to at 10:02 and 38 seconds.
Well, Paul wasn't in the studio yet, so I moved two things to allow time for Paul. That was not the morning show's
you're always
problem.
letting the other shows off the hook, aren't you? But you complain about Harry Callis every day.
Well, Harry
leaves the studio
Harry is
late.
in the studio in my seat until
That's right.
9:50, 9:30 or so.
You need to be a defender of this show, not the other shows. This is the one that you're on.
I was
City
just
Limits.
stating a fact for today.
We were both here. I was here.
Yeah.
He
I was
just
trying to
called
be
you out,
I was
Paul.
trying to be
He
courteous.
just called you out.
No, I was trying to be courteous to Paul.
I was here. I was standing right there. I was actually standing inside the building at 9:59.
Oh, I didn't see him in the studio though.
I was right
Joe,
there.
I sincerely apologize, and I hope you accept my apology.
Let's not get off on a bad foot today. It's Off the Top, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. We have a lot happening, as Paul just mentioned. Oh, that's what I was going to mention. If I don't get around to some of the items that you're thinking of, Paul, jump in with a couple of six-pack items if you would.
Absolutely.
But here's where we start. Crack one limits. Thank you. Chris Carter, writing for the Post-Gazette today, not the wide receiver, but the expert reporter. Pitt's Heather Lyke, according to reports, a finalist for the Northwestern athletic director job. Paul, let me ask you a two-part question on that. One, how big of a loss would that be for Pitt? And two, how would you rate Heather Lyke's tenure here to this point?
I'll say this. I think that she has probably done some good things. I also think that her tenure here is extremely, extremely overrated. And I think that if she were to leave, they would probably be able to find somebody who understands the new era of college athletics better than she does. And so the new athletic director almost has to be like a business manager, like a general manager, business manager, whatever you want to say. Someone who understands starting next year, finances are going to change because of the settlement and the $20 million they've got to pay and the money they've got to pay to former athletes, all that kind of stuff. It's going to change the game completely. You've already seen schools, even like Oklahoma, which you would think has unlimited resources, talking about how they're going to scale back Olympic sports and some of the things that they are going to do in order to make sure that they can make all of this work financially. And I would say that a lot of the credit she got came a couple of years ago when the volleyball team, the men's soccer team were in the Final Four, and the football team won the ACC. You know what those three teams have in common? None of those coaches were hired by her. And if we wanted to do an examination of the coaches that were actually hired by her, I mean, essentially, if Jeff Capel doesn't hit an inside straight of 27-year-old transfers last year or whatever it was when they went to the NCAA tournament, I would make a real case that she hasn't had she hasn't really truly had a successful hire. Now, the wrestling coach is technically hers, but
the women's soccer coach, I would say, has gotten them some places.
Women's soccer coach is over the last year or two, yes. That's about the only one. The wrestling coach was already here. He's a pit wrestling legend or whatever. I mean, it's one of those things where, I mean, technically, I guess she did hire him, but all I'm saying is gymnastics, hired and had to fire. Softball, hired and had to fire. Baseball, I mean, they've held on by a string.
I mean, in the end, for a lot of people, it's about football and men's basketball.
Right.
That's what I look at first, fairly or not.
Women's basketball, hired and had to fire.
So it doesn't sound like you think this would be a big loss. In fact, you think it might be a gain if she goes to Northwestern.
That I really like her as a person, but I think that her era here has been extremely overrated by a number of people because she's very good in front of a microphone and on TV and saying the right things. But this is a new era of athletics, and you better be really, really good at raising money and coming up with ways to raise money and connecting with donors who are likely to give you money and all of that stuff.
And she's not?
I don't think that's been her strong suit, no.
All right, I'll admittedly say I don't know enough about her money-raising capabilities. For me, first of all, I don't think she's irreplaceable by any means. Having said that, compared to her predecessor, Scott Barnes, she's the greatest athletic administrator who ever lived. But I judge it, again, fairly or not, on men's basketball and football, your two highest-profile programs. And honestly, I'm not really sure where we're at with those programs. I'm really not. She's extended Pat Narduzzi. She's had opportunities to fire Pat Narduzzi. He's here. I've defended him at times. Now coming off 3-9, I don't know. Have they really moved the ball forward on Pitt football? Maybe a little bit. He won their first outright conference title. He's winning more conference games than the other guys used to. Maybe a little bit. But Pitt football hasn't reached any great new place under her. And basketball, again, I mean, if you compare Capel to Kevin Stallings, he's Dean Smith, right? But I don't know where Pitt basketball is right now. I don't know.
Right.
We'll see. He had a really good year, I thought, 2 years ago. Pretty good year last year, and it's build as you go, as you mentioned. It's 1 year rebuilds in college hoops. Let's see where it goes this year. I guess they're both in okay places, football and men's basketball. But I'm with you. I think in the end, no matter how we get there, in that I think she's very replaceable. Let's just put it that way. I think some good things have happened, facility-wise and things like that. And she has extended and kept the women's volleyball coach, and that program is a dynamo. Really, that program is fabulous right now. And
you know who hired him?
Barnesy?
No.
Who?
Steve Peterson.
Did he?
Yes. Yep. Here I pulled this up today because I knew we were going to talk about this, right?
Yeah.
And it's one of those things where it's amazing, but yes, here's a quote, direct quote from the press conference. We're excited to welcome Dan Fisher to Pitt to lead our volleyball program, said Steve Peterson.
That's
Pitt's
a hell of a hire.
Director, right?
That's a hell of a hire.
And Scott Barnes is the one who hired Jay Vinovich, the men's soccer coach, which
Barnesy.
You can say whatever you want to say about Scott Barnes, and
I'll just say two words, Kevin and Stallings, but go ahead.
But the one thing he did do was he somehow got Jay Vinovich here.
I'll tell you what, I did not know, honestly, that Steve Peterson, that turned Steve Peterson's second tenure from an F to like something higher than that, because women's volleyball has become a fairly high-profile sport, and that is an amazing hire, really.
And Pat Narduzzi was hired by Patrick Gallagher.
That one I did know, yes.
So he has always taken the approach, my deal's with the chancellor. But, of course, the chancellor changed, and so things change. But at the end of the day, I just look at it, she hired a women's softball coach that was a disaster, a women's basketball coach that was a disaster, a gymnastics coach that was a disaster.
But let me ask you this. And again, maybe this is fair or unfair. Would any of that matter if they were top 15 or top 10 in football, and if Jeff Capel was winning NCAA tournament games?
No, absolutely, it's football and basketball. That's not my point. My point is, in terms of hiring, how do you judge an AD? Hiring and firing, hiring coaches and firing.
Football and men's basketball.
Football, but fundraising, right? Those are all ways you evaluate ADs. And I think, sometimes, ADs that are around for a long time and are nice guys and good at glad-handing people, sometimes they get a pass that, you take a look at it. it's one of those things where I hear all these ideas that somehow Pitt would be in this horrific place if she leaves, and I'm thinking to myself, go back to when she came versus now. I mean, in what areas are they clearly better?
Well, let's talk about this with you and anything we touch on in the six-pack here. 412-928-9370. Next. Thank you, City Limits. That was kind of you to provide the beverages.
You're quite
today.
welcome.
Jared Jones and the Pirates last night, Paul. What's the storyline there? What's the story from this series and from last night? I'll just jump in here and say, for me, this is rock bottom on the Derek Shelton era. This what has transpired here, especially 2 nights ago. You?
Wait, what did you say? What was the question there?
That's right. It's another Paul Pause. Paul will now silently research.
You're using an early Paul Pause here. You only get 2 for the game.
Early one.
What happened the other night, especially and last night with these blowout losses, when he handed the ball to Rowdy Tellez for the second time in 3 days,
okay, yes.
That's disrespectful to the game of baseball, number one,
Rowdy
and
should have pitched
humiliating
last night.
for the franchise. And then last night, I'm listening on the radio. They're getting blown out again, and the crowd is calling for Rowdy. It was funny the first time he used him, and everybody gets to use a position player once in a while to pitch. When you do it 2 out of 3 nights, and then last night you have the crowd calling for him, and you're just getting blown up night after night here by what was the last place Cubs. This is the bottom. I'm having a harder and harder time making any even flimsy argument as to why Derek Shelton will be back, and I'm starting to believe that he won't be, Paul.
Well, my thing here now is 2 days in a row you got blown out of the building.
Yeah.
And you look at what is happening here, and I think Jason Mackey broke it down like this. If the Pirates play 500 baseball from this point forward, they're going to finish 76 and 80.
Same as last year, 86.
76 and 86.
Yeah.
So if they play 500 baseball, which I don't know that there's any evidence that they can, but if they were to play 500 if they finish with 76 wins, I don't know what you point to say there's definitely progress that's been made. And especially when you consider the bump they got when Paul Skeens got pulled, called up, because they were, I think, wasn't there a point where they were like 32 and say like 25 after he got called up?
Yeah.
Stretch like a, so there's that part of it. Joe, my question is this, though. How can your bullpen be in such a bad place that twice in 3 nights you have to use a position player because you're afraid of using your other relievers because you don't want to?
I can't believe that they did that he did that. I don't know. Some people think that all the calls come from above him. I don't necessarily believe that. I don't know how you can do it. You can't. And again, everybody does it from time to time. Couple times a season, maybe. Not 2 times in 3 nights. You got to find an actual pitcher. To me, the only other most embarrassing thing that Shelton's been involved with since he got here was when he was in the room when they clinched the first pick and was cheering. Do you remember that?
Yeah. Yeah.
He's the manager. That's if the executives want to be in a room and say, great, we got the first pick. For the manager of the team that was so bad that it was in line for the first pick to be cheering the fact that we won the draft lottery was a horrible look for Shelton. And this is right down there with that.
Right.
This is getting really, really bad. Limits, you're the Pirate fan in the house. Your thoughts on Shelty and the Pirates?
I was very disappointed that Rowdy Tellez did not get the ball late in yesterday's game. They could have really used them. Greg Brown put out a stat that I think sums it all up this season.
Yeah.
He said on the broadcast last night that the Pirates have allowed 17 bases-loaded walks.
Oh, my God.
It is the most in all
Did you
of
hear
baseball
that, Paul?
by a mile.
Yeah.
I'll say it again.
Yes.
The Pirates have allowed 17 bases-loaded walks.
Yes.
2 last night.
Yes.
By Old Heller.
Yeah, by Old
This is just ridiculous. We're in year 5 of this?
Did Feigl issue one of those the other night?
He might have. I don't know. And they immediately sent him back down.
That was the funny thing. I was actually at the game that Feigl came in.
Really?
And I was like, who the hell is this guy?
Spent like 12 years in the minors. Good for him. He was able to make his debut. But
I'm like, who the hell is this guy? And here's the other thing.
Old Heller makes Rowdy Tellez look like Jose Mesa, doesn't he?
How about on Monday, or was it Monday or last night? Both of the games were, I think it was Monday night, when Grandal allowed 8 stolen bases.
Yes. 8 stolen bases, 21 hits.
Bases.
Joe, 8 stolen bases,
He can't even throw
hits.
back to the pitcher. We were on that story 6 months ago.
This hasn't happened, the 8 stolen bases and 21 hits, since 1912.
Yes.
In a game.
I covered that team. Rick Monday also was a great player for the Cubs.
Shoeless Joe Jackson was such a good player.
Great for talk radio, my man.
8 stolen bases.
Paul.
You know how hard that is to do?
Yes, I just looked up. I don't dive into advanced stats hardly ever, like really advanced stats in baseball, but for some reason that I can't remember, I was looking at Grandal before that game. And in everything that they measure the time that it takes you to get up from the squat position and throw, the time it takes for the ball to get to second, all that crap. He's like the worst in the league.
Yes.
And then that happened that night. It was insane. Oh my God, is this a disaster?
Here's the thing. Like I said, the troublesome thing to me is how in year 5 can we still be having, bullpens that are held together by tape. We still are having guys like McKinney come out and play.
Yeah.
We still are, now all of a sudden 4 or 5 years in, we've decided we're going to move, which I'm sure is another one of your 6-pack items. We're going to move the most important player from one position to another.
Right.
We did a trade deadline guy that remember that day that Zangrilli and I went at it because I said in the trade deadline, it's not relevant that they have control over him for next year.
Yeah.
And if he doesn't continue to hit, I'm sure he's not going to be here next year.
They don't know where any of their best prospects play. I mean, Henry Davis, what position is he? Andy Rodriguez, what position is he? By the time Termarr Johnson gets here, he's going to be a closer.
And we have some news.
Yes.
12:35 first pitch Pirate game today. The lineup is out. Would you like me to give you the first 3 players?
Is it the first time we're going to see Cruz in center field?
Shortstop Isaiah Kiner-Falefa. DH Brian Reynolds. Center fielder O'Neal Cruz.
Let's get to that. Give me one. Thank you. That sounded robust.
Very juicy.
Actually, before we get to that, I have a question for both of you. You have one out to get, Paul. You're going to win the World Series, okay?
Right.
You get one choice here to face, I don't know, pick a hitter, to face Ohtani and get him out. You going with Feigl, Old Heller, or Rowdy? Which one?
Oh,
that's a tough question.
Might be Rowdy just because he throws at 45 miles an hour.
No, Rowdy hasn't getting hit up very hard. He did hit 2 batters in his last pitching appearance.
I'm going to go with Old Heller because even though his ERA is trending back toward 20, he did have a good stretch of like 3 or 4 appearances there, didn't he?
Yeah, and he'd just walk him, even with the bases loaded.
Well,
give him the Barry Bonds treatment.
Especially with the bases loaded, right? I would go Old Heller, Rowdy, and then Feigl. Next. Thank you. All right, Paul, you and I haven't got a chance to talk about this, and now it's become more newsy here. O'Neal Cruz in center field. What did you make of the decision, and how do you think it'll turn out?
I want to believe it's going to work. What do I think of the decision? I think if they were going to do it, the timing was perfect. At least they're not insulting our intelligence by saying they're still in the race, that they're still trying to win every game and all the other stuff. They at least are acknowledging that these next 30 games are going to be really about figuring out what some of these guys are capable of. And I asked, Derek Shelton about it yesterday with respect to Henry Davis, even Sawinski. Some of the guys they have, it's like these licks 30 games. And so to me, it makes a hell of a lot more sense to move him there now. Give him 30 games to, to prove that he can play there or not play there. And that way, going into next year, you have a much better plan about what you're going to do. So all I'm saying is I don't hate it. I don't know that I love it, but I don't hate it either. I think the big thing with him is he's far too athletic and has too many, tangible skills to relegate him to a DH at this point. You know what I mean? You could still take a look at what he might be able to do in the outfield.
Yeah.
A couple of different outfield positions that he could be. That's where I would say, yeah.
Limits, am I delusional, or did Michael A. Taylor play center field last night?
No, he did. Somebody else texted me that as well and said,
Yes.
"Is Michael A. Taylor playing?" I said,
I thought he.
Yes.
I know when you're waived, you can come back, but shouldn't we move on from him?
You
Maybe
would
we
think.
are starting today.
Well, nobody claimed him.
Well, it's a good
Apparently,
thing.
Nobody wanted him.
Let's get a real good look at Michael A. Taylor, Grandal, and Rowdy in September, just to find out what we have.
And Jared Triolo, because he's doing well.
And Triolo, and especially Connor Joe, who ended the game in style last night. Let's keep playing those guys.
Hey, Connor Joe hit a home run on Monday.
What are they doing?
I don't have to watch another Connor Joe or G1 Bay or
What are they
Triolo
doing?
at bat, Michael A. Taylor. Yeah, it was
Alika
funny.
Williams.
So I was watching the game. Michael A. Taylor gets up to bat, and I send a text to the Noah Constrictor. I said, wait a minute. I just read today or yesterday that Michael A. Taylor was waived, and now I see him up to bat.
He's reappeared.
Could you please explain what is going on? And he said, well, they put him on waivers in the hope that someone will claim him.
Right.
But since nobody has claimed him, he's still on the team.
So we want to put you out there, basically cut you, but if nobody wants you because you're not very good, we'll not only keep you, but play you. Is that the idea here?
And you can't do waiver trades anymore. The old August 31st waiver deadline is gone, so you can't give them away for a bag of chips or anything.
This is a disaster. Paul,
here's the thing. Can I just say this? Though?
Yeah.
I mean, I think O'Neal Cruz is their most important player, so they need to find a place for him.
Position player.
Player. I think he's their most important position player. And
I'll tell you what, he's hitting the hell out of the ball.
Quiet as kept, he's having a really good year. I think we can put to rest the idea that he's not going to be a good hitter. I mean, I think he has a chance to be an elite hitter. He's getting better. He's getting better against lefties. He's getting better. I mean, but like here, can I just? Are we done with O'Neal Cruz? I think we're both.
I want to register my quick opinion here.
Good.
Decision to move him off shortstop. Good. Why? Because he's not a shortstop.
Right. He's not good at it.
But anybody who thinks that his concentration lapses and mindless misplays in the field are going to end because he's in center field, you've lost your mind if you're out there thinking that. Now, they're not going to be as damaging because he's not at short. I get it. But center field is still a very important position. So to answer the second part of my original question, how I think it ends, with him failing in center field, flailing in right field, and eventually becoming what he should be, which is a DH. And then everyone will say, well, then you're wasting his arm. Well, baseball history is littered with pitchers who had great arms but couldn't throw it straight. That's kind of a problem.
Right.
Put him at DH eventually. I hope it works.
Right.
I don't think it will in center field.
I don't necessarily think it will either, but my point is he's got too much physical ability and physical talent and too many tools that you just give up on him right now as a fielder.
Yeah, I agree.
You hope that maybe you can get him, maybe he can play left field, maybe he can, whatever. I mean, I don't have a problem with them taking a look at him in the outfield, especially the next 30 days where the games don't matter.
Right.
One more quick thing. I just looked at the full lineup.
All right, give me another.
My condolences.
Give me another 6-pack for that. Open that up right now. That's what I was going with.
All right, last
there.
one before we'll go to a continued 6-pack.
Right,
all right.
Here we go. Are you ready for this?
Yes.
Today's lineup, to his point, Isaiah, Kiner, Falefa, Brian Reynolds is DHing, right? O'Neal Cruz, okay, fine. Rowdy Tellez at first. I mean, I guess you don't really have any other options, but what about Henry Davis?
What about Henry?
Exactly.
Yeah, well,
okay.
My point is, why didn't they play Henry Davis at first in the minors?
My point is, what is the point of playing him?
Who?
At this point.
Oh, Rowdy, you're right.
Unless,
yes. Don't. If you tell me Grandal is catching today, I'm getting up and leaving.
Connor Joe is in right again. Billy McKinney is in left.
Billy McKinney from One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest.
It gets better. Catcher, Yasmani Grandal. Here he goes.
There goes Joe. He's leaving the studio.
He's leaving the studio.
Bye, Joe.
Jared Triolo at third.
There
and Alika Williams.
He's not coming back.
And Alika Williams is at second.
Well, Paul, Yasmani Grandal is the designated catcher for Paul Skeens. And which means Henry Davis should have started Monday and should have started Tuesday.
Right.
Joe has still not returned.
What are we doing here? Let's go through city limits since Joe has left the building.
He's taking his own.
That's right. It's another Paul pause. Paul will now silently research statistics during our live radio show.
Is Rowdy Tellez a part of your future?
No.
Is Connor Joe a part of your future?
No.
Is Billy McKinney a part of your future?
Maybe. No.
Is Grandal a part of your
No.
future? Is Triolo a part? Is Alika Williams a part of your future?
No.
So basically, you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We'll count. We'll say McKinney maybe. So 5.
He's not a part of it.
Okay.
He's a journeyman from around baseball.
Okay.
He's older than Ron Cook.
Let's say 6. Oh, no. You have 6 guys in your lineup today who are not a part of your future.
It's unreal.
Now, here's the thing. We asked him about this yesterday. Wouldn't it make some sense to call up Nick York?
Yes.
And let him play?
And Peguero. And the other guy down there. What's his name? Billy Cook, Ron's son.
Billy Cook and Nick York.
Name?
But my point is,
how many guys named Billy do they have?
Why does Nick Gonzalez need today off? The guy had like 6 weeks off. Yeah. What are we talking about here? The guy needs as many at-bats as he can possibly get. He had like 6 weeks off.
Let's come back to this because I'm under a lot of clock pressure today. 412-928-9370. 928-9370. Anything we just talked about. We got Steeler items still to go. Very interesting and talented wide receiver out there, although one with a lot of problems. Let's talk about that and some other little treats. I think Paul may have one or two as we turn the 6-pack into a 12-pack. Why not? We need one with this lineup today. Our Steeler and Pirate reaction brought to you by Bet365. Off the top, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. We have all kinds of treats today. The big boy, Dan Zangrilli, Chris Carter from the Post-Gazette talking a little pit as we get ready for college football. Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, providing trusted plumbing and HVAC service for over 50 years. And the text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Paul, you have a new flow coming up momentarily, but not until I tell people that Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Paul?
Well, I was going to say something real quick, but we can do the new flow. Let's do new flow. But we missed the lead when we were talking about the Pirates.
Use that as a tease, a radio tease.
Because a big development happened.
Oh.
We're going to talk about that. Men suffering from erectile dysfunction is rough. You know it, and she knows it too. New Flow Men's Health is Western PA's leader in treating ED successfully with long-term positive results. It's time to quit lying to yourself. If you're serious about eliminating your ED issues, New Flow is your only serious option. There are no pills, no injections, no games. Pittsburgh guys helping Pittsburgh guys. Call New Flow today at 412-784-9000. That's 412-784-9000. Tell them Paul sent you.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
O'Neal Cruz will make his first start in center field and is batting third for the Pirates today, looking to avoid being swept by Chicago. 12:35 first pitch. Listen to the game on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, as well as on your Odyssey app. Pre-game coverage begins at 11:30. More at 937thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan with our fan training camp profiles. Presented by Smale Kia, Guardian Caps, and Armstrong Business Solutions. Roman Wilson, a high school standout and college star. Wide receiver Wilson's next stop is the pro level. After growing up in Hawaii, Wilson spent 4 years at Michigan and ended his collegiate career by winning a national title. Wilson was taken by the Steelers in the 3rd round of this year's draft, and he's set to show Pittsburgh that Roman is ready to reign.
One person dies from heart disease every 33 seconds. Do everything you can not to be the one. Understanding your risk factors, like your cholesterol, blood pressure, and BMI, could save your life. Our experts at the nationally recognized UPMC Heart and Vascular Institute are here to help you get your heart health on track. Your heart care matters. Visit upmc.com/heart to schedule an appointment. Decisions that impact you or your loved ones can be overwhelming, especially if you're facing long-term care, special needs, or elder law issues. The attorneys at Julian Gray Associates can help you truly understand the best approach to take. Julian Gray Associates have the most certified elder law attorneys in the country. They're located right here in Pittsburgh. Experienced advice from certified elder law attorneys who understand your legal issues and are committed to helping you. Find out more at grayelderlaw.com.
Fantasy freaks and geeks, what's cracking? It's your boy James Koh back with my brand new project, the Sleeper King Football Podcast. Look, I get it, okay? There's a lot of fantasy pods out there, but we're going to keep this one light, 15 to 20 minutes, 4 to 5 times a week, and man, we are going to pack it with all the info you need. Season-long, weekly projections, and of course, sleepers. Follow and listen to the Sleeper King Football Podcast on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
I'm at a smoothie bar asking people if they'd switch smoothies with me for $574.
Oh, I'll switch.
So what about $574 if you switch your home insurance to Allstate?
That's a headache.
Nope, it's painless.
Oh, so it's easy money.
Yep, check Allstate first and you could save hundreds on quality home insurance today. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Not available in every state. Based on the national average annual savings for new home insurance customers surveyed in 2023 who switched to Allstate and reported savings. Savings vary.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my side softer?
Can I make my side firmer whenever I want?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. 94% of Sleep Number smart sleepers report better sleep. And now, during our biggest sale of the year, save 50% on the Sleep Number limited edition smart bed. Plus free home delivery on select smart beds when you add any base. Ends Labor Day. To find a store near you, visit sleepnumber.com.
Hi, I'm Angie Hicks, co-founder of Angie. And one thing I've learned is that you buy a house, but you make it a home. Because with every fix, update, and renovation, it becomes a little more your own. So you need all your jobs done well. For nearly 30 years, Angie has helped millions of homeowners hire skilled pros for the projects that matter. From plumbing to electrical, roof repair to deck upgrades. So leave it to the pros who will get your jobs done well. Hire high-quality certified pros at Angie.com.
Guess what, people? Wendy's has new saucy nugs. You heard me. Wendy's nugs now come in 7 saucy flavors. Buffalo, honey barbecue, garlic parm, spicy ghost pepper. You can literally hear your taste buds after every bite. I'm serious. Listen to mine. Okay, that's just me playing with sound effects, but you get the idea. For a whole new way to nug, gotta be Wendy's.
participating U.S.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Mount Pleasant Window and Remodeling Company.
I'm Amy Lawrence with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by Angie. Angie makes it easier than ever to get your home projects done well. Get started at Angie.com. It may be hard to believe, but the Kansas City Royals have tracked down the Guardians atop the AL Central. With the best record in the American League since the All-Star break, the Royals have erased a 7-game deficit. This is the team that lost 106 games a year ago. And the Guardians were running away with it, but they've dropped 9 of 10 and are below 500 since the break. I'm Amy Lawrence.
Hi, I'm Angie Hicks, co-founder of Angie, and one thing I've learned is that you buy a house, but you make it a home. Because with every fix, update, and renovation, it becomes a little more your own. So you need all your jobs done well. For nearly 30 years, Angie has helped millions of homeowners hire skilled pros for the projects that matter. From plumbing to electrical, roof repair to deck upgrades. So leave it to the pros who will get your jobs done well. Hire high-quality certified pros at Angie.com.
Guess what, people? Wendy's has new saucy nugs. You heard me. Wendy's nugs now come in 7 saucy flavors. Buffalo, honey barbecue, garlic parm, spicy ghost pepper. You can literally hear your taste buds after every bite. I'm serious. Listen to mine. Okay, that's just me playing with sound effects, but you got the idea. For a whole new way to nug, gotta be Wendy's.
At participating U.S. Wendy's.
Athletic Brewing non-alcoholic family of beers get you from tailgate to final down this season and are on special at Sanso's in Homer City. Please enjoy responsibly.
PGT Trucking is fueled by the best drivers in the flatbed industry. This is Pat Bostic. For more than 40 years, PGT Trucking has been driven by the proud professionals. Fueled by the promise of great pay, reliable home time, quality equipment, respect, and family. Take the wheel in your career path and join the proud professionals at PGT, a 2024 Best Fleets to Drive For company. Visit pgttrucking.com.
You can only help someone who has been injured in an accident if you have a relationship with them. Hi, I'm Joe George.
I'm Larry Kelly. That's what we do at the injury firm of LGKG. Clients quickly become friends and some become family.
It's part of the home team advantage with LGKG.
Visit lgkg.com. LGKG, your home team.
Summer's just getting started, so fill your cooler with the smooth and refreshing taste of Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. It tastes like real iced tea because it's made with real brewed tea. And with a 5% kick of alcohol, Twisted Tea is perfect for the beach, the lake, or wherever you're hanging out and day drinking with your friends. Look for the bright yellow cans. Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Keep it twisted.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Joe Sturkey Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding.
An interesting item in Kevin Gorman's story on the whole O'Neal Cruz switching positions. I thought this was pretty good. He talked to Michael A. Taylor, who was a great defensive player. Nobody would argue that. And Taylor was an infielder coming up. Did you know that, City Limits?
No, I don't think I did.
You should have read Gorman's article in the Trib.
The Owl.
The Owl, yes. He said that he thinks that Cruz is going to take to this. The athleticism obviously is there. Taylor tells Gormy, the Owl, he's got a great arm, fast, great instincts. I think playing shortstop for so long is an asset to him. Taylor says the reads are different, but you have a lot of time. If you can react and read in the infield, then go to the outfield, the game slows down for you. I think it'll be an easy transition. To which, again, I would say, I actually think this guy also obviously has the athletic tools to play shortstop. It's not about the athleticism and things like that. It's about the mindless errors and the lapses in concentration. That's the part that needs to be fixed, and I don't know how that gets fixed.
And running into Brian Reynolds in the outfield in Houston, which partly derailed the season.
My God, Reynolds must be thinking, this guy's going to now be closer to me out here.
Imagine what that communication is going to potentially be like. I'm kind of conflicted on them doing this now because I wonder if there's not enough time to get him ready for this. I feel like he needed an offseason and a spring training where there's going to be errors. There's going to be gasps in the outfield. It's going to happen. And I hope that doesn't just completely crush Cruz's confidence and make him disinterested by it if he fails. And there's going to be some failures with it. I mean, anybody moving to a new position is going to struggle at first.
Yeah.
It's going to happen.
Well, why not? Why not have it happen during these meaningless games? Because you think if it goes way south, he'll lose confidence and not want to do it?
I do. And it can affect next year.
Yeah, I hear that.
That's my only hesitancy with it. Now, I would make the move, but the timing of the move, I think, is what's a little bit more difficult.
I mean, there's very much two sides to that, I think. I understand your point completely, but the other side of it is why waste this month where he can go out there? And if he's the guy you think he is long term, then if he lets one struggling month at center field ruin him, that would speak to the opposite of that, right?
And it seems like there's no going back to shortstop either, the way that Shelton is talking.
That sure is the way it sounds. Some people ask some questions about, well, will he not want to play for the Pirates when his contract is up? Well, who knows, but that's a long time from now, so he's got no control over this situation. He's under team control for several years. Where did Paul go? Any idea?
I don't know. Maybe he's having another spat with the vending machine.
Can we go to another six-pack item, please?
We sure can.
Thank you, City Limits. First, 50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Jeep Dodge, Route 19, Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. Paul has an interesting Pirate item coming up, a little tease to pay off. I don't know what's happening there. The 53-man rosters were finalized yesterday, such as that's the case because they're all going to change with pickups and injuries and all that stuff. Kadarius Toney is out there among a couple of other receivers. Would you take a shot at it?
No. Not Kadarius Toney. He can't catch the ball for the best team in football.
That's problematic for a wide receiver, isn't it?
That's kind of your job.
Were you saddened that Tim Patrick, late of the Broncos, Russell Wilson's former teammate, that he winds up in Detroit with their practice squad? Were you saddened by that? Do you think he would be?
A small amount of sadness. He could have been, I think, a decent player, better than the Scotty Millers of the world and the Des Fitzpatricks of the world.
Our friend Andrew Filipponi tweeted out a video of Noah Brown. Everybody was waiting for the Texans to release receivers or a receiver or two because they have a glut of receivers. They're the opposite of the Steelers at this point. He tweeted out a video of Noah Brown taking a ball on the sidelines and just outrunning people to the end zone he said, watch this video and tell me he wouldn't be the second best wide receiver on the Steelers roster. Needs to be claimed by Omar Khan. Do you agree with that?
I think it would be great for them to claim him. I think he'd probably be the third best receiver. Roman Wilson is going to have a phenomenal year this year, but he's better than most of the guys that they have, not named Pickens.
Next. Paul, before you pay off your Pirate tees, City Limits just uttered the words, and I quote, Roman Wilson is going to have a phenomenal year this year. You buying that?
Phenomenal is probably strong.
Little strong, Limits.
Phenomenal being about 650 yards and 5 touchdown receptions.
That's not phenomenal.
It's phenomenal for a rookie third-round pick.
No, it's not.
I would say it's good. I think he'll be a good player for them. I like him. Phenomenal, though, is a very strong word.
Phenomenal is a strong word. Solid player.
I like, though, the fact that Limit sticks to his hot takes. He does.
That's fine. I like him. Listen, we like him.
And there's also no Brandon Ayuk walking in the building anytime soon.
Not.
So there's going to be a lot of targets.
I have to apologize. What were we arguing about?
We were arguing about you and the vending machine.
No, we were arguing about something, and I said...
Well, you said you had a Pirate take, that there was some news or something.
Well, I mean, we've talked about the changes that have to be made, right?
Yeah.
In the offseason, and I said, and I've consistently said that they're going to not make the major changes that everyone thinks they're going to make, which is, firing the manager, firing the general manager, they're going to do what they've done in the past, which is find instructors and find minor league managers and find people that are kind of irrelevant and make them the scapegoat. The first shoe dropped. Did you read this? The first shoe has dropped.
No.
The Pirates have dismissed Junior Vizcaino, the director of international scouting.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Man, their Latin American Academy,
also
highly touted, has produced, and I'm not saying he's, this is just a thought that comes up, has produced nothing. Nothing all these years.
Also, Luis Silverio, senior advisor of Latin American operations, was fired. So
that may have something to do with the fact that not a single player's come through there to help.
No. I'm not saying that, but
I am.
What I'm saying is, they probably, maybe they deserve to get that. But what I'm saying is this, okay? The changes that people think are going to come down the pike, I'm firmly telling you, are not.
I think Shelton's going to get fired.
You think?
You say no? I've gone back and forth on this, but this has turned into a circus.
Listen, when I'm wrong, I'll say it. I would say, hey, I was wrong.
Percent chance right now? For me, it's 75.
I would say it's more like 25.
Limits?
25 was my number 2.
We'll get back to that conversation, and we're going to get to our calls. I wonder if they're about Pitt or baseball or football. What are they about here, Limits? I'm very curious.
We have a wide range of calls from Heather Lyke to Derek Shelton as well as the Steelers.
I want those people to hold until the top of the hour, and we're going to go to the General right now. Listen to this show every Wednesday to hear about Starkey's Card of the Week from the Baseball Card Castle in Cranberry. Contests run every Wednesday through Friday at noon at the 937thefan.com contesting page. It's General Patton. It's Jeff Patton, the proprietor of Baseball Card Castle. Who has a guess? Paul, I'm going to go with Rowdy Tellez because of his pitching exploits this week. What's the card of the week, in your opinion?
I'm going to go with O'Neal Cruz.
Limits?
I'm going to go with Jared Jones back from injury.
What do you got, General?
Gentlemen, good morning. Appreciate you having me today. I was hoping it would be Jared Jones today. Waited as long as we could, but we're going to go with Shohei Ohtani. How about putting up 40-40 before Labor Day? Pretty impressive.
Might be the first guy ever to do 50-50. Let me ask you guys. Paul, were you here the other day when I asked what's more impressive? No, you weren't. We were separate. What would be more impressive to you and the General? Aaron Judge breaking his own American League record by hitting 64 homers this year, or Ohtani becoming the first man in history to go 50-50? Which is more impressive? Paul?
50-50.
I agree, General. What say you?
50-50, especially when you consider the asterisk that's dangling out there that, oh, yeah, he strikes out 200 in most years.
I think he's the greatest baseball player who ever walked the planet. Myself.
I know you're interested in this kind of market analysis. Typically, it's Ohtani is the number one seller in baseball year in and year out. Who is not wearing black and gold?
That's amazing. Well, this is great. Thank you for the card of the week. You're a wonderful man.
You're welcome. You guys have a good one.
See you, buddy. Fan weather. Chevy Summer Drive continues at Sun Chevrolet, up to $7,500 in rebates. Terms, conditions at sunchevy.com. High in 92 today with sunny skies. Paul?
I was going to say, if you look at these numbers, though, Judge's on base is 465, slugging 732, OPS 1.197.
It's ridiculous.
I mean, Ohtani's 379, 614, .994. Still ridiculous, but I mean, Juan Soto's OPS is actually higher than Ohtani's. So, I think Ohtani is still, I mean, And here's the other part of it that I did not know, so I'm going to retract what I said because I did not realize this. Aaron Judge is hitting 333.
How close is he to a Triple Crown right now?
He can't be that far off.
Well, let's talk about that.
Let's see.
Hold on.
Bobby Witt Jr. is batting 346, so he
still has a shot.
He's got a shot there. Obviously, he has home runs and RBIs. He would have to. He'd have to like stay hot and have Witt Jr. come back to him a little bit. I think that's going to be tough to win that, but still, he's pretty close. You know who's third in batting average in the American League?
Oh.
One, Vlad Guerrero Jr.
Oh, would he have looked good in the Pirate uniform?
A guy that said there was actually Pirate fans trying to explain he wouldn't be worth trading for.
Not worth it.
They were trying to, he's not worth that.
Not if you have to give up Jared, what's his name? The Web
Mitch
Gem?
Jeb.
Mitch Jeb. Yeah, the Web Gem. The Jeb Wem. I don't know what he is. All right, Paul, top of the hour. Let's just sort of review all this. We got callers on the line. We have maybe big news with Heather Lyke, possibly going to Northwestern, one of 3 finalists. We have Steelers with their final roster. We have what I think we all might agree is the low point of the Shelty era happening right now before our very eyes. All of this we'll talk about top of the hour. Then we got the big boy, Dan Zangrilli, also coming in today. A lot happening. Here's what's happening with my feet. They feel better. That wasn't the case for a long time. The joints of my big toes, I was in pain a fair amount of the time when I tried to do anything. Start a new exercise regimen, play pickup basketball, all that stuff. And then I got introduced to the Good Feet store. And the Good Feet store pain relief solution. It's all in the Good Feet arch supports, the foot arch supports designed to provide pain relief, balance, and comfort. Available in a wide range of flexibilities, extra firm to soft, to promote maximum performance and versatility for every foot and every lifestyle. And I can speak to it. They build it. It's customized. They build it around you, the shoes you already have, and, of course, the feet that you already have. It worked for me. It could work for you. Visit a store. There's one in Robinson Town Center across from IKEA. There's one in Cranberry Township on Route 19 North next to Walgreens. And there's one in Morgantown where Adam Crowley will be live in person this weekend for the big football opener. That is at the Suncrest Town Center. You can check that one out. It's all there, by the way, at goodfeet.com. Pain relief solution that worked for me. It could work for you, whatever your issue might be. Needles in the balls of your feet, plantar fasciitis, whatever it might be. Come on in and try the Good Feet feeling today. Comfort, energy, performance, and pain relief at the Good Feet store.
Thanks to the Good Feet store.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The Pirates have dismissed Junior Vizcaino, the director of international scouting who replaced Rene Gallo in 2017. Luis Silverio, the senior advisor of Latin American operations, was also dismissed by the organization. Pirates and Cubs. Buccos looking to avoid being swept today, 12:35. Paul Skeens on the mound from PNC Park. You can listen on 100.1 FM and AM 120 KDKA, as well as on your Odyssey app. Pre-game coverage in half an hour at 11:30. More at 937thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
I mean, definitely, like I said the other day, the competition is rising, and it's, steady every day.
Our black and gold are in full-on camp mode. When it comes to training camp, nobody's got you covered like us.
Just belief in each other, belief in what we got. I'm just trying to take it one day at a time and just keep working on the playbook.
Presented by Smale Kia and brought to you by Guardian Caps.
Right now, let's go!
Get in here for our exclusive camp coverage. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Rick Springfield, live in concert. 17 top 40 hits. Saturday, October 19th, the Event Center at Rivers Casino. Buy your tickets now at riverscasino.com. Rick Springfield, live in concert.
Homeowners, don't let faulty gutters ruin your day. Protect your home from costly damages with Gutter Helmet. Call 888-5-HELMET or visit gutterhelmet.com for a free gutter assessment and estimate. Beat the fall rush and save. Get 35% off plus no money down and no interest for 1 year.
Summer is winding down. Time to shop the summer finale at Shorkey Mitsubishi with 2 convenient locations, North Huntington and in the North Hills.
You'll grab some incredible deals this week, including the new 24 Outlander. Take $5,500 off or choose low 2.99% financing for 60 months.
There's $5,000 off or 1.99% for 60 months on the new 24 Eclipse Cross, or save up to $3,500 on the new 24 Outlander Sport.
Mitsubishi gives you the style, safety, all-wheel drive, and a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty.
Shorkey Mitsubishi gives you the highest trade values and 2 years of complimentary prepaid maintenance.
Our summer finale is your final chance to save. Don't miss out.
Visit us in North Huntington or at Mitsu by the Mall in the North Hills. Western PA's best inventory, ShorkeyMitsubishi.com. See dealer for complete details on all offers.
Timmy, everybody. Great job. Next up for our 5th grade class recital, we have Samantha.
10 times better performance can make a big difference. Castrol Edge Motor Oil gives your engine 10 times better high-stress performance. Castrol Edge, better oil for maximum performance. Now through December 28th, Castrol Edge and Edge High Mileage Motor Oil are on rollback at Walmart.
Claim based on sequence 9 test under high-load conditions versus API SP test limits.
At Skechers, we put the S in comfort.
Wait. Skechers put the S in comfort?
Yes, comfort you have to feel to believe. Skechers, we put the S in comfort.
Let me try. Okay, I'm just stepping in and... Oh, wow. Skechers put the S in comfort.
Duh. We told you. Find Skechers slip-ins at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
Mommy, want to play a game with me and Dad?
Mommy's not feeling good.
You need to vaporize that cold.
Vaporize?
Yeah, with DayQuil VapoCool. It's DayQuil plus a rush of Vicks vapors.
Whoa.
Come on, honey. Let's let Mommy rest.
You guys are amazing. And so is DayQuil VapoCool.
DayQuil VapoCool, the vaporizing daytime coughing, aching, fever, power through your day medicine. And to vaporize sore throat pain, try Vicks VapoCool drops. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Customize and save hundreds on car insurance with Liberty Mutual. After that, you can also save me, as I'm currently hanging from the edge of a cliff. To recap, number 1, customize and save. Number 2, time allowing, save me. Shoulders separating!
Only pay for what you need at LibertyMutual.com. Savings may vary. Underwritten by Liberty Mutual Insurance Company and affiliates. Excludes Massachusetts.
Liberty, 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 liberty. Dog days of summer are here. And South Hills Chrysler, Jeep, Dodge, Ram, and Peters Township are dealing with incredible specials. Choose from a 2024 Grand Cherokee, starting at $279 a month for 27 months. Or the rugged 24 Ram 1500 for $395 for 42 months. The only choice for a new Chrysler, Jeep, Dodge, Ram is South Hills Chrysler, Jeep, Dodge, Ram. Family owned and celebrating 50 years. Visit them online at southhillschryslerjeep.net. See dealer for details.
Something magical happens every day at your neighborhood library. You could be teleported to the past, wander in the present, and even travel to the future. Kids can connect to their wildest imaginations, while teens can meet, greet, and retreat. Sure, libraries are beautiful cathedrals filled with amazing books, but they're also work hubs, community centers, meeting places, skill builders, entertainers, world expanders. Just about anything you can imagine, you can do at your neighborhood library. September is Love Your Library Month, so make a donation and spread some of that love today.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
93.7, The Fan.
Hey, let's talk about hair. Whether you're losing it or trying to keep what you have, we all worry about our hair. Now, have you tried curing your hair loss with pills and lotions? Do you worry about how your hair is going to look in the wind and rain? Well, worry no more. Here's Cookie Harris, president of New Image Hair Clinic.
Men and women now have options like the new Hair RX restoration procedure. Hair RX combines the best of human hair duplication and artistry to recreate the hair you once had. Call 1-800-942-8302 or go to newimagehairclinic.com for a free hair and scalp health checkup. And get get the answers you need about hair loss and thinning hair.
Let's face it, we spend time and money on preserving our teeth, car, and home. Why not our hair? Call 1-800-942-8302. Mention Hair RX to receive $250 off your procedure. That's 1-800-942-8302 or newimagehairclinic.com. Don't waste your time and money. Call New Image first.
Pittsburgh's a great place to ride a bike, but sometimes cars don't pay attention and bicyclists get hurt. If that happens to you, call Goodrich & Geist, the good guys.
Are you struggling to protect your business because your security technology is outdated? Then consider switching to Guardian Protection. As Pittsburgh's hometown security company since 1950, Guardian has protected business of all sizes with expert installation of surveillance, access control, intrusion, and fire alarm systems. Guardian makes switching easy. For a complimentary security evaluation of your business, visit guardianprotection.com/fanbiz. That's guardianprotection.com/FANBIZ.
The final weekend before the playoffs at Wild Things Park, August 30th through September 1st, features fireworks presented by Slinger's Signature Cocktails, Faith and Family Night presented by Pennsylvania Wick, and it's Halloween Night presented by Moe's on a Blueprints Kids Eat Free Sunday.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
According to reports by Jerry DePaula of the Trib and Chris Carter of the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette, Pitt Athletic Director Heather Lyke is under consideration to become the next athletic director at Northwestern. Steelers cut down their roster to 53 players yesterday. No true notable cuts were made for the Steelers, but the Brandon Ayuk saga still continues to linger. Steelers kept 5 wide receivers, including Scotty Miller as the 5th wide receiver on the team before September 8th season opener in Atlanta. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Now, more Joe. Joe. The Joe Starkey Show is on. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
All right, Paul, we touched a couple nerves in the opening hour. We really didn't get to Steelers that much. We have some interesting Doug Whaley stuff on Broderick Jones from the morning show. But we'll talk about that. We'll analyze the roster, all of that stuff, and where they might go at receiver if they want to pick another guy up. In the meantime, we have Heather Lyke maybe going to Northwestern, one of 3 finalists. We have the Pirates. I mean, but by any fair-minded review, they've become a circus. When you have a crowd, when you're getting blown out by the Cubs again, chanting for your first baseman to come in and pitch, you have become a circus. They're closer to the first pick than they are to a playoff spot, and it's a lottery. So when I say that, they could be in the lottery for the first pick again. In fact, I think they are right now in that lottery. It's just the wheels have fallen off. And we talked about a lot of other things that people want to talk about with us. The lines.
What's interesting, Joe, is 5 years ago I was okay with them, getting the first pick.
Yeah.
Now it's a disaster.
It is. I mean, they just again had, I think, 3 picks in the top 47. The Pirates did. At some point, this has to turn into something other than people chanting for Rowdy Tellez to pitch. It's ridiculous at this point. So the lines are lighting up like Mulsey in a craft beer house, are they not?
They certainly are.
And it'll be a potpourri. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. The text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Let's do a little old school sports talk radio. Go out to the lines and see where the people take us.
Here's Derek in West Mifflin.
What's up, Derek?
Hey, how are you guys doing today?
Good. What's on your mind?
Oh, I'm just walking down about to head into the stadium thinking about if Alika Williams will go for 4 with 4 Ks or go for 4 with a single that went 65 miles an hour. I just don't understand why Shelton puts out these ridiculous lineups.
Well, hold on. What's he supposed to do at this point? Look at the roster.
he's got to go up and say, "Can we call a few kids up?"
That's not his job. That's Ben Charrington's job, right?
Yeah, yeah, true. Well,
but I'm with you, man. I'm with you, and God bless you. You're heading out to the ballpark?
Yeah, I'm actually just about to enter here, so, I mean, I'm probably going to see another loss. But also, Paul Skeens needs to realize that Grandal's not going to be his catcher for the next 15 years, and he's got to learn to catch Joey Bart if he wants to have a catcher next year.
Paul?
I agree. I mean, my thing with Grandal is he seems to have literally like 7 hits this year. All of them are walk-off home runs or big hits late in games. But other than that, he's been a total disaster. Like the other day he had the walk-off home run. And I was like, the thing that sucks about that is it probably bought him, 30 more days of playing.
It's his defense that, he's a supportive veteran type who handles a staff well. I do believe that. But you saw the other day the limitations in terms of throwing out runners. I mean, that's all measured statistically. He has been hitting, actually, this month. But, man, you talk about too little, too late. He's just not viable for next year. Next.
No, I mean.
Here's Rob in Chicago.
Hello, Rob.
Paul, Joe, good morning. I got 2 things I want to touch on. One Steelers, one Pirates. I'll make it quick. As far as the Steelers and their not-so-special teams, has anybody ever reflected on the fact that we haven't had a kickoff return for a touchdown since 2017, and we haven't had a punt return for a touchdown since 2019? Now, those are kind of important aspects of the game. And, our punter, which Tomlin kept around too long, he was dreadful. If it wasn't for Boswell, our special teams would be just horrible. And my Pirates comment, this past weekend when Bonds was in town to be inducted into the Hall of Fame, he even called out the Pirates for sloppy play and said that wouldn't have been tolerated with Jim Leland and, our coaching staff. So, I mean, something's got to get done. You can't just continue to get clown punched like this every single game.
Clown punched is a good word.
Clown punch, man.
Wait, what was your first point? I'm still laughing at your second point. Oh, the Steelers special teams.
Point,
yeah. We appreciate. Yeah, we appreciate the call. Paul, the special teams.
The special teams I've been saying for I don't know how many years. How is it that all of these other coordinators have been fired and recycled and moved out and but Bubblegum Man, what's his name? Bubblegum guy that runs up and down the sidelines with the bubblegum in his mouth.
Danny Smith.
Danny Smith. He seems to be a guy who's like Teflon. He's like Teflon. He's the only coach other than Mike Tomlin over there that's Teflon. Why? The special teams have been bad.
I don't know.
They've been uninspiring. They've been bad. They get penalties all the time.
Can either one of you tell me who returned the most kickoffs for the Steelers last year? Either one of you? Paul? Limitless Wonder?
Oh, I can picture him, but I can't remember right now his name.
I wouldn't have gotten this.
No, who?
Godwin Igwebuike.
Yeah, that's not even who I was thinking.
And Anthony McFarland.
That's who I was thinking.
There have been years where Tomlin doesn't even compete on returns. Remember the year he had Najee Davenport back there? He'd have basically a fullback returning kicks. Do you remember that?
Remember Gunner back there?
That's right.
And Gunner.
They had
That's
Gunner
right. They had Gunner back there. We have some great Gunner clips. You got to find the Gunner sounders in Folsey's folder. Can you do that?
I will look.
Limits. I mean, those are special. They really are. Who's the guy who does the special teams ratings every year? Rick, what's his name? Paul?
Rick.
I can't remember.
Here's Olszewski. And Gunner spins for 9.
I like this guy, Olszewski. He doesn't get a whole lot of opportunities, but, he's like the Tasmanian devil when he does.
They're just so mediocre. When you think about it, their special teams personify the franchise as a whole.
Yeah.
Every year I look at this, it's great. Rick Goslin, been covering the NFL forever. And again, the Steelers, he rates special teams based on everything. Kicking, punting, returns, coverage. And where do you think the Steelers are? 17th. Because, of course, they're 17th. Because that's about where they are every year. It's horrifying, really. They don't change many games. They have a couple block kicks that have, helped them win some games. But basically, it's just mediocre. Kind of like everything else with the Steelers over much of the past 7 years. Maybe slightly above. They do, after all, have a 17-year non-losing streak. You can't even say winning streak. It's the cumbersome, like when you want to just make a bullet point, it's the cumbersome phrase
non-losing.
It's a 17-year non-losing streak.
And here's the thing. There are people, again, and this is what baffles me, okay? Baffles me. And I don't understand some of these, like, super fanboys and people that are, Tomlin apologists and everything else. If I said to you, okay, would you right now take the Steelers' non-losing streak, okay, or the Eagles? Let's just go for the last 2, 4, 6, 7, the last 7 seasons.
Yeah.
Would you rather have the Eagles 7 seasons, even though there was a 4-11 in there, or would you rather have the Steelers 7 seasons?
Not even close. Not even close to what I would rather have.
And the bottom line is, I would take, so when the Steelers were in the Super Bowl, what, 2010?
Yeah.
Okay. I would take from 2011 till now, the Eagles versus what the Steelers have done, even though the Eagles had a couple of losing records. They had a couple 7-9s when the Steelers had 8-8s.
Yeah. You know who else's last 7 years I would take? The Texans, for a number of reasons, and I'll go back 7 years. They finished 4-12, then 11-5, then 10-6. They won a playoff game that year. You remember what that feels like to win a playoff game in 19? Then they went 4-12, 4-13, 3-13-1, and that allowed them to get a star quarterback. So they went 10-7 and won another playoff game. And now look at them.
Right.
They're a team that nobody would be surprised to be in the Super Bowl. We've been through this before so many times. It's how the 70s Steelers were launched, by being horrible. It's how ironically, it's how the non-losing streak was launched, because the guy who launched it was a guy they had to lose to get, and that was Ben.
Right. I just laugh.
It really is. Incredible.
I remember when. Do you remember? It was good times. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Let's talk about the Rams the last 7 years.
Yeah.
I remember. I'm old enough to remember when there were a bunch of Steeler fans saying, "Well, they're going all in and they're remortgaging their future and they're making all these trades for all of these guys and all this other stuff." And it's like, okay, but they were playing to win the Super Bowl, which they ended up doing. It's funny. And I always say this too about pirate wonks too. The few people that are still just pirate apologists that always, when they tell you basically that, spending the most money, spending money doesn't necessarily guarantee winning. And in the case of football, going out and getting free agents doesn't necessarily guarantee you winning. But they always point to all the other teams that didn't pull it off. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
They don't pull it off. They don't point to teams that actually, like last year, I think 3 of the final 4 teams in baseball were in the top 7 in payrolls. Probably just a coincidence, right? They don't point to teams like the Rams, who put together a team that was really, really good. And then, of course, they had to break it up because they had a bunch of guys, basically, that were mercenaries.
And yet they come back this year with Stafford.
Exactly.
With Nakua, with Cooper Kupp. The Rams are a better bet than the Steelers to reach the Super Bowl, any sports book you look at.
Look, they won the Super Bowl. If I told you, okay, you win the Super Bowl, and the next year they were 5-12. Okay. Then the next year they were 10-7 already, which I believe that's what the Steelers were last year.
Yeah, they built statues for that around here.
They were basically the same exact team as the Steelers 2 years after winning the Super Bowl and having to blow their team up. So, this thing about, the Steelers, the Steelers, if you look at what they've done since 1970, they've been division titles and they've won and they've only had X amount of losing seasons. You know what I say? I don't give a hell. Not even a little bit.
Me neither. It's people will accuse others of picking random increments of time.
Right.
Let's just go with a normal one. How about a decade? Do you like where the Steelers have been for a decade? I certainly wouldn't if I were a Steeler fan. I certainly would not. The Texans have won more playoff games than the Steelers over the past decade. And now where are they now exactly? Well, I'm looking at the BetMGM Super Bowl odds. Right now, I see the Rams, which was a great example. They're 13th at plus 3,000, right in there with the Dolphins and Jets and Cowboys. And the Steelers are way down at 19. Way down with the Seahawks and Bucks and Vikings. And then all of a sudden, they're closer to the Saints, Cardinals, Raiders, Commanders, and Giants than they are to teams that people are taking seriously, which are obviously the Chiefs are number 1, the Niners, Ravens, Lions, Eagles, Bengals, Bills, Texans. Those are your top 10.
Right.
Add the Packers are in the 10 too. It's just, again, go back to their special teams are reflective of where the franchise is as a whole. And the question that nobody asks shouldn't be, hey, how do the Steelers exceed their expectations every year? The question that nobody asks nationally is, why are expectations so low every year for the fabled Pittsburgh Steelers? Every year, nobody expects anything from the Steelers anymore.
No.
And you know what? They get what they expect, pretty much nothing every year. It's incredible to me. It's one of sports' great phenomenons right now is the Tomlin regime. How it's viewed nationally like they're doing unbelievable things, but nobody ever asks, how come nobody expects the Steelers to really do anything every year anymore? You know what I mean?
Right. Well, I'll just that you want to tell me you want to talk about the Tomlin effect on the Steelers? It's the lowering of expectations.
Yes, that's it.
Somebody, I got into it with somebody the other day. We were talking about, I told you this, we were talking about Stefanski versus Tomlin. And I said, well, in the last 4 years, Stefanski has at least won a playoff game, oh, by the way, over Tomlin.
Yeah.
And he's only been a coach for 4 years, so we can't judge with anything else. Then people want to bring up, well, he hasn't won a Super Bowl yet. Okay, that's not the discussion we're having. But that's the mentality. Well, say whatever you want to say, but Mike Tomlin won a Super Bowl. Yeah, but back then, guess what? I was young and healthy.
Right, that was a long time ago.
Back then, I could still dunk a basketball.
We could be going on 8 years without a playoff win. When was your first memory limits?
I'd say probably about 6 or 7.
Okay, let's say 6.
Yeah.
So they go 8 without a playoff win. And then you take somebody who's a normal person, 6 years old are their first memories. Now we're getting to 14 years old. So people heading into the latter stages of high school would have no conscious memory of watching the Steelers win a playoff game. That is amazing. And yet people say, well, it hasn't been that long and they're still competitive. 7 years in the NFL is a lifetime. People have forged Hall of Fame careers in 7 years. Guys like Terrell Davis and Gale Sayers and Tony Baselli and Patrick Willis made the Hall of Fame based on about 4 years of prime football. Jimmy Johnson coached 9. It's forever. And yet it still seems, although this started to erode, I think, late last season, there still seems to be this idea that Mike Tomlin is doing some sort of amazing, not just good, amazing job with the Steelers. Just incredible every year.
I was a sophomore in high school the last time they won a playoff game, if you want some context there.
Well, again, I mean, the last time they won a playoff game was it when they beat Alex Smith?
Yes. No. Yes.
Yeah, they beat Alex Smith in Kansas City.
Yeah, and then they lost to the Patriots in the champion. You're right.
Because the year before that, they beat
A.J. McCarron, maybe?
They beat the Bengals when Pac-Man Jones and Perfect lost blew a gasket at the end of the game.
Handed them a game.
They won that game, and then the next year, if you remember, they beat Matt Moore and the Dolphins.
Right.
Think about it. That's your last 3 playoff wins.
Right.
Matt Moore and you have you count on your ledger losses to people like Blake Bortles and Tebow.
I was just going to say, Tebow. All right. Let's get to people, I imagine, want to talk about this still. We got all kinds of topics on the table. 412-928-9370. We want you back after this to talk more Pittsburgh sports. This can be a very stressful time of year. Don't be a statistic. Get your heart checked by the experts at UPMC. They do an amazing job, and it's just a good idea to get your heart checked. Easy to set up by the experts at UPMC. Paul, you have a new flow coming up. Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. And call now to win 2 tickets to the Pirates game on September 14th at 1:05 p.m. City Limits will take your call. Caller number 3 at 412-928-9370. Paul?
Man, suffering from erectile dysfunction is rough. You know it and she knows it too. New Flow Men's Health is Western PA's leader in treating ED successfully with long-term positive results. It's time to quit lying to yourself. If you're serious about eliminating ED issues, New Flow is your only serious option. There are no pills. There are no injections. There are no games. Just Pittsburgh guys helping Pittsburgh guys. Call New Flow, 412-784-9000. That's 412-784-9000. Tell them Paul sent you.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Dalvin Cook, former Jets running back, is signing with the Dallas Cowboys. Pirates and Cubs, final game of the series in just an hour. You can start listening on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA for the pregame coverage from PNC Park. More at 937thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pony and Muller here. Mike and Mike's Beer Bar is a big fan of us. In fact, he gave us our own beer. Okay, well, kind of. Each month, Mike picks a local beer that we call the Fan Beer of the Month. August Beer of the Month is Altered Genius Rescue Kolsch, and the charity is Crisis Center North, a charity that helps victims of domestic abuse in Allegheny County.
And if you don't like the Fan Beer of the Month, or you just don't like us, Mike has 4 other beers on tap that you can select, and he will make a donation to the charity. Check out the Fan Beer of the Month at Mike's Beer Bar.
Meet me at Mike's.
Jump into summer this month with Sun Chevrolet and the Chevy Summer Drive with plenty of great incentives through August 31st. 2024 Silverado LT Crew Cab, up to $7,500 in rebates with Chevy Loyalty, GM Trade Assistance, and a Costco membership. Must currently own a 2010 or newer Chevrolet model. Must trade in a 2010 or newer car or truck. Must be a Costco member as of April 30th this year. Full terms and conditions at sunchevy.com. Sun Chevy has so much more in the lot right now, especially a great selection of the 2024 Chevy Trax. And remember, Sun Chevy carries all major brands of tires, custom wheel packages, and a full line of GM accessories in their parts department. But the biggest benefit of all, their people. Over 500 years of combined experience serving their customers. They'll keep your GM vehicle looking and running like new. Or shop their online catalog at sunchevy.com. Visit Sun Chevrolet on Route 19 in McMurray, 5 miles south of South Hills Village, and at sunchevy.com. Sun Chevrolet. Find new roads.
She posted about us just now.
Celebrities can't get enough of Bianna's bespoke skincare line.
She has 147 million followers. How do we monetize?
She needs a social media associate to help her with the hype.
We should repost this. Do we need a hashtag?
Indeed can help her hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. You can schedule and conduct virtual interviews all from your employer dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
You're in hot water, mister.
What'd I do?
I told you months ago our utility bills were getting higher because of that old outdated tank water heater.
Maybe it's time we finally switch to a Navien tankless.
Learn about Navient's high-efficiency tankless water heaters, endless hot water, all while helping you save on your energy costs.
Hey, look at this. Our utility bill is lower since we got the Navien tankless water heater.
Who's in hot water now?
We are, all the time.
Learn more at tanklessmadesimple.com.
A heavy thunderstorm this afternoon, the high 94.
Weather brought to you by Express Employment Professionals. Hire for logistics roles with Express Employment Professionals. They'll take care of recruiting, interviewing, and more, then supply you with the workforce you need. Visit expresspros.com for a location.
The best things in life, they come in twos. 2 scoops of ice cream, 2 tacos. And now for a limited time, get our best deal of the year. Buy any phone when you switch to Consumer Cellular and get 2 months of service free. That's right, the same fast, reliable, nationwide coverage as Big Wireless, now with 2 months free. Proof the best things in life really do come in twos. Visit consumercellular.com or call 1-888-FREEDOM. Second and third month of monthly base service fee waived for new customers with the purchase of a phone and activation by September 2nd, 2024. Taxes, fees, and third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my side softer?
Can I make my side firmer whenever I want?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. 94% of Sleep Number smart sleepers report better sleep. And now, during our biggest sale of the year, save 50% on the Sleep Number limited edition smart bed. Plus free home delivery on select smart beds when you add any base. Ends Labor Day. To find a store near you, visit sleepnumber.com.
Right now at Wendy's, you can get a small Frosty for $1. And literally everyone is going. The car behind you, going to get a $1 Frosty. The car ahead of you, already had one, going for a second. The person who cut you off earlier, you guessed it, $1 Frosty. Maybe it's all a sign for you to go get one. Just don't cut anyone off. No one likes that person. The iconic Frosty for $1, gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only at participating U.S. Wendy's. Not valid in a combo. Prices may be higher in Alaska, Hawaii, California, and via third-party delivery.
Every business faces challenges, but complicated, expensive, and uncertain shipping shouldn't be one of them.
With USPS Ground Advantage from the United States Postal Service, you can avoid all the noise.
No more unexpected surcharges, hidden fees, or complex rate structures.
It's just easy, cost-effective, and dependable shipping. Tune your business's frequency to success and turn shipping to your advantage. Learn how at USPS.com/advantage. USPS Ground Advantage. Simple, affordable, reliable.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Gutter Helmet. Protect your home now and avoid costly damage with Gutter Helmet. Call 888-5HELMET.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by WeatherGuard Truck and Van Equipment. They're just as driven as the hard-working pros they serve. The head coach under the most pressure this NFL season has to be Kyle Shanahan of the San Francisco 49ers. No, he's not on the hot seat, but coming off another devastating Super Bowl loss to the Chiefs, Shanahan's coaching in big games will only come under more intense scrutiny. I'm Maggie Gray.
Right now at Wendy's, you can get a small Frosty for $1. And literally everyone is going. The car behind you, going to get a $1 Frosty. The car ahead of you, already had one, going for a second. The person who cut you off earlier, you guessed it, $1 Frosty. Maybe it's all a sign for you to go get one. Just don't cut anyone off. No one likes that person. The iconic Frosty for $1, gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only at participating U.S. Wendy's. Not valid in a combo. Prices may be higher in Alaska, Hawaii, California, and via third-party delivery.
Every business faces challenges, but complicated, expensive, and uncertain shipping shouldn't be one of them.
With USPS Ground Advantage from the United States Postal Service, you can avoid all the noise.
No more unexpected surcharges, hidden fees, or complex rate structures.
It's just easy, cost-effective, and dependable shipping. Tune your business's frequency to success and turn shipping to your advantage. Learn how at USPS.com/advantage. USPS Ground Advantage. Simple, affordable, reliable.
You've heard us talk a lot about FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge, America's #1 sportsbook. Well, we have something a little different for you. Now through September 22nd, all FanDuel customers can bet $5 and get a 3-week free trial of NFL Sunday Ticket from YouTube and YouTube TV. That's bet $5 and get a 3-week free trial of NFL Sunday Ticket from YouTube and YouTube TV. Then with a YouTube TV base plan, you'll be able to watch every regular season Sunday afternoon out-of-market game, which is a nice little treat. All you need is a Google account and a current form of payment. You can cancel anytime. Just visit FanDuel.com/Starkey to download America's #1 sportsbook. 21 plus, present in Pennsylvania. Full price of NFL Sunday Ticket will be automatically charged seasonally after free trial. No refunds. Terms, restrictions, and embargoes apply. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
That backyard swing set brought you so much joy. And now, it's a rusted-out old death trap. We can help. 2menandajuncktruck.com.
2 men and a junk truck.
Come in and try the Good Feet feeling today. Comfort, energy, performance, and pain relief at the Good Feet store. Visit the store for a free test walk. Visit us in Robinson Town Center, in Cranberry Township, and now open in Morgantown. Good Feet arch supports are proudly made in the USA.
Chris Muller here for Universal Windows Direct. With football season here, you know what comes next. Cooler temperatures. Get your home ready. Don't get caught off guard by the chill. My friends at Universal Windows Direct can upgrade your window game. All you have to do is call 412-545-6003. Schedule your free in-home estimate today. For every 2 windows you buy, you get the next 2 free, and there's no limit. Plus, 0% financing for 60 months. Restrictions apply. For the last windows you'll ever need, go to UWD.com.
Nachos!
Hey, I'll take some.
And some Frank's Red Hot.
Nah.
You're just gonna eat these boring nachos with no flavor. Frank it up! Frank it up! This guy finally gets it.
It's the perfect blend of flavor and heat. Frank's Red Hot. I put that on everything.
Look at your cup holder. It's empty. And you're feeling thirsty. Head to a nearby convenience store and fill it with a Pepsi Zero Sugar, Mountain Dew, or Starry. Grab a delicious, refreshing Pepsi for the road.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Joe Sturkey Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding.
Quiz show, top of the hour. I forget the score. All I know is I won last week's quiz show.
It's 4-2.
4-2. I can cut it to a game. Paul, I think you were talking to the boss earlier. Any of the cuts around the NFL entice you? Does a guy like Kadarius Toney get your attention? He doesn't get, I mean, athletically he does, but what a disaster he was in Kansas City.
Oh, absolutely.
I mean, he almost single-handedly kept them from winning a second straight Super Bowl.
And the bottom line is, it's not like he had a bad quarterback that was throwing to him.
Right.
Noah Brown does.
Yeah, I saw Pony tweeted about him.
I would have some interest in him. There was like 3, 4, 5 different corners that have been cut. Who was the guy we talked about yesterday that was cut, the corner?
Henderson.
Yeah.
C.J. Henderson.
C.J. Henderson I'd have some interest in him. I mean, I think they need a corner and they need a receiver.
I don't see any Joe Hayden types. It seems like that was a once in a lifetime. Remember when he fell into their laps when the Browns cut him and he wanted to play here? Maybe partially out of revenge to that. I don't know what it was, but he wanted to play here. That doesn't look like anything like that is happening. This just, it looks like you're going to be reaching no matter where you go. Right.
I mean, obviously guys are getting cut. Guys are getting cut for a reason. Some of them, though, it's financial. It's not that they're bad players. It's just financially, the team drafted a younger guy who's cheap.
Yeah.
They need to fit into the salary cap, so they're cutting a guy who's, who costs a lot of money, who might not, who might be maybe marginally better than the rookie. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. What do you make of this Deion Sanders stuff, Paul? You and you're a big Deion fan. I like Deion.
Yeah, I do.
I've had a couple of interactions, but this crap with the newspaper there, to me, is ridiculous, and it makes him look horrible. Jim Trotter. For those of you who don't know, there's a columnist for the Denver Post who's been very critical of Deion and that program, and they've basically cut them off. I don't know if there's an update to that story, but not just the columnist. They've cut off the Denver Post. And Deion seems to think that the media covering his team should be fans of his team, like boosters.
Right.
I just think he looks horrible. Jim Trotter wrote a great column on this the other day. Like basically, what are you doing? You look like a bully. You look like a hypersensitive coach who can't take any criticism. I think he looks bad, Paul. You?
You are in the Hall of Fame. You've won Super Bowls. You were on World Series teams. You are one of the all-time great athletes of our life. Why are you so insecure?
Yeah.
If I had one question to ask him, I would say, why are you so insecure? What is it that you think is not secure enough about you and about your legacy? Because he's always doing the, God Squad stuff. That's something that's starting to get on my nerves a little bit. He's always falling to the God Squad stuff. You know what I mean? I'm defined by God and, this and that. Okay, great. But at the end of the day, you and some of your players have acted like total jackasses. And when you do that, you're going to get called out. It's not the devil rising up in people, and it's not, forces of evil and all the other stuff. If you show your ass, people are going to do everything in their power, to wear it out. Especially when you give them reason to. When you've got your players wearing Rolex watches or whatever during the game or whatever it was after the one guy scores a touchdown and he's pointing to his watch and they end up losing the game. Guess what? So, to me, Deion Sanders, A, has no reason to be insecure. You're Deion Sanders, for God's sakes. But the second part of it is all of this idea that somehow the criticism of him and his program is unwarranted. And, of course, we've heard, they even always got to take it to, it's based in a little bit of racism and all this other stuff. No. This guy has put a target on his back. He's put a target on the back of his program. Now, that's been part of his genius because guess what? For given, how bad that team is, we talk a whole lot about him. So he's been able to put him on the map that way. But when you put yourself out there like that and you're continually always just, talking trash and doing the things they're doing and, you're going to get criticized when you don't have success. And guess what? You don't have success. They haven't had success. And here's the other thing, like we've talked about. I think everybody knows that the minute his kids are done playing at Colorado, he's done coaching at Colorado. He's 100% about coaching his kids. And the other kid, what's the two-way player that's really good?
Travis Hunter.
Hey, him.
He's unbelievable.
His two kids and that kid. That's all he cares about.
Well, when he got off to a good start last year, he definitely jumped the gun by saying, I told you so. And then his team just got absolutely shredded the rest of the year.
Right.
And you're right. When you come in carrying a big stick like that and telling everybody what's going to change and that you're the one who's going to be doing it right and you better get us now because we're going to get you later, well, you better get them or you have to expect the blowback. Come on. Yeah, come on, Deion. You have to expect the blowback and live with it. And he's got a great sense of humor. Somewhere in our archives here is my interaction with him from the Super Bowl, Paul, a number of years ago. It was the Steelers-Packers Super Bowl in Dallas. Were you there? Were you covering it?
No.
There was a special room on Media Day for NFL Network people, or maybe ESPN, I can't remember. I think it was NFL Network. And you could go in and interview him. And there was Deion. So I walked into the room, and he says to me, come over here. Never met him in my life. He says, come over here. Take a seat. He said, put your foot on my knee. I said, okay. And he proceeds to tie my shoe. He said, I got a fetish about that. He said, I can't stand people walking around with untied shoes. So I interviewed him partially for part of the time while he was tying my shoe, and he was tremendous. He was great.
Yes.
He was friendly. He was outgoing. He seems like a guy you'd want to spend time with. But in this situation, I don't think Deion gets advice from anybody. Is there anybody there with media savvy who's telling him what's up, Paul? That's my question. Does he have advisors around him? Does he have an E.J. Borghetti around him, that type telling him, this is what you got to say and not say up here today?
Yeah.
And yes, of course, I don't know who's running that school right now, who the AD is. We're going to have the Denver Post covering our football team.
Right.
Period.
Especially since they've probably worked really hard over the last 20 years to get the Denver Post interested in covering their football team.
Right.
Now they're finally interested in covering it. Listen, it's the whole thing with any publicity is bad publicity. But he objected to the fact, we've all seen the clip.
You mean any is good?
Any publicity is good publicity. Yeah, I don't know what I said, but that's what I meant. He basically, we've all seen the clip, reacted to the guy and basically said, well, why do you even come here? You seem to be negative. You're a negative guy. What have I done what have we done to deserve this and all this?
Yeah.
I mean, you know what you've done? Doesn't matter. He's not on your team. This is what drives me crazy. I remember when I used to cover Pitt, there was always a segment of the Pitt fan base. You're too negative. Because I'd point out, oh, by the way, this is the third week in a row they've given up 600-plus yards. Or, the 1 year when their defense was so bad, I wrote something to the effect of, well, the good news about having a horrible defense is the games are always entertaining. I wouldn't take shots at, but I would just write what was actually, you're a 4-8 football team last year that talked a lot, that acted the fool a lot. So guess what? If I was there in that town and I was covering it, I'd be ripping you too.
I'd be criticizing them in some of the same ways I've criticized Narduzzi for some of the stuff he said over the past few years, just basically ripping him, putting his saying his offensive coordinator makes quarterback decisions.
Yeah.
It's one of the most ridiculous things anybody's ever heard. So here's the other thing. Here's the other thing. Is that Deion's not alone in getting ripped. He seems to think he's being singled out here. Every coach gets ripped to shreds when they lose. Every coach everywhere, let alone guys who are out there saying, I'm going to do this differently. You watch what we do. You watch how good we're going to be, how great we're going to be, and talking the talk like that, you better believe you're going to get shredded. He knows this. That's the thing.
It's absolutely ridiculous. I mean, to me, I'm sorry. It's absolutely ridiculous. And then, I heard him saying, Nick Saban can have a back and forth with the media and he doesn't get criticized for it. Well, first of all, he does get criticized.
Right.
Every one of those clips where he's a jerk, he gets ripped. But secondly, could you win a national title, much less 7, before you start comparing yourself to Nick Saban?
I mean, yeah, right. And that part, too, really galls me. Like, I'm being treated differently than anybody else. There's a guy at Ohio State who almost never loses in Ryan Day. Go spend a day on talk radio there. Somebody should take Deion down there and say, listen to this. For this guy who's like, what's his record? He's 56-8.
Yes.
And he's 39-3 in the Big Ten, and he gets shredded. He's lost. How many Big Ten games has he lost since he got there in 2019? 3.
And they're all to Michigan.
They're all to Michigan. He's also beaten Michigan 3 times. He's 39-3 in the conference, and he gets ripped. And he apparently the guy's coaching for his job this season.
Yes, he's got to beat Michigan this year. They're talking about firing him.
So when if I'm going to start with people who are possibly being treated unfairly with the media, I'll start with Ryan Day, who's 56-8, and then maybe around, Coach 800, I'll get to Deion.
Right. I mean, the other part of it is he's had so many people that are basically, apologists for him in the media, which I don't know that there's many people that are apologists for Ryan Day. He at least has a bunch of guys, bunch of media guys who will defend everything Deion does. Ryan Day, I'm not sure, has many of those at all.
It's incredible.
I mean, there's people here. The other guy that gets ripped all the time is Brian Kelly. When he was at Notre Dame, Brian Kelly actually had Notre Dame on the verge of, and they do have some structural limitations, but all he did at Notre Dame was, what was his record? Something like he was there for 6 or 7 years, and his record there at Notre Dame, if you think about it, he was his last 5 years Double-digit wins every year.
Yeah.
At Notre Dame.
Yeah, and you could make a case for James Franklin, too, although I think there's legit criticism of Franklin, and we'll be levying some of that this week. But, again, on the Deion scale, when you talk about a guy who last year finished 13th in the country, the year before that 7th, he has 3 top 10 rankings since he got to Penn State. 4, I'm sorry. He has 5 double-digit win seasons, and he gets absolutely shredded. Again, not without some good reason.
Right.
But he would also be up there on the scale, about 1,000 spots above Deion.
Like you said, Ryan Day is the best example. The best example is Ryan Day.
Our coverage on the Fan here regarding college football at the moment, presented by T-Mobile. Switch to T-Mobile. You can get tons of benefits, still save on every plan versus AT&T and Verizon. Use their savings calculator to find out how at T-Mobile.com/switch. The 50-minute mark on the Fan brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Jeep Dodge. Route 19, Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. Why don't we take one more call? Wonder Twin. Go ahead.
Let's go to Chuck in Uniontown. Or not Chuck in Uniontown, I'm sorry. Jeff in Uniontown.
Hey, Jeff, what's up?
Hey, Joe, Paul. I just wanted to talk about Cam Hayward and talk about being negative. I feel like I'm the only person who doesn't think this guy deserves another contract. Take his name off the back of his jersey. Call him Player X, all right? And you look at the stuff that's written down. You got a 35-year-old guy going to be 36, coming off surgery, and he has another year on his contract, and then he wants years after that? Tell me how that makes sense.
Well, let me jump in early here and tell you very respectfully that I think that there's a lot of people who think that they're the ones swimming against the tide here. But Jeff, there's tons and tons of people when this topic first came up, when Cam first expressed his displeasure with the Steelers, I would even say the majority, who said it's not a good idea right now to give Cam Hayward a contract extension. So just so you know, you have tons of company there, tons of company for the reasons that you suggested. His age, coming off a major injury and had a bad year. The people are smart. A lot of people would say, no matter who it is, this is not a good time to give this guy a contract extension. We appreciate the call. Paul, do you think he's going to get it before the end of camp? Before the end of the preseason,
I don't think he's going to get it before the end of the preseason, which means he's not going to get it till after the season.
Which makes sense, right?
I think they want to see what he can do. Absolutely. They want to make sure he's healthy before they sign him up again for the next couple of years. I mean, I don't have a problem with that. I think if a guy's under contract, I understand why all these guys want, just like Brandon Ayuk. I get it, but he's under contract. But I get it why he would like to have the financial security of that next contract with all that guaranteed money before he plays so he doesn't get injured and hurt.
And he's a younger guy. I mean, Cam's had his money, and the Steelers made him treated him with the utmost respect.
Right.
When I think they gave him the highest number contract for a defensive player over 30, if I'm not mistaken.
Right.
And he's still making good money on that. So it just makes all the sense in the world to see after the season what the options are here. Why not? And if he wants to go elsewhere, if that's his move, everybody will survive, including him. He'll be fine.
Right.
And all the fans will be fine. But I don't think that would be his move, by the way. I think if he has a really good year, he'll wind up signing a contract here. You?
Well, I think he will. I don't think he's going to go anywhere else.
Me neither.
And I think that the Steelers don't want to, they would like to sign him to a deal. So, just got to wait to see how it plays out. That's the biggest thing.
Coming up, the moment you've all been waiting for, the resumption of the quiz show. Paul versus me versus Paul, Limits versus Paul versus me, Limits versus Paul, and maybe Dan Zangrilli coming in. Is that a possibility for this quiz show?
Well, Zangrilli will be at 12:30.
I know, but if he's in the building, we can scour the building and round him up. Can we do that?
If you would wish to do that, we can.
Would you prefer? Last week you seemed distracted by Zangrilli's presence during the quiz show, to the point where you blamed him for your poor performance.
Well,
would you rather have him not here?
I'm fine with him being here now that I know I will be able to do it a little differently.
All right, let's do that.
please.
Let's-
I can't take it anymore.
Man, I wonder what that guy's feeling after these last few games.
Darryl in Houston.
Somebody check on his well-being, perhaps. Fan weather, Sun Chevy, up to $7,500 in rebates during the Chevy Summer Drive. Terms, conditions at sunchevy.com. High of 92 today with sunny skies. Let's talk a little bit about Gina Giampietro, one of my favorite topics. Here's the deal with Gina, and it's a good deal. You can't lose. You sit down with Gina, pick a price on your home and a deadline. If the deadline passes, the home isn't sold. Gina will have it bought and turned into a rental. Giacomo, if I'm pronouncing that correctly, and I certainly hope I am, had initially heard about Gina on the radio and has worked with Gina on the sale of 6 different houses throughout the Pittsburgh area. He recently worked with Gina on a property he thought might be too inexpensive for her to be interested in. However, Gina returned his call, showed up the next day with a folder that had lots of details on the property and neighborhood. He said Gina's suggested sale price for the property was spot on, and it was sold within hours of being listed. Giacomo says that if you're thinking about selling a home or buying a home, you need to contact Gina because you won't be disappointed. I agree, G. Maybe I'll just call him G for now. Call the only agent I would trust if I needed to sell my home in Pittsburgh, Gina Giampietro of RE/MAX Select Realty. Call Gina at 724-602-9752. Google Giampietro of RE/MAX Select Realty and look up GinaWillSellYourHome.com. That's GinaWillSellYourHome.com.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Steelers are signing Jonathan Ward officially to their practice squad. The practice squad has grown to a larger number that includes now 4 veterans and 20 total players on the practice squad that the Steelers are allowed to take after roster cutdowns were completed yesterday for the Steelers by 4 p.m. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
This afternoon, hot and humid with highs in the low to mid-90s and feeling near the triple digits. Isolated strong to severe storms this evening. Overnight lows around 70 degrees with the chance for thunderstorms. Thursday highs near 90 with the chance for scattered showers and storms. And overnight Thursday, a few more storms possible with lows around 70 degrees. I'm meteorologist Mary Hours in the KDK First Alert Weather Center.
Hey everyone, this is Bob Pompiani. Tune in every Saturday. Be part of my program. We want your opinions.
Protected by Shederovich and Fishman. Ireland Contracting, PNC Bank. See how PNC Bank can make a difference for you. And driven by number 1 Cochran. Go one better. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You can catch up on the latest Pittsburgh sports news anytime. Just tell your smart device to play Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
93.7 The Fan from Odyssey.
Pittsburgh sports, smart and able. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Planning a memorable event? Shooters Golf is your ultimate venue. Our cozy fireplace rooms, heated bays, and versatile indoor-outdoor spaces are perfect for birthdays, corporate parties, showers, holiday gatherings, and more. Whether you're hosting an intimate celebration or a large party with 12 to 200 guests, Shooters has the perfect backdrop for any occasion. Enjoy the outdoor patio deck, fire pit tables, heated cabana huts. Book your event at Shooters Golf today and experience exceptional service and unforgettable memories.
Decisions that impact you or your loved ones can be overwhelming, especially if you're facing long-term care, special needs, or elder law issues. The attorneys at Julian Gray Associates can help you truly understand the best approach to take. Julian Gray Associates have the most certified elder law attorneys in the country. They're located right here in Pittsburgh. Experienced advice from certified elder law attorneys who understand your legal issues and are committed to helping you. Find out more at grayelderlaw.com.
Weekends are for the warriors of home projects. 84 Lumber has 14 Pittsburgh locations that are open on Saturdays to keep you on track and get you the supplies you need. Each member of 84 Lumber's expert team is experienced in building materials of all kinds, and they are ready to answer your home improvement questions to get the job done right. If you're looking for the hometown personalized service of a family-owned company, 84 Lumber is your go-to supplier. Visit 84lumber.com to find your nearest store and get started on your project today.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for Circa Resort and Casino. Headed to Vegas for the game? Join us at Circa Resort and Casino this October for the ultimate game day getaway. Huddle up at the overhang bar with the fan for our pregame tailgate on Friday with drink specials and giveaways, including tickets. Then catch all the action at the world's largest sports book or relax in the center of it all, America's favorite place to watch football, the Circa Stadium Swim, featuring 6 pools and a massive 143-foot screen. To book your huddle up experience, visit circalasvegas.com today.
Hi, I'm Kamiko, the founder of Miko's Hot Chicken. When we started our family restaurant, we were also raising a family. But let me tell you, it wasn't easy. Our Chase Ink card was there to reward us on all of our business needs. Now we have a thriving location, and we're hungry for more.
With the Chase Ink Business Unlimited card, you can earn unlimited 1.5% cash back on every purchase, so your business can go from here to possible. Chase for business. Make more with yours. Real business owners compensated for their participation. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC. Subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
Space may be the final frontier, but it's also what a lot of us lack in our basement or garage. By switching to a Navien tankless water heater, not only will you have all the hot water you need whenever you need it, but you'll gain storage area as well. Maybe a place to display your space collectibles. Highly logical. Learn about Navient's series of high-efficiency tankless water heaters and how they don't just save space, but save dollars on your utility bills, too. For more, go to tanklessmadesimple.com.
You go into your shower feeling, but as soon as you reach for the Irish Spring, your day immediately gets better. That crisp, fresh, unmistakable Irish Spring scent zings your brain and awakens your senses. So when you finally emerge from the shower, 37 minutes later, because you pay the water bill so you can stay in there as long as you want, you're ready to take on the day and smell great doing it. Irish Spring Body Wash and Bar Soap. Fresh, green, Irish. Shop now at Walmart.
I can't believe tax season is here already. Look at all this info I have to enter.
Phil's small accounting firm is growing in numbers.
Why didn't I take that typing class in high school?
A data entry specialist could really help him in a crunch.
I got blisters on my fingers.
Indeed can help him hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. You can schedule and conduct virtual interviews all from your employer dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Thinking about getting a home security system? Right now, homeowners can unlock a free security camera from Guardian Protection, Pittsburgh's hometown security company, with the purchase of a monitored security system that Guardian will professionally install at no additional charge. Get 24-hour protection and effortlessly control your home with our app. Visit GuardianProtection.com/fan. That's GuardianProtection.com/FAN. Limited time offer. New customers only. Terms apply.
A lot can happen between falling in love with a house online and owning it. Between imagining living there and breathing in your new home for the first time. Having an advocate who can help you navigate the complex world of financing, inspections, negotiating, analyzing the market, and talking through any anxieties that may pop up, that can make all the difference. That's what the expertise of a Realtor can do for you. Realtors are members of the National Association of Realtors and bound by a code of ethics, because that's who we are.
Now your ideas don't have to wait. Now they have everything they need to come to life. Dell Technologies and Intel are creating technology that loves ideas, loves expanding your business, evolving your passions. We push what technology can do, so great ideas can happen right now. Find out how to bring your ideas to life at Dell.com. Welcome to Now.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
93.7, the fan.
Now, fan headlines. Powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Steelers are signing Jonathan Ward to the practice squad. The Steelers are allowed to have up to, 16 players on the practice squad this year under new NFL rules. Dalvin Cook is signing with the Cowboys. Tim Patrick is signing to the Detroit Lions practice squad. And some of the NFL moves around the league. More at 937thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. Time for the quiz show.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Hey, yo, what's up, y'all? I'm your host,
Joe. Back to more of the Joe Starkey Show on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
This is unbelievable. Did you open it? No, I couldn't open it either. This is so ridiculous. The whole thing. I hate to talk about the vending machine again, but if you walked into, KDKA, one of the original, right, radio station?
The first one, yeah, first commercial station.
If you walked in 1940 to the vending machines they had then, I'm sure you had to put in quarters and the thing would pop out. Now you can put in the credit card. It's a highfalutin, vending machine. Everything's modernized, right? Except that it never, ever, 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 ever works. It never works with a credit card. So today I put in a $5 bill and out pops a Diet Coke, and what does it send me back? Quarters, just like 1946.
Yeah, so you could use
at
them
the vending
tomorrow
machine.
For the vending machine.
But there's one slight problem.
What's that?
It doesn't
open. Here tomorrow?
It doesn't open. The bottle of pop I got does not open.
I tried to open it up.
So did I.
And it's the combination of the cap being so cold.
Yes.
And whatever is on the cap, it's got like spikes on it.
I know. Now I have an injured hand.
My hand hurts from trying to turn that thing as hard as I tried to turn it.
Do you think Paul can open it?
I feel like Paul could open it.
Somebody out there does not want me to drink a Diet Coke. I don't know. We have the quiz show here, and he's not here. Where did he go?
I ask that question almost every day.
So we have to wait. Should I use one of my Paul pauses here? I guess we have to, for if nothing else.
That's right. It's another Paul pause. Paul will now silently research statistics during our live radio show.
That never doesn't get me.
Now we have conflicting quiz show music against each other.
I've never heard this. This is actually appropriate because the quiz show in itself is a conflict, right? One against the other?
We need volunteers, not hostages.
Yeah, that's correct.
All of that. Did you find Zangrilli in the house anywhere?
No, I did not.
I love you.
I never got
love you.
He'll be here soon, though.
I never got your prediction on Pitt football this year as we scrambled to find things to talk about. But that was a popular topic earlier in the show.
Didn't we talk about this Monday?
I don't know. I
said 7-5.
Oh, I wrote a whole column about you.
Did you?
Yeah, I said I talked to a guy who said, and I think others believe it, that 7 wins will be good enough for Pitt, and I find that to be outrageous. I didn't name you this time.
Well, thank you for not naming me, I guess.
I named you last week. Did you see me name you last week in a column?
No. What column was that?
I said my producer, Austin City Limits Bechtold, I forget what you were talking about that week. Then Jason Mackey from the Post-Gazette writes a whole column about you.
Yes.
Your wiffle ball
Incredible.
Exploits. Paul, are you okay?
I am. Are you?
Where were you? Did you have stomach problems? How is your stomach?
It's doing better.
Was it the blazing hot seats for Derek Shelton and Ben
See if you can open this.
Or was it the Lions?
Here, I'm gonna throw this pop to you. Neither City Limits or I could open it. I swear.
Oh, now you did that. It's gonna explode.
No, I swear I didn't do that intentionally. Let it settle down, and then you try to open it. It's unopenable. After I just went through all the vending machine crap.
I was having a discussion with a guy that's right behind you right now.
Who's that? Mueller? Oh, Craig. Is everything okay with him?
Yes.
All I saw was a bald head.
Yes.
He was mad at us for the clock the other day. My fault. 90% City Limits fault, but I'll take the blame for it. We have a quiz show. Are we ready, gentlemen? Paul, you lead 4-2 in our latest quiz show. It's a 162-game season. 1 point for each question until the final one, which is worth 3. You ready, Paul?
Go ahead.
You ready, Limits?
I'm ready.
Wait,
Let's
I thought
do
we
it.
were doing this with Zangrilli.
Couldn't find him. Go.
Now I have to readjust.
First question to Paul.
Do you have a Brady Feigl question?
No.
Okay. First question to Paul.
Paul.
What?
Scotty Miller made the Steelers roster. this week as one of the last wide receivers on the roster. Can you name who Scotty Miller played for last season?
The Falcons?
The Falcons is correct.
That's a quiz show question? How long did that one take you to look up?
I thought Paul was going to be stumped by that and say Tampa Bay.
I'm speechless at this point. Trivia is supposed to be things that happened a long time ago.
No, it can be anything.
Remember, Joe, the first question we have to ease into the quiz show.
I don't like it. I don't like it, but go ahead. He's up 1-0. I'll take it. I'll take my medicine.
Joe.
Yep.
We talked over the last couple of weeks about all-time home run leaders for teams.
So we'll go back in the past for my question.
Let's do the Cubs. Who is the Cubs' all-time home run leader?
Holy horse follicles. Okay. I have a guess. Ernie Banks.
Ernie Banks is incorrect. He's second.
I hate you so much.
Ryan Sandberg.
Ryan Sandberg is incorrect.
Wow.
Andre Dawson.
Andre Dawson is incorrect.
I don't like the way you did that. It insulted me.
Chris Bryant.
Chris Bryant is incorrect. You're forgetting someone.
Billy Williams.
No.
Paul?
Wow.
Then I get the clue because I went first.
Who are we forgetting?
Who are we forgetting? Oh, I know who it is.
Let me think about it.
There's got to be a time limit on him.
Paul, 5 seconds.
5.
4.
Kyle Schwarber.
No. Joe?
Samuel Sosa.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah,
How did we miss? How did we go?
Baby.
How did we?
They insult the Scotty Miller question, but the should be easy Sammy Sosa question
I
gets
forgot all
ridiculed.
about him.
How many is he ahead of Ernie Banks, though? Not more than 50, I bet.
33.
Thank you, city limits.
33 ahead of
Paul's
Ernie
turn,
Banks.
tie game.
545 for Sosa. All right, Paul. Joe got the Cubs home run leader. The Pirates play the Cleveland Guardians this week. Who is the all-time home run leader in Indians/Guardians history?
Oh,
That's a toughie.
It is a tough question.
The wheels are turning.
Yeah, I can see him. Oh, my God. What is his name?
Wait. I'm struggling, too.
Yeah, I can see him.
Now the questions are hard, huh, after the one softball.
Right, because you went back into
I don't even have a guess. I'm froze. My mind is froze. I couldn't even think of one Indians-Guardians player.
I can think of a couple.
My mind is locked up.
Albert Bell?
Albert Bell is third.
You like to drive that point home that I was wrong, but give me a little nugget that I can eat off of.
Yeah, nuggets are good.
Right?
Yeah, they're good for the
Nuggets are
broadcast,
good.
according to Lanny Ferteri one
Albert
day.
What
Bell
is his name?
third. I know who it is.
I can see his face.
Put him on a time limit.
Go
Paul?
ahead, take it, because
5 seconds.
My mind
Paul?
is frozen
5,
right now. I can't even think about
4.
it. Go ahead.
Joe Carter.
Joe Carter is incorrect.
No, it's
I
not
hate
him.
you.
That is like Joe Carter. You're talking about from Toronto, the Blue Jays? Joe Carter?
No, I'm talking about the Cleveland version of Joe Carter.
No, Joe Carter is not correct.
Who? All right. Do we give Paul a clue?
90s, Paul. Think 90s.
90s Cleveland? 90s Cleveland?
90s Cleveland.
Paul?
I can see him. That's the worst part, but I can't think of his name. I literally right now.
I can see him too.
Frozen.
Is his name Corey?
No, his name is not Corey.
That was our old salesperson.
I'm frozen. I can't think of.
He needs a Paul pause, I think.
I'm
That's
just.
right. It's another Paul pause. Paul will
I
now
can't think of a single player
during our
that
live
played for
radio
the
show.
Indians. Willie Mays Hayes, Pedro Serrano.
No, that's the movie Major League.
I know. I'm
Brooke
just.
Jacoby.
Oh my God.
Was he an outfielder? Did we get that, Paul? I'll give Paul that if you say he's give us a position.
First base.
First baseman, Paul.
I can see him. That's the worst part about it.
Is he a righty or a lefty?
Lefty.
He's a lefty.
Yes.
Oh my God, I know who it is.
Yeah, after I gave you the clues.
Jim Tomei.
Jim Tomey's correct.
I was just about. Hold on a second here. I said I have it, and he jumped in and said it before I did.
I was still on the
Paul
clock.
was still on the clock.
That's it. That's going for review.
I was still on the
throwing
clock.
it back to me.
I was still on the clock.
He jumped in on my answer.
I did not jump in on your answer.
I was going to say James
gave
Tomey.
me I won.
Jim Tomey. You said James Tomey.
Oh, okay. What?
After the
I didn't
fact.
say anything.
I said
I could
Jim
have just
Thome.
said. I could have just said it. I could have just said Jim Thome
But you know why
instead.
you didn't say it?
I dragged it out
You know
and I
why
said,
you
I
didn't
know
say
who it is.
You know why you didn't say it? Because you knew it was still my turn.
This is unbelievable.
The text line saying this is embarrassing as 10
Mulsey
people
used to cheat
texted
me.
me.
Mulsey used to cheat me, not like this. This is
getting bad.
This is Kings Lakers level fixed here. Whose turn is it?
2-1. It's your turn.
It's your turn.
All right.
Joe, I don't know if you're going to like this question or not.
Can you try to open that pop now, Paul?
I will.
I bet you can't. And he's bigger than us. The thing's... You finally get into the vending machine, and then the thing is shut like it's Fort Knox. Go ahead.
All right, Joe. I do not know if you're going to get this. Penn State will play West Virginia in the season opener on Saturday in West Virginia at Mountaineer Field.
Yeah.
Pitt played there last season.
Yeah.
It is named Mountaineer Field, but there is a name of the stadium at West Virginia. What is the name of the stadium at West Virginia?
Milan Puskar.
Wow, I did not think you were going to get that.
How about that, Paul, huh?
That's easy.
We're tied at 2.
I think it's Milan Puskar Stadium.
Don't
but, you know,
whine
it's the
about
same
any
thing.
easy quiz. That's ridiculous.
Puskar, whatever. P-U-S-K-A-R.
I did not think that you were going to get that.
You were going to penalize me for James Thome. Well, I also said, who was the first? I said Samuel Sosa. You taking that one away from me? I like to dramatically sort of present my answer.
It's 2-2.
And that's what happened when he jumped in with Thome on me.
It's 2-2.
2-2. Paul's
2-2
turn.
going to the fifth question.
Paul, can you open that pop?
I will in a minute.
I'm thirsty now.
Paul, 2 college football programs have produced 14 Pro Football Hall of Famers. Can you name the 2 programs? And if you can't name both, there are 2 potential points up for grabs this question. Maybe Joe can get one.
Does he get 2 guesses, or do we go 1, 1, 1, 1, 1?
2 guesses.
He gets 2 guesses.
Notre Dame and USC.
Oh, for God's sakes.
2 points to Paul.
I win.
He got them both.
Every week he pulls one of these out. That's an unbelievable answer. I give you credit for that.
4-2.
Can you open the pop?
All right.
It is not over.
What? I thought that was it. I thought we played a 4.
No,
wait a second.
No.
It's 3-2.
It's 4-2. I just got 2
points. There were 2
points.
points there.
Oh, this whole thing today is completely rigged. What are you doing to me? I still have a chance to.
You still have a chance to win.
Yeah, because the last ones were 3. Are we on the last one?
No, there's one more question. It is your question.
So Paul can clinch a tie.
Yes.
I told you, Paul. The thing's unbelievable. They locked it up with like wood glue or something. Go ahead.
Joe, Penn State has 6 former players in the Pro Football Hall of Fame, including greats Jack Ham and Franco Harris as 2 of them.
Mm-hmm.
Can you name one of the other 4 players that Penn State has represented in the Pro Football Hall of Fame?
Yeah. Who's the 2 you mentioned?
I mentioned Jack Ham and Franco Harris that have played for the Steelers.
And all I need to do is mention
all
one other?
All you have to do is mention one of the 4.
Lenny Moore.
Lenny Moore is correct.
Thank you very kindly. Who are the other 3?
Lenny Moore, Mike Mikulski, Dave Robinson, and Mike Munchak. I thought you were going to get Munchak. I thought that was going to be your guess.
That would have been a good final question. All right, it's 4-3, and now we're down to the nitty-gritty here, right?
Well, yes, this is the final question with Paul up 4-3 in terms of points. And the final question, first awarded to Paul. To bounce off of that question for Penn State, let's go to Pitt, Paul. 10 former Pitt stars are in the Pro Football Hall of Fame. How many of the 10 can you name?
Oh, this is good. And if he says how many he can name, and then what happens?
You can name more.
Yeah. Or if he can throw it over to me, and I don't know. How does this work again? I always get confused on the last question.
So how this happens, how this works is, Paul, there's 10. So Paul can say, I can name 5. And Joe, you can say, I can name 6.
Or make him name the 5.
Or make him name the 5.
That's how it works. Why do I get confused on that?
You would have to prove it. I don't know.
I can name 5.
I apologize. You
5
can name
of the
5?
10. I can name 5 of the 10.
And if I get one wrong, I'm cooked.
That's correct.
This is the Pro Football Hall of Fame?
Yes. Can you name 6? And if you say you can name 6.
I have to because I know he can name 5.
So can Paul name 7 if Paul wants to try to?
No. I get the call now.
Okay.
I get to say I can name 6. He doesn't get to keep going.
All right.
I can name 6.
You can name 6. Can you name 6, Joe?
Yep.
All right, name 6. Can't get one wrong.
Dan Marino?
Yes, 1.
Tony Dorsett?
2.
Mike Ditka?
3.
Ricky Jackson?
4.
Oh, crap. Bill Fralick?
5.
Mark May?
No.
Mark May is not in the Hall of Fame.
Nope.
What?
No, he's not.
He's not.
Why isn't he in the Hall of Fame? How is he not in the Hall of Fame?
No, he's not in. He's not in.
Russ Grimm was the other one.
Russ Grimm is in.
Revis.
You could have said Revis. You could have said Curtis Martin.
I know.
Ditka.
Could have said Joe Schmidt.
I did say Ditka.
Or
Joe
Chris
Schmidt.
Dolman.
All right, now I'm pissed. I'll tell you that right now. Where's Mark May? Now, how is he not in the Hall of Fame? Every year they invite 75 different guys who weren't even any good into the Hall of Fame.
Right.
Why isn't he there?
Well, he's in the College Football Hall of Fame.
Let's see what he did. 2-time Super Bowl champion. He only made 1 Pro Bowl? How is that possible, Paul?
He's one of the 80 greatest Redskins. I was hoping you said him because I know he was wrong.
All right. First of all, I'm sending this one for review. Do we have a higher authority here that can review what transpired? What was the final score?
Well, Paul ends up getting the points because you didn't get it wrong, so he gets all 3 points.
Right, so 7-3?
Yes. So it wouldn't have mattered.
Yeah, you're right. It wouldn't have mattered. I lost it on that one. I lost it fair and square in the end.
Are you ready for this?
Yeah.
Do you want the injury report from the Pirates?
Yes.
While you're calming down from your loss?
Yes.
Hunter Stratton.
That was really hard to watch.
Surgery, obviously. Recovery time 7 to 10 months. Marco Gonzalez. Surgery. Recovery time 9 to 12 months.
I can't believe they signed an injured pitcher and he got injured.
Yeah.
What a shock.
Cuts recently did a full workout. He's ready to return, perhaps.
Got to get him in the lineup because the more 37-year-olds we get in September, the better off they'll be.
Colin Holderman and Ryan Barecki continue to rehab assignments. Joey Bart still in the early phases of rehab. Andy Rodriguez is playing games as a DH in the Florida Complex League.
Now that's interesting to me.
They're still learning more about Cabrian Hayes and his back injury.
Oh, my God. When are we going to learn? What is taking so long?
Yeah.
I realize sometimes back injuries can be difficult, right? I've had one. I had surgery on my back. But it's been 2 years. 2 years ago we were talking about this. The MRI doesn't show it? No X-ray, no MRI, nothing else? He basically explained it word for word to Jason Mackey like a week ago.
Yeah.
Listen. Paul, if they do not come to a resolution, if they do not identify what's wrong with Ke'Bryan Hayes' back, then I'm moving on from him. And I think even he would have to understand that. Listen, you for 2 different seasons, you've been completely plagued by back issues, and we still don't know what it is. We have to pay you. I get it, but we're moving on at third base unless, you can come to spring training, prove that you're healthy, you'll be on the team, whatever, you're a great fielder. But we got to move on here if we can't identify what's wrong with your back. Do you guys agree with that?
Yeah, I 100% agree.
No, absolutely. You have to.
Because you have a huge contract with him as well. I wonder if there's any insurance on that contract on the Pirates' part in terms of Hayes' injury, because is this going to be something that further hampers him for the rest of his career? There could be a case to be made there. I'm not sure what it is.
Well, hasn't it already ruined? How many years was his contract for? 7, 8?
It goes through 29, and there's an option for 30.
It's already ruined 2 out of the 3 years of his deal.
And you still have another 6 left.
If I'm correct that he signed that before the first time the back injury rolled around.
He signed it 3 years ago.
Right.
Or it would have been 22 because Reynolds was 23 and Keller was 24.
That was a dramatic quiz show. I'm still reeling from that, Paul. How many of those could you have named, do you think, of the 10?
Of the 10, if you gave me enough time, I probably would have come up with 9 of them.
I almost went Marshall Goldberg for an old school.
And Bill Fralick is also not in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah, I was going to say Fralick's not a Hall of Famer, but I won anyway.
What?
Yeah, I was going to challenge that.
Hold on a second here. Give me a Paul pause. I'll use my second one.
That's right. It's another Paul Pause. Paul will now silently research statistics during our live radio show.
He made the 80s all-decade team in the NFL. How many all-decade players don't make the Pro Football Hall of Fame?
Oh, I'm just saying, I knew that he was wrong, and I was going to challenge him if you ended up winning or ended up getting the right ones.
But now we're on to a different topic. How is he not in the Hall of Fame?
Right. I probably could have got 9 of the 10. I don't think I would have thought about Joe Schmidt. That's one that probably would have escaped me. But
I'm horrified by this whole thing right now. That's worthy of a column.
But
that Fralick's not in the Pro Football Hall of Fame. What the hell are they thinking? They let everybody in these days.
I had Revis.
How is Tony Baselli in? And how long did Tony Baselli play for?
Yeah.
He's on the 80s all-decade team. He was 2-time first-team All-Pro, plus a second-team All-Pro, plus 4 Pro Bowls. If I had another Paul Pause, I'd use it right here because now I'm going to Baselli. And I'm going to look him up on live radio.
Tony Baselli.
Tony Baselli. He was on the 90s all-decade team, and he was a 3-time first-team All-Pro. So you have one guy a member of the 80s decade team, a 2-time first-team All-Pro. Then you have a guy, a member of the 90s decade team, a 3-time first-team All-Pro. So that one little first-team All-Pro gets one guy in and keeps one guy out?
Yeah.
I'm writing that column next week. Okay, Limits?
I would love to read it.
I'm outraged by this, Paul.
No, I mean, I agree.
But that doesn't take away the fact that I was wrong. Maybe I'm just reacting to that.
No, I mean, you're probably right.
Well, I was wrong on the question. He's not in the Hall of Fame.
Well, no, I mean, you're probably right in that he deserves to be.
Yeah, I think I am.
You know? But, you know, the obvious ones are Revis, Ditka, Marino,
Dorsett,
and Chris Dolman. Those are the 5.
And Ricky Jackson.
Those are the 5 that are pretty obvious to me, at least.
If Hugh Green hadn't gotten hurt, he would be in the Pro Football Hall of Fame. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Celebrate the start of football at the Kickoff and Rib Festival presented by IC Light, August 29th through September 2nd at Acrashore Stadium. Admission is free. Paul, how do you say the name of that stadium when you're just saying it? The Steelers home games are where? Acrashore.
Acrashore, yeah.
So does Pomp and so do I. But we've clearly been phonetically corrected here. It says in parentheses, Acrashore. Acrashore Stadium. Right, Limits?
That's what it says phonetically by Sales. Maybe Sales is wrong.
They might be, although it seemed like somebody went to a lot of trouble to make sure we got the pronunciation correct, and now I'm intrigued by that, and I'm going to check on it. Admission is free. National rib vendors, free concerts, football, and fun. Visit acrashurestadium.com/ribfest and join us for Labor Day weekend on the North Shore. Time right now, 12:26, brought to you by Gina Giampetro of Remax Select Realty. We have Dan Zangrilli coming up live in studio, a man not short on opinions if you listen to the Pirates pre- and post-game shows very often. Dan is great on those, and I want to ask him about today's lineup. What are we doing here? Where they have Michael A. Is Michael A. Taylor in it today? You have Grandal, you have Triolo, you have Tellez, and why aren't we playing young guys here?
No Michael A. Taylor, remember, because O'Neal Cruz is the starting center fielder.
Right. I want to ask Dan about that, too. We'll talk about all that. Dan will be on the fan hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Lineup goes: Kiner Falefa, Reynolds, Cruz, Rowdy Tellez, Connor Joe, Billy McKinney, Grandal, Triolo, and Williams. for Paul Skeens on the mound. First pitch just moments away on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. This Tuesday and every Tuesday at noon, tune in for the Derek Shelton Show as he talks all things Buccos live all season long.
I think we're on the way up. There's a lot of young talent.
The Derek Shelton Show is brought to you by Goodrich & Geist and Pennsylvania One Call System. The Derek Shelton Show every Tuesday at noon on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
High five! Up top! Heck yeah! Dave's company just got the first ever 5-year price lock guarantee from Comcast Business.
Yeah, 5 years.
It's 5 years of gig speed internet.
High five for gig speed.
5 years of advanced security.
Security win.
And 5 years of a great rate that won't change.
Our rate ain't changing.
All from the company with 99.9% network reliability.
There it is.
He hasn't given this many high fives since Deborah brought in her famous banana bread.
Woohoo!
Now he's got savings.
I'm so excited.
Yep, Dave's feeling it. But it's only for a limited time, so don't wait. Switch today and ask how to get the first ever 5-year price lock guarantee from Comcast Business. Powering 5 years of savings. Powering possibilities. Comcast Business.
And it's hurting, but I am not stopping.
Ends 9/22/24. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge for new customers on qualifying internet bundle, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
Summer is winding down. Time to shop the summer finale at Shorkey Mitsubishi with 2 convenient locations, North Huntington and in the North Hills.
You'll grab some incredible deals this week, including the new 24 Outlander. Take $5,500 off or choose low 2.99% financing for 60 months.
There's $5,000 off or 1.99% for 60 months on the new 24 Eclipse Cross. Or save up to $3,500 on the new 24 Outlander Sport.
Mitsubishi gives you the style, safety, all-wheel drive, and a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty.
Shorkey Mitsubishi gives you the highest trade values and 2 years of complimentary prepaid maintenance.
Our summer finale is your final chance to save. Don't miss out.
Visit us in North Huntington or at Mitsu by the Mall in the North Hills. Western PA's best inventory, ShorkeyMitsubishi.com. See dealer for complete details on all offers.
Our Labor Day savings start now at Lowe's. Right now, buy one, get one free on Valspar Reserve or HGTV Home by Sherwin-Williams Infinity or Showcase Interior Paint via Lowe's gift card rebate. Whether you're painting one accent wall or want to freshen up a whole room, we've got you covered. Because Lowe's knows savings. Lowe's knows home improvement. More terms and restrictions apply. See Lowe's.com/rebates for details. Valid through 9/4.
It's Wrangler season out there. Warmer days, cooler nights. Open roads, endless horizons. And you need to be ready in jeans made for the unpredictable. Wrangler, for the ride of life. Shop our newest styles today at Wrangler.com.
Save on O'Reilly Brake Parts Cleaner. Get 2 cans of O'Reilly Brake Parts Cleaner for just $8. Valid in-store only at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Gutter Helmet. Protect your home now and avoid costly damage with Gutter Helmet. Call 888-5HELMET.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by Wrangler. It's Wrangler season out there. Open roads, endless horizons. Shop Wrangler.com for new denim styles. LeBron James made an interesting demand on his show, The Shop. He doesn't want his son Bronny to call him Dad on the court. It's going to be fun. No one knows if Bronny can actually play, but LeBron's awkward dad energy is enough to make the Lakers one of the more interesting teams in the league. I'm Andrew Perloff.
It's Wrangler season out there. Warmer days, cooler nights. Open roads, endless horizons. And you need to be ready in jeans made for the unpredictable. Wrangler, for the ride of life. Shop our newest styles today at Wrangler.com.
Our Labor Day savings start now at Lowe's. Right now, buy one, get one free on Valspar Reserve or HGTV Home by Sherwin-Williams Infinity or Showcase Interior Paint via Lowe's gift card rebate. Whether you're painting one accent wall or want to freshen up a whole room, we've got you covered. Because Lowe's knows savings. Lowe's knows home improvement. More terms and restrictions apply. See Lowe's.com/rebates for details. Valid through 9/4.
Save on O'Reilly Brake Parts Cleaner. Get 2 cans of O'Reilly Brake Parts Cleaner for just $8. Valid in-store only at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Jump into summer this month with Sun Chevrolet and the Chevy Summer Drive with plenty of great incentives through August 31st. 2024 Silverado LT Crew Cab, up to $7,500 in rebates with Chevy Loyalty, GM Trade Assistance, and a Costco membership. Must currently own a 2010 or newer Chevrolet model. Must trade in a 2010 or newer car or truck. Must be a Costco member as of April 30th this year. Full terms and conditions at sunchevy.com. Sun Chevy has so much more in the lot right now, especially a great selection of the 2024 Chevy Trax. And remember, Sun Chevy carries all major brands of tires, custom wheel packages, and a full line of GM accessories in their parts department. But the biggest benefit of all, their people. Over 500 years of combined experience serving their customers. They'll keep your GM vehicle looking and running like new. Or shop their online catalog at sunchevy.com. Visit Sun Chevrolet on Route 19 in McMurray, 5 miles south of South Hills Village, and at sunchevy.com. Sun Chevrolet. Find new roads.
You know 84 Lumber for their lumber yards, but did you know they have an in-house kitchen and bath design studio at their Bridgeville and Mars locations? At 84 Lumber's Design Studio, the goal is to bring your vision to life by crafting a design that integrates your home with your lifestyle. 84 Lumber is passionate about quality materials and outstanding customer service. Whether you're remodeling or starting fresh, trust 84 Lumber for expert guidance every step of the way for your project. Visit the Bridgeville or Mars locations to meet with an expert designer today or visit 84designstudios.com. Visit 84designstudios.com.
The final weekend before the playoffs at Wild Things Park, August 30th through September 1st, features fireworks presented by Slinger's Signature Cocktails, Faith and Family Night presented by Pennsylvania Wick, and it's Halloween Night presented by Moe's on a Blueprints Kids Eat Free Sunday.
A heavy thunderstorm this afternoon, the high 94.
Weather brought to you by Express Employment Professionals. Hire for logistics roles with Express Employment Professionals. They'll take care of recruiting, interviewing, and more, then supply you with the workforce you need. Visit expresspros.com for a location.
Hey everybody, it's Andrew Filipponi. Do you want to protect your car from bugs, UV rays, rain? Keep it shining all summer with savings on unlimited washes you need to get to WetGo. New members who sign up for WetGo Unlimited today get their second month free. Wash your car as much as you want at 45 plus convenient WetGo locations. Sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited for an even faster, higher quality wash. Find a WetGo Pro location and enjoy free high-powered vacuums and free use of microfiber towels.
After 30 years of doing knee and hip replacements, Dr. Mitchell Scheinkup thought there had to be a better way, and that led him to regenerative medicine.
I was one of the first orthopedic surgeons to do it.
Now, after 20 years of successful orthobiologic treatments, lots of clinical data, research, and teaching, Dr. Scheinkup is National Medical Director at QC Kinetics.
They've done an amazing job of becoming the most significant orthobiologic and regenerative medicine practice in the United States. QC is so far ahead of the game in its science, its protocols, its people, its facilities.
So if you have chronic pain from arthritis and you want to avoid drugs and surgery, call the experts in this revolutionary field, QC Kinetics.
To give patients real lasting relief from pain, that's what I live for. That's my mission.
Get your free consultation now. Call QC Kinetics.
Call QC Kinetics, 412-228-3584. That's 412-228-3584. Located in Robinson, 412-228-3584.
Kick off fall with Labor Day deals at Lowe's. Right now, buy one, get one free on select interior paint via Lowe's gift card rebate for your next paint project. Plus, My Lowe's Rewards members save more on select 1.5 pint or 1 quart mums. Get 5 for just $10. Shop these can't-miss deals today before they're gone. Lowe's knows home improvement. Valid through 9/4 while supplies last. More terms and restrictions apply. Program subject to terms and conditions. Details at lowes.com/terms. Subject to change. See lowes.com/rebates for details.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Joe Starkey Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding.
Dirtbag Dan is what I call him.
Help me, Dan, please. I can't take it anymore.
I love you. I love you.
Well, it must be time for Dan Zangrilli, and he's here. He's in studio with Paul and I. And, well, that doesn't mean he's still not on the Sullivan Super Service Fan Hotline, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Dan is brought to you by LGKG Injury Lawyers. Both Larry Kelly and Joe George are AV rated, as is the entire LGKG firm. LGKG, your home team. Dan also brought to you by Gutter Helmet. Beat the fall rush. Get 35% off Gutter Helmet. Visit gutterhelmet.com or call 888-5-HELMET. And also, man, you have 3 sponsors here, Dan.
Are you sure about this? Or are you just reading them all?
No.
Are you just reading them all side by side?
You're also brought to us by Allegiant Federal Credit Union.
Yeah, well, those guys are.
This is miraculous.
Those are my guys.
I've never had a guest with 3 sponsors, Paul. Not even the coaches get that. Only Zangrilli.
That's right.
We're very proud of you, Dan. So let's start with this. We just saw footage of O'Neal Cruz taking fly balls in center field. Man, I guess it's a 2-part question. Do you agree with the move?
No.
And how do you think it turns out?
Okay. I don't. And because I asked myself the question this, and, as I think through it, it kind of gives me a little bit of hope. And he just made a nice play in the gap going to his backhand side.
Did he?
On a ball to the gap. If he did not get hurt in 2023, would they have Paul, would they have given him 2 full years as a major league shortstop? I think the answer to that question is yes.
Repeat the first part of that.
If he did not get hurt in 2023,
yeah,
and he was able to be a shortstop for an entire year, and they determined, maybe it's going similarly as it is in 2024, as it did, would they have pulled the plug then? Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Were they going to give him just 1 season to show that he could be a big league shortstop? I don't think they would have. I think they would have rolled it back in 2024, and they would have said, you know what, we're going to really try to make this work. What makes that different? Because I think if we can all agree that the answer is yes. Do you?
I do.
Okay. Paul, do you? If he did not get hurt in 2023 and he was performing similarly as he did this year, right? And I think that's logical.
Yeah.
Would they have given him 2024 to figure it out? I think the answer is yes. And if we all agree with that, the reason why they're making this move is because they believe that they're going to be a competitive team in 2025, and especially with the acquisition of IKF, this is going to make them a much better defensive team up the middle. Okay, so that's encouraging. But it also tells me that, okay, they would have given him a second year, so why not give him a second year? Are you following kind of the logic and how I think this would have played out?
Yeah.
Because I don't think, essentially, 170 games, if you really want to extrapolate all the value that you can out of this guy, I think there still is more time to be had here for him to develop, work on, mature. A lot of the things that I'm seeing defensively that frustrate people and that have cost the Pirates games, that have really hurt his DRS number, are fixable, are maturation issues, focus issues, figuring out how to manage a grind as a major league shortstop every day. In other words, I see a pathway forward to him being able to do this at a competent level at the big league, level. I do.
The flip side is he's 6'7", 6'6". There's not a lot of precedent for somebody at that height to be a good infielder.
So, okay, and this is all true, and I concede, and I never envisioned.
And my point is, they've seen him play now for 200 games. So my point is, with him, they probably have just gotten to the point where there's I just don't see the areas he needs to get better at that he'll get better at.
And I guess, And
I'm not saying they're right or wrong. I'm just saying from there, I don't know that it's a situation of where they pulled the plug a little too early. I just feel like they took a look at him and just decided, guy's never going to be a great shortstop or even a good shortstop.
And even if he's an adequate shortstop, I think it just takes the value of the player to another level. What you're doing is, okay, he was a unicorn, you're taking the horn off, now he's just a horse.
That is an unbelievable line, Paul. Yeah,
right? That's what we
Yeah.
heard. He's a unicorn. He's a unicorn. He's a unicorn. Okay.
I think he still could be that guy because really, those discussions are mostly about his bat and his ability to run the bases. Correct?
I don't think so. I think it's the ability to play one of the most the most valuable thing that you could ever have. I think is a switch hitting catcher that can hit 40 home runs. That's pretty good. Then the second most valuable thing that you could ever have is a shortstop that can hit 40 home runs.
Yeah.
The third most valuable thing that you could have is a center fielder that can hit 30 home runs. So, again...
Well, hopefully he'll be number 3, door number 3.
And I wanted to try to make him number 2.
Yeah.
They're saying he's a unicorn, he's a Megatron, he's an avatar, all of those things. Well, they kind of, by their own doing, just knocked him down a peg. I just wanted to see the runway a little bit longer because the things that he put on tape that were really bad and were really costly, I saw a pathway forward to get through that. And apparently they didn't. And the fact that they're maybe ripping this Band-Aid off as they are now means that, okay, we got to get down to brass tacks, not only from a wins-loss perspective, and who knows whose job they're actually saving at the end of the day, right? To try to win as many games as they can moving forward.
Well, let's talk about that part of it. First, the time right now, 12:44, brought to you by Gina Giampietro of Remax Select Realty. And the 50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Jeep Dodge, Route 19, Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. So we talked about this earlier. This feels like the low point in some ways of the Derek Shelton era to me. This series has felt symbolic. I thought the only time you could have said it was more embarrassing for Shelton himself than him giving Rowdy Tellez the ball twice in 3 games. I thought the first time was funny. The second time was a franchise embarrassment, was when he was celebrating with the executives when they got the first pick. You remember that little video? When Shelty was in the room celebrating, yeah, I just led the worst team in baseball practically, and now we get the first pick. Hooray. This is a disaster. It's a circus right now. And I've changed my mind. I don't think Shelton's going to be back. I think there's a 75% chance he won't be. Paul thinks he will be. Paul puts that down around 25%. Where do you put it? Percent chance Shelton is back. And is there a case for him?
No, I don't think that there's a great case for him, but I do think he will be back. I think there's going to be changes that are made from an offensive philosophy standpoint.
Yeah.
But
is he going to fire Andy Haynes?
I would think that
somebody is.
Yeah, so there's got to be a fall guy, and they're starting already with the international scouting department.
Paul was mentioning that, yes.
So, and that, by the way, is never talked about enough.
The fact that the Latin American Academy has produced 0 players.
It's been
after they bragged about it for all those years.
It's been among their biggest failure.
Yeah.
Period.
I saw a number today,
End
Dan.
of sentence.
It's Luis Ortiz and
that's it.
G1 Bay, the only 2 players that have made the majors from that system.
And Bay, I mean, they spent a boatload of money to sign him, by the way. So that wasn't necessarily a developmental success story, Austin, because he was a very much celebrated and almost can't-miss type of guy. If you look at what they signed him for, it was a pretty significant
Why
dollar
is
amount.
Alika Williams on the field?
Yeah.
Does somebody need to find something out about Alika Williams? Because if they do, I'll tell them. He's a good fielder who can't hit, and he'll never be a regular major leaguer. That's it. That's what he is. That's what he'll always be.
Well, that's what we were
Why is
talking
he
about
playing,
earlier.
Dan? Why is he on the field?
Yeah.
Why is Rowdy on the field? Why is Grandal catching? Aren't we supposed to be getting looks at guys?
You are. Yeah, this doesn't make much sense, other than I can only think that they're trying to salvage a win total that is somewhat close to where they were last year. Listen, baseball and sport is just as dysfunctional and political as any other workforce in baseball. So, you know, are we in the CYA phase of things now? Are we trying to salvage and take care of ourselves? Are we getting to the point where people start pointing fingers?
Right, but I'm not sure they're not better with the younger guys in there.
Well,
that would be salvaging the win total, is to get Henry Davis in there or get Peguero up here and play him.
Right.
Something, anything.
I mean,
anything other than this.
No.
Anything other than Alika Williams, please.
Yeah, but I mean, as far as the Grandal and the Tellez and things like that, they probably do give you a better chance today to win today's game. So you can, even though today right now doesn't matter, I would like to see some of these young guys from AAA that Paul was talking about. Your Cooks, your Yorks, 100%. I want to pop the hood and I want to take a look. Absolutely.
I think one of the things that's going to be very interesting is to see who those fall guys are going to be.
I think it's going to be
Haynes, probably. I mean, as Oscar Marin. I mean,
well, you can argue that he's actually, and the reason why I want to stick with, like, even though this isn't answering your question, it sort of is. The pitching side of things, I think, are in a good spot. You've done the hard part from an organizational standpoint, I think. And that's why I still do believe in Cherington. I wouldn't make changes there. But Marine stays because I think that they've done a pretty good job. Can we agree on that?
Yeah.
Because that's the hardest part of turning an organization around, is figuring out your pitching.
Except for the fact that 2 of the last 3 games they had to use a position player to finish the game.
And they did, because the front end of their bullpen. If you dive into those, fault, but if you dive into those games, it went off the rails because guys who really don't matter threw it off the rails, and they were in the soft front end of the bullpen,
like Old Heller and Feigl.
Yes,
that's my point. You've got Feigl, Old Heller. What's the guy? Domingo Herman. You've got a bunch of guys that are stiffs down there.
It's a great law firm. Chanting for Rowdy.
But
Feigl, Heller, and Holderman. Wonderful law firm.
To me, I mean, next
not
year,
a good bullpen.
Next year, like Falter or one of Ortiz, some of these guys are going to have to go to the bullpen. You can't. They got a lot of starters, but
well, that's the problem you hope to have. I mean, it hasn't looked that way the last couple of weeks, but yes. And I think it's Ortiz. I probably fall more on the reliever side than I do the starter side. But, yeah, those are the decisions that you're hoping to make and the conversations you're hoping to have.
Percent chance that Shelty gets fired?
20.
20. So, separate question, because I was thinking about this morning. Take me back to when Shelty was hired. To me, it seemed like hiring an offensive coordinator type of football coach. Like, there's always a reason you're hiring somebody. And I think, if I remember correctly, one of the big selling points with Derek Shelton was he was a hitting guy. He's a de facto hitting coach. He was a real hitting coach. That was part of the selling point. So how is he not heavily implicated in the fact that none of their young hitters are developing? Am I right about that? Was that his biggest selling point?
Well, he was the bench coach of the Minnesota Twins, who had just set, I believe, Major League Baseball's record for home runs in a season.
Mm-hmm.
And he actually, and if you remember how the 2019 season ended and the offseason started, Neil Huntington was at the controls and leading the managerial search for the Pirates. After they moved on from Hurdle, if I'm not mistaken, it was Hurdle, Huntington, and then shortly thereafter Coonley followed. But Huntington was able to begin the managerial search, and he targeted Derek Shelton. And he was, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, very high on Huntington's list. And Shelton was in for an interview in the offseason of 2019 with Neil Huntington, as if Huntington was going to be the general manager moving forward. Well, then Bob Nutting decides to part ways with the GM, and then soon the president goes. And then there was a gap between, and we were asking the question, okay, who's going to be the Pirates manager? Well, then Williams comes in, and then Ben Cherington is hired. And then Cherington has on his short list Derek Shelton. So say what you want about Shelton, and to answer your question, yes, he was supposed to be or is a hitting guy, but he was very high on the short list of 2 different general managers. You could say that they're essentially the same person. From where they went to college, how they think.
Neil Cherington.
With the relationship.
Or Ben Huntington.
Yes. So they think the same, and I think most baseball people do think the same. So when we want to bring in a new general manager, I don't think there's going to be much of a philosophical change in how they would go about it. Whether you're the Brewers, whether you're the Pirates, I think they all sort of act accordingly.
Who hit a homer there?
Reynolds?
Yeah, Reynolds over the Clemente wall.
At least they have him, huh?
Yeah, at least they have him.
At least
Dan?
they have him. You know, there's one thing I was going to say. I think I'll be, I don't know, 20 years from now, I'll be 75, years old, something like that. I'll turn on the TV to watch the Cubs play, and Kyle Hendricks will be still pitching. I didn't even know the guy was still alive. He's out here pitching.
Not very well.
Adding, subtracting.
Dan, you're a wonderful man.
Joe?
There he is.
We got to get back out on the golf course. Your pre and posts your post games are becoming the stuff of legend. They really are great.
How do you figure, dare I ask?
Just the general presentation, your lack of a hesitancy to be critical. Like, you say what's on your mind.
Yeah, you do that.
It's just great stuff, man. The interviews. You had one with Key Bryan. Did you have one with Key Bryan a little while ago about his back and such matters, where he opened up a little bit to you, if I'm not mistaken?
No, that may have been Jeff or something sitting in, but I
well,
guess
forget it then. Your show sucks.
Yeah, the recent one was the IKF one, the 100.
The IKF
that
one,
was the
yeah,
one
that was where the 100 wins for next year.
And then
You did talk to Key Bryan Hayes on a post game one day.
I probably did. They all run together. We've done thousands of them. I can't remember this one from that one.
Paul, I'm trying to give him a compliment.
Thank you. No, but thank you very much.
No, you're like my wife. You have a hard time taking a compliment.
Yeah, I'm a little weird in that
He's
respect.
a jerk.
It was a joke.
Who was that?
That was Cavalli. Seriously, all kidding aside, I think it's must listen. Between the callers, your opinions, and the interviews, it's great.
I mean, it's
that's very nice.
Always a lot of fun. When I used to do the post game.
Oh boy.
And there was,
the post
I used to do the post game at 1 in the morning, 12 o'clock to 2 in the morning, and the people that would call in with lots of liquid in them always made for great radio.
Yeah, we're at that very, very weird spot of the season where you get just a whole cornucopia of Lord knows what. It's a coin flip with every time we say, let's go to so-and-so and so-and-so.
I love that word, cornucopia. Thank you, Dan.
Bye now.
We'll talk to you next week.
All the best.
Bye-bye.
All right, Paul. We have who do we have coming up here? Mark Cavalli?
Mark Cavalli.
Is Parado still a regular guest on this show?
On Thursdays.
On Thursdays. Well, I lost track. Sorry. He's Thursday. The big boy is Tuesday.
Wednesdays.
What day is this?
Today is Wednesday.
I know.
Slice on Broadway brought great pizza today.
Slice on Broadway always brings great pizza. That stuff is incredible. Okay, so we have the big boy next. That's perfect. Mark Cavalli. We're going to talk to him about the Steelers' roster right now, what they can do to upgrade, all such things. I'm looking for the Good Feet store. It's not coming up. I want to talk about that, and
Thanks to the Good Feet store.
I will momentarily. The Chevy Summer Drive continues at Sun Chevrolet, up to $7,500 in rebates right now at Sun Chevy. High of 92 with sunny skies. Terms and conditions, by the way, in those rebates at sunchevy.com. A wonderful place to be. Sun Chevy, one of Ron Cook's favorite joints, I might add. And I'm saddened every time I mention that, Paul, because I miss Ron. Do you, in any way?
Of course I do.
What do you miss about him?
He was always somebody who had just enough cynicism to make me laugh.
That's good. Very well said. All right, the Good Feet store. I spent.
By the way,
yeah.
The Steelers apparently.
I'm glad Connor Joe's up here. Okay, go ahead.
The Steelers apparently were not awarded anybody in waivers. So.
All right.
Take that for what it's worth.
We'll try to survive that one, along with another Connor Joe at bat. How many home runs since June 7th? One?
Well, you hit one on Monday.
I know. That's the one. That's the one. So my feet hurt. They used to scream up to me, "Help me!" Exactly. Help me! That's exactly what they would say. And I didn't know what to do. Like a lot of you, foot problems, whether in your heels, ball of your feet, plantar fasciitis, whatever. It gets misdiagnosed a lot for some reason, that part of the body, our little feet. Misdiagnosed. Mine did too. And someone would say it was gout. Certainly I was drinking and eating enough to have gout at the time, but that wasn't the problem. It turned out to be, well, I don't know what it turned out to be. What I do know is that The Good Feet store helped with their arch support system. They provided pain relief, finally, balance, comfort. They worked it around me. They'll work it around you, your shoes, your feet. It's customized to you, and I experienced pain relief and therefore could do things like walk around a golf course like I did last night for a couple of hours. I can take long walks without the kind of pain I used to have. Give them a try. Head on into a store. There's one in Robinson Town Center across from IKEA. Cranberry Township, there's one on Route 19 North next to Walgreens. You can go down to Morgantown, otherwise known as Crowley Town, at the Suncrest Town Center. All of that. Or you can just go to goodfeet.com. That's a great place to check out everything they're doing there. Come on in. Try the Good Feet feeling today. Comfort, energy, performance, and pain relief at the Good Feet store.
Thanks to the Good Feet store.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
1-1 game with the Pirates currently in the bottom half of the first inning. There are 2 outs, but also 2 on for Billy McKinney batting against Kyle Hendricks. If you want to listen to the game, go to 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, also on your Odyssey app. Hunter Stratton is having surgery. He did have surgery to repair a patella tendon rupture. His recovery time is 7 to 10 months. Marco Gonzalez will have surgery to repair a flexor tendon in his left elbow in September. He's expected to be back in 9 to 12 months. More at 937thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
I mean, definitely, like I said the other day, the competition is rising, and it's, steady every day.
Our black and gold are in full-on camp mode. When it comes to training camp, nobody's got you covered like us.
Just belief in each other, belief in what we got. I'm just trying to take it one day at a time and just keep working on the playbook.
Presented by Smale Kia and brought to you by Guardian Caps.
Right now, let's go!
Here for our exclusive camp coverage. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Welcome to Nada Yada Island. This season on Nada Yada Island. You were charging your phone? I waited hours for you.
That's how long it takes.
Join Metro and get a free Motorola Edge that'll charge for the day in 15 minutes. At Metro, there's no activation fees. Only at Metro by T-Mobile.
Bring your number ID and sign up for Metro Flex Plus plan. Offer not available if at T-Mobile or have been with Metro in the past 180 days. Requires 68-watt charger, sold separately. Actual performance will vary.
That broken old piano that's been taking up space in your basement since who knows when. We can help with that. 2meninajunktruck.com.
2 men and a junk truck.
When life deals you your worst moments, that's when we're at our best. I'm Larry Kelly, personal injury attorney for LGKG. I'm a Western Pennsylvania guy that knows our people. That's a big part of our success. At LGKG, our clients become our friends and then our family. LGKG, your home team.
HD1 Pittsburgh. An Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
93.7 The Fan.
Hey, checking in?
This is not just your flu shot appointment at Walgreens.
Yes.
This is getting your entire family vaccinated in one trip.
Hey, Mom?
And a snack on the way out. Get flu shots for everyone in your family, together. Schedule appointments online today. This is wellness made easy. Walgreens.
Vaccine subject to availability and for ages 3+. State and health-related restrictions may apply.
Mom, meet Sarah.
From first-time Nana moments.
Yeah, welcome to Flight 101.
To annual girls trip moments. Your can't-miss moments are worth protecting against RSV. If you're 75 or older or 60 plus with a chronic condition like asthma, COPD, heart disease, or severe diabetes, you're at higher risk of landing in the hospital from RSV. And there are no prescription RSV treatments. Check eligibility and schedule your RSV vaccine at vaxassist.com.
So where should we go next?
Sponsored by Pfizer.
Direct Auto Insurance is for uncompromisers. The people who refuse to make trade-offs in life. Like Kelly, when her old car insurance got so expensive that she couldn't afford to drive anymore, do you think she started carrying her groceries for miles? No. but she did find Direct Auto's savings that allowed her to drive instead of compromise. With savings of up to 25%, you too can stop compromising and keep driving. Get a quote today at directauto.com. Savings based on applied discounts and will vary. Terms apply. How you buy can affect price. National General Group, Winston-Salem.
Shopping for a new or certified pre-owned car? Think South. The South Hills Kia on Route 19 in Peters Township has your deal this month. 2024 Kia Forte LXS starting at $118 for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. Or the 2024 Kia Seltos LX all-wheel drive starting at $125 for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires September 3rd, 2024. Visit SouthHillsKia.net for details.
Hey, let's talk about hair. Whether you're losing it or trying to keep what you have, we all worry about our hair. Now, have you tried curing your hair loss with pills and lotions? Do you worry about how your hair is going to look in the wind and rain? Well, worry no more. Here's Cookie Harris, president of New Image Hair Clinic.
Men and women now have options like the new Hair RX restoration procedure. Hair RX combines the best of human hair duplication and artistry to recreate the hair you once had. Call 1-800-942-8302 or go to newimagehairclinic.com for a free hair and scalp health checkup and get the answers you need about hair loss and thinning hair.
Let's face it, we spend time and money on preserving our teeth, car, and home. Why not our hair? Call 1-800-942-8302. Mention Hair RX to receive $250 off your procedure. That's 1-800-942-8302 or newimagehairclinic.com. Don't waste your time and money. Call New Image first.
Chris Muller here. Let me give it to you straight. Here's what happened. One day at the station, big shout out to Anthony, our sales guy, by the way. He tells me about his new weight loss client entering Pittsburgh. And he knew I had been griping about my weight, and he thought it would be perfect for me. My response was, yes, please. I ended up on a call with Paige, the owner of Awaken 180 Weight Loss. And by the end of that call, my only question was, what's the catch? Awaken 180 sounded too good to be true. Eat to lose weight? No meds? No workouts? Really? Paige just smiled through the phone and said, there's no catch, Chris. Awaken 180 works. I was skeptical, but intrigued. After the first week, I was sold. I dropped 10 pounds. A total of 35 pounds later, and I reached my goal. The amazing part, and the main reason I chose Awaken 180, the weight has stayed off. If losing weight is your goal, I suggest having the same conversation I had with Awaken 180. Schedule yours today at awaken180weightloss.com.
93.7 The Fan, an equal opportunity employer, is dedicated to providing broad outreach regarding job vacancies at the station. We seek the help of local community organizations in referring qualified applicants to our station. Community organizations who wish to receive our job vacancy information should contact Amy Mock at 93.7 The Fan at 412-920-9400 or by sending an email to amy.mock@odyssey.com. Listeners are encouraged to visit odyssey.com for a listing of job opportunities at all Odyssey radio stations. There's still time to make this the summer event at Ron Lewis Automotive in Cranberry. Right now, lease an all-electric 2024 Fiat 500e for just $332 per month. Whoa! Lease comes with a free home charging system or $600 in public charger credits. 36-month lease for 7,500 miles per year, $4,000 due at signing, pending credit approval. See dealer for details on limited stock through 9/2/24. Tax and fees not included. Start shopping at ronlewisautomotive.com. We have your keys.
Hey, it's Chris Muller here for Pins Mechanical Company, a place that lets you disconnect from the virtual world and then lets you connect with people, real people, in real life. Tons of games at Pins for you to come in and play. Duck pin bowling, foosball, ping pong, and so much more. Even classic arcade games. Pins has a fully stocked bar too. Fun cocktails, refreshing draft beers. The perfect place to bring a date or your friends. Bring your kids too. Bring your dogs. Pins has something fun for everyone to enjoy. Pins, that's how we roll.
Flat tire, low tread. The best way to save money on tires is with Champ Tires. My tires were bare, and one new Bridgestone cost more than $400. At Champ Tires, a like new Bridgestone in the exact same model cost only $81, saving me $320 on 4 tires. Champ Tires inventory is huge. They carry all brands and sizes. They have 2 Pittsburgh locations and offer free shipping. Head to champtires.com/thefan for a special coupon to save even more.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Well, Chicago just took a 2-1 lead against the Pirates as Paul Skeens has given up 2 runs in the first 2 innings. A ball that was hit to center field. O'Neal Cruz made a pretty good throw on line to the plate on a one-hopper. Yasmani Grandal, though, not able to grab the ball and apply the tag. Looks like it would have been a little bit late. If you want to listen to the game, go to 100.1 FM at AM 1020 KDKA, as well as on your Odyssey app. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Mark Cavalli joins us next.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. We got Joe.
High five.
With the Joe Starkey Show.
All right.
On Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
The big boy is on the line waiting, but I just saw this on the artist formerly known as Twitter, now known as X. Is the Penguins' Mount Rushmore, Paul, the greatest in hockey history? And that would be Jágr, Lemieux, Crosby, and Malkin. Is it the greatest in hockey history? Some others here, let me see. Montreal, Patrick Roy, Doug Harvey, Guy Lafleur, Jean Beliveau. That ain't bad. Gretzky, Messier, Curry, McDavid. That's not bad, right? I think the Penguins might have it, though, because I think they have 2 of the top 4. They have 2 of the top 4 in the history of hockey, in my humble opinion. Mario and Sid.
Yeah, I mean, they have. That is a really good question.
Gretzky, Messier, Coffee, McDavid.
Gretzky, Messier, Coffee, McDavid's pretty good.
That's not bad.
I mean.
But then again, I mean, like this person, he typed in those names, and then he said, I would give the edge to Edmonton. Okay, but Jágr and Malkin aren't bad either. How many scoring titles for Jágr? Like, Jágr is better than Messier, for sure, in hockey history. Paul Coffey was a different kind of guy. There's no doubt about that. He was maybe the closest thing to Bobby Orr after Bobby Orr, right? Why did my mic just go out? Were you talking in my ear there for a second?
I was about to say something. Yes, the big boy is on the line. The Steelers are going to name a quarterback coming up here soon.
Okay.
At least we're being led to believe. And Mike Tomlin at the podium. The big boy is short on time.
Oh, the big boy's short on time. Okay.
Yeah,
no, just say it on the air. That's fine.
Why doesn't he?
That's fine. Let's get to the big boy.
Hold up.
Pay him all his respects.
If he's on right now, why doesn't he come on like at 1:35 after the press conference?
Wouldn't that
press conference is at 1:30.
Oh, well, then what's the problem?
He's tweeting. He said that Tomlin's expected to address the media until 1:30.
Well, I don't understand the problem here. Big boy, what's happening?
What's up? Well, I'm still fascinated with your Mount Rushmore. It brings me to the Mount Rushmore of the fan host. I'm thinking it would be Starkey, Vinny, Seibel, and Cook. What do you think about that?
Paul, are you insulted by that?
Vinny, Seibel, and Cook.
And Starkey are his Mount Rushmore. What is the Mount Rushmore of fan hosts for you, Paul? Is Vinny on there?
I would say Cook has to be on there, right?
Depends, I guess.
Starkey, you've been there.
I mean, if that's the best you can say about me, that I've been here, that's not much of a compliment. He belongs on the Mount Rushmore because he never left. Starkey. I would put Zeiss. I would put Zeiss, Muller, Seibel, and Vinny.
Seibel and Vinny.
Would you? Limits? Who would you put on there?
What about Pony?
Yeah,
Pony
I would put Pony on that list.
Yeah?
I'd say Pony.
Pony would put Pony
Cook.
on that list, too.
Giannotti's on that list.
Oh, yeah, Giannotti could be on there.
What about John Burton?
He was great.
JB.
What about Colony?
Colony's up there, too. This is tough.
What about Call In?
What about, yeah. I think it's probably
I think Giannotti has
Pony,
to be on there.
Giannotti. Then it gets tough.
Cook.
If you like.
Vinny.
Colony,
sure.
Colony, Giannotti, both.
Well, wait a second. You had me on there, Cavalli. That was just a joke.
But now you're gone.
You just got bumped. You bumped yourself.
Paul, do you belong on that list?
No, hell no.
Why?
Why would I?
I think Vinny belongs on that list. He was a legend.
Yes, he was.
He was very entertaining. Vinny, Giannotti.
I would like to know, Ron,
Pony.
what would you leave as a tip on a $40 lunch?
Do we have that clip from History Limits?
Not that I've found before, no.
When Vinny went after Ron on how much he leaves as a tip, and Ron freaked out. What did Ron say, Paul?
Why would you ask? That is personal information. That is personal, nobody's business. I can't believe you'd ask that on the air.
I know another good Vinny clip, but I don't think you're allowed to say that anymore.
Well, I just want to know if you're a cheapskate or you're a sport.
What was the other one you had?
You're just going to have to Google Ron Cook and Vinny Riccici and Deadspin, and you'll find out yourself.
Oh, yeah, that wasn't good.
Yeah, that was bad.
That wasn't good at all.
Ron in Cook's Forest wants to talk about Jared Jones. Hey, Ron.
Do you have Ron from that clip and what he said? I think that's worth it to play.
No, I do not have that, unfortunately.
Fan text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. We have the big boy on the line. Before we get to the Steelers, how is your McAfee show tenure going? What kind of stuff do they have you doing?
I can do what I want. I'm almost my own boss, really. I mean, writing some stuff on the X platform, trying something different there, going on the show whenever they call and need me. And
how often have you been on TV?
A couple times. I mean,
can I tell you how much? Can I just tell you, Mark, because you're with me on this. These things really irritate me, Joe.
Uh-oh.
Joe Block, I know he's a Pirates guy, but still. He just tweeted out, O'Neal Cruz's first throw from the outfield is the second hardest throw throughout baseball this season.
Wow.
Who cares? What does that even mean?
What?
What does that even mean, right? His exit velocity on his throw was great, except for it bounced before the plate and didn't get the guy out, so who cares?
I know.
Would have been important in the 92 playoffs, but not right now.
Yeah.
Right, that wasn't that bad of a throw by Bonds. It was a little
Oh, my
up the
God,
line.
we're not going to get into this again. All hell broke loose
It wasn't
last week.
terrible.
Let's get into the Steelers. Are we ready for this?
All right, let's go.
They stink.
They're a receiver. It would appear they need a receiver. Did anybody out there on the cuts list tickle your fancy, capture your attention? Anybody out there? Nobody would be an upgrade, is what you're saying.
I don't think so. I mean, it doesn't mean they're not going to bring somebody in just to test him out here in the next couple of days. But, I mean, you get what you get when you're going on that waiver wire. There's a reason why guys get cut because, they're probably not that good. They got a bunch of those guys already, 2, 3, 4. I mean, your best possibility right now, and Roman Wilson did do some stuff today, not a lot, is get him back and get him up to speed. I mean, that might be what they're looking at, but I think they're just trying to be very, very patient with this Ayuk thing, and they figure anything can happen. It could get to the boiling point where they're just like, we're done, we'll trade him, let's wait and see what happens. So I don't think anybody out there is any sort of a solid, significant upgrade.
Yeah, well, I mean, not even guys like Noah Brown?
He's been hurt a lot. I mean, do you want that? I wouldn't say that he's a significant upgrade. I don't think he is. He is Van Jefferson. So
you think he's Van Jefferson? You don't think he's better than Van Jefferson?
Maybe a tad, but nothing to make a difference. I don't think.
Okay,
that's
so
a guy you might want to bring in. Yeah.
Basically, what you're telling me is that what we're looking at is what we're going to get.
At this point, yeah. I mean, until you figure out what this IU situation can do, maybe they can make a trade here as the season comes on. Who knows? Maybe they're looking at, which will be very difficult. I mean, because they'll go against their philosophy if they wait till week 2 or week 3 to be able to trade for IU. But then you have to then negotiate a contract, right? And they don't like to do that in season. So I don't know how that works with, a little gray area right there. I think they're going to go with what they have. I think they'll add some people. They'll add a guy, but I just don't see a significant upgrade right at this point.
Mark Cabali of the Pat McAfee Show. Is that your proper title now?
Steelers correspondent for the Pat McAfee Show and a little WWE contributor, which I have yet to contribute until this weekend, but that's on its way.
All right. Fair enough. That's a little cumbersome. I'll definitely get the McAfee Show part in there.
Okay.
Fan Twitter brought to you by Peters Township. By South Hills Kia in Peters Township, I should say. Visit them at southhillskia.net. And the text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. All right, on this 53-man roster, I think that the three biggest problem areas are depth at receiver, depth on the defensive line, and depth at corner. Do you agree with that? Or is there another area I'm forgetting? Where would you rank the top three areas of concern?
I think I would replace it. I would agree with two of the three. I think depth of the defensive line is decent enough. I mean, in theory, you got 3 stars. If Ogunjobi can play like he did during the preseason, you're okay with Hayward and Benton and Ogunjobi. You got some decent young talent behind him. And, Leal and Loudermilk and
you do?
Logan Lee.
See,
and
Bob Pompiani said the same thing the other day. They have Ogunjobi, who you just said is a star or a potential star.
Well,
that's the first time I've ever heard that. They have Cam Hayward, who's in his mid-30s, coming off surgery. Benton's going to be a star. I do believe that.
Well,
so what you have and then the depth. The depth is comprised of borderline busts and guys that people are talking about cutting. They have no depth.
You're not asking them to go out there and play 50 snaps a game. You're looking for those guys to play 12 to 18 snaps. I'm a guy who thinks Cam Hayward still has a lot left in him, and he's looked healthy, and I think he will bounce back in a huge way this year. I'm basing my Ogunjobi stuff. I know he hasn't been very good the first 2 years he was here, but he's looked really good this preseason.
Against who?
Against the guys he was against the Lions and the Bills, whoever he played against. I thought he looked pretty decent there. If he's able, I think he's slimmed down a little bit. He looks like he's healthier than ever. You have that. Then you got those other guys. Dean Lowry is just a plugger, right? A guy that's been there, done that, can get you 20 snaps a game. You're not expecting a lot from him. Where I have a potential issue is obviously slot corner and outside corner. I mean, you only got one slot corner really on the roster right now. I think that will change eventually. Obviously, wide receiver is an issue. We talked about that. But I think outside linebacker depth is kind of iffy. I mean, you got 3 stars or 2 stars or 1 star in the making. But what do you have after that? Not much of anything. Now, you might only use 3 guys in a game. That's all great until somebody gets hurt. So I think depth-wise, outside linebacker has to be included there as well.
Well, isn't that why they should be scouring the waiver wire to try and find some help?
I'm sure they are. I mean, people have to clear waivers in 24 hours. So what's that, about 4 o'clock today? So that's when you'll see some practice squad guys come back and other guys that they'll be able to sign. They didn't have to do that with a guy like Boston Scott because I think he was a tested veteran. He could just sign wherever he needed to sign at. I mean, it was quiet yesterday of transactional outside the organization, which was kind of surprising to me, but I don't anticipate that staying that way. You're going to see some names coming back into the mix here in the next 2-3 days before they get back on the field here on Monday. So I think that's the way it's going to. I mean, if it's Patrick Peterson, I think there's an opportunity there for him because he can play multiple positions and he doesn't need to really ramp up, right? He already knows everything. You can debate on how much he has left in him, but I'll take a Patrick Peterson over a Thomas Graham. No offense to Thomas Graham, right?
No offense to Thomas Graham. We wouldn't want to offend him at all. Mark, I'm under heavy clock pressure today. So, Paul, do you mind if I engage Mark in a game of free association?
Yes, go ahead.
Go ahead, he said.
As long as it's only quarterback talk, right?
Well, no, there's some other treats coming in here. I'm going to kick this off, believe it or not, with a clip of Doug Whaley from the morning show talking about Broderick Jones and what is going on with him. Take a listen to this, Mark.
What worries me with the talent that you see and knowing he produced at a very significant level in the NFL as a rookie last year. What's going on off the field? That, to me, has to be investigated of why is he not taking that jump? As Coach always says, from year 1 to year 2, you want to see a marketable jump. If he's where he is now and it seems like he's been stagnant and maybe regressed a little bit, it's obviously not for his ability. Seems like everybody else on the offensive line has developed under Pat Meyer.
Is that it? That cut off very surprisingly. Your take on that? He's wondering about off-the-field issues. What's your whole take on the Broderick Jones situation?
I'm unaware of any off-the-field issues at all, so I can't speak on that. As for on the field, I mean, we're jumping to I love Doug. I mean, he's a very smart man, GM, of course, but we're jumping to assumptions that this guy hasn't made any leap based on a couple poor preseason games because of a bad elbow and a potentially bad thumb here. I mean, that's two pretty important body parts you need to be a successful offensive lineman. I think he's fine. I just think, this is a guy that didn't play a ton in college, 8 games. What did he play last year? 10 games. So he's still a very young and inexperienced individual. So I think he'll be just fine. Honestly, I think he'll be fine. Right. I don't think the switch to left to right's a difference. I think he's talented enough to go to left on a whim and, say it right if they need him.
All right, let's get to free association then. We could talk about that for a while. Who's going to start?
I could tell you who the starting quarterback is right now, because but that would be violation of policy.
Gee, I wonder if it's Russell Wilson. Who's going to start at right tackle in the opener?
I think it's going to be Broderick. I think, although Fatano looked pretty decent today, working on some sets, I just think it's very tough for him to miss that much of time. And I don't think Dan Moore has had a pretty solid training camp. You want to have your best, healthiest guys out there to start the season at least. I'm not saying Fatano won't eventually replace him game 2, 3, 4, or whatever, but I think right now you're going Broderick Jones right. You're going Dan Moore left with probably Fatano breathing down Dan Moore's neck, and they'll flip it back to the other side relatively quickly.
Wait a second. Fatano breathing down Dan Moore's neck to play left tackle?
What I'm saying is, to play right tackle, then Jones will flip over to the left side.
Okay.
Can I ask you, because nobody's been able to give me a legitimate answer here, what sense does it make to start the season with Broderick Jones at right if you know you're going to move him to left?
Because I think they want to give themselves the best opportunity to win week 1, week 2, and they feel the best opportunity to win right away will put Dan Moore in his comfort zone and where he played at, more than worrying about.
How is Broderick Jones getting better if he's not playing that position?
And how does he give you the best chance to win if he's getting thrown around like a lantern fly by Greg Russo?
Lantern flies are quick nowadays, so that might be a bad analogy. I can't even stomp on them anymore. They're so quick. But, you just got to do what's best for the team. And it might be more based on Dan Moore's comfortability and the most of his reps at left tackle. You don't want to just flip it around here because Fatano can't go because he's hurt. Let's just move Dan Moore to right just to help Broderick Jones out. Yeah, I'm a guy that thinks if you're a top 20 pick, there should be no problem switching from left to right. I mean, that's me personally. If you're that high of a pedigree of an athlete, it shouldn't be that difficult.
Well, it would if the injuries that you just mentioned, if you're punching with a different arm on the left side, right? If those injuries, don't those injuries get minimized if you move them over to the left side?
Well, I'm sure that somewhat, but depends on how you rush too. You might have to use that inside hand.
All right, yes or no?
As well.
We have to go to the yes or no question. I'm under immense pressure here. Freiermuth, Hayward, get extensions, yes or no?
Freiermuth, yes. Hayward talked today, and he didn't seem very likely in his eyes. He wasn't really jumping for joy. So I would say no, even though I think, in my personal opinion, I think it gets done at the last minute, but I don't think he thinks it will. He knows more than me.
Wait, so Freiermuth will get done, and you still think Hayward will get done?
I think they will.
Okay.
But I'm very, very I'm on the outside with the Hayward thing, and when Hayward doesn't even think he's going to get extended, I think it might be that 12th hour of, hey, let's get this guy done. But I could be totally wrong on that too.
Thank you, big boy.
All right.
Goodbye.
Thanks, guys. We'll see you, fellas.
Fan Hotline, presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. We'll come back with Tex in the City, that interesting little Hayward item that he just presented, and are people starting to figure out Paul Skeens a little bit? The Cubs already have 3 runs off him. Let's talk about that. Coming up.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
So it's 5-3 Pirates now, bottom half of the second inning, as Connor Joe with a base hit to center field after Rowdy Tellez blooped in Brian Reynolds and O'Neal Cruz, who scored at the bottom of the second. Pirates up 2. Listen on 100.1 FM, AM 1020 KDKA, as well as on your Odyssey app, more at 937thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You listen to them every day. Now you can watch them too on the Fan Video Stream powered by Bowser. Catch your favorite 93.7 The Fan hosts live on the Fan Video Stream. Just hit up 937thefan.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Joe?
Why, thank you, City Limits. You've heard us talk a lot about FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge, America's #1 sportsbook. Well, we have something a little different for you. Now through September 22nd, all FanDuel customers can bet $5 and get a 3-week free trial of NFL Sunday Ticket from YouTube and YouTube TV. Then with a YouTube TV base plan, you'll be able to watch every regular season Sunday afternoon out-of-market game. That's every regular season Sunday afternoon out-of-market game. All you need is a Google account and a current form of payment, and you can cancel anytime. Just visit FanDuel.com/Starkey, STARKEY. That's FanDuel.com/Starkey to download America's #1 sportsbook. 21 plus, present in Pennsylvania. Full price of NFL Sunday Ticket will be automatically charged seasonally after free trial. No refunds. Terms, restrictions, and embargoes apply. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
How is your quality of life? Has it been affected by pain caused by a bulging, herniated, or degenerative disc? Have you been frustrated by the treatments that you've been trying, realizing that they're only giving you temporary relief and your pain keeps returning? Hi, I'm Dr. Rafferty from the Disc Institute of Pittsburgh. How would you like to avoid spinal surgery, fix the problem, get your disc to heal, and get your quality of life back? That's what we are doing for our patients at the Disc Institute. Our non-surgical, safe and gentle treatment is called intradisc neutrosis, and it's available exclusively at the Disc Institute. And we have an over 90% success rate backed by 2 third-party research studies. Call our office today or visit PittsburghDiscInstitute.com, 412-906-9600. Call the Disc Institute of Pittsburgh today at 412-906-9600.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for Circa Resort and Casino. Headed to Vegas for the game? Join us at Circa Resort and Casino this October for the ultimate game day getaway. Huddle up at the overhang bar with the Fan for our pregame tailgate on Friday with drink specials and giveaways, including tickets. Then catch all the action at the world's largest sports book or relax in the center of it all, America's favorite place to watch football, the Circa Stadium Swim, featuring 6 pools and a massive 143-foot screen. To book your huddle up experience, visit CircaLasVegas.com today.
When people have a craving to explore new and traditional Asian cuisines, they head to P.F. Chang's, where scratch-made dishes come from the 2,000-year-old tradition of wok cooking. P.F. Chang's wanted to explore new possibilities for their website. They turned to AmericanEagle.com. AmericanEagle.com re-architected P.F. Chang's website, integrating multiple third-party systems to create a unified digital experience. The results? Improved page speed and performance, personalized content based on users' location, intuitive online ordering, an increase in organic search visibility, and a 40% increase in new users. For scratch-made Asian cuisine, visit your local P.F. Chang's or go to pfchangs.com for website design, development, digital marketing, and hosting that produce efficiency, revenue, and results. Visit AmericanEagle.com. P.F. Chang's and AmericanEagle.com. Another example of the best businesses in the world, turning to the best in the business for websites. Go to AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW1. That's 877-WEB-NOW1.
Find what you love, love what you find. A Total Wine and More. of wines, guides in the know, and price is so low, it just might blow your mind. You're gonna find what you love and love what you find.
Only at Total Wine & More. Drink responsibly. B21.
Home ownership. At Progressive, we know it's part of the American dream. It's majestic golden eagles and other less majestic birds taunting you through the baseball-sized hole in your new windows. It's soaring guitar solos performed through faulty wiring in your garage, which subsequently erupts into flames. It's also around-the-clock protection when you bundle your home and auto with Progressive, which can help keep the American dream of home ownership alive and kicking. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
Whether you're tinkering in your garage or tackling big projects, if you know the value of working with your hands, you know Harbor Freight. And you can be confident knowing that at Harbor Freight, you can get quality tools at prices that work just as hard as you do. Because the only thing more satisfying than a job well done is a job well done, well under budget. Whatever you do it for less at Harbor Freight.
It's Wrangler season out there. Warmer days, cooler nights. Open roads, endless horizons. And you need to be ready in jeans made for the unpredictable. Wrangler, for the ride of life. Shop our newest styles today at Wrangler.com. It's Wrangler season out there. Warmer days, cooler nights. Open roads, endless horizons. And you need to be ready in jeans made for the unpredictable. Wrangler, for the ride of life. Shop our newest styles today at Wrangler.com.
This CBS Sports Minute is brought to you by Goodrich & Geist.
Get the good guys, Goodrich & Geist.
This is Andrew Bogish with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by Wrangler. It's Wrangler season out there. Open roads, endless horizons. Shop Wrangler.com for new denim styles. The Kansas City Royals share the AL Central lead in late August, the season after losing 106 games. No team has ever won a division after losing 100 games, and the Royals could also post the largest win improvement in the divisional era. I'm Andrew Bogish.
It's Wrangler season out there. Warmer days, cooler nights. Open roads, endless horizons. And you need to be ready in jeans made for the unpredictable. Wrangler, for the ride of life. Shop our newest styles today at Wrangler.com.
Whether you're tinkering in your garage or tackling big projects, if you know the value of working with your hands, you know Harbor Freight. And you can be confident knowing that at Harbor Freight, you can get quality tools at prices that work just as hard as you do. Because the only thing more satisfying than a job well done is a job well done, well under budget. Whatever you do it for less at Harbor Freight.
It's Wrangler season out there. Warmer days, cooler nights. Open roads, endless horizons. And you need to be ready in jeans made for the unpredictable. Wrangler, for the ride of life. Shop our newest styles today at Wrangler.com.
Dog days of summer are here. South Hills Chrysler, Jeep, Dodge, Ram, and Peters Township are dealing with incredible specials. 2024 Jeep Wrangler, starting at $449 a month for 27 months. Or the 24 Jeep Compass Limited, starting at $199 a month for 27 months. The only choice for a new Chrysler, Jeep, Dodge, Ram is South Hills Chrysler, Jeep, Dodge, Ram. Family owned and celebrating 50 years. Visit them online at southhillschryslerjeep.net. See dealer for details.
Bare Naked Ladies. In Flight Tour 2024. Live. Friday, September 27th. The Event Center at Rivers Casino. Bare Naked Ladies. With special guest Toad the Wet Sprocket. Tickets on sale now. Visit riverscasino.com or inside Rivers Casino. Bare Naked Ladies in concert.
That backyard swing set brought you so much joy, and now it's a rusted-out old death trap. We can help. 2menandajunktruck.com.
2 men and a junk truck.
Xfinity here. How can we help?
Hi. My daughter invited her entire class to her birthday party. Can my Wi-Fi handle it?
Oh, well, at Xfinity, our latest gateways have tri-band Wi-Fi technology, letting you connect hundreds of devices at once.
No way. So if all the kids are watching stuff on their phones, well, their parents are sharing videos online.
Yep, go ahead and watch videos. They can all do their thing and party their way. No problem.
Oh, we are gonna need a bigger cake.
Now through September 12th, get fast, reliable, 300 megabit Xfinity internet for $30 a month for 12 months with no annual contract and unlimited data included. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Xfinity, bring on the good stuff. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless plan and auto-pay with stored bank account. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Currently $80 a month. Actual speeds vary.
Here's Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan's Fan About Town. You've seen Inside Camp Aliquippa on the KDKA High School Sports YouTube channel. Now catch behind the scenes with the Quips football team on Saloni's Italian Bread Social. Check out Q&A with the Quips, available only on the Instagram page of Saloni's Italian Bread. Inside Camp Aliquippa is presented by Saloni's Italian Bread, serving Pittsburgh for over 100 years. Book your stay at the Landing Hotel at Rivers Casino. Enjoy free valet parking and breakfast while being right in the heart of all the action. Whether it's a weekend getaway or a staycation, they have you covered. Book today at thelandinghotelpgh.com. Celebrate the start of the football season at the Kickoff and Rib Festival at Acra Shore Stadium, presented by Icy Light, August 29th through September 2nd. Admission is free. There's something for everyone. Enjoy national rib vendors, football, music, activities, and much more. For more information, visit 937thefan.com.
Now your ideas don't have to wait. Now they have everything they need to come to life. Dell Technologies and Intel are creating technology that loves ideas, loves expanding your business, evolving your passions. We push what technology can do, so great ideas can happen right now. Find out how to bring your ideas to life at Dell.com. Welcome to Now.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Joe Starkey Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Jeep Dodge, Route 19 in Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. And What's Cooking, brought to you by your local Geico rep, Tim Hester.
Thank you, Mr. Hester.
Very kindly. Paul, let me ask you a question here. To some, it might seem ridiculous, but the numbers tell a different story. The Cubs have gotten to Skeens a little bit today. He's proven to be human. He's had a couple of starts in recent weeks where he doesn't quite look like the same guy. Is that a matter of people figuring him out? Fatigue? Is it overblown? Because he won his last two starts, and he was pretty great in his last one against the Reds, a two-hitter with 9 strikeouts. Your thoughts on Skeens?
I mean, I hate the whole phrase, well, the league is going to punch back eventually, but you're playing against the best hitters in the world.
Yeah.
With the best scouting, techniques, the video, all the stuff they do. They've gotten to see him now. They've gotten to see a lot of him. And so I think one of the things that he's going to do now is he's going to make some adjustments, and I expect him to be pretty dominant, next year and beyond. And he's got too good of stuff. But, one of the things that happened with him, too, he was excuse me.
God
He's
bless
a rookie.
You. Yeah.
Excuse me. He was a rookie. He was so good early on. The only way he could go is regress a little bit. And his regression has been very small. It's been a little bit, but, he's still really good. So I am not worried at all about him. I mean, I just watched him throw past a guy at like 99.
Me neither. And I don't even know what has happened in this game. Have they hit him hard, or how did they get their runs? City limits.
There was a ground ball through the right side that scored a run. Then there was, I think, 2 fly balls. Well, weekly hit fly balls off a hop to O'Neill.
So it's not like
Cruz
they're pounding him.
No, they're not.
On the other hand, and like you said, Paul, you can't go on with a 1.90 ERA forever, really. And that's where it was on July 11th when he went 7 innings of no-hit ball against the Brewers and struck out 11. Really, since the All-Star break, he still pitched really well, though, for the most part. For the most part, he's pitched really well. It's bound to come back.
He's that good.
It's bound to
Think about it.
even out a little bit.
He's been that good that we're complaining about, not complaining, but we're saying, oh, is he regressing?
Well, the other thing is he's clearly not the same guy that went to the mound against the Dodgers and just blew away Ohtani and Betts at 100 miles an hour on every pitch.
I mean, that's, I didn't expect him to be throwing 103 miles an hour in September, basically, or whatever.
Yeah, I think that's part of it, too. He's thrown more innings than he's ever thrown, or at least he's getting there. I'm not sure what the number is right now. And yet, in his last start, a 2-hitter with 9 strikeouts against the Reds over 6 innings.
Right.
So we'll see how that progresses. I also noticed that Dylan Cruz got his first hit last night. Did you see that? Got a double.
Yeah.
2 hits.
Did he? Well, he got his first hit, and then he got another. So I'm very confident that Skeens was the right pick at the top of that draft. Based on this season as it stands right now, you could argue that he's the greatest young pitcher maybe in baseball history. That's pretty good, isn't it?
I'd say so.
Yeah.
I think he's probably top 5, maybe the best starting pitcher in all baseball.
How did the Pirates score their runs today?
Well, Rowdy had a bloop to left field that a couple of the middle infielders did not play properly. Dansby Swanson maybe was able to catch, and there was some miscommunication there from him and Candelario. And they've hit the ball well. O'Neill Cruz had a ball that was hit to the wall that ended up putting him and Reynolds in second and third to be able to allow for the Rowdy bloop hit. Billy McKinney has an RBI base hit.
Billy McKinney.
There he is.
Billy McKinney.
Grandal has a couple walks. Triolo got his average up to 202. Here's the thing about them. Here's the thing.
There's so many bad hitters in that lineup.
Oh, but here's the other thing, Paul, is that if they had just gone 3-7 instead of losing 10 in a row, they'd still be in it. They would still be in it right now. They'd be 65 and 66, something like that. And it was really the back end of the bullpen, in my opinion, that killed them worse than anything else. You agree with that?
That was those games. How many games? I mean, it's pretty easy to see. I mean,
they actually hit in some of those games and still lost.
They had, Bednar, I think, twice, and Cullen Halderman 4 times. That was 6 games. They basically that those 2 relievers cost them. You know what I mean? And that during that stretch. So yes, it was the back end of the bullpen. But I just think I don't know. I think you are what your record says you are.
50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Jeep Dodge, Route 19, Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. Limits, do we have any texts? I know we don't have the music that goes with texts.
We have breaking news.
What do we have?
The Steelers have named a quarterback, the Week 1 starter in Atlanta. Russell Wilson will take the field as the starting quarterback for the Steelers against the Falcons on September 8th. I'm stunned.
Why do you think that Tomlin kept that a secret for so long, Paul? I have no idea, because if the idea was to well, maybe it was, because teams do for the opener. I'm sure you have a lot of advanced game planning and scouting, and maybe they wanted the Falcons to think that it could be either or and complicate their preparation.
Do you really?
But there's still so much time left.
Right there. I mean, we still have another week and a half till the game.
I mean, do I really believe it? Yeah, I believe football coaches will do that. What other reason could there possibly be for waiting this long? Any idea?
Satisfy Justin Fields and his agent?
Because he likes to play games with the media?
That's a good point. Games with the media, yes. And maybe, Paul, he wanted to carry on the ruse of a competition to appease Fields and his agent. I actually think that City Limits is very insightful for that comment.
Yeah. Well, when they brought him here, they told him he was going to have a chance to compete. You know what I'm saying?
Do you think we're going to see Fields out there for packages as a quarterback? Is he going to take over for 1 or 2 series even as a quarterback during these games, or no? Or will we just see him as a, whatever, running back, slot guy, something, a slash type role? Or will we not see him at all?
We won't see him.
We won't see him in the opener.
I don't think we'll see much. I don't think we'll see him play for the reason I've been saying for a long time. He's your backup quarterback. You put him out there on one of these plays and he gets hurt, then you're screwed. You know what I mean?
You might be right, but isn't that living in your fears? For me, I've got to get this guy on the field indoors in Atlanta with a fast track. My God, I've got to get him. I got to get the ball in his hands 5 times in that game, Paul.
Right. Well, I don't. And if you feel that way, then why don't we make him a starter?
Well, there's a difference between being the quarterback and being a guy that I run a jet sweep to or run a screen pass for or give the ball to on a handoff or a read option, whatever it might be. I might even be inclined to give him a series at quarterback and see what happens. Because I think Wilson's the better quarterback. But I think Fields is an electrifying guy with the ball in his hands.
Yeah, but I think you want to make sure that you have continuity with your offense. I think you can play too many games like that, and it actually hurts you, doesn't help you.
Mike Tomlin has said, according to Alan Saunders, that a package of plays for Justin Fields is quote-unquote on the table.
It should be more than on the table. It should be served.
Well, that's obviously something they're just giving to Atlanta to think about.
For sure. But I think that will happen one way or another. Number of touches Fields gets in game 1, over, under 2.5. Paul?
I'll say under.
Under. I think he gets 2. It's a good number.
I'm going to say over. I'm going to say he gets anywhere from 4 to 6, and I think he gets a series at quarterback or at least a couple plays at quarterback. Maybe in the red zone, I don't know, although Wilson was very good in the red zone last year. Fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevrolet. The Chevy Summer Drive continues at Sun Chevrolet, up to $7,500 in rebates. Terms, conditions at sunchevy.com. High 92 today with sunny skies. We're going to have a ton to talk about tomorrow. We'll hear what else Mike Tomlin had to say today. We're really going to take a look maybe at some Steeler predictions. We'll see how this skiing start turns out. O'Neal Cruz, his first time in center field. Paul, I hope you have the time of your life, whatever you're doing this afternoon and tonight. City Limits, I love you dearly.
I love you dearly as well. We'll be playing basketball. The producers are playing basketball today again. It's become a phenomenon.
Is Donnie Football in on that?
No, Donnie Football is hosting tonight.
How about Jolie Nelson?
Joel will be playing, yes.
Power forward?
Where are you playing?
I don't know. I've never played with these guys, and I don't know where we're playing. I have to check this chat that I've been put in.
All right. Well, good luck tonight, Paul. I'll see you tomorrow.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Thank you much.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Bottom half of the third inning, 6-3 Pirates lead the Cubs. You can listen on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. O'Neal Cruz is up for the third time in as many innings with runners on first and second and just one out. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. PM Team next.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The PM Team presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
He won the first Royal Rumble. He's in the WWE Hall of Fame. He's one of the great wrestlers of all time. Hacksaw Jim Duggan. Can I get one more USA chant on the way out?
Well, we got to do a hole, brother. That's what we're going to do. And if you guys are going to hole like you mean it. So 1, 2, 3, ho! Say Hacksaw. That's some good hoeing.
The PM Team at 2 p.m. Live and local, just like Mike's. 93.7 The Fan has all your Pittsburgh sports breaking news. Keep it locked to The Fan as we keep you up to date on all your favorite teams. Breaking news is presented by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
I'm Michael Jenkins, helping you beat the books with BetQL. College football starts week 1 on Thursday as North Carolina faces off against Minnesota. The total opened at over 50, but has slipped down to 49 and a hook in some places, and that is good news for those following the BetQL model. The 5-star play in college football this weekend is taking the over between the Heels and the Golden Gophers on Thursday, so it could be a smart play to lock in and avoid the line going back up. I'm Michael Jenkins. Bet smarter and beat the books with BetQL, and download the BetMGM app today.
Hi, I'm Angie Hicks, co-founder of Angie, and one thing I've learned is that you buy a house, but you make it a home. Because with every fix, update, and renovation, it becomes a little more your own. So you need all your jobs done well. For nearly 30 years, Angie has helped millions of homeowners hire skilled pros for the projects that matter. From plumbing to electrical, roof repair to deck upgrades. So leave it to the pros who will get your jobs done well. Hire high-quality certified pros at Angie.com.
After 30 years of doing knee and hip replacements, Dr. Mitchell Shinecup thought there had to be a better way, and that led him to regenerative medicine.
I was one of the first orthopedic surgeons to do it.
Now, after 20 years of successful orthobiologic treatments, lots of clinical data, research, and teaching, Dr. Shinecup is National Medical Director at QC Kinetics.
They've done an amazing job of becoming the most significant orthobiologic and regenerative medicine practice in the United States. QC is so far ahead of the game in its science, its protocols, its people, its facilities.
So if you have chronic pain from arthritis and you want to avoid drugs and surgery, call the experts in this revolutionary field, QC Kinetics.
To give patients real lasting relief from pain, that's what I live for. That's my mission.
Get your free consultation now. Call QC Kinetics.
Call QC Kinetics, 412-228-3584. That's 412-228-3584. Located in Robinson, 412-228-3584.
I'd rather ride a bike with my kids.
Faster! I'd rather play catch with my dog than catch pneumococcal pneumonia.
Ask your doctor or pharmacist about Prevnar 20 pneumococcal 20-valent conjugate vaccine, a Pfizer vaccine that can help protect against pneumococcal pneumonia in just one dose. If you are 19 or older with certain chronic conditions like heart disease or asthma, you are at increased risk for pneumococcal pneumonia. Prevnar 20 is approved for adults to help prevent infections from 20 strains of the bacteria that cause pneumococcal pneumonia. Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you've had a severe allergic reaction to the vaccine or its ingredients. Adults with weakened immune systems may have a lower response to the vaccine. Side effects include pain and swelling at the injection site, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138 or visit Prevnar20.com.
I'd rather race for some ice cream. Let's go!
Schedule your vaccination today at Prevnar20.com.
Breaking news coming in from Bet365, where every nail-biting overtime win, breakaway, pick six, three-point shot, underdog win, buzzer beater, shootout, walk-off, and absolutely every play in between is amazing. From football to basketball and hockey to baseball, whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania.
At 1-800-GOT-JUNK, we believe.
We believe in repurposing the junk we make disappear.
We donate the donatables so that a new family can love them.
Those items get a new life.
We believe in recycling the recyclables.
Raw material for brand new products.
And we believe in returning natural resources to the earth. And we believe in you.
We know you want to make a difference.
Let us help you do that.
All you have to do is point.
Call 1-800-GOT-JUNK.
Or visit 1-800-GOT-JUNK.com.
The final weekend before the playoffs at Wild Things Park, August 30th through September 1st, features fireworks presented by Slinger's Signature Cocktails, Faith and Family Night presented by Pennsylvania Wick, and it's Halloween Night presented by Moe's on a Blueprints Kids Eat Free Sunday.
AC working overtime this summer? Tune up with Glee Services. Their $55 AC tune-up enhances comfort. Call 412-831-6199. Not valid with other offers. One-time use per home. PA 10887.
Call Gleese. Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online at hims.com/joy. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation to determine the ED medication that's best for you. Discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and a range of treatment options, including trusted generic alternatives to the name brands, at up to 95% off. ED is personal, and at Hims, so is treating it. Just go to hims.com/joy and get connected to a licensed medical provider online for free, with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
Shopping for a new or certified pre-owned car? Think South. The South Hills Kia on Route 19 in Peters Township has your deal this month. 2024 Kia Forte LXS starting at $118 for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. Or the 2024 Kia Seltos LX all-wheel drive starting at $125 for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires September 3rd, 2024. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
Homeowners, don't let faulty gutters ruin your day. Protect your home from costly damages with Gutter Helmet. Call 888-5HELMET or visit gutterhelmet.com for a free gutter assessment and estimate. Beat the fall rush and save. Get 35% off plus no money down and no interest for 1 year.
It's back to school time. That means it's time to start saving with deals for school days at Giant Eagle and Market District. Get tons of discounts on all your favorite items so your students can be ready to take on the day. Don't miss out. Visit your local Giant Eagle or Market District today.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The Odyssey app lets you jump back in time to the moments you missed on The Fan. Whether it's the Fan Morning Show, the Joe Starkey Show, or the PM Team, you can get caught up on all of it. When you're listening to The Fan, it's as simple as one click to listen on demand. Missing great moments, great guests, we've got you covered. Download the free Odyssey app, search 93.7 The Fan, and tap earlier today to get started. It's the perfect way to catch up on what's happening from Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
That broken old piano that's been taking up space in your basement since who knows when. We can help with that. 2menandajunktruck.com. 2 men and a junk truck.
Pony and Muller here. Mike and Mike's Beer Bar is a big fan of us. In fact, he gave us our own beer. Okay, well, kind of. Each month, Mike picks a local beer that we call the Fan Beer of the Month. August Beer of the Month is Alter Genius Rescue Kolsch, and the charity is Crisis Center North, a charity that helps victims of domestic abuse in Allegheny County.
And if you don't like the Fan Beer of the Month, or you just don't like us, Mike has 4 other beers on tap that you can select, and he will make a donation to the charity. Check out the Fan Beer of the Month at Mike's Beer Bar.
Meet me at Mike's.
As a contractor, you need a brand you trust to bring homeowners the quality they deserve when building or remodeling. 84 Lumber carries hardy exterior products that are built to last in the Pittsburgh climate. They can withstand harsh weather conditions and resist damage from moisture, fire, pests, and more. James Hardy and 84 Lumber also offer support and education for pros, providing you with a service like no other. Hardy products are available at your local 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com to find your nearest location and learn how it's possible to build your business with James Hardy.
Your coworkers might annoy you, but we promise we won't. Download the free Odyssey app and you can listen to us at work while you tackle your inbox or get ready for another meeting that probably could have been an email. Tune in late? You can rewind your favorite live shows to catch what you missed. And with Chapters, easily jump to the topics that you care about most, like the latest updates from your team. Your sports talk, your way. The Odyssey app. Download it today.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
93.7 The Fan.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Breaking Steelers news. Mike Tomlin naming Russell Wilson the starting quarterback for Week 1 in Atlanta. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Right now, it's Pony and Muller.
Okay, let's go. Come on. Now back to the PM Team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar. Pony and Muller, live and local, just like Mike's.
Happy Hump Day, everybody. We have Steelers breaking news. Jay Glazer, man, can he get a scoop or what when it comes to Mike Tomlin and the Steelers? The news we've all been waiting for, holding our breath on. So many varying opinions across the Steelers media landscape. There's a shock to none. Russell Wilson, minutes ago, named Steelers starting quarterback. Mike Tomlin meeting with Jeff Hathorn and others right now. We will get some of that audio for you. He described it as, quote, a difficult decision.
The bamboozling of Dan Orlovsky is complete.
He called it a difficult decision.
What, did he do it while he was, like, constipated?
I tell you, he's a pretty good liar. He's got that part, the lying to the media thing, down pat.
Not really, because you don't believe him, and neither do I. It wasn't a difficult decision because it wasn't a decision, period. There was never a decision to be made.
Bad liar.
Yeah. Why are you calling him a good liar? You and I don't believe it. Neither did any of the local media. The national media, he's going on with Rich Eisen in 18 minutes, and Rich is going to go, Mike, I bet you said this was tough.
Excruciating.
Oh, Mike, I bet, Mike, this must have had you in cold sweats.
I mean, a good follow-up question there is, what made it a difficult decision? Because when Russ became cleared to play, once the calf issue subsided, it pretty much turned into his team, and you got him out of the game Saturday in Detroit after only 5 snaps. He said it was a difficult decision, a positive way, because of what both guys did. But if you went back and watched the Buffalo preseason game, 99% of fans say that it was a difficult decision in a negative way because neither guy had done anything. This was where we were going to end up. I thought it could have happened sooner. It happened today. This is where we were going to end up because this is how Mike Tomlin always wanted to do it. And in this case, I'm not going to harangue him for it. I think this is the proper way to handle the two quarterbacks. You start with Russell Wilson, and if it doesn't work, you turn to Justin Fields for some kind of jolt or some kind of shot in the arm or some kind of bump from putting the enigmatic running quarterback who can score a touchdown on any play, could also score a touchdown for the other team on almost any given play. You go with him when your team needs some kind of shock back to life.
So I don't think the human defibrillator.
I don't think you. I think it would have been much harder to do it the other way around. Hey, Russ, we promised you and we signed you for the veteran minimum when you wanted to stick it to Denver. We told you that day that you were going to be our starting quarterback. Well, we lied. We misled you. In fact, Justin Fields came in here and just blew us away, and now we're going to have you hold a clipboard until he F's up.
Good explanation from one of our many characters on the show, who's a Twitter character, specifically a guy who DMs me during the show. Donnie's landlord chimes in with a good explanation.
Is that his Twitter handle?
No,
because if not, he should go with it. At Donnie Football's landlord.
It's not his Twitter handle, but he said he's got to say it was difficult and try to really sell that it was, because he indicated to Fields it was a competition. And if Fields feels like he was lied to, he might check out a little bit. So at least publicly, Tomlin has to say, this was a difficult choice that I had to make, because he might have to keep the peace with the guy who didn't get the job.
But Fields wasn't born yesterday. He had to see the way practices went in minicamp, and then as soon as Russell Wilson got healthy.
He could also say, I got a ton of run with the ones, and maybe he watched Russell Wilson up close and said, wow, he looks healthy enough to go, but he's not. I keep getting the reps. I don't think that's implausible. That maybe he's not born yesterday, but you still want to make it look good for the public.
So you think Justin Fields really thinks that he lost out on this job by a nose? That
Didn't
it was a
Justin
photo
Fields
finish?
Just last week say, I think I've shown what I can do?
Yeah,
I mean, that tells me he at least...
That's him having
so you
confidence
think he's,
in his...
Okay.
That's him having confidence in his own abilities and his own production. That's not the same as him thinking Mike Tomlin really took this to the finish line and wanted 3 days of Steelers practice to see who was the starting quarterback.
He wanted Steelers on Steelers before he could really come to a decision.
And then played Fields every day with the backups for
now,
those 3 days.
Now, do you think he and Glazer got all liquored up and he goes, Jay?
He told Jay when
Come on, this is not Justin's job.
He told Jay that when they were ripping shots with Brett Michaels 2 weeks ago and was like, hey, when we get to August 28th, it's our last day of practice. You can at 1:45 tweet out that Russell Wilson is going to be the quarterback.
You think Michaels in that whole span of time tries to pitch a play call to Tomlin? He's like, hey, I got this thing drawn up on my phone here. You want to take a look at it?
Andy Reid said he doesn't care where a good idea comes from. Didn't a janitor give him a play that helped him score a touchdown?
Yeah. They had a play a janitor called that scored a touchdown. I think a couple college coaches have told similar stories where some guy gave them a play and they were like surprisingly good.
You know what this gets back to with Russell Wilson for me, and I think you agree, and I think Donnie does too. this comes down to a continuation of Mike's plan that he's had since Ben Roethlisberger retired, which is we are going to win a certain way, and the way that he has decided to try to win in the NFL in 2024 is to zig when everyone else zags. The Chiefs have Mahomes, I don't. The Bills have Allen, I don't. The Bengals have Burrow, I don't. Those teams have high-powered offenses led by all-pro quarterbacks. I don't have that anymore. So his counterpunch or countermove is, let me build what I think is the best defense in the league, coached by me. I'm a defensive mastermind. Let's pour more money into it than anybody in the NFL, and let's find quarterbacks who don't screw it up. And Russell Wilson is a great example of that. Chris, you like to bring up that stretch in the middle of the season where the Broncos went 5-0 and the Broncos beat 4 playoff teams, great teams. The Chiefs, the Bills, the Packers, the Browns, so that's 4, and then the Vikings were thrown in there. So 5 teams, 4 made the playoffs. The Broncos allowed, defensively, 16 points per game during that 5-game stretch.
Can I stop you for 1 minute? We
Yeah.
do have breaking news on the Steelers that actually is breaking and possibly negative, very negative. Isaac Seumalo left today, apparent pec injury, undergoing tests to determine the severity. Not good.
Who said not good?
I mean, just not good in terms of, you know what pec injuries can sometimes be. That's Schefter reporting this, FYI.
Oh, man, it went right to the Schefter.
Correct. Like 3 minutes ago, you were in the middle of
So that's not a Faribault thing. That's right to Schefter. Jeez. Yeah.
Anyway, I thought
starting
left guard and best lineman being potentially hurt for a while, who knows?
He is their best lineman. Okay.
Did I say potentially or did I say whatever? He is, yes, he's definitely their best lineman.
Well, then I'll just pivot to this. Does this make the decision to go with Russell Wilson more questionable?
Still doesn't for me because you were on a roll there, I thought, with what you described, because it's pretty much what I had scribbled on my paper.
I understand that, but the thing about the offensive line, the argument that people have made for Fields eventually either replacing Russ.
It's a negative argument. They're so bad on the offensive line that they need a guy who can run around.
That
back
on-schedule offense is not going to work. Well, if this would be bad. If Seumalo's out, he is their most consistent offensive lineman. That would mean, and you already lost your backup guard, Herbig, so you'd start 3 rookies on the line when Fautanu's ready. McCormick, Fautanu, Frazier. You know, I don't think this was true by the time we got to the last preseason game, but I can tell you this much about McCormick. At least very early on in practices, I know that there's at least a few people over there who thought there's a chance he actually ends up being the best of the 3 linemen that they drafted.
love the Mauler type of mentality.
Yeah,
I mean, he makes me feel better than having
diamond in the rough with him.
He makes me feel better than having, like, say, a Kendrick Green type guy back there. He's a big dude.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah. Well, Kendrick Green would never have been allowed to play guard. He's a center, of course.
Kendrick Green has been fine at guard. Yeah. So, never mind. I shouldn't take shots at him.
No, but I just thought that's one of those rare things that I think blows up a discussion like we're having midstream, at least for a minute or two. We don't know how severe it is, but when I hear pec injury, I don't like.
Well, when I also see that it gets on Schefter's radar and it's not tweeted out by, no disrespect to Dulac or Alan Saunders or Jeff or somebody like that, it went right up
the ladder
to the top insider in the entire sport here.
Correct.
Yeah, that's not good.
I did think that your original line of inquiry, though, on Russell Wilson and why he started is right. That I think Tomlin believes he is going to give the Steelers and give Tomlin what Tomlin probably thought he would get from Kenny Pickett. Controlled, unspectacular offense, but good enough, like efficient. He'll get the ball. If it's in the red zone, he's probably going to cash in with a touchdown. He had 20 touchdowns in the red zone. He didn't really give the ball away in that area of the field last year. He's going to give you, like, I think Mike Tomlin would sign up right now, don't you, for like 20 touchdowns and 6 picks from Russ Wilson? Like, keeps the turnovers down, throws a little more than a touchdown a game.
Oh, man. Would he sign up for that?
Okay, let me
Probably,
let me up the number. 22 touchdowns. So it's almost 1.5 per game.
I think he'd
feel like he was going to run the ball in a lot.
I think he wants to sign up for the exact stats he put up last year in Denver.
26-8.
26-8. Even though that got him benched there with 2 games left, and he was given an unprecedented amount of money to go away. I think Mike Tomlin is like the old dude at the end.
Too.
I think he's like the old dude at the end of Babe who looks at the pig and says, "That'll do, pig."
Never saw that. James Cromwell, right? The big
Donnie,
tall guy?
ever see Babe?
Nope.
Talking pig?
I think the guy who says that'll do is also the bad guy in L.A. Confidential, which is one of my easy 5 favorite movies.
Donnie, I'll just flip it to you now. If Sayamalu is out for a very long time, does that make you does that have your confidence in Wilson wavering here?
I don't know if I would just put it right on Wilson if it's the best lineman on the team that is going out, because I think they'd have problems regardless. I mean, yeah, you have the higher probability of Fields running around and doing something crazy good, but you're also going to have the higher probability of Fields running around and doing something crazy
All right,
bad.
fine. So leave Fields out of it for a second. Are you less confident in Russell Wilson having a good year if Sayamalu's lost for an extended period of time?
A little bit.
You? Would you make it more than a little bit? Is a guard that valuable? I mean, he's not DeCastro in his prime.
It doesn't.
He's not Faneca.
It hurts if he's gone for a while. It hurts them.
But
clearly.
if we're power ranking their offensive lineman, he is definitely their best one.
And he's also like the wise man of that offensive line.
His football intellect. Kelsey said this when he left. Kelsey said he was the smartest football player he had ever been around.
Scariest too. If you talk to Kabali, he'd say just come up to you in the locker room. You try to talk to him, he'd stare a hole through you. No, I'm not going to say that, because here's the thing. He started this season. He was going to go into this season as clearly their best lineman. My hope was that one of the 2 tackles was going to supplant him as that by the end of the year. That you were going to have either Fautanu have a big-time rookie season or Broderick Jones show what he can do.
And, Chris, that would have been a reasonable opinion to have on a passing of the torch, say, when they showed up to Latrobe. Since then, Broderick Jones has played out of position and hasn't looked very good at his old position of right tackle. And Fautanu has a knee brace that looks like the one that Stone Cold Steve Austin used to wear.
Bigger than.
Right?
No, I know. I saw Fautanu. I said that to you guys in the back. I saw Fautanu wearing a brace that made me think back to what I had on my knee when I left the hospital.
And he said that he's going to try to get out there and practice next week. I mean, he is far from a given in Atlanta. In fact, as a betting man, and I win a significant amount of bets, I am betting that he is not going to start in Atlanta.
I saw Dan Moore repping at right tackle, which almost gave me the vapors today. I saw Alan Saunders tweet that.
I mean, I'm going to throw something out there with that, just crazy conspiracy theory. Do you think that if Fautanu is out, he's not out.
If Sayamalu's
out, they could move Fautanu to guard? He's played it. But then why do you have,
Isn't Dan Moore a guy that allegedly could play guard too?
You do that, though. Now we're talking about moving
way too many deck chairs on that
exactly.
That cruise liner.
All right. So breaking news here, Sayamalu pec injury, and Russell Wilson named the Steelers starter. 412-928-9370 if you want to get in on the conversation. Jeff Hathorn in 20 minutes live from Steelers headquarters where Russell Wilson is talking right now. First, a Donnie headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
5th inning at PNC Park, the Pirates lead the Cubs 8-3 as the Pirates try to salvage a game in the series. They visit Cleveland this weekend, 7:10 first pitch against the Guardians on Friday. Our coverage on the Fan begins at 6, presented by Pella Windows. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 93.7thefan.com. Hey guys, Donnie Football here to tell you about my new favorite spot in town, the Steel Mill Saloon up in Mount Washington, right across from that Duquesne Incline. It gives you that incredible view of the Pittsburgh city skyline. Daily food and drink specials. The big one today, for me at least, 50-cent wings on Wednesdays. That sounds like my personal heaven. And happy hour until 6:30. Head up there, get some hens, drink some beers, watch some games, get a group together. Steel Mill Saloon has plenty of space for you. The Steel Mill Saloon, check it out in Mount Washington.
Shenderovich and Fishman. Why pay 40% when you can pay 25%? Call 888-98-TWINS.
This is Jim Rome with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Listen, I know this is not exactly news since I've been hammering it for months, but it has been a pretty tense offseason in Big D. It's been awkward. It's been stressful for the Cowboys.
Nobody seemed happy. However, yesterday was a little bit different. So what happened? They signed CeeDee Lamb. You know, the thing that they had to do. The thing that we knew they would do all along. I'm Jim Rome. All right, when it comes to getting life insurance for your family, a lot of excuses can get in the way. But ask yourself this. If something were to happen to me, who would pay the mortgage, the kids' education, and the other bills? Then forget the excuses and check out Ethos Life, the online, easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Ethos has rates that you can afford, like a $500,000 policy for a 40-year-old male starting at $1 a day or $30 a month with a few health questions and no medical exam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
Guess what, people? Wendy's has new saucy nugs. You heard me. Wendy's nugs now come in 7 saucy flavors. Buffalo, honey barbecue, garlic parm, spicy ghost pepper. You can literally hear your taste buds after every bite. I'm serious. Listen to mine. Okay, that's just me playing with sound effects, but you get the idea. For a whole new way to nug, gotta be Wendy's.
Participating U.S. Wendy's.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all its dealers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
Something magical happens every day at your neighborhood library. You could be teleported to the past, wander in the present, and even travel to the future. Kids can connect to their wildest imaginations, while teens can meet, greet, and retreat. Sure, libraries are beautiful cathedrals filled with amazing books, but they're also work hubs, community centers, meeting places, skill builders, entertainers, world expanders. Just about anything you can imagine, you can do at your neighborhood library. September is Love Your Library Month, so make a donation and spread some of that love today.
The final weekend before the playoffs at Wild Things Park, August 30th through September 1st, features fireworks presented by Slinger's Signature Cocktails, Faith and Family Night presented by Pennsylvania Wick, and it's Halloween Night presented by Moe's on a Blueprints Kids Eat Free Sunday.
A heavy thunderstorm this afternoon, the high 94.
Weather brought to you by Express Employment Professionals. Hire for logistics roles with Express Employment Professionals. They'll take care of recruiting, interviewing, and more, then supply you with the workforce you need. Visit expresspros.com for a location.
The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Russell Wilson talking to Jeff Hathorn right now and others. He is Steelers QB1. 3 years since Ben Roethlisberger hung him up and said this old cowboy does not have anything left in him. And we've had 3 different week 1 starting quarterbacks. Mitch Trubisky, Kenny Pickett, and now Russell Wilson.
Didn't Ben want to keep playing?
He did. He wanted to play 1 more year.
The Cowboy thought he had a couple more left.
Malsey, system quarterbacks. We get into this debate a lot, at least the national folks do. Brock Purdy is the big polarizing figure in all of that. Now, I'll tell you why I think this applies to the Steelers in a second. My old podcast partner, Danny Parkins, who is now making millions of dollars to ply his trade on Fox and stealing some of my takes while there.
Has he stolen the good ones?
That's in the eye of the beholder.
Okay.
He has said several times, and I agree with this, if you take Josh Allen and put him in San Francisco, they're just as good, if not better.
Okay.
If you take Brock Purdy and put him in Buffalo, it's not the same as what it is with Josh Allen.
Okay.
And that's the litmus test for, like, is Purdy good? Yes. Is he elite? No, because he's not. Mahomes, you plug him in anywhere, he's great. There's
the physical traits for Brock Purdy do not travel to every offense.
There's like 5 quarterbacks in the NFL that you could say that about. Maybe a little bit more, maybe a little bit less. Point is, where you are and who's around you and who you play for matters a ton in the NFL at that position.
Mm-hmm.
And I think Russell Wilson still has a little bit left in him. I do think that Cowboy has some left in him, Ben.
You know, I guess this old Cowboy's got a little bit left in him.
But I think it's very dependent on the situation. And he does upgrade an offensive coordinator, Matt Canada, who's out of football. He's so bad at his job, to Arthur Smith, who was good enough in Tennessee to get a head coaching job in Atlanta. The other things around him, though, are really starting to conspire against him, especially if this Sayamalu injury is significant. The Ayuk thing has fallen through to this point, so you still only have one reliable wide receiver. Your offensive line, which you've sunk money and draft picks into for the last few years and said, we did wrong by Ben. We got to fix this for the next guy, whether it's Pickett or whoever. Highest paid guards in the NFL, 2 first-round tackles, a second-round center, which is almost like using a first-round pick on that position. You've done a lot. There's no more. The Steelers have ignored the offensive line talk.
Mm-hmm.
And it doesn't feel like it's going to pan out this year. I mean, maybe eventually it is a good line, but
unless Sayamalu gets lucky with his injury and Fautanu heals pretty quickly, they are more behind the 8 ball than they anticipated.
It's the
being.
NFL. It's a year-to-year league.
Mm-hmm.
And, you're not really planning for 2027. You're trying to win right now. Many of the Steelers' moves this offseason were geared towards finally winning a playoff game in 2024.
Mm-hmm.
Given their offensive line issues right now and the lack of another big playmaking wide receiver, I think this team at the moment is a lot like last year's team. Hope like hell your defense holds the other team under 20 points and try to win some ugly-ass version of football. Try to turn back the clock and win games 17-14.
I think that's accurate.
Right? I mean, you and I believe, and most people who are smart about football know and think that much of the running success comes because of your offensive line. If week 1 it's Dan Moore, Mason McCormick, Zach Frazier, James Daniels, Broderick Jones, I like the upside of a lot of those guys. I have very little faith in it all coming together this year. By the time it clicks, you're going to be like in the hellacious part of your schedule, and I'm not sure at that point it's even going to matter, Chris.
I mean, Mason McCormick, if he's starting at left guard to start the season, he would have been playing against teams like Southeast Louisiana and Youngstown State and Northern Iowa and blocking those guys, and then he'll go on to blocking, interior defensive linemen at the NFL level.
And Joe Flacco went from playing the FCS to getting the Ravens to the AFC Championship game.
I've had the same thought as you, that even with the line constructed as they want it to be, which I do think is Jones, Sayamalu, Frazier, Daniels, and then Fautanu, even in that construct, they had enough moving parts in either rookies or guys finally playing a position at the NFL level for the first time, that would be Jones basically, where you could make the argument that they would scuffle early because they were trying to gel on that front, and then that they would also scuffle late because even if that line was playing pretty well down the stretch, they were dealing with the likes of the Chiefs, the Bengals, the Ravens, the best part of their schedule. And that, like you said, it wouldn't matter if those guys looked a lot better. They would need to score 30-plus points to beat some of those teams. They are... Now, are you bringing this all up as an argument for why you need like a total wild card like Justin Fields to try to give you something different than that?
No, I'm just...
Because I can't get there.
No, I'm not there yet, but I am saying that I think eventually it could get to that point. I mean, if your offense is stagnant and part of it is... You've got injuries on your offensive line. You don't have enough at wide receiver. The defense is not to the elite level where you thought you could win these games 14-10. And Tomlin says, the hell with it. Let me see if this guy can generate offense on his own for us. I mean, I don't think that it would happen in September, but I think it could in October.
By Halloween, if it's going poorly, they will have broken the glass over the push, the Justin Fields button, and they will be hammering that button if they're scuffling 5 weeks into the season.
I think that Russell Wilson is the type of quarterback where if he is put in the right situation, you can win with him. And I think the defense has the potential to put them in the right situation, but everything that's going on around him offensively is doing the opposite of that. Jalen Warren starts the season with a hamstring injury. He's vowing that he's going to play, but it doesn't sound like he's 100%. We saw Najee Harris gutted out with a Liz Frank, and he played, but he was not the same guy. We don't know when Roman Wilson is going to get back on the field.
Everybody's talking very optimistic.
That's probably your second-best wide receiver.
Roman Wilson, optimistic about his recovery. Team, not saying anything. They have been bit badly by the injury bug so far, and at crucial places already.
Yeah, and it's not, well, if this pec injury with Sayamalu is a season ender, that is a big one. But it's more like these things that potentially are going to linger and...
Well, they're going to push back the timeline of them getting it all together, like the group that they want out there early.
I'll even say this. This is going to sound very pessimistic and looking at it from a negative perspective. I'm not even 100% convinced yet that Russell Wilson is completely over his calf injury. I mean,
wonderful.
Seriously, it's not like he's had...
So many people I've talked to who've watched him, though, said that it looked like he was fine pretty early on and, tried to give credence to the idea that they were trying to take an extra look at Fields.
He played 5 plays against Detroit's third and fourth stringers. Let's see if he looks like his regular self against Atlanta when it counts. I hope he does. But, the Bengals were talking a big game about how Burrow was going to look normal against the Steelers with a calf injury a couple of years ago, and how did that go for him? It's
Poorly.
One of the worst games he's ever played.
Poorly.
So,
man, the pec injury just sucks. You know what it is for me? I tweeted this. It's the football version of forearm tightness.
Thinking a guy needs Tommy John.
Well, just thinking a guy has a severe injury. At first, you just say he is being evaluated for a pec injury. Right.
That was the TJ Watt thing.
The
Donnie,
best you hope for here is strained.
Any pec injuries?
I have not, thank God.
So the pec is like the muscular boob?
The pec is just the muscle where your man boob is.
So do women have pecs?
Everybody has pecs. A pectoral muscle connects, I think, to your shoulder, and you can't play with a torn one because you can get no strength there. You think Broderick Jones had no punch against Rousseau? My God.
And you tear it.
The only reason Watt came back from his was because it was a partial tear, not a complete tear.
That's probably what they're looking at right now with.
Because if it's a partial tear, maybe Sayamalu, who they, by the way, I saw, maybe it was Faribault, somebody point this out. They protected him a lot this preseason. He barely was out there doing anything. They tried to keep him under bubble wrap because I think they knew how important he was. You still go out there and this happens.
So wait a minute, just to make sure, Jeff might be able to clear this up. Is this something that was aggravated and happened today at practice?
No, I just think it just randomly happened. I don't I think they were just giving him a lot of veteran days and treating him with a lot of deference. This guy needs to prove nothing here. He played in these preseason games, so clearly it wasn't like they were playing him through an injury. I think this just happened today.
All right, Jeff Hathorn is standing by at Steelers headquarters. Let's chat with him next. Follow us on Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Here's Donnie's headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
10-3 Buccos, bottom 5 at PNC Park as they try to salvage a game against the Cubs. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Pony.
I keep talking about it every day because I want you to join me on this fascinating trip, this fun and entertaining trip that is going to take place in October when Pittsburgh goes back to Vegas to play in another football game there for the second consecutive year. And if it's anything like the first time, it's going to be electric. Sequels aren't always good. But The Godfather had a pretty good one, and I think the same thing could happen. Rocky 2 was also not bad. I think the same thing could happen here. I know it will happen here. If you're staying at the Circa Resort, that's where I'll be. The Friday before the game, at the Overhang Bar, gigantic party, tailgate party. We're going to be giving away tickets to the game. Saturday, the place to be will be the Stadium Swim. 6 giant pools, a massive 150-foot high TV screen that they'll split that screen in a bunch of different ways. So you can keep track of all your college football bets, and then, of course, the game on Sunday. So meet me in Vegas, circaresort.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Every Wednesday at 9 a.m., The Fan Morning Show learns a little bit more about football with Doug Whaley. Wednesdays with Whaley is brought to you by CGR Wholesale Roofing and Siding Supply Center, Tri-State Office Furniture, Saloni's Italian Bakery, Morgan & Morgan Injury Law Firm, and St. Barnabas Health System.
Loyalty has its rewards at your neighborhood Par-Mar store. See for yourself. Download the Par-Mar Stores app today and find deals, coupons, and earn points to get free groceries. Dan Zangrili reminding you that if there's not a Par-Mar store near you now, there will be soon.
Come in and try the Good Feet feeling today. Comfort, energy, performance, and pain relief at the Good Feet store. Visit the store for a free test walk. Visit us in Robinson Town Center, in Cranberry Township, and now open in Morgantown. Good Feet arch supports are proudly made in the USA.
My 75-year-old Cape Cod-style all-brick home was in a serious need of a facelift. Loose and worn mortar joints. Old brick, cracked and worn and crooked. It wasn't good. After hearing ads right here on The Fan, I gave Precision Pointing a call. Completely blown away by their professionalism, communication, plan, and action, I could not be more satisfied with the expert craftsmanship I watched unfold as my home was transformed. Plus, no down payment was required. So thanks to Precision Pointing. Visit brickpointingpittsburgh.net today.
Cedarbrook Golf Course is the area's finest yet affordable public facility, conveniently located at the intersection of I-70 and State Route 51 in Rostraver. This season, Cedarbrook has heavily invested in new course equipment and continues on-course construction improvements. Book your tee time today at cedarbrookgolfcourse.com or 724-929-8300. Cedarbrook is the leader in affordable quality golf. Country club conditions with public course prices.
You know what makes summer feel like summer? Firing up the grill with Kingsford Original Charcoal. The sound, the smell,
Burgers are done.
the taste.
That is good.
Kingsford Original gives your favorite foods that smoky wood-fired flavor you can't get anywhere else. So, grab a bag of Kingsford Original Charcoal, America's grilling expert, and let's celebrate summer the Kingsford way. Kingsford.com.
This is the story of the one. As a facility technician installing a new welding station, he knows getting the ventilation right is critical for safety. That's why when questions arise, there's Grainger. Grainger offers detailed technical product information online at his fingertips, so it's easy to find what he needs. Because when it comes to safety, having answers means he and his people can breathe a little easier. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Chris Muller here. Let me give it to you straight. Here's what happened. One day at the station, big shout out to Anthony, our sales guy, by the way. He tells me about his new weight loss client entering Pittsburgh. And he knew I had been griping about my weight, and he thought it would be perfect for me. My response was, yes, please. I ended up on a call with Paige, the owner of Awaken 180 Weight Loss. And by the end of that call, my only question was, what's the catch? Awaken 180 sounded too good to be true. Eat to lose weight? No meds? No workouts? Really? Paige just smiled through the phone and said, there's no catch, Chris. Awaken 180 works. I was skeptical, but intrigued. After the first week, I was sold. I dropped 10 pounds. A total of 35 pounds later, and I reached my goal. The amazing part, and the main reason I chose Awaken 180, the weight has stayed off. If losing weight is your goal, I suggest having the same conversation I had with Awaken 180. Schedule yours today at awaken180weightloss.com.
We buy any car.
Why sell your car at WeBuyAnyCar.com? Because selling it yourself can be, well, you know.
Okay, I'll give you half now.
And?
No, and just half.
What? Avoid the hassle. Come to We Buy Any Car instead. Get in, get out, and get paid at a fair price.
Yeah, I can't do half. I could probably bump it up to like 50%.
Just go.
Okay.
Get your free online valuation now at
WeBuyAnyCar.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
You're on the air.
Now back to the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar. Live and local, just like Mike's.
Fan Hotline is presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Jeff Hathorn live at Steelers headquarters, where Mike Tomlin has named Russell Wilson the starting quarterback. Russell Wilson just spoke to reporters, and Adam Schefter is reporting that Isaac Seumalo has a pec injury that needs evaluated. So let's get to the Hawk Report. Jeff, the Seumalo thing, it caught Chris and I by surprise. Did you have a feeling that there was something bad brewing with him?
None of us saw anything that led to that, where we went, oh, wow, did you see that? Or there was, and again, I'm limited in what exactly I can say, but let's just say it caught all of us by surprise. There was nothing obvious that happened where you went, oh, what's that?
Jeff, I mean, in your experience, whenever a guy is going in for this kind of testing, can you remember too many times where the testing goes, it's just a strain, he'll be out for a week or two, he's good otherwise? Like, I hear testing to determine the severity, and I said this to Pony, I get the immediate forearm tightness vibes in baseball.
Yeah, pec injuries are kind of like weeks, months injuries, not days injuries. And, we don't know how bad it is. We don't know what the severity is. The thing that, sucks obviously for the Steelers is the fact that, he had gained some chemistry with Dan Moore. And even if you move Broderick Jones over there, you'd love to have a veteran who's been there to kind of help him along, to be that rock to his right. And now likely you're not going to have Sam Allo.
Who do you think starts at left guard then in week 1?
It's a great question. I think it's going to be Spencer Anderson. He is taken almost always in training camp. When Sam Allo wasn't there, it was Anderson that was filling that role on the left side. So I would expect they'll probably, depending on how long this injury lasts or how long he might be out, they'll probably look for somebody. But I would think you would see Anderson against Atlanta, and then they go from there.
How far is McCormick? Yeah, from their mindset then.
He's next. McCormick has done more on the right side than he has on the left. I'm not saying that he couldn't do it, and he's actually improved a bunch since early in camp, which isn't atypical of a rookie. But he really seems to have some of the technique things he's really incorporated into his game. But I would say Spencer and then Mason if Spencer struggles or if there was, happened to be another injury.
Jeff, on the decision at quarterback, Mike Tomlin, it was a difficult one in a positive way. Was it a difficult decision?
If it was made a long time ago. I mean, this is something we've known, I think all of us that cover the team locally have said it, that it's going to be Russell Wilson as the starting quarterback. He's just been getting all the first-team reps from, off-season work all the way through. So it's not a surprise. Was it a competition? In terms of how they phrased it, yes, it was a competition.
Well, they phrased it that way with Trubisky versus Pickett versus Rudolph, too, Jeff. They phrased it that way, and it wasn't.
Yeah, I mean, did they wait till now to make the decision? I asked Mike Tomlin directly, is this something you made just now, or has it been over days or weeks? And he kind of said, well, this is something that we're talking about now. So I think they've known for a while.
Jeff, I saw Sayamalu say he intends to practice next week. That brace on his leg looks like what was on my leg after I got my knee worked on, like hours after I got my knee worked on. That thing looks gigantic. I mean, what is a realistic timetable, in your opinion, for this man? Or not Sayamalu, if I said Fautanu, I meant.
Yeah.
What is a realistic timetable for Fautanu to actually be seeing game action, in your opinion?
I mean, I love the fact that he told us week 1. I like that attitude that he feels like he'd be confident enough to go in there. He says he's going to practice on Monday. We'll see. He did some stretching today. He did a couple of individual drills, and that's it. And, this week hasn't been full pads, and even in that, he hasn't been out there. So I would be surprised if he is out there week 1. I mean, that would be, especially now with the Sayamalu news, that might even force their hand as to, okay, let's be patient. Let's not mix up this line too much. We'll see how he does on Monday. That's going to be the tell sign. But I would think, considering he hasn't practiced, to have a couple of, game week practices as a rookie and then go in there is a tough ask.
Did I see Dan Moore was at right tackle today? There's video of it.
Or did he just get lost on the way to left tackle?
There's video of it, so you can comment on it.
A little.
Okay.
But I'll put it this way. There was another video that's out that shows him at left. So.
Gotcha.
Jaylen Warren for week 1. Like, are we, again, he seems much more optimistic than maybe some of the chatter around him about that.
So Jaylen was looking to get out of here, as they all were, since it's a 4-day weekend. And I just stopped him real quickly and said, hey, you're going to practice on Monday? He said, yeah. It's like, yeah, I'm going to go on Monday. That's my plan. I'm going to go on Monday. And he had said a couple of days ago that he was planning on playing in the game. Says he's a quick healer. So I think there is potential for him to get in game. Now, would they have the rep split that they might want to have ideally? Probably not. But I do think there's a chance that Jalen plays in Atlanta.
Jeff, did Mike Tomlin tip his hand at all about whether or not the loser in that incredibly close Seattle slew versus affirmed quarterback derby, Justin Fields, is going to get any kind of run against Atlanta in a special field-centric package? Anything from Tomlin on that?
He did bring it up and then said, but for competitive reasons, it would be a mistake basically for me to say out loud what exactly we're planning to do. But he did note that he has some talents that they could utilize. So read into that what you will. But I think, if I remember correctly, he brought that up before we even asked him about it.
Interesting. Jeff, no waiver claims went through for the Steelers. That doesn't mean they didn't put claims in. They just didn't get any of the players. Teams with a higher priority may have stolen them from the Steelers. Do you expect, now that that process is done, for them to continue to reshape this roster with some of the players that are free agents right now?
Yeah, and I think they'll look and try to be aggressive with practice squad guys that they think might be able to help them. Maybe they're coming back from an injury, or there's some, outside circumstances, let's just put it that way, that extenuating circumstances was the word I was looking for. And yes, I think they will. And they've done that before. They've had guys like the outside backer, whose name I'm forgetting, from Michigan, who was from Dallas. They brought him in a couple of years ago. Yes. And or Carl Joseph from West Virginia, who had played snaps in the league, that they could get a look at in a practice squad setting. I think you will see a few of those types of names signed to the Steelers practice squad here over the next couple of days.
All right, Jeff Hathorn, live from Steelers headquarters, where a lot happened today. Russell Wilson officially named the starter, and Isaac Seumalo might be lost for a long time.
And guys, one other quick thing. Cam Hayward said there has been no movement on his contract. Nothing. At all.
He seemed pissed about that?
Sure. He seems more concerned than I thought he would be about that. So I think that's worth noting.
It is
as well.
Absolutely.
From today.
Man, more bonus Hawk report. Thank you, Jeff.
Thanks, boys.
All right. We want you back after this break. Heart disease kills one person every 33 seconds. Schedule your heart screening at UPMC today. You will hear Mike Tomlin coming back. You will hear what he is saying about Justin Fields' role in the offense. You'll also hear Aditi's thoughts, an early edition of All Access at 3. A quick timeout, then a long commercial-free segment. It's the PM Team on the Fan.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Every Saturday morning from 9 to 11, tune in for Bucko Talk. Host Donnie Baseball talks all things Pirates and gets you your Buccos weekly rundown. Bucko Talk is presented by Gerken Roofing and Contracting and brought to you by Bell's Oberon Ale, Pennsylvania One Call System, and Allegheny Hospital and Physical Medicine. Bucko Talk on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Guess what, people? Wendy's has new saucy nugs. You heard me. Wendy's nugs now come in 7 saucy flavors. Buffalo, honey barbecue, garlic parm, spicy ghost pepper. You can literally hear your taste buds after every bite. I'm serious. Listen to mine. Okay, that's just me playing with sound effects, but you got the idea. For a whole new way to nug, gotta be Wendy's.
Participating U.S. Wendy's.
All right, when it comes to getting life insurance for your family, a lot of excuses can get in the way. But ask yourself this. If something were to happen to me, who would pay the mortgage, the kids' education, and the other bills? Then forget the excuses and check out Ethos Life, the online, easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Ethos has rates that you can afford, like a $500,000 policy for a 40-year-old male starting at $1 a day or $30 a month, with a few health questions and no medical exam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
Whether you own a local business or a global one, you're always looking for ways to position your operation to create opportunities and move on them faster. With Bank of America, you get access to experts, award-winning insights, and business solutions so powerful, you'll make every move matter, locally and globally. Visit bankofamerica.com/banking for business to learn more. What would you like the power to do? Copyright 2024 Bank of America, N.A.
Total Wireless is made to totally keep up with you. We now have unlimited data that never slows you down. Covered by the Verizon 5G network. And for less than $30 a month, we make your phone your ride or die. Switch now and pick a free 5G phone with qualified plan purchase. And your fourth line at no additional cost. Visit your local Total Wireless store today. Total Wireless, we're totally with you. Actual speeds may vary by location. For data management practices, see TotalWireless.com.
Hey, let's talk about hair. Whether you're losing it or trying to keep what you have, we all worry about our hair. Now, have you tried curing your hair loss with pills and lotions? Do you worry about how your hair is going to look in the wind and rain? Well, worry no more. Here's Cookie Harris, president of New Image Hair Clinic.
Men and women now have options like the new Hair RX restoration procedure. Hair RX combines the best of human hair duplication and artistry to recreate the hair you once had. Call 1-800-942-8302 or go to newimagehairclinic.com for a free hair and scalp health checkup and get the answers you need about hair loss and thinning hair.
Let's face it, we spend time and money on preserving our teeth, car, and home. Why not our hair? Call 1-800-942-8302. Mention Hair RX to receive $250 off your procedure. That's 1-800-942-8302 or newimagehairclinic.com. Don't waste your time and money. Call New Image first.
Look at your cup holder. It's empty. And you're feeling thirsty. Head to a nearby convenience store and fill it with a Pepsi Zero Sugar, Mountain Dew, or Starry. Grab a delicious, refreshing Pepsi for the road.
Nachos!
Hey, I'll take some.
And some Frank's Red Hot.
Nah.
You're just gonna eat these boring nachos with no flavor. Frank it up! Frank it up! This guy finally gets it.
It's the perfect blend of flavor and heat. Frank's Red Hot. I put that on everything.
Have you ever thought about joining a credit union? There are plenty of great benefits and perks. Hi, it's Dan Zangrilli. Unlock the great rewards of a credit union. Shape your future with Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. Federally insured by the NCUA. Visit AllegiantFCU.org to get started today.
Flat tire, low tread. The best way to save money on tires is with Champ Tires. My tires were bare, and one new Bridgestone cost more than $400. At Champ Tires, a like new Bridgestone in the exact same model cost only $81, saving me $320 on 4 tires. Champ Tires inventory is huge. They carry all brands and sizes. They have 2 Pittsburgh locations and offer free shipping. Head to champtires.com/thefan for a special coupon to save even more.
Refresh, restore, and protect your employees and customers. Call Zero Res to clean your business the right way so your floors and surfaces stay cleaner longer without the harmful chemicals the other guys use. Call 412-701-1188 or book online at ZeroResPGH.com.
When you hire our firm, you become part of the family. Nobody messes with family. Get the good guys, Goodrich & Geist.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
93.7, The Fan.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right. Some breaking news on the Steelers. This supersedes the quarterback because we knew Russell Wilson was going to be named the starter, and that happened today. Isaac Seumalo, according to Adam Schefter, a pec injury that's going to require analysis. If it's partially torn, he could miss maybe a month to 2 months. If it's completely torn, that would mean his season is done before it starts. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Right now, more Pony and Muller.
Now back to the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar. Live and local, just like Mike's.
50-minute mark on the Fans, brought to you by South Hills, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, Ram, and Peters. Let's get to Mike Tomlin. Mike Tomlin talked to Jeff Hathorne and others. Then he went on Rich Eisen's show. Oh, wait, we got more from Jeff here? What's going on here?
No,
Johnny?
Schefter had a follow-up on Seumalo here.
Okay, let's hear it.
Initial test showing that Seumalo did not suffer a season-ending pec injury. Team is still weighing how long he could miss, but As one source said, we dodged a bullet.
I think that the tweet he sent out with Watt 2 years ago might have included the same exact dodge a bullet quote. Is there a way to find that? Can you assert a special search of Adam Schefter and Watt?
Hold on.
To see if he said the same thing about Watt dodging a bullet with his pec.
Nothing about Watt bullet.
Just
hold on, one more.
No?
Just humor me for a second.
Do we need one of those Paul Zeiss pauses? Or do I just let
here we
Bob
go.
Seger continue to play?
Here we go. Steelers Defensive Player of the Year T.J. Watt will get second and third medical opinions about his torn pec per sources. If doctors determine Watt needs surgery, his season likely over. If he doesn't need surgery, he could possibly return in 6 weeks.
Okay, so
that was September 12th, 2022.
So he never had a follow-up that said he doesn't need surgery. They, quote, dodged a bullet. I could have sworn somebody said that. Maybe that was a Rappaport scoop and not him or something.
He had 3 days after that reserve injured list, meaning he's out at least 4 games.
But no, he won't need surgery.
I don't see like a dodged bullet thing in here.
All right, maybe I lied. Mike Tomlin did some of that today when talking about this excruciatingly tough decision to go with Russell Wilson. Let's listen into what the coach had to say about their quarterback situation.
Good afternoon. As I said this past weekend after the game, we had a decision coming at the end of our work week this week regarding the quarterback position. As I also said after the game, I just thought it was appropriate to do it at this time. I think that doing it earlier than this time would have put a de-emphasis on the work that we were able to get done out here from a developmental standpoint. But I also think it's the appropriate time because as we move into next week, we need to be singularly focused as a collective on the challenges of the week, which is obviously our opener in Atlanta.
Pause this for once. Humor me. Singularly focused as a collective. I've got black coffee here, just cold brew, taking a sip in lieu of alcohol. You can resume.
Because it's a drinking game, he always says stuff like that.
He singularly focused as a collective is probably a phrase that if we could audio search, he has said conservatively 10,000 times in his career. He loves it.
Roles within it. I met with both quarterbacks here just a few minutes ago after practice, and I informed them that Russ is QB1 going into week 1. It was a difficult decision, but not difficult in a negative way, to be quite honest with you. It was difficult in a positive way. The decision was difficult because of what they're capable of doing. Decision was difficult because of how they have conducted themselves as opposed to the things that they fall short in terms of capabilities or negative conduct. Both guys have been really professional. I've been really excited about getting to know them and their games and having the ability to analyze what both are capable of bringing. Obviously, Russ's injury created some challenges in terms of that process, in terms of exposure to him. But in the same token, it created more opportunities and avenues to get to know Justin and for Justin to show what he's capable of. But not only Justin, Kyle Allen as well. Quickly in the process, we got comfortable with Kyle Allen's capabilities because, he wasn't running with the threes, if you will, and there's a significant difference in a training camp setting between second group reps and third group reps. And so it's been really good on a lot of fronts, challenging in some areas. But I like where we are, to be quite honest with you. Just getting to know Justin's capabilities, man, we like it. I know you guys might have some questions about the potential of package football, given his skill set, and that's certainly on the table. But I'm not going to get into many details regarding that or things of that nature because it doesn't help us from a competitive advantage standpoint. But make no mistake, his talent, his unique talent, as it pertains to mobility, is something that we're open to weaponizing. Although I have acknowledged that Russ is QB1. So I've talked enough. I'll open the floor up.
All right, before we get to that, Tomlin then went on Eisen's show, and because he is very close to Raheem Morris, the Falcons coach, in fact, so close, he once named Raheem Morris one of the 5 best coaches in the NFL.
While he was unemployed, I think?
While he was an assistant coach.
Yeah.
And put him ahead of Andy Reid and Bill Belichick on said list. So he loves Raheem Morris. So there's some gamesmanship there and some jostling back and forth good-naturedly. And he went on Eisen's show and pretty much said that Raheem Morris needs to have – he better taking some time.
Yeah, be on your P's and Q's. We've got a Justin Fields package coming. You not know the hour or the day, basically.
Quote, there's too much talent to be sitting around watching.
He's going to have Justin Fields kickoff.
Yeah, well, return kicks is what Jaylen Warren said. Look, I agree with that in that he is too good of an athlete to just have him watch what's going on. Because of his explosiveness as a runner, you have an offensive coordinator now who does get a lot of rave reviews for his creativity in the run game and being able to design things in the run game.
Mm-hmm.
So incorporate Fields into that. But I am skeptical because of who they're playing and when they're playing them. It's Atlanta's first game with an old quarterback coming off a torn Achilles who has not played in a game since he hurt himself. He was put on ice for the preseason, a new coach with a new system. Their defense was rated one of the worst in the NFL last year. They don't sack the quarterback at all. That's why they needed to go out and trade for Judon and sign Simmons. Like, they are, as a unit, a very green, incomplete team at the start of the year. I think they'll get better as the year goes on. I think they're actually going to win that division. But I think they're catching the Falcons at a good time. My guess is Tomlin is going to want to be very conservative in that game.
Don't give them anything free if they're going to struggle, if they're very green.
And I would think the same thing applies to the next week when Bo Nix is going to make his second start against your defense.
If you had a defense, though, that was kind of green like that and has tried to add new pieces on, forget about whether Cousins has played. Wouldn't you want to throw something hard to prepare at them? Hard to prepare for? Like harder, like something different. Wouldn't you want Raheem Morris to actually not just have to prep for it during the week, but also have to potentially deal with it on game day? That's where I hate conservative coach thought, where he's looking at it and saying, I'm going to really play this close to the vest.
Yeah, I think right now he's doing it more to just mess with the other team and have them prepare for it.
No. I'm talking about, like, I think if you're in a game against a team that might be green on that side of the ball, I think he actually might not want to do anything like that, and he should want to. He should want to make them deal with a different look on game day, even if it's for 6 plays total out of 60 you might run.
Yeah, but the inverse, or conversely, you could say that Fields is a fumble machine, and one play like that could change the momentum of that game.
One play could also make the difference for you positively if he does something spectacular.
I agree, but if he thinks he can win the game straight up against Atlanta without gimmicking up the game, to me right now, I think it's just I think it's just verbal warfare, and I'd like to see Fields involved, but I just know Tomlin at his core right now is a very conservative coach. Also, as far as the Denver game goes, it's such a big revenge game for Wilson. It would take some balls to take him off the field for some plays there. You know it's going to be such an emotionally charged situation for him.
Mm-hmm.
And Tomlin feeds into emotion with players a lot because he thinks it gets the best out of them.
I would be willing to bet that inside the first 5 offensive snaps of the Denver game, forget about what even Wilson does, as long as he doesn't get a season-ending injury against Atlanta, Tomlin will make sure that Arthur Smith dials up a play-action shot where Wilson can throw it about 50 yards down the field.
And he might even plan for farther because with the altitude, Mulsey, you could really get into a throw there. I mean, at sea level, maybe you could only throw that ball 50 yards, but you might be able to get it 70 at Mile High.
Can you imagine if Pickett had been drafted by the Broncos?
Who?
Pickett.
Oh.
Totally different ball game. He could have stretched those fingers out.
I was going to say, do you swell up at altitude? Could the hands get bigger?
I always thought the thing that, one golfer they just played out there for the PGA Tour had a random nosebleed. His nose just started pouring blood on the first hole because
I've never been to Denver. My cousin lives there. I owe her a trip. I still have not been. Have you been?
Yeah.
When I
was a kid, I was a little kid. I was 7. The sky there was the bluest sky I have ever seen in my life.
How about the thin air? Do you feel, are you trying to suck wind?
I wasn't running up steps or anything. I'd have to go back as an adult, but I'm sure, yes, you'd feel it a little bit.
Fan Hotlines presented by Sullivan Super Service. It's time for All Access with Aditi, brought to you by Bet365, the NFL on CBS reporter. Aditi, do you feel the thin air in Denver when you go? you?
You do.
Yeah.
I didn't feel my bracelet.
Oh, someone else is feeling right now.
I'm so sorry about
Have
that.
you had to deal with nosebleeds too? Like I've had those in Vegas where the air is so dry.
No, that hasn't happened to me, but I do remember a long time ago, I think it was a playoff game, in fact, having to race from one end of the stadium to the other, and at the end being a little bit winded, like running through the bowels of the stadium.
Ooh.
And this was at the time when I was in what I thought was like my best shape. And I remember thinking, why am I so winded? And it was someone reminding me it's the altitude. That's why you're
players
winded.
tell you all the time that it is demonstrably more difficult to play there than other road venues?
No, not really.
Really?
I mean, I heard more complaints, frankly, about a place like Miami, where the visiting team is in the full hot sun and the home team has shade.
Like when Jay Ajayi was running for 400 yards and Lawrence Timmons was throwing up in the end zone. I was there for that game.
Could be.
Yeah.
Yes, sort of to that end.
And AB was jogging back to the huddle, and Ben was ripping him a new one. That was a good time. I was there for that.
All the things that you remember. My goodness.
Aditi, so Russell Wilson, the worst-kept secret. He's the starter. Tomlin now teasing package of plays, gimmick plays against Atlanta. Do you think that this is gamesmanship, or do you really think he's going to take Russ off the field to get Fields in there for snaps against the Falcons?
I think that would be the smart thing to do. I mean, has Russell Wilson shown enough over the course of the last 3 years and this entire camp to make you think you can never take the ball out of his hands? This goes back to when we used to talk about this in the press box all the time. Why don't you use Josh Dobbs in a package? And if you're never going to run a quarterback sneak with Ben Roethlisberger, then at least throw Josh Dobbs in for something like that. Of course, never happened, but the argument then was, well, Ben Roethlisberger is far and away one of the best players on the field, and why would you take the ball out of his hands? I don't know that Russ has necessarily proven that he's the only person that could make things
So you're going to take Mike at face value here on this one, then?
Why not? I mean, but I also think that he's done this unbelievable troll job. I will tell you that. With all of this, come on. From the time that Russell Wilson was signed, we knew that he was the starter. That's why he signed as quickly as he signed. That's why he chose the Steelers right then, as opposed to waiting to see who was going to get a quarterback hurt and who would desperately need someone.
Aditi, on the other, well, this connects a little bit to who's playing quarterback, just because Fields is a little more mobile, obviously. But Isaac Seumalo, it seems, according to Adam Schefter, that the Steelers might have dodged a bullet. Those are Schefter's words about it being a season-ending pec injury, but still might be a weeks-long or even a months-long thing with Seumalo, apparently. If he is out, how much does that hurt their line? How much have you heard from people about like his overall level of skill and what he means to them?
You know what? This is one of those that when I don't know the answer, I should just tell you I don't actually know. I'm not as well-versed on that at the moment, and I apologize.
That's fine.
But I'm in
general,
Broncos Seahawks mode.
Fair enough. I can ask you something else, though, in general, that I think is just a broad question about O-lines. When you have as many moving parts as the Steelers have had to have, with Fautanu not playing and Jones still playing the position I don't think they have earmarked for him long term, whenever you've talked to coaches about having to shift so many pieces around in that group, like, what's the biggest challenge that they've told you happens or comes from that? Like, is communication, just guys who aren't as good? Like, what do you think's the biggest impediment when a team has to move that many pieces around in a 5-man grouping?
I mean, that's exactly it, right? There's no unit on the field that relies on communication and chemistry more than the offensive line. And as much as you want to say, okay, well, individual skill or talent translates into something, of course you need reps together. That's it. Like, at some point, it's about having that time together. When we talk about the Steelers having one of the best lines when they had Pouncey and DeCastro and Al and Marcus and Ramon Foster, a lot of that was about cumulative reps. So, but again, this is not, I mean, let's go around the division. The Ravens are going to have 3 new starters on that offensive line, and John Harbaugh isn't even telling anyone yet who they are. Let's look at the Cleveland Browns. I mean, they haven't had anybody playing tackle.
Yep.
Exactly. And none of what they expect to be their starting 5. Jed Wills hasn't played. Their left tackle hasn't played at all during camp, although he's about to now start this week. Jack Conklin, also their right tackle, hasn't played at all. Now, Joel Bitonio is as veteran of a guard as they come and doesn't necessarily need need those preseason reps with everybody else. But Ethan Pocic, the center, was hurt for a little while. When you talk about all five, those five having reps together, they haven't yet at all.
Aditi, I'm going to ask you.
And they haven't played with Deshaun Watson in the preseason either. So
I'm one of those people
saying all of this to be like, look, everybody's kind of dealing with.
I know, but I hate giving them any other team credit for their problems and worrying about. I only worry about my own, and always my team's problems are way worse than anybody else's.
Magnified than anybody else's.
They're
Nothing
all,
is on a relative scale.
Like the Ravens are going to figure it out, the Browns are somehow going to figure it out, and the Steelers, I'm on pins and needles. That's how my brain works.
Aditi, I'm going to ask you a hard question here. Do you talk to people in the NFL who think that, and this is something that obviously became a big talking point when Rudolph went in and Pickett went to the sideline, this idea where Fields gets to watch the game. He's not playing, he's watching. He was almost thrown right in Chicago. He played a lot as a young guy in his early 20s. Do you get the sense from talking to people that watching from the sideline will help Justin Fields' big picture as a starting quarterback in the NFL?
I mean, people say that a lot when you've got a young quarterback, and this is a whole conversation I had with one of my colleagues yesterday about whether they're served or not by sitting or whether you throw them right in there. Justin Fields has already seen a lot of football. He's participated in a lot of football. He's faced a lot of defenses. So I think that there's a little bit less so where he can learn is wearing the headset and getting acclimated to the play calls coming in, to the managing of a script or going off script. And being in that environment can certainly be helpful. I just don't think it's, okay, this is going to make a night and day difference.
I'm going to give you a couple wide receiver names who are free agents. You are now well-traveled in the NFL. If somebody called the Didi and said, hey, the Steelers are kicking the tires on Kadarius Toney, would you say good idea or bad idea, and why?
So I personally really like Kadarius Toney, and I remember having a conversation with Andy Reid last year, Week 18, and I said to him, you don't really give up on players, do you? And he said, I try not to. And he said, Toney really is a good kid, and that's good, but I also feel like when you're thinking about what the Steelers wide receiver room needs right now, they need more of an Amari Cooper and less of a Kadarius Toney.
Well, Amari Coopers aren't available unless you take the reports that he was almost traded to San Francisco to Hart.
Yeah, which he was not available, and that was not reality, but okay.
Malsey has tried to convince me on this guy, and I think he's done a rather good job at it. Terrace Marshall from Carolina got cut. You've been around them, right? Where do you come down on him as a potential prospect?
I saw him late. Did I see him? Was he hurt? I saw Carolina late in the season last year. I don't know enough yet I'd have to be, if you give me a little time, I'll do some digging.
All right, last one.
And I can certainly find out.
Before Pony gives you the last one, I don't want you to, you don't have to slag an organization, but it does seem from afar like Carolina's got a lot of dysfunction right now. It's just an unsettled place. Is that one of those spots when guys are out of that situation right now, you do wonder if maybe it holds some players back, at least in some cases?
Oh, I'm sure. I mean, I would, and not that I want to slander Carolina in any way or cast aspersions on them, but I'll tell you that I'll give you the example of Baker Mayfield. He went through, being ditched by Cleveland, and then going to Carolina, that being an abject mess, going to L.A. And I remember in his free agency, he said to me the number one most important thing to him is finding an organization that is well run from the top down, and that mattered more than anything else. That's what he thought he found in Tampa Bay, and he's just a different guy now. He had a show-me year. He got a new deal. He is the unequivocal leader. I think that those things absolutely do make a difference.
And that's what we're hoping happens with Russell Wilson here. Last one, Noah Brown in Houston got cut. We were surprised by that, even though they had a lot of good wide receivers. Productive there last year. Seemed to make it work with C.J. Stroud. A numbers game in Houston. I like him, Aditi, especially given the Steelers' lack of depth at wide receiver.
I think that might be sort of a low-cost, low-risk option. But, again, I wish that you guys would message me and say, hey, get well-versed on the wide receiver market right
ignore
now.
the rest of what he said to you. I need a lot of Terrace Marshall dirt.
I mean, we're not talking about Jerry Rice and T.O., Aditi. Those guys are available, but they're closer to 50 and 60 now. All right, good stuff. We'll talk again
All
next
right,
week.
guys, I'm sorry.
All good. Bye now.
All right, we'll talk soon. Bye.
Aditi.
I think there's Terrace Marshall intrigue here. Forgetting Terrace Marshall coming to a theater near you.
He cleared waivers, and he was subject to waivers. So that means that not a single team put a claim in on him.
That part is weird to me. There's two sides. Devil on my shoulder is, see, idiot, he's not that good. Angel on my shoulder is, maybe they can be right where everyone else is wrong.
Same thing with Tony, but I think the issue with Tony, other than the fact that he can't catch the ball and has an attitude problem, is that I don't think anybody wants the contract. And I think if he just becomes a free agent, you're able to negotiate a whole new deal with him. Marshall was a second-round pick, so I can't imagine that his contract is
not the same deal as a first-rounder.
Punitive. All right, Texas on the Edgar Snyder Associates fan text line. More reaction to what Mike Tomlin is saying about the Steelers' quarterback room now that Russell Wilson has been named the starter. Players that are still available for pickup, and Mike Florio at 3:30 right now, a headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates 10, Cubs 5, bottom of the 7th inning, the finale at PNC Park. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Pony.
FanDuel Sportsbook. There's going to be a lot of games week 1 that you want to watch, not just the one in Atlanta between the Steelers and Falcons. And we've known for a long time NFL Sunday Ticket has been around. It changed homes last year. It went to YouTube and YouTube TV. And I'm telling you that every FanDuel customer, not just new customers, everyone who's on the app can pick up 3 weeks of NFL Sunday Ticket. That's right. Now through September 22nd. Make a $5 bet or more on FanDuel. And if doesn't even have to win, you're going to get 3 weeks free trial of NFL Sunday Ticket from YouTube and YouTube TV. Then with the YouTube TV base plan, you'll be able to watch every regular season Sunday afternoon out-of-market game. All you need is a Google account and current form of payment, and you can cancel whenever you feel like it. FanDuel.com/Andrew to get on there and get 3 weeks of Sunday Ticket on America's #1 sportsbook. 21 plus present in Pennsylvania. Full price of NFL Sunday Ticket will be automatically charged seasonally after trial. No refunds, terms, restrictions, and embargoes apply. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Mount Pleasant Window and Remodeling Company.
This is Jim Rome with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by Wrangler. It's Wrangler season out there. Open roads, endless horizons. Shop Wrangler.com for new denim styles. What do you call your father? Now, if you're Bronny, the answer to that question apparently is up in the air, at least when it comes to the workplace, because La Pops made it very clear on The Shop this week that there will be no dad blasts. And that actually makes sense to me. I'm Jim Rome.
It's Wrangler season out there. Warmer days, cooler nights. Open roads, endless horizons. And you need to be ready in jeans made for the unpredictable. Wrangler, for the ride of life. Shop our newest styles today at Wrangler.com.
Whether you're tinkering in your garage or tackling big projects, if you know the value of working with your hands, you know Harbor Freight. And you can be confident knowing that at Harbor Freight, you can get quality tools at prices that work just as hard as you do. Because the only thing more satisfying than a job well done is a job well done, well under budget. Whatever you do, do it for less at Harbor Freight.
It's Wrangler season out there. Warmer days, cooler nights. Open roads, endless horizons. And you need to be ready in jeans made for the unpredictable. Wrangler, for the ride of life. Shop our newest styles today at Wrangler.com.
All right, looking at our major roadways, Parkway West inbound side, seeing some backup starting around Green Tree all the way through the Fort Pitt tunnels, and the outbound side of the Parkway West is backed up until UPMC Mercy. Over on the Parkway East, seeing some congestion on the inbound side around Edgewood Swissvale, and on the outbound side, you're going to be backed up until Technology Drive. I'm also seeing some congestion on both decks of the Fort Duquesne Bridge. With traffic, I'm Samantha McGill.
The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
At 3:15, it's time to stop blindly paying those increasing auto and home insurance premiums. Contact the Buell Insurance Agency in Gibsonia. See what they can do for you. Mike Florio who said the Steelers would be crazy to not start Justin Fields, is going to join us at 3:30. Decision became official today. It is Russell Wilson. And we'll see how long Russell Wilson keeps that job. We talked to Jeff Hathorn last hour. He said the Steelers are looking for players to add to their practice squad. Several teams are announcing their practice squads today. That made me feel like the Steelers are not really going after guys who they think are good enough to be on their active roster. And that says a couple of things. Either a stunning belief in their own guys at places like wide receiver and corner, or it speaks volumes about how little they think of the guys who were cut by other teams and their ability to come here and be improvements or upgrades over.
Like quickly assimilate into whatever they're trying to do here.
Yeah. But, I mean, the assimilation thing is bunk because Tomlin has clearly signed off on them making moves on a day like today in the past. I mean, that's been a hallmark of even Colbert.
What positions has he tried to do that with in the past? Has it been limited to certain ones in your like remembrance of things? Because I think there's positions on the football field that I think it's easier to just step in day one for a new team. You're coming in at running back. I don't think it's that hard. You pick up a couple basic pass protections and you run the ball.
Donnie, correct me if I'm wrong, but wasn't Vance McDonald one of those guys who was traded for like
very late,
8 or 9 days before the season started?
I thought so.
They got wind. They got wind that he was available and either might be
Didn't
cut.
they trade for Nick Vanette?
Nick Vanette's another one. Baby
terrible.
Gronk.
He sucked so
the
bad.
The baby Gronk before the baby Gronk on Instagram, who everybody hates.
August 29th, 2017, they traded McDonald to the Steelers. Niners
right,
did.
exactly.
So actually a year to the day tomorrow, or 7 years to the day. You know what I mean?
So, I mean, that's tight end. I mean, is that really that's really not a plug-and-play position. In fact, it's one of the more complicated positions because you've got blocking and
I was not asking it like I was not asking it to lead the witness. I was falling, I was throwing myself at the feet of your memory on this
Like,
stuff.
I get it. There's no Joe Haydens available. Okay, there's no manna from heaven, former Pro Bowler, former top 15 pick, who the tanking Browns just cut and don't trade because they want to free themselves of the contract and they want to lose as many games as possible. So, that situation is probably never going to happen again for the Steelers. I'm just surprised that there's no middle ground on that where they look at their 53-man roster and think, all right, this guy hasn't been in our system for the summer, but clearly he's either shown he can be a good player in the past or...
How does Terrace Marshall not get on their radar? He's an LSU guy. Tomlin loves big school guys.
Well, Noah Brown's an Ohio State guy. We know how enamored he is with the Ohio State players.
They're both big-time football factories, both of which have produced a lot of good wide receivers in very recent years. Marshall just looks the part. So does Noah Brown. They're both big dudes. Like, you look at Van Jefferson, and you look at right now Calvin Austin, and you look at Scotty Miller, and you say, this is good enough? This is cool? We're copacetic here? I know the rest of the league did the same routine with Terrace Marshall, but still, I'm baffled by
Chris,
it.
look at their moves other than offensive line. Look at the moves of the players they brought in at skill positions, and they all have one thing in common. They used to work for Arthur Smith. Cordell Patterson used to work for Arthur Smith.
Michael Pruitt.
Michael Pruitt used to work for Arthur Smith.
Van Jefferson.
Van Jefferson. Scotty Miller.
Yeah, why don't they make the whole plane out of guys who used to work for Arthur Smith? Can we get a couple FedEx drivers to come in here?
I understand having faith in and wanting to empower a new offensive play caller, especially given how badly it went with the last guy. But just his retreads in recyclables do not appeal to me whatsoever. Of those guys, I don't believe any of them are going to have a real tangible impact on them being a better offensive football team this year.
I think the guy who has the best chance of impacting them positively is Cordero Patterson on kickoffs.
Me too. Yep. And maybe he will get out there in his old stomping grounds if Warren can't give it a go. And he ends up your backup running back behind Najee Harris.
He was a fantasy football savior a couple of years ago for old Mulsey.
Oh, because you could play him at multiple positions.
We just tossed old Cordero out there and just let him eat.
I had a debate last night in a fantasy league with my buddy, and we were talking about Taysom Hill because in the league we're using Taysom Hill,
quarterback.
He's listed as a tight end, and he's like, do we think Taysom Hill might start some games at quarterback this year for New Orleans? Probably not.
You know who's going to start. Big Spencer Rattler
because of
going to start.
Derek Carr, and they do have Rattler there, but you never know. There's always the possibility with him getting thrown in there.
He's always like a guy, if you run into injury at tight end or like flex or something, I kind of
toss him in there.
Yeah, like you're now that when it is like, I don't know, week 9 or 10, like you're actually getting to the crunch time of the fantasy season, you need a guy to pick up. There's not much out there.
He's a guy that wins a game. He's a guy that wins a game for somebody that like breaks somebody else in the league's back.
Right, because, I mean, they'll throw him in there on the goal line. He'll just score a touchdown.
He's a vulture. Let me ask you guys very quickly. I read this. I saw this on some Twitter post that I thought was very funny. I guess a guy started a fantasy league that had more or less standard scoring with one extreme exception. A quarterback making a tackle was worth 100 points. So if your quarterback made a tackle after a turnover, your team got 100 points.
Could you imagine?
They said it decided the most matchups almost every week.
Jameis Winston had to be the number 1 pick in that draft the year he threw 30 interceptions because he was putting up touchdowns.
Do you guys I feel like that would appeal to both of you, especially you, Pony. You'd go back and look up quarterback tackling statistics.
Listen
that would
to this.
Be incredible.
I know people hate hearing details about fantasy teams, so I'm not going to talk about my fantasy team. I'm in a draft tonight. It's 24 teams.
Oh, God.
It's 24 teams. And you start only 4 positions with a 4-position bench, and it's only wide receivers, running backs, and tight ends, and it's 4 flex positions. You just start 4 flex positions. You have a 4-person bench. There are no quarterbacks, no defenses, no kickers. And it's a 24-person league.
That's extreme.
And it's an auction. I don't even know how to prepare for something like that.
Sicko stuff right there.
Yeah.
That I even hear like free agent auction budget for like waiver claims and get sick to my stomach. Give me the big dumbed down version of fantasy. I don't need any of that.
Follow us on Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Mike Florio next on Russell Wilson starting and maybe some Steelers pickups. All on the way. We'll be right back.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Top of the 8th at PNC Park. The Pirates doubling up the Cubs right now, 10-5. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Pony.
Thank you so much, Donnie. Let's talk again about Circa Resort and Casino. That's where I will be in October. Less than 2 months from now, I am actually crossing off days on the calendar and thinking about how excited I'll be to get back to Vegas for what will be probably the weekend of the year from a sports perspective. I'm not going to say I put it above my daughter's first birthday, but as far as sports goes, man, it gets no better than staying at the Circa. Friday night before the game, huge party at the Circa for black and gold fans. We're giving away tickets to the game. That's on Friday. Saturday, stadium swim. 150-foot screen TV, 6 swimming pools, amazing scenery, great drinks for college football. Sunday, hang out, get something to eat there, and then head over to the game. It is going to be an unbelievable weekend. I can't wait to see you there. CircaResort.com, the Circa Resort and Casino.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan with our fan trading camp profiles. Presented by Smale Kia, Guardian Caps, and Armstrong Business Solutions. Russell Wilson, name sound familiar? The 9-time Pro Bowl quarterback is no stranger to the NFL. He entered his 13th season in the league. Wilson won a Super Bowl with the Seahawks in his second year as a starter, beginning a decade of success in Seattle. Wilson was traded to the Broncos in 2022 and had a couple of down seasons in Denver. But the Steelers signed Wilson this past offseason, hoping the NFL vet can return to his former self.
2 of the best teams in baseball face off tonight. I'm Joe Ostrowski here to help you beat the books with BetQL. The National League leading Dodgers will host the Orioles in the second game of a 3-game series. The BetQL model likes the home team. BetQL has LA on the money line at -110 as a 5-star best bet. I'm Joe Ostrowski. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetQL and BetMGM apps today.
You can host the best backyard barbecue when you find a professional on Angie to make your backyard the best around. Connect with skilled professionals to get all your home projects done well. Inside to outside, repairs to renovations. Get started on the Angie app or visit Angie.com today. You can do this when you Angie that.
Ahoy, mates! Prepare to embark on a daring voyage to victory with our fearless crew. With our black and gold spirit guiding us, we'll conquer any challenge that comes our way. And just like our indomitable spirit, Pella windows stand as beacons of strength and resilience in every home. Crafted with quality and precision, they're the true champions of durability. Right now, get 50% off installation or 48 months 0% interest. Proud supporters of Pella quality and the unwavering black and gold spirit, PellaPittsburgh.com.
There are two things everyone loves, saving money and convenience, and the law firm of Butte, Bevington & Nichols can help you do both. Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi. Over the past 15 years, they've successfully resolved thousands of appeals. If you've received an assessment appeal hearing notice from a school district, call Butte, Bevington & Nichols to represent you. Your tax savings may be quite significant, and you won't have to participate at your scheduled hearing. And although you won't need to physically attend your hearing, the Board of Property Assessment rules for submitting evidence will need to be followed. But good news, hearings are being scheduled now. So if your residential or commercial property has received a notice of assessment appeal or change in Allegheny County, call 412-650-5940. That's 412-650-5940. Or click BOOTAY Bevington.com. Butte, Bevington & Nichols, Pittsburgh's real estate attorneys.
Hey, we're back with Taylor Fournier at Fournier's Three Rivers Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram. Taylor, how about this month's leases? Like this 2024 Jeep Grand Cherokee Laredo from just $299 a month.
Bob, we're going to go a little off script this month because we want Pittsburgh to ultimately know that of course we sell cars, but we're really here to help our customers buy one. Working with everyone at Three Rivers is truly like talking to a friend, to help guide and advise, and that's why we remain Pittsburgh's lease leader. And that's why we are Pittsburgh's one and only, truly family-owned and operated Jeep store.
Taylor, you've been here for over 30 years at one location, and that's why I know what you're saying is the truth, and why you deliver the best possible price and focused service, customer after customer, year after year, every time.
Bob, that's absolutely right.
Get to the corner of West Liberty Avenue and Brookline Boulevard and look for the humongous yellow Jeep in the sky for our Labor Day sales event, or visit JeepofPittsburgh.com for all the details.
We truly are Pittsburgh's Jeep store.
Timmy, everybody. Great job. Next up for our 5th grade class recital, we have Samantha.
10 times better performance can make a big difference. Castrol Edge Motor Oil gives your engine 10 times better high-stress performance. Castrol Edge, better oil for maximum performance. Now through December 28th, Castrol Edge and Edge High Mileage Motor Oil are on rollback at Walmart.
Claim based on sequence dyne test under high-load conditions versus API SP test limits.
What's that sound? That's the sound of Downy Unstoppable scent beads going into your washing machine and giving your clothes freshness that lasts all day long. There it is again. It's like music to your ears, or more like music to your nose. That freshness is irresistible. Let's get a Downy Unstoppables bottle shake. And now a sniff solo. Nice. With Downy Unstoppables, you just toss, wash, wow, for all-day freshness.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people. Now back to the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
And they're not stupid, they're special.
Live and local, just like Mike's.
And siding, your hometown roofing expert. Mike Tomlin made it official. It's going to be Russell Wilson at quarterback. How long of a leash do you think Wilson will have as the Steelers' QB1?
I think fairly long, just because I don't think Mike Tomlin likes to go back and revisit his decisions. He likes to be resolute. He likes to be firm, and he likes to give his decisions a chance to prove that he was right. When you look at the schedule, the way I think it plays out, they've got the bye after Week 8 at the Giants, which will be the third standalone primetime game in 4 weeks. Week 5, Cowboys at home. Week 7, Jets at home. Week 8 at the Giants. Bye after that. I think if they're 3-5 or worse, that would be a perfect time to switch to to Justin Fields. And if they're 4-4 or better, I think Russ continues to take them into really the heart of the schedule when they have the division game starting Week 11. So I think that he at least gets the first half of the season, and then we see where they are at the bye.
Mike, I think it's fair, whether people believe this is the right decision or not, to say that Wilson is higher floor, lower ceiling, and Fields is higher ceiling, lower floor as a player in terms of turnovers or everything else. It seems like Tomlin has all along wanted to make the conservative choice here. In your opinion, does just conservative kind of offensive mindset really work in the NFL?
Well, yes, when you have a great defense, when you have a running game, and when you have a quarterback who can use that higher floor and lower ceiling to the team's advantage. I think Russell Wilson won the job with that throw on 3rd and 11 to George Pickens. It was as loud as I've heard a preseason crowd anywhere based on what was coming through the TV. And when Russ delivered that ball and they scored a touchdown not long after that and he's out of the game, that's it. He's got it. And I think for Justin Fields, when he overthrew that pass Week 2 against Buffalo, guys wide open for a touchdown, shot out of a cannon to try to jump up and get it and can't even get a hand on it. I think that's what made it clear to Mike Tomlin. So I think you're right. The floor is higher, and I'm not convinced the ceiling is much lower. You know, Justin Fields gives you some exciting moments with his legs, but once Russ is set loose, he might be able to do a little bit of that himself. It could be that they were being deliberately careful after he had that calf injury. And injury is the other thing, too. Whoever the starter is, chance guy's going to get hurt. Justin Fields got hurt last year. Russ could get banged up. It's good to have the other guy ready to go.
Mike, from what you're hearing, do you think that Fields will still be a part of the offense even with Russell Wilson as the starting quarterback?
I remember when they traded for Justin Fields, and we viewed it as a no-brainer that Russell Wilson would be the starter. The thinking was they'll find ways to get Justin Fields on the field, kind of like Cordell Stewart back in 1995, his second season, the year the Steelers went to the Super Bowl. O'Donnell was the quarterback, and that was when Slash was born. So I think that you always want to get your best 11 players on the field. And I think Justin Fields, he's got that explosiveness to him. With Jalen Warren injured, especially early in the season, with the hamstring injury he suffered, I think it makes sense to find ways to get Justin Fields out there and get the ball in his hands from time to time. Not a lot, but from time to time.
They still only have Pickens and then a bunch of relative no-names at wide receiver. We were talking about this. I know yesterday, a very busy day at Pro Football Talk because of roster cutdowns, Mike, and everything else. When you see certain guys who at least have some pedigree, either first or second-round picks in the past, just pass through waivers completely unclaimed, do you ever kind of scratch your head at why that might be? Because I'll tell you who we did it with. One name was Terrace Marshall, LSU guy. They produce wide receivers coming from Dysfunction Junction there in Carolina, and nobody made a claim on him. Can you ever give us insight as to why sometimes these guys who seem like they might be worth a shot don't get one in that situation or don't get claimed by anybody?
Sometimes it's the salary, especially a first-round pick, 4-year guaranteed salary like a Kadarius Toney. If you claim him on waivers, you owe him every penny of what he's due to make that year. And the other side of it, too, the farther down a guy is on the depth chart, the more likely it is he's going to be expected to contribute on special teams. So the bigger the name, the bigger the player. Is that a guy that's happily going to do all the little grunt work that you can see a young guy, an undrafted guy, a rookie seventh rounder happily do. I think that's part of it as well. You're farther down on the depth chart, and you're expected to embrace things that maybe somebody that's accustomed to being high on the depth chart thinks is beneath him.
Mike, do you expect the Steelers to kick the tires on Kadarius Toney?
I think if Andy Reid can't get the most out of a guy, no one can.
Mm-hmm.
I know every head coach likes to think he's the one that's finally going to get through to somebody who, in Tony's case, it seems like he's never really loved the game. He's never really fully focused. He's never really been a guy to maximize his talent and ability, because the talent, I think, infatuated the Giants, obviously. And then the Chiefs thought they stole him from the Giants, and they were more patient with him than they should have been. But I would go in the other direction unless and until there's something that makes me convinced this guy's finally gotten the wake-up call that he hasn't, even though the phone's been ringing and ringing for the past 3 years. I would be concerned. But, somebody may be infatuated by the talent. And maybe he has to go somewhere like on the practice squad, and he's got to humble himself to that and accept that. And if he's willing to do that, that's kind of the litmus test as to whether or not his mindset has changed. He may not be interested in going to anyone. He may be interested in just moving on from the sport altogether. Who knows?
In rapping, he does that on the side as Young Joka, Mulsey.
Young Joka.
Yeah.
Yes.
He really likes to drop the mic, huh?
Mm.
Mike, let me throw this at you, because I like it when other teams in the division are dealing with at least their own miseries. The Steelers have a pec injury situation now with Isaac Seumalo. Who knows what that's going to materialize into as far as time missed. What's going on now with Jamar Chase? Zach Taylor said he was going to practice, then he shows up in street clothes today, and he's just walking around. Do we think anything potentially ugly ends up taking place there now?
I think if he doesn't get a new contract by next Thursday, that's when Joe Burrow got his deal last year. If a deal isn't done with Jamar Chase by then, that's when it potentially gets ugly. Now, I think he plays, but I think we also hear a lot of stuff about frustrations, about dealing with the Bengals, about positions they've taken during this period of time where he's been with the team and not practicing. So, I look at the Cowboys. They were always going to pay CeeDee Lamb. Why the hell did you wait so long to do it? And that same mindset applies to the 49ers with Brandon Ayuk and Trent Williams, and it applies to the Bengals with Jamar Chase. You're going to do it. Just go ahead and do it. Now, the thing that the Bengals might be thinking is, even though we're eventually going to do it and it's going to cost us more the longer we wait, we still get a fourth year at about $5 million out of Jamar Chase. And that's a pretty good deal if you can get it. And I think that's what the Bengals would like to do. I just don't know that they can pull it off.
Mike, so do you expect Brandon Ayuk to be on the 49ers roster week 1?
Yeah, I think at this point, if he was going to be traded, he would be traded. Good luck getting him up to speed quickly. Why are you going to give anything up of value, significant value, to get him and to pay him if you know week 1, where's he really going to be from a mindset standpoint? The offense, the playbook, the teammates, the coaching staff, moving cross country. There was an opening for the Commanders that apparently came up last week. I just feel like the 49ers are waiting for the right moment to make their bottom line offer. And once they do, it's going to be something that IU will take. That's what I feel like is going on. But you never know. I mean, the 49ers, cheap to a fault. And sometimes they will nickel and dime, and sometimes they will drag their feet. They've typically gotten them done recently, but Trent Williams isn't there yet. There was some noise last week. Maybe that deal was going to get done, and it hasn't gotten done, and Ayuk still hasn't gotten done. So I still don't rule out the 49ers screwing this whole thing up and making it harder for them to finally punch through to a Super Bowl and win it.
I know Mike Florio is not the college football fan that he was, say, 20 years ago. Will he take 5 minutes to watch Penn State, West Virginia this weekend, or no? Is that sport entirely dead to you?
Oh, no, I'll watch it. I don't enjoy it as much as I used to. I'm enjoying it more because the players are finally starting to get some compensation for the effort that they expend. I've been in my life to 2 West Virginia Penn State games, and they were the only 2 games that West Virginia has won in the series in, 70 years, 1984 and 1988. So I probably should go. They'll win if I go. I mean, that's a pretty big sample size.
Mike, I'll be there with pepperoni rolls and bourbon if you're interested. We can organize a
commiserate
meetup.
there.
Might need the bourbon. But who knows? Maybe there's a chance. Who knows? Maybe there's a chance to beat them.
Mike, better chance that Deion Sanders gets Colorado to the playoff now that it's 12 teams, or that within 3 years he is the head coach of the Dallas Cowboys?
Better chance he gets him to the playoff. I don't think he's going to go to the NFL. He's consistently said he doesn't want to. And the way he's conducted himself recently, he'll never make it as an NFL head coach. You can't be that thin-skinned. You can't freeze out reporters. And it's obvious what he's doing. And it would be so much easier for him to just answer the tough questions with a smile than get into these back and forth with the reporter as to why would you want to ask a question like that. I'm for as great of a player as he was, and he's an all-time great, it really is sad to see him act in a way that is so obviously overly sensitive and unwilling to tolerate any scrutiny, any criticism. It's not the way it works when you're media covering a team. You got to ask tough questions sometimes, and the coach just has to find a way to answer them and move on.
Mike Florio, Pro Football Talk, PFT Live. Mike, thanks so much. We'll talk next week.
Thanks, guys.
Fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevy. Some scattered storms and a low of 71. More from Channel 2 on that. When we come back, the Pirates trying to hold on after leading the Cubs by a touchdown. How did O'Neal Cruz do in center field? How did Paul Skeens pitch? We'll break it all down. First, a quick timeout. Actually, no. First, a message from Mulsey. Quick timeout, then a long commercial-free segment. Here's Mulsey.
Thank you, Pony. Let's talk about you getting into a brand-new Mitsu. Dare I even say the Mitsu that fits you? At the summer finale at Shorkey Mitsubishi, 2 locations take advantage of these great deals, North Huntington and North Hills. New 2024 Outlanders, 7-passenger Outlanders, take $5,500 off, or choose low 2.99% financing for 60 months. How about $5,000 off, or 1.99% financing for 60 months on the new 2024 Eclipse Cross? Or you can go with saving up to $3,500 on the new 2024 Outlander Sport. All of these come with great styling. They look awesome. They're eye catchers. They really are. They're very safe. They got the all-wheel drive, and then they've got the peace of mind that you deserve. 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty. Shorkey Mitsubishi also provides you with excellent customer service, the highest trade values, and 2 years of complimentary prepaid maintenance. Now is the time. Strike right now while the iron is hot. Don't miss this chance to save. Check them out in North Huntington or at Mitsu by the Mall in the North Hills. And you can always shop Western PA's best inventory online at ShorkeyMitsubishi.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You can catch up on the latest Pittsburgh sports news anytime. Just tell your smart device to play Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
93.7 The Fan from Odyssey.
Pittsburgh sports, smart and able. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This evening, hot and sunny with highs in the low to mid 90s and feeling in the upper 90s. Isolated strong to severe storms possible through tonight. Overnight lows around 70 degrees. Highs Thursday could touch 90 again with scattered showers and storms around. And Thursday night, the chance for thunderstorms with overnight lows in the upper 60s. I'm meteorologist Mary Hours in the KDKA Solar Weather Center.
Tommy! I can't wait for golf this weekend, huh, buddy? Time flies. Love you, man. Oh, don't forget your knee brace again. We aren't in college anymore.
Moments together matter, so help protect yourself from RSV. If you're 75 or older or 60 plus with a chronic condition like asthma, COPD, heart disease, or severe diabetes, you're at higher risk of landing in the hospital from RSV, and there are no prescription RSV treatments. Check eligibility and schedule your RSV vaccine at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
You okay?
Sorry, I can't sleep with this cough.
Sounds like you need to vaporize that cold.
Vaporize?
Yeah, with DayQuil VapoCool. It's NyQuil plus a rush of Vicks vapors.
Whoa.
So you ready to get some sleep? Thank you, DayQuil VapoCool.
NyQuil VapoCool, the vaporizing nighttime coughing, aching, fever, best sleep with a cold medicine. And to vaporize sore throat pain, try Vicks VapoCool drops. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Now your ideas don't have to wait. Now they have everything they need to come to life. Dell Technologies and Intel are creating technology that loves ideas, loves expanding your business, evolving your passions. We push what technology can do, so great ideas can happen right now. Find out how to bring your ideas to life at Dell.com. Welcome to now.
Come see the changes at Club Erotica. Open for your team's favorite games. Watch the big screens in their new seating area with beautiful girls. Free admission between 7 and 8 p.m. Sunday through Wednesday. Join their in-house fantasy football league with weekly payouts and prizes. Happy birthday, Dom the intern.
This is attorney Craig Fishman. Injured? Our fee is only 25%, not 40% like other firms. Call us at 888-98-TWINS for a free consultation. Shenarovich, and Fishman. We got your back, not your wallet.
Welcome to Nada Yada Island. This season on Nada Yada Island.
You were charging your phone? I waited hours for you.
That's how long it takes.
Join Metro and get a free Motorola Edge that'll charge for the day in 15 minutes. At Metro, there's no activation fees. Only at Metro by T-Mobile.
Bring your number ID and sign up for Metro Flex Plus plan. Offer not available if at T-Mobile or have been with Metro in the past 180 days. Requires 68-watt charger sold separately. Actual performance will vary.
At 1-800-GOT-JUNK, we believe.
We believe in repurposing the junk we make disappear.
We donate the donatables so that a new family can love them.
Those items get a new life.
We believe in recycling the recyclables.
Raw material for brand new products.
And we believe in returning natural resources to the earth. And we believe in you.
We know you want to make a difference.
Let us help you do that.
All you have to do is point.
Call 1-800-GOT-JUNK.
Or visit 1-800-GOT-JUNK.com.
Your coworkers might annoy you, but we promise we won't. Download the free Odyssey app and you can listen to us at work while you tackle your inbox or get ready for another meeting that probably could have been an email. Tune in late? You can rewind your favorite live shows to catch what you missed. And with Chapters, easily jump to the topics that you care about most, like the latest updates from your team. Your sports talk, your way. The Odyssey app. Download it today.
Weekends are for the warriors of home projects. 84 Lumber has 14 Pittsburgh locations that are open on Saturdays to keep you on track and get you the supplies you need. Each member of 84 Lumber's expert team is experienced in building materials of all kinds, and they are ready to answer your home improvement questions to get the job done right. If you're looking for the hometown personalized service of a family-owned company, 84 Lumber is your go-to supplier. Visit 84lumber.com to find your nearest store and get started on your project today.
Cigar City Brewing, born in Tampa, Florida, steeped in unique culture and history, makers of award-winning ales and lagers. Jai Alai IPA, the best beer you probably can't pronounce. Maduro Brown Ale, a sessionable brown ale with notes of toffee, chocolate, and coffee. Fancy Papers Hazy IPA, pleasantly tropical with hints of guava, lime leaf, and Sauvignon Blanc. And Florida Man Double IPA for the Florida man in you. Stop by King Cole's new cigar bar in Warrendale and enjoy Cigar City beers paired with your favorite cigars. Cheers.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Hey everyone, it's Ted from Consumer Cellular, the guy in the orange sweater, and this is your wake-up call. If you're paying too much for wireless service, you don't have to keep having that nightmare. Consumer Cellular has the same fast, reliable coverage as the leading carriers for up to half the cost. So why keep spending more than you have to? Seriously, wake up! And call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com.
Savings based on cost of Consumer Cellular single line 1, 5, and 10 gig data plans with unlimited talk and text compared to lowest cost single line postpaid unlimited talk, text, and data plans offered by T-Mobile and Verizon January 2024.
Febreze. So my home is also my office. And before I can focus, every room's gotta be clean. That means tidying up, then spraying my Febreze Air Mist. Ooh, that's fresh. Febreze Air Mist scents are all high quality. They fight any weird funk, and they give my air an instant boost of freshness. So not only does my home smell good, I feel good too. After I Febreze, it's time to start my day. Breathe happy, Febreze.
breeze. La 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 la.
Whether you're tinkering in your garage or tackling big projects, if you know the value of working with your hands, you know Harbor Freight. And you can be confident knowing that at Harbor Freight, you can get quality tools at prices that work just as hard as you do. Because the only thing more satisfying than a job well done is a job well done, well under budget. Whatever you do it for less at Harbor Freight.
It's Wrangler season out there. Warmer days, cooler nights. Open roads, endless horizons. And you need to be ready in jeans made for the unpredictable. Wrangler, for the ride of life. Shop our newest styles today at Wrangler.com.
Keep it twisted all year long with Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Twisted Tea is real iced tea that packs a punch with 5% alcohol. Tastes great at the beach, the mountains, or even in your backyard. Look for the bright yellow Twisted Tea cans.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
Direct auto insurance is for uncompromisers. Like Matt. When his old car insurance got so expensive, do you think he walked until his sneakers wore out? No, because he found savings with Direct Auto so he could drive instead of compromise. With savings of up to 25% on state minimum coverage, you too can stop compromising and keep driving. Get a free quote at directauto.com or a store near you. Savings vary, terms apply. National General Group, Winston-Salem.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
That backyard swing set brought you so much joy, and now it's a rusted-out old death trap. We can help. 2menandajunktruck.com. 2 men and a junk truck.
When people have a craving to explore new and traditional Asian cuisines, they head to P.F. Chang's, where scratch-made dishes come from the 2,000-year-old tradition of wok cooking. P.F. Chang's wanted to explore new possibilities for their website. They turned to AmericanEagle.com. AmericanEagle.com re-architected P.F. Chang's website, integrating multiple third-party systems to create a unified digital experience. The results? Improved page speed and performance, personalized content based on users' location, intuitive online ordering, an increase in organic search visibility, and a 40% increase in new users. For scratch-made Asian cuisine, visit your local P.F. Chang's or go to pfchangs.com for website design, development, digital marketing, and hosting that produce efficiency, revenue, and results. Visit AmericanEagle.com. P.F. Chang's and AmericanEagle.com. Another example of the best businesses in the world, turning to the best in the business for websites. Go to AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW1. That's 877-WEB-NOW1.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Seeing a good deal of traffic on the Parkway East outbound side is backed up to Technology Drive. Inbound slows down around Edgewood, Swissvale. I'm Kyle Fraunheiser.
Homeowners, don't let faulty gutters ruin your day. Protect your home from costly damages with Gutter Helmet. Call 888-5HELMET or visit gutterhelmet.com for a free gutter assessment and estimate. Beat the fall rush and save. Get 35% off plus no money down and no interest for 1 year.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Bottom 9 at PNC Park. The Pirates at one point led the Cubs 10-3. They're clinging to a 10-9 lead with 2 outs. David Bednar on the mound. For more, go to 93.7thefan.com. Right now, it's Pony and Muller.
Afternoons with Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
All right, 15-minute mark on The Fan is brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. Just told you the Pirates are an out away from getting this final game of the series. David Bednar, first and third, 2 outs. Pirates lead by 1. Crow Armstrong is 4 for 4 and is at the dish. Let's go to the call.
Throws a bunt, pulls it back, and takes up high ball 1. The safety squeeze was on. He's laid down 6 sacrifices this year. Here trying to bunt his way on with 2 outs. That's the only way that's going to count.
Yeah.
Here's the set, and the 1-0. Swanson takes off to second. He'll steal standing. And now 2-0 on Pete Crow Armstrong. So now that potential go-ahead run is in scoring position.
Yeah, that's kind of a tough thing to decide. You know,
they'll walk Crow Armstrong now.
You got that tying run, good speed, just 90 feet away. So they let him go, even though it was a go-ahead run.
And they're going to walk Crow Armstrong to face Christian Bethencourt, who has a career-high 5 RBIs today. Doubled last inning, homered the inning before that. That'll be the matchup that the Pirates want with the bases loaded here and 2 outs.
He's certainly due to make an out.
They never had more than 3 RBIs in a game until today. And he's driven in 5, and he'll bat with the bases loaded. Game's right here. 2 outs, 9th inning, a run in, 10-9, Pirates lead. Bednar on to try to save it. This will be his 30th pitch, and his first one to Bethencourt. Swinging a foul back on a fastball over strike 1. First time that Bethencourt has faced David Bednar. Here's the set. Bases loaded. 0-1. Bethencourt hits it on the ground sharply past Kiner Falefa, and the Cubs will take the lead. 7-run lead gone, as Bethencourt has driven in 7 runs today for the Cubs. They bypass Crow Armstrong to get to Bethencourt, and he makes the Pirates pay. 11-10 Cubs.
A hard hit ground ball. Look for a moment there that Falefa was going to be able to make the play on it. I think he might have even got a piece of that ball as it went to his backhand.
And that's going to be it for David Bednar.
All right, bring it back to us here. This is a disgrace. I know that other than days like this, when there's some really interesting subplot to the Pirates late in the season, 8 games under 500, Paul Skeens is on the mound, and O'Neal Cruz is starting his first game in center field. So that, to me, made this a very interesting game and one that I wanted to talk about. Now, we've got a whole different can of worms here, kettle of fish to deal with, because they've blown a 10-3 lead. They got Paul Skeens out of this game early to preserve him up a touchdown, and they have allowed for the Cubs to score 8 unanswered, and they're not out of this inning yet. Ian Happ, who's from Mount Lebanon, who murders the Pirates, is going to come up here and face Jalen Beeks. Bednar, again, has just absolutely sucked ass.
Man, Kiner Falefa should have had that ball.
Does O'Neal Cruz make that play at short?
He might. It's hard hit, but it's on his backhand, and it skips right under his glove.
All right, so
hold on. I will say this. Joe Block, I think, is very, very good on the radio. And Paul Alexander just walked by us and just gave us the throw up the hands gesture here. I got to agree with him there. I'll quickly say this. Joe Block did a great job of foreshadowing, and I felt like it was Joe kind of setting an ominous tone. He said, and they're going to walk Crow Armstrong to get to Bethencourt, who has a career-high 5 RBI today.
Now he's got
it sounded like a movie. Like it sounded like Major League.
It sounded
exactly. Career-high 5 RBI. Tons of Euchre vibes. Thank you.
You got to go back and grab that clip in addition to they'll cut up the last call.
David Bednar should have been traded last year and cannot pitch meaningful innings for this team until such time as he proves that he's worthy of them, which might be never.
The number 9 hitter for the Cubs and their worst hitter has 7 RBIs against them today in this unbelievable comeback. That team's been around for 150 years. I'd love to know how many times they've erased a deficit in the middle innings down 7 runs to go up 11-10. They're on the verge of sweeping the Pirates.
How much do you think this ticks off a guy like Skeens? Be seriously for a second. The fact that you leave the game, you think you've got you might not have pitched great, but you've got a pretty easy rocking chair win.
It's a circus here right now, man. And this is his first exposure to the major leagues. I know it's all he knows, but it can't sit well with him. We'll get back to this game. We'll see how Beeks does, and then we'll give you the bottom of the 9th when we get there. If the Pirates are still, unless the Cubs open it up here.
16-10.
Breaking news on the football front in the last few minutes. The apple of Malsey's eye, Terrace Marshall, who's a former second-round pick wide receiver who was stuck in Carolina, signed by the 49ers. I think to their active roster. This is not a practice squad move. He's just onto the team.
Might have to grab him in fantasy football.
He's now a 49er. And so on one hand, I think to myself, okay, they miss out on a guy who has considerable upside and potential and their wide receiver room has that in very short supply, especially if Roman Wilson is hobbling and is not really ready to contribute to this team. The other part of me wonders, is this the wide receiver the 49ers needed
to finally deal Brandon Ayuk?
Yes.
Is this the Pony? I'll ask you. Is this the the wide receiver the 49ers needed to finally deal Brandon Ayuk? Could just be that. What's Pearsall's injury status?
Can you ask it one more time?
Pony, is this the wide receiver the 49ers finally needed to trade Brandon Ayuk?
Like sands through the hourglass, so are the Ayuks of our lives.
I hate you so much. I knew it was coming. I indulged you. I hate. Jalen Beeks coming in. This is just wonderful.
Oh, don't worry, Malty. I know what's coming.
And I'm on MLB.com, and I just got the notification that said in-play runs a single, so Happ continues to murder his hometown
Happ,
team.
by the way, was going to be the actual, not the bum for the Cubs here, but he was tagged out on a very, heads-down play.
Yep,
that
double play.
That put like a good inning for the Cubs on ice and got the Pirates out of it.
That was in the eighth. That was when Chapman was lighting himself on fire.
That was in the eighth about 3 hours ago, it feels like.
This game started at 12:30 with the pitch clock, and it's not going to end before 4:30. Remember when our boss was in the back saying, the Pirates are going to make short work of the Cubs today. That'll be good for you guys. Yeah.
On the plus side,
Narrator, it was not good for us guys.
On the plus side, a single here, sharply hit. O'Neal Cruz got it up, got it in very quickly. No funny business there. He's been fine in
I got to be honest with you, and well, I'll save it. I'll save it until a little bit later.
Just play the Ayuk thing one more time. Put me in a better mood. I just said I hated it, but you know what?
Like sands through the hourglass, so are the Ayuks of our lives.
Okay. I mean, do you really think Terrace Marshall's the guy that puts them over the top? I said I wanted the Steelers to go after him, but it is still sort of a lottery ticket. It's one of those deals, like, you always would say this about Belichick and the Patriots. When they would cut a guy loose, you wonder if they saw something like, okay, it's done. That guy's done. By the same token, sometimes when he would pick up a guy, you'd think he must know something, especially a defender.
And the 49ers know offense.
They know wide receivers, too, I think.
I think it's a little bit odd. I think it's a little strange that we don't have a practice squad update from the Steelers. So, like, are they trying to coax somebody, going back to what Florio said, are they trying to coax like a Kadarius Toney onto their practice squad? Because I agree with what Mike said, that if Andy Reid can't get anything out of the guy, why would you expect anyone to be able to get anything out of him? But Mike Tomlin, I think, looks at his work with Antonio Brown as a massive success.
Okay, but here's
I got through to this guy.
Sure, big difference. That's the attitude portion of Kadarius Toney. Mike Tomlin didn't get through to a guy in Antonio Brown who had massive issues catching the football. He is one of the best wide receivers ever, literally, who also happened to have a screwball bad attitude. Kadarius Toney, not a great attitude, also doesn't catch the ball. Come on. Ugh.
But if he's on the practice squad, Mulsey, you're just.
I know. I'm morbid. It's like watching a car wreck right now.
Another run for the Cubs, 13-10.
Again, though, very, very nimble and very natural movements by O'Neal Cruz in center field.
Would you say that it's graceful, like Greg Brown described it yesterday?
Gazelle-like, even. And one little note, I don't know if anyone knew this. He tried to throw out a guy at home early. He got charged with an error. It should have been on Grandal. I didn't know if they changed this or not.
We watched that play together.
No, but I'm saying the listeners.
Oh.
He threw the ball home on the play, 103.3 miles an hour, the second hardest throw from the outfield in the entire major leagues this year. Colton Cowser, the only harder throw. And
I think it came in at 103. So he basically.
I literally just said 103.3.
No, I got distracted by something.
I literally said it 10. Donnie, come. You want to get the tape here? Get the tape of me saying 103.3. I don't even need the tape. I heard you just
say it. I believe you. I'm sorry. When Livy Dunn is tweeting about how the Pirates are a complete.
She's tweeting?
Yes.
Oh, has anyone checked on Bechtold?
4 minutes. He already retweeted it. She tweeted.
My God, it's continuing.
14-10. She tweeted out a video of Skeens just saying, "You got to be kidding me," and shaking his head. So that's where we're at. I'll tell you right now, this seems a little bit of a – we're in a little bit of a purgatory where I think fans are rubbernecking and possibly listening to the end of this game.
Yeah.
Because they can't believe how bad it's gotten.
Yeah.
I'm going to tell you something right now. The second that baby ends, we're going to be able to just kick up our feet and do a pretty easy show here. And Donnie's got the same thing from 7 to 10:35 tonight, boy.
Beaks sucks.
I mean, tonight is just going to be.
This Beaks is terrible.
Donnie,
who did they trade for him? Luis Peralta. Isn't the guy they traded for Beaks already in the major leagues?
For Milwaukee?
The guy. No.
Oh, no, for Colorado? I don't know. That's a good question. But his brother, Freddie Peralta's his brother.
I think they traded. Is it Luis Peralta, right?
Yeah.
I think he's already appearing in major league games.
That would be insane because he was down in Single A when that trade happened, but he had great numbers. And there you go, a catch from O'Neill Cruz that puts that inning out of our misery. All right, we'll come back with the bottom of the ninth, and then we'll get to your calls after that. Programming note tomorrow at 2:35, Pat Narduzzi is going to join us to tee up the pit season. Pat makes a point to come on with us before the start of every pit season. And so I have some college football. I feel a college football buzz.
I'm trying to do something this year.
You have a little college football buzz?
I'm trying to get really into it, but I'm trying to stay into it because every year I get a little buzz, and I'm like, I am going to try to just sit and devour every game I can watch. Like I'm just going to be all over the place.
How long does that usually last?
I get like 2-3 weeks in, and then it just becomes very difficult. It is an overwhelming sport to try to take in its full scope.
Well, it's hard, too, because we've got Sundays devoted to Steelers. So it's like, now that I'm married and have a kid, can I really veg out for 48 hours?
And you're not even in my boat. I like to golf. Golf is a time-consuming habit.
Oh, yes, it is. And it's an expensive one, unless you're Starkey and you get invited onto nice courses by everyone for free. Although you played Oakmont twice, so what am I talking about here? You get the same perks and benefits. Donnie, tonight from 7 to 10:35, rename that show. Get that gun out. It's fish in a barrel season for you. All you do is say, I've heard Donnie do these shows before. You got to play the hits. He just goes, all right, open up the phone lines, 412-928-9370. I'm not even going to really give you an opening. I'm going to say, I'm going to talk for 2 minutes, then we're going right to those phones. And you know what? I can't blame him. On a night like this, they blew a 10-3 lead, and they're not even – the final score is not even going to be close.
When Bednar came in, you and I said – I'll say this on the air because I said it off the air. I said, I think there's a – I asked you, what are the chances he blows this game? You said about 50-50.
Touchdown, 2-point conversion, and field goal for best Chicago to go up 14-10.
Best tweet, somebody quote tweeted the Livy Dunn, you got to be kidding me, with just, Livy is officially a Pirates fan. She has now got the true measure of the
exasperation. Text us on the Edgar Snyder Associates fan text line. We'll give you the final of the game. If you want to already get in queue, and get ready to chime in on this unbelievable loss, 412-928-9370. We'll get to all that coming up. First, a headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
You almost wouldn't believe it. The Pirates once led this game 10-3. The Cubs now lead this game 14-10. Last crack for the Buccos right now at PNC Park, or else they will be swept by the Chicago Cubs. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Pony.
All right, McVeigh. I'm a McVeigh guy. McVeigh Plumbing. They do a great job with that, and it's not just completely anecdotal. They back it up with empirical stuff like numbers. $83 for a drain cleaning from McVeigh today. Go shop that around. That is a great price. Speaking of shop around, second opinions with McVeigh are free. So if you talk to another plumbing group, man, you're thinking this is really expensive. Could it quite possibly really cost this much? Call McVeigh. They'll come out to your home. They'll inspect it, and they won't charge you at all for that. McVeighPlumbing.com for more. It's McVeigh.
Hey everyone, this is Bob Pompiani. Tune in every Saturday. Be part of my program. We want your opinions.
Protected by Shederovich and Fishman. Ireland Contracting, PNC Bank. See how PNC Bank can make a difference for you. And driven by number one Cochran. Go one better. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan. This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by UPMC Heart and Vascular Institute.
This is Jim Rome with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by Wrangler. It's Wrangler season out there. Open roads, endless horizons. Shop Wrangler.com for new denim styles. LaPops is totally right. There can't be daddy blasts on the court at Laker practices. The last thing the Lakers need is Bronny going all daddy on his daddy at practice every single day. I'm Jim Rome.
It's Wrangler season out there. Warmer days, cooler nights. Open roads, endless horizons. And you need to be ready in jeans made for the unpredictable. Wrangler, for the ride of life. Shop our newest styles today at Wrangler.com.
Our Labor Day savings start now at Lowe's. Right now, buy one, get one free on Valspar Reserve or HGTV Home by Sherwin-Williams Infinity or Showcase Interior Paint via Lowe's gift card rebate. Whether you're painting one accent wall or want to freshen up a whole room, we've got you covered. Because Lowe's knows savings. Lowe's knows home improvement. More terms and restrictions apply. See Lowe's.com/rebates for details. Valid through 9/4.
Keep it twisted all year long with Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Twisted Tea is real iced tea that packs a punch with 5% alcohol. Tastes great at the beach, the mountains, or even in your backyard. Look for the bright yellow Twisted Tea cans.
Twisted Tea Brew Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
I'm attorney Ed Shenderovich. Have you been injured at work? You may have more than one claim. To find out if you do, call us at 888-98-TWINS for a free consultation. At Shenderovich and Fishman, we've got your back, not your wallet.
The final weekend before the playoffs at Wild Things Park, August 30th through September 1st, features fireworks presented by Slinger's Signature Cocktails, Faith and Family Night presented by Pennsylvania Wick, and it's Halloween Night presented by Moe's on a Blueprints Kids Eat Free Sunday.
Chris Muller here for Universal Windows Direct. With football season here, you know what comes next. Cooler temperatures. Get your home ready. Don't get caught off guard by the chill. My friends at Universal Windows Direct can upgrade your window game. All you have to do is call 412-545-6003. Schedule your free in-home estimate today. For every 2 windows you buy, you get the next 2 free, and there's no limit. Plus, 0% financing for 60 months. Restrictions apply. For the last windows you'll ever need, go to uwd.com.
Are you having a hard time making it through a day of work without foot pain? Or with things that used to be simple like walking the dog? You may be thinking there's no way that something as simple as the Good Feet store can help you, like Bill.
My feet would just ache, my back would hurt, my ankles, everything just hurt. And I'd seen the commercial several times before I finally said, I'm going to do this. And I'll be darned if it didn't work. I feel a million times better than I ever did.
Another satisfied customer of the Good Feet store is Wendy.
Since wearing my arch supports from the Good Feet store, my back pain is gone and my feet don't hurt as much. And as I look into the future without pain, I see myself being even more adventurous, joyful, and full of possibility.
Come to the Good Feet store today. Visit us in Robinson Town Center, in Cranberry Township, in Morgantown at Suncrest Town Center, or book your free fitting at goodfeet.com. You deserve a better life, too. Come in and take a free test walk today.
Have you ever thought about joining a credit union? There are plenty of great benefits and perks. Hi, it's Dan Zangrilli. Unlock the great rewards of a credit union. Shape your future with Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. Federally insured by the NCUA. Visit AllegiantFCU.org to get started today.
Athletic Brewing non-alcoholic family of beers. Get you from tailgate to final down this season. And are on special at Bridgetown Tap House in Ambridge. Please enjoy responsibly.
Come see the changes at Club Erotica. Open for your team's favorite games. Watch the big screens in their new seating area with beautiful girls. Free admission between 7 and 8 p.m. Sunday through Wednesday. Join their in-house fantasy football league with weekly payouts and prizes. Happy birthday, Dom the intern.
Cloudy with heavy thunderstorms tonight, the low 67.
Weather brought to you by USPS Ground Advantage. Simple, affordable, reliable. Turn shipping to your advantage with USPS Ground Advantage from the United States Postal Service.
Traffic is moving a little slowly on 28. Outbound, you'll be backed up from the north side through 31st Street. Inbound slows down after the 40th Street Bridge. I'm Kyle Fraunheiser.
The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Swing and a miss. Cubs win 14-10 in a historic game that goes the Cubs' way.
Joe Block.
You got the other one? You got the Betancourt one, Donnie? I want to hear it if you've got our beautiful foreshadowing in.
We have it. I got it here, Don.
And they're going to walk Crow Armstrong to face Christian Betancourt, who has a career-high 5 RBIs today, doubled last inning, homered the inning before that.
That's right.
It's a call from Major League. It's
Now,
Bob Uecker in Major League.
To stick up for Shelton a little bit, he was walking a guy who was 4 for 4 in the game, but still, I mean, come on, dude.
Isn't it kind of the problem that their 8-9 guys were 4 for 4 and had a career-high 5 RBIs? Isn't that... Well, the real problem here, of course, is not even that. It's not even Shelton. You know what the real problem is? David Bednar can't be allowed to pitch anymore. David Bednar, in the month of August thus far, 13 earned runs in 10 2/3 innings. 13. He has allowed a run, Pony. He has appeared in 10 games, now 11 games. He has allowed runs in over half of those games. In 7 of 11 games, he's allowed runs.
And today's the rare day where you can't say, well, you should have used Chapman because Chapman had to come into the 8th inning. And they were up 5 at the time, so still you're thinking Pirates in great shape. Chapman came in, gave up 3 in the 8th inning, had to be relieved. Santana came in and got a fluky double play that got him out of that jam. It was 10-3 in the 7th. It was 10-5 in the 8th. They were up 10-5 after Horner struck out to start the 8th inning. So nobody was on base. They needed 5 more outs, and they were up 5 runs.
The Cubs
scored 9 more. With 5, they had 5 outs left. They scored 9 runs.
Pony, they had...
against your $10.5 million setup man and your 2-time All-Star closer.
Pony, they had 9 runs with 1 out left to them and scored 5 more times.
That is why Livy Dunn is tweeting things like, "You got to be kidding me."
This is why we lift all them weights, though. If I'm going to look at one silver lining, I could be just a miserable Pirates fan wallowing in this. But Pony and I and Donnie, we are lucky enough to do this for a living. Shared misery. We get to have kind of a therapy session and let you guys vent. And there is something to be said for that.
I'm trying to find the Pompiani tweet that made me laugh that he's put out there like 2 minutes ago on this. But then Bob sent out another flurry of tweets, so it's hard to find it. Oh, he goes, "It's beyond painful to watch." You think?
Bednar's ERA right now checking in at a healthy 6.32 this season. 6.32.
412-928-9370. Let's get to people here that want to talk about what they either just watched in person as they drive home. Maybe you drove home from this game 2 hours ago and thought it was an easy Pirates win and said, well, Skeens is done after 5. I'll go home. They're up a touchdown. Well, the Cubs came back, scored a touchdown, got a 2-point conversion, added a field goal to boot, and actually won the game by 4. A game they trailed by 7, they won by 4. 412-928-9370.
The Pirates gave up 41 runs in 3 games.
Oh, my God.
18, 9, and 14.
Let's start with Tom is going to lead us off here. Hello, Tom.
Hey, how you doing, guys?
Terrible.
Wow, I know. What a nightmare. It's just a continuing nightmare. I had called and talked to you guys a while back about Skeens and how long before he gets totally frustrated. I mean, realistically, this guy could be 17-0 with any kind of run support or bullpen, and that's not stretching it. I mean, he really could be 17-0. And I think I was going to say, I told you guys originally, I thought after the 3rd or 4th year he'd won out. I'm dropping it down to 2. I'm saying next year he's going to say, I want out of here. I've had enough of money.
Thank you, Tom. You're trying to get my attention, Mulsey. What happened?
We have at least, I know it's not a Pirates-related tweet, but we have a Jerry Dulac update on Sayamalu.
Okay.
Jerry, Sayamalu expected to miss about a month, which means injury is non-surgical.
So it's like Watt. He just hopes he can rehab the pec and come back and play. But when we saw Watt come back from the pec,
not the same
he was
guy.
Not the same guy. All right, so we're going to see, according to Jeff, Spencer Anderson at left guard.
That would be about 2 games, by the way. A month, by the way, gets you, what, 2, week 1, September 8th, September 15th. Probably 3 games he misses.
So for the first 3 games, your left side could be Dan Moore and Spencer Anderson.
Buddy, you want to talk about road grading, baby.
I would be lying if I said I don't think about exactly what Tom said about Paul Skeens, that he's been indoctrinated to what we all know and unfortunately have had to wear our cross to bear, Pirates baseball, and loving this team and caring about this team and always getting let down. he is getting the full-on experience of that. Hey, we're a buyer at the deadline. We got a shot here, only to have one of the worst Augusts in recent team history. And I have to think that it does, on some level, he has to think, man, this is a pretty screwed up situation here.
Here's what it is for me. You get guys who come in and feel like I can change the culture because I am really good, right?
Yep.
What has to be extremely demoralizing for him is he has more or less held up his end of the bargain and then some. His ERA, even after today, even after he's had a couple of starts that I would term less than his usual, less than what he showed, it's 2.23. He would still be winning the ERA title as if he had qualifying innings. So what I mean by that being extra demoralizing is he's doing his part. And then he is just watching as every factor that could conspire against him, everybody around him, continues to show their ass on a regular basis. How could that not be a bummer?
How do you think O'Neal Cruz felt when they said, here's one day of practice, now go out and play center field? And as you pointed out, the shortstop doesn't make a play that could have ended the game and prevented the Pirates from this embarrassing loss in the first place. You think that was easy for him, watching in center field?
He's their most
talented player.
talented
Not make a
player.
diving play?
He's the most talented player. I mean, honestly, Reynolds got paid, but does it feel good to be him? He's the actual best producer on the team right now, and it's just, I got my money. I got my 9-figure contract, but geez, this again?
Yeah, I'm going to spend my entire career, and I'm never going to even sniff the postseason.
They have played now 132 games. There are 30 games left. What was their record last year? 76 and 86?
Yep.
They need to go 14 and 16 to match last year. They need to go 15 and 15 to beat last year. I have zero belief that they will do either one of those things.
Text us on the Edgar Steiner Associates fan text line. When we come back, we'll get back to your calls on this. It was, as Joe Block put it, a historic day at PNC Park for all the wrong reasons. Up 10-3, Paul Skeens gets the rest of the afternoon off after 5. Pirates bullpen proceeds to pour gasoline all over the mound at PNC Park, and then one by one, relievers set themselves on fire. Kyle Nicholas, Aroldis Chapman, David Bednar again. And then Jalen Beeks, you take a 10-3 lead, you lose 14-10, you get swept by the Cubs. More of your reaction. I can't wait to hear what Derek Shelton tries to say about this game. 412-928-9370. Can he get fired before the press conference? 412-928-9370. Here's the headline, and we're right back on The Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pitt opens up the season on Saturday. Kent State comes to Acrisure Stadium. Noon kick, 9 a.m. pregame coverage begins right here on The Fan. The Pat Narduzzi Show tonight at 6. Listen to that right here on The Fan and also on your Odyssey app. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Pony.
Well, a place to drown your sorrows after this one would be Mike's Beer Bar right next to PNC Park. Love Mike's. 80 rotating taps of amazing local beer, craft beer, fall beers, summer beers, all there at Mike's, made right here in Western PA. Hundreds of beers from around the world. Great food options, too. Steak on a stone, wings, burgers, wraps, brand new TVs there. They'll have all the college football games on Saturday if you're going to the Pitt game Saturday. Stop at Mike's before the game and then either take the T or walk over to Acrisure. Meet me at Mike's today. It's Mike's Beer Bar.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan with our fan training camp profiles. Presented by Smale Kia, Guardian Caps, and Armstrong Business Solutions. Justin Fields. At only 25 years old, this playmaking quarterback is seen a lot. After transferring from Georgia, Fields was a 2-year starter at Ohio State, making the college football playoff both seasons. He was selected 11th overall by the Bears in the 2021 NFL Draft. Fields started right away, but injuries and lack of support contributed to his 10-28 record in Chicago. The Bears traded the talented Fields for the Steelers this past offseason, creating a dangerous QB combo alongside Russell Wilson.
Xfinity here. How can we help?
Hi. My daughter invited her entire class to her birthday party. Can my Wi-Fi handle it?
Oh, well, at Xfinity, our latest gateways have tri-band Wi-Fi technology, letting you connect hundreds of devices at once.
No way. So if all the kids are watching stuff on their phones, well, their parents are sharing videos online.
Yep, go ahead and watch videos. They can all do their thing and party their way. No problem.
Oh, we are gonna need a bigger cake.
Now through September 12th, get fast, reliable, 300 megabit Xfinity internet for $30 a month for 12 months with no annual contract and unlimited data included. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Xfinity, bring on the good stuff. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless plan and auto pay with stored bank account. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Currently $80 a month. Actual speeds vary.
Hi, welcome to Staples. Hi, my son's teacher emailed his back-to-school list. He needs crayons and a notebook for every subject. Okay, no problem. With Staples Hot Deals, you'll find super low prices on hundreds of items for back to school. Oh, now they're saying he needs folders and glue. You got it. And markers? Of course. Oh, geez. Might I suggest 2 carts?
Save big on back to school with Staples Hot Deals. Right now, 24-pack Crayola crayons and 2-pocket poly folders are only 50 cents each at Staples. Ends 8/31, in-store only, limit 10 while supplies last.
All right, when it comes to getting life insurance for your family, a lot of excuses can get in the way. But ask yourself this: if something were to happen to me, who would pay the mortgage, the kids' education, and the other bills? Then forget the excuses and check out Ethos Life, the online, easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Ethos has rates that you can afford, like a $500,000 policy for a 40-year-old male starting at $1 a day or $30 a month, with a few health questions and no medical exam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
Look at your cup holder. It's empty, and you're feeling thirsty. Head to a nearby convenience store and fill it with a Pepsi Zero Sugar, Mountain Dew, or Starry. Grab a delicious, refreshing Pepsi for the road.
With Staples Hot Deals, you'll find super low prices on hundreds of items for back to school, including tech. Right now, get up to $300 off select PCs at Staples. Plus, save even more with Easy Rewards program. Offer ends 8/24. Save big on back to school at Staples.
Whether you're tinkering in your garage or tackling big projects, if you know the value of working with your hands, you know Harbor Freight. And you can be confident knowing that at Harbor Freight, you can get quality tools at prices that work just as hard as you do. Because the only thing more satisfying than a job well done is a job well done, well under budget. Whatever you do, do it for less at Harbor Freight.
When you buy a new house, you might say,
"Shut the front door."
Winning!
No, seriously, shut the front door. We own this house now.
But you actually need to say,
"Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there."
That's right. The local State Farm agent is there to help you choose the coverage you need.
Welcome to my crib. No one says that anymore, but I don't care.
So just remember, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
State Farm, Bloomington, Illinois.
Yes, Brian, I am having an affair with your brother, but we're in love. What do you want me to say?
I want you to tell me how I can get an auto loan.
Wait, what?
You know, auto loan. How can I get one?
Mm-hmm. I feel your confusion. Let's use it in the scene.
Yeah, cool. But the loan?
I don't know. I'm your acting coach. I drive a 2001 Miata. You should talk to Clearview.
You have auto loan questions. We have the answers at clearviewfcu.org. Clearview, clearly different.
Hey, Pittsburgh homeowners. To build for looks and durability, side your home with LP SmartSide Expert Finish Trim and Siding, now available in brushed smooth texture. Available in 16 versatile colors, Expert Finish products will help you create a gorgeous, longer-lasting dream home. That's the beauty of brushed smooth. Learn more about LP SmartSide Expert Finish products and brushed smooth texture at lpcorp.com/Steel City. That's lpcorp.com/Steel City. Rick Springfield, live in concert. 17 top 40 hits. Saturday, October 19th, the Event Center at Rivers Casino. Buy your tickets now at riverscasino.com. Rick Springfield, live in concert.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people. It's Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Pony and Muller, Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Past Kiner Falefa, and the Cubs will take the lead. 7-run lead gone as Bethancourt has driven in 7 runs today for the Cubs. They bypass Crow Armstrong to get to Bethancourt, and he makes the Pirates pay. 11-10 Cubs.
His 7th RBI for the 9-hitter. The Pirates were up 10-3. They rested Paul Skeens. They pulled him after 82 pitches, up 7 runs. I get all of that. Bullpen gave it away. Offense wasn't able to tack on after the 10 runs scored early in the game. And the Pirates with a historic loss. How historic? Donnie's going to tell you right now in his debrief, brought to you by Steel Mill Saloon in Mount Washington.
This hasn't happened in 50 years.
Jeez, dude. I wasn't even alive 50 years ago.
First time they have lost when leading by 7 after 6 innings since 1974. And apparently only the 7th time it has happened since 1901.
Wait, give me that last one again.
The 7th time since 1901.
To the Pirates or in all of base? To the Pirates, right?
Yes.
Who had that stat?
Little Joe Smeltzer sent me that.
He just pulled that out of the abyss. Wow.
Why, would you guys like me to do a quick deep dive on Baseball Reference and tell you how many times when did they lead 10-3? How late into the game were they up 10-3?
It was the 7th inning?
Yep.
7th inning, okay. I will try to find how many games the team has lost in its history when leading by at least 7 runs in the 7th inning. I will try to dig that up for you boys.
Thank you. Because we're just masochists here and we just want
Well, I think you are a masochist who has a great nose for history.
Noah Hiles, Pirates beat man, said this is the most upset he's ever seen or heard Derek Shelton after a game. We'll turn around those comments momentarily. He should be pissed off. He really shouldn't be the manager anymore, in my opinion.
David Bednar shouldn't pitch a meaningful inning for this team anymore.
Another fair point.
I'm very ready for David Bednar to not be a Pittsburgh Pirate, which sucks to say about somebody from here. He has been atrocious. There is no putting any kind of lipstick on it.
412-928-9370. Here is Jim on the Fan. Hello, Jim.
Thanks for taking my call. Malsey, I don't know how the hell you say it's not Shelton's fault. This guy
his fault.
left him out there.
He stinks.
Okay. You said it earlier. I'm sorry. Then I maybe misheard you.
The problem is you have to pick a guy. In this show, there's 3 of us talking right now. I can't just say, yes, Shelton's also terrible. I have to find somebody else. They all stink, man.
I don't know how you could send someone out that has been this bad over and over again.
Who else is he going to send out, though, to be fair? Beeks?
Send Beeks. Yeah.
Did you see what
we know
Beeks
what's
did?
going to happen. We know the ending with Bednar. We all love him, but we know the ending this year.
Do we all love him anymore? Because when you pitch this badly, the love starts to dissipate. And really, what you're asking here, Jim, is for them to have sent out the lefty who was throwing batting practice and not the righty who was throwing batting practice.
True. I don't know, guys. I'm just very frustrated. I'm going to kick my cat Najee pretty hard tonight. So I appreciate the call.
I'm not a cat person, but let's not
kick your cat.
Let's not condone animal violence. Jeez, Jim.
Your cat should be your buddy here while you maybe crack a brewski or
cats
whatever.
are mean. You do that to a cat, you never know what they're going to do back.
It's going to plot against you.
Right. Look, Shelton's had a horrible last couple of months. He had nothing on his resume before coming here to suggest that he was going to be a good manager because he had really never done it before. So I think overall he's on my crap list. But as far as today's concerned, I don't blame this loss. I'll put Jim. If Jim wants to call back and argue with me, he can. This loss, I look more at the guy who made the watch than the guy that's wearing the watch. You assembled this bullpen, and all of these bullpen arms went out there and sucked. Okay, pull this guy out, put that guy in instead. Well, that guy blew ass too. There was no good option today. All of these perceived bullpen arms that were supposed to be part of this new Shark Tank, this great relief corps that the Pirates had assembled this year, negative. It's one of the worst in baseball. And this is one of the few areas where Pirates spending, I would actually think that you look at their bullpen spending and it's average or maybe even in the upper half of baseball. And they've gotten putrid results. Here's Brendan in Monaca. Hello, Brendan.
Hey, what's up, boys?
Hey, man.
And I just want to say, I wish I could say I can't believe what I just watched, but I can believe it because this team is the laughing stock of the MLB. I'm not sure how Derek Shelton has a job tomorrow morning, and I'm not sure how David Bednar would be a Pirate next season. I know he's Mr. IC Light, the Yinzer, Renegade, but I could care less. I want wins. I want success. Not, what I've been seeing my whole entire life. I'm 22 years old, and I can't tell you one time I've seen winning that I can remember. So.
All right. Well, you had 13, 14, and 50, and that happened in your lifetime. But then again, you would have been like, you're 22. You would have been like 11, 12, 13 years old. I would think you'd remember that. Those are pretty impressionable times to be a fan. But I don't want to focus on that. I'm not in favor of just like making David Bednar the sacrificial lamb and the scapegoat on this season and getting rid of him after this year. He should just be put in another role until he can prove that he can do this job again. And I do think it's fair to criticize the Pirates for when he was at the peak value and they were still in rebuilding mode, not trading him. And I think a big reason why they didn't trade him is because they looked at him as a guy that helped bring people to the ballpark because he's from here. And I think
that second reason is just not a good enough reason.
I just think there are times where the business of baseball and the baseball operations do not always see eye to eye on things, and that would be my opinion, that this would be one of the few rare times where that would happen. Why, if we're 50-50 on trading him, why trade him when we might alienate our fans in the process? I know they traded Andrew McCutchen, so it's not like they always acquiesce to the wishes of the fans. But McCutchen was expensive and was coming up at the end of his contract. Bednar was cheap and had years of control left. So I think that's a big difference. Matt Monongahela's on the Fan. Hello, Matt.
Hey, Pony. How's it going?
Hey, brother.
So, hey, what do you think? I mean, how do you think Paul Skeens is taking all this in right now? I mean,
You're the second person to ask that question in 10 minutes, and if he's hyper-competitive, he's got to, I think, look around and say, man, like, is it ever going to work here? I won a national championship at LSU. I left Air Force because I wanted to win so badly. I loved Air Force. I went there. My whole life I wanted to go there, but I prioritized winning and trying to get to the major leagues. So I can't imagine he's having a lot of fun right now. And I think if I suffered losses like this, I would be questioning the meaning of life.
All right, I got something for you both here. Just guess the number. Now, the Cubs obviously scored 2 runs in the 7th, okay, to make it 10-5. So the game through 6 innings was a 7-run game.
Mm-hmm.
How many times in the history of the Pittsburgh Pirates, 1901 to present day, do you think that the Pirates have been up by at least 7 through 6 innings and gone on to lose the baseball game? Both of you can guess. I have the answer.
Give me the starting date again.
1901.
I'm going to say
through present day.
I'm going to say 11 times.
Donnie?
I'll go 8.
Twice. It has happened 2 times. The Pirates were up through 6 innings. They were up 8-1 on the New York Giants in 1947 and gave up 12 runs in the last 2 innings to lose 13-10. They were up, let me see here. Let me get the number right. They were up 9-0 through 5 and 9-2 after 6 over the Phillies in 1961 at Forbes Field. Gave up 10 runs in the 8th and 9th innings to lose 12-11. This has only happened twice in the team's history.
So Smeltzer's stats were wrong. Smeltzer said 1974. What the hell's he talking about?
What was his actual stat?
He just said it's the first time that this has happened since 1974.
But what has happened? I don't understand the what here. I put in
first time they blew a 7-run.
First time they've lost when leading by 7 after 6.
Well, Malsey's saying that's wrong, right? You're saying 1960.
I'm seeing it on Baseball Reference. I put it in very specifically. Twice it has happened. Margin of 7 or greater in their favor in a game they went on to lose after 6 innings. Through the 6th inning.
Well, we've got not a source off. We've got a stat off.
And Smeltzer is going to be heated at me because I know Joe does not. America's sweetheart does not like to get out.
412-928-9370. Here's Anthony in Oakland. Hello, Anthony.
You know, I remember that game in '74. It was in San Diego, and they blew I think it was 8-1 lead in the 7th or 8th inning and lost that game.
Oh, they didn't come back to win. I thought they might have.
No, they lost that game. I remember that. I was a young whippersnapper.
So there you go. So Anthony is now siding with Smeltzer.
I was 19.
Okay.
Look, Sheldon should be fired today, replaced by that Kelly person, because this is this to me is a disaster of monumental proportion.
Yep.
They turned the Chicago Cubs into the 1927 Yankees. in this 3-game series.
With their best pitchers on the mound, with Keller, Jones, and Skeens, Anthony.
Right. But there is no leadership here. The only thing they've ever seen here since this manager and this owner's been here is losing. It's it.
Well, I win, by the way, the source off technically.
Why is that?
Because mine was through 6. Smeltzer's was a different kind of breed here.
What was the different breed?
Smeltzer, they were up 7-0 through 7, but I only set my parameters at through 6th innings.
Oh.
No, he said 6.
Oh, well, they were only up 5-0 through 6 in that particular situation. That's the point.
In the San Diego game?
That is, yes. They were up 5-0 through 6 after 7. So Smeltzer, we're both right, actually.
So the
point is that it's very bad and it rarely happens.
Can you just one more time give me the year when it last happened? 1964, did you say, or 1966?
The last time through 6 innings they were up by at least 7 and lost was 1961.
Man.
The last time, now, in Smeltzer's defense, they were up 7-0 through 7 in that game. It just happened in the 7th inning that they got their next 2. And then they, in equally horrifying fashion, they gave up 9 runs in the last 2. Furthermore, in Smeltzer's game, they actually tacked on an 8th run in the 8th inning and then gave up 9 runs.
Unbelievable.
9 runs.
This friggin' team.
This franchise, man, I have grown up my whole life desperately wanting them to not just be good, but to be great. And even you can't even enjoy something like today where Skeens goes out, pitches fine. The Cubs are making stupid plays in the 8th inning, like
Reynolds
failing
is
to
hitting
call
a home
timeout.
run. You've got
Cruz is throwing
doing
laser
cool
beams from
Yep.
center field, getting a couple of hits. The Cubs are doing all the stupid garbage that I hate when the Pirates do, and it still doesn't work. Can't have anything nice. Ever.
I thought the low point was the Will Craig play against the Cubs at PNC Park. Hold my beer. Here
I
comes
want to know
this
if
game
David
today.
Bednar's still the closer. I hope Derek Shelton got asked point blank if he was still the closer after this. I really want to know.
He probably would have jumped over the podium there and, choked Alex Stump for asking that question.
I want to know, though, because I saw somebody tweet me and said Bednar's still the closer, and I'm hoping that's just a joke and a sarcastic remark.
Back with more on this. The Pirates were up 10-3 after 6 innings. They lost the game 14-10. Paul Skeens pitched 5. He was fine. They pulled him early because they had such a big lead. And every single member of their bullpen came in and got shelled. Aroldis Chapman, David Bednar, again, you name it. 412-928-9370. Quick timeout, then a long commercial-free segment. We'll get Derek Shelton's comments. We'd still like to hear from you, if you still have it in you, to talk about this team getting swept and blowing what looked like an insurmountable lead. Here until 6, then Donnie at 6 is Pat Narduzzi. Right now, a quick timeout, and we're right back on the Fan.
Yeah, I'm still here. Thank you, Pony, to tell you about the summer finale at Shorkey Mitsubishi. I like talking about Shorkey Mitsubishi. Puts me in a little better mood. Good people there, bottom line, and great deals. And Mitsubishi makes great vehicles like the one I'm driving, the new 2024 Outlander. Right now, you can take $5,500 off or choose low 2.99% financing for 60 months. There's also $5,000 off or 1.99% financing for 60 months on the new 2024 Eclipse Cross, or you want to go with the smaller version of the Outlander, the new 2024 Outlander Sport, you can save up to $3,500 on one of those. Love Mitsubishi for a lot of reasons, and I'll name a couple of them here. The styling's awesome. These vehicles look terrific. They've got all-wheel drive, which the weather can still absolutely get dodgy around these parts. You never know when we're going to get a random snowstorm or whatever. All-wheel drive makes me feel very secure. And then there's that 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty. Gives me peace of mind. You also, if you go to Shorkey, get the highest trade values plus 2 years of complimentary prepaid maintenance. The bottom line is check them out in North Huntington, North Hills, or online. It's Western Pennsylvania's best inventory. Shop at ShorkeyMitsubishi.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan brings you the Fan Bet Rivers Sportsbook Show with Pony and Muller every Thursday at 4 p.m. Get the insight you need to win big. The Fan Bet Rivers Sportsbook Show. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. On Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Whether you're tinkering in your garage or tackling big projects, if you know the value of working with your hands, you know Harbor Freight. And you can be confident knowing that at Harbor Freight, you can get quality tools at prices that work just as hard as you do. Because the only thing more satisfying than a job well done is a job well done, well under budget. Whatever you do, do it for less at Harbor Freight.
Did you know your life insurance is an asset you can sell? I'm Jay Jackson, CEO of Abacus Life. For almost 20 years, Abacus has been purchasing life insurance policies from seniors just like you. And at AbacusPays.com, we've created a free policy value calculator so you can find out the worth of your policy in just seconds. There are no fees and no obligations. Get real value from your life insurance when you need it with Abacus. Learn more at AbacusPays.com.
Not all policies will qualify. Not available in all states.
Hey, it's Tiki Barber. Superchargers, headlights, and more. With over 122 million parts, eBay Motors has everything you need to maintain your vehicle and level it up to peak performance. And with eBay Guaranteed Fit, your part is guaranteed to fit your ride every time or your money back. Stay on your A game with all the parts you need at the prices you want. It's easy to bring home huge wins. Keep your ride or die alive at ebaymotors.com. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Total Wireless is made to totally keep up with you. We now have unlimited data that never slows you down. Covered by the Verizon 5G network. And for less than $30 a month, we make your phone your ride or die. Switch now and pick a free 5G phone with qualified plan purchase. And your fourth line at no additional cost. Visit your local Total Wireless store today. Total Wireless, we're totally with you. Actual speeds may vary by location. For data management practices, see TotalWireless.com.
Our Labor Day savings start now at Lowe's. Right now, buy one, get one free on Valspar Reserve or HGTV Home by Sherwin-Williams Infinity or Showcase Interior Paint via Lowe's gift card rebate. Whether you're painting one accent wall or want to freshen up a whole room, we've got you covered. Because Lowe's knows savings. Lowe's knows home improvement. More terms and restrictions apply. See Lowe's.com/rebates for details. Valid through 9/4.
It's Wrangler season out there. Warmer days, cooler nights. Open roads, endless horizons. And you need to be ready in jeans made for the unpredictable. Wrangler, for the ride of life. Shop our newest styles today at Wrangler.com.
Keep it twisted all year long with Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Twisted Tea is real iced tea that packs a punch with 5% alcohol. Tastes great at the beach, the mountains, or even in your backyard. Look for the bright yellow Twisted Tea cans.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
Timmy, everybody. Great job. Next up for our 5th grade class recital, we have Samantha.
10 times better performance can make a big difference. Castrol Edge Motor Oil gives your engine 10 times better high-stress performance. Castrol Edge, better oil for maximum performance. Now through December 28th, Castrol Edge and Edge High Mileage Motor Oil are on rollback at Walmart.
Claim based on sequence 9 test under high-load conditions versus API SP test limits.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With Venture X, earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy and turn everyday purchases into extraordinary trips. Plus, receive premium travel benefits like access to over 1,300 airport lounges where you just check in and chill out. Open up a world of possibilities with Capital One. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
RE/MAX Heritage on William Penn Highway in Murraysville handles all residential and commercial real estate in the eastern suburbs of Pittsburgh. Whether it's Murraysville or any Westmoreland County community, RE/MAX Heritage has got you covered. RE/MAX Heritage is the most trusted name in real estate. Nobody in the world sells more real estate than RE/MAX. RE/MAX Heritage are the professionals that excel in the process of your purchase of a new home or selling your current home. Contact them at 724-519-7505.
Plus Finance HMF, low APR tier 1 through 2. Plus tax, acquisition fee, title plates, and dealer dock fee. Select models and trims only. In stock units only. Offers end 9/3/24.
Get to Mike Hamlin Hyundai during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Drive the new 2024 Hyundai Elantra SEL or Tucson SE with 1.99% financing for up to 60 months, plus $500 bonus cash. MikeHamlinHyundai.com. All Mike Hamlin Hyundais are backed by Owner Assurance, America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000 miles. And the Mike Hamlin Advantage, oil changes for life.
Nachos! Yeah, your nachos!
Hey, I'll take some.
Great. And some Frank's Red Hot.
Oh, nah, I'm good.
Oh, you're just gonna eat these dry, plain, boring nachos with no Franks. Seriously? Frank it up. Frank it up. Come on, lady. Frank it up. Frank it up. Frank it up. Yeah! Yeah, this guy finally gets it. Hey, look, we're on the Jumbotron.
It's the perfect blend of flavor and heat. Frank's Red Hot. I put that on everything.
Hey, checking in?
This is not just your flu shot appointment at Walgreens.
Yes.
This is getting your entire family vaccinated in one trip.
Hey, Mom?
And a snack on the way out. Get flu shots for everyone in your family, together. Schedule appointments online today. This is wellness made easy. Walgreens.
Vaccine subject to availability and for ages 3+. State and health-related restrictions may apply.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Outbound traffic on the Parkway West is moving pretty slowly. You're backed up from the Birmingham Bridge through the tunnels to Green Tree. I'm Kyle Fraunheiser.
This traffic report brought to you by Willie's in-store preseason Labor Day ski and board sale. South Hills location this weekend through Labor Day.
It's here. The Labor Day tradition continues. Willie's preseason sale is happening in-store with great savings on ski and snowboard gear and clothing for the entire family. Exclusively at Willie's in South Hills this Friday through Labor Day.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7, the man. Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
A historically bad loss for the Pirates. They were up 10-3 after 6 innings. The Cubs stormed back to sweep them, rattling off 11 unanswered runs. The final score at PNC Park this afternoon was Chicago 14, Pittsburgh 10. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Right now, more Pony and Muller.
Afternoons with Pony and Muller, Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Swinging a ground ball through that drawn-in infield. Base hit for Connor Joe. Brian Reynolds comes in, and Happ bobbles the ball, and Cruz will score on Happ's first error since September of last season. And the Pirates score 2 more. They're up 10-3 here in the 5th. Here's the set. Bases loaded. 0-1. Bethancourt hits it on the ground sharply past Kiner Falefa, and the Cubs will take the lead. 7-run lead gone as Bethancourt has driven in 7 runs today for the Cubs. They bypass Crow Armstrong to get to Bethancourt, and he makes the Pirates pay. 11-10 Cubs. Swing and a miss. Cubs win 14-10 in a historic game that goes the Cubs' way.
Good time to say your heart care matters. Get your heart checked at UPMC Heart and Vascular Institute at the 50-minute mark, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. This series against the Cubs, I know not every Pittsburgh sports fan is paying attention. The diehard Pirates fans still are. And for them, this was looked at, I think, as a sneak peek. All right, this team is out of the running. The season's over. We haven't even made it to September. By the way, this franchise has not played a meaningful game in September since 2016. It is now August of 2024, but hey, what the hell? Maybe give you some hope for next season. O'Neal Cruz changing positions. You'll see him at center field. And you're going to see our 3 aces, Mitch Keller, Jared Jones, Paul Skeens. Not only did the Pirates lose all 3 games, the punctuation mark or the exclamation point on it is what happened this afternoon. Moments ago, it went final. The Pirates were up 10-3 after 6. They lose 14-10 on a day Paul Skeens pitches. And it's ringing alarm bells all over the place. So many fans, I think, are rightfully thinking that they're in the twilight zone. We see some glimmer of hope or something that makes us optimistic about our future. But then we are reminded painfully that we are the Pirates. And outside of a 3-year window of winning every 20 years, we know nothing but losing. This guy, Nick Camuso on Twitter, do you know him?
Camuso. Yeah, I know of him.
Greg Brown, quote, unbelievable. Pirates fans, quote, not really. We're accustomed to these things. We're accustomed to things like the Will Craig play. Losing a game 20-0 to Milwaukee. Blowing massive leads. Having it set up for a big September and having a wretched month that caused you to extend your losing streak to 20 consecutive seasons. Like, this is just, it's par for the course, Malsey. It's just,